early game items, and then eventually building into the Aghanims once they have the global counter.
Yeah, I really like this last pick, Monkey King by OG. It's going to have a great lane. The BKB timing is going to be incredibly powerful, and the Wukong's command is a really nice way to fight back against heroes like Enchantress, so want to push towers early on. So
it's also a great way to counter global. You do buy an early BKB, pop that Wukong's command, you know that they're not going to be able to get in.
Yeah, we're going to find out how it's going to play out, and I believe we get some extra insight with Slacks and Coach Immortal Faith for Gaming Gladiators.
Early game items, and then eventually building into the Aghanims once they have the global counter.
Yeah, I really like this last pick, Monkey King by OG. It's going to have a great lane. The BKB timing is going to be incredibly powerful, and the Wukong's command is a really nice way to fight back against heroes like Enchantress and push towers early on. So
it's also a great way to counter global. You do buy an early BKB, pop that Wukong's command, you know that they're not going to...
Predictable draft coming out from you. They called a lot of your picks there. Any thoughts on them saying that it was a bit predictable?
Be able to get in.
Yeah, we're going to find out how it's going to play out, and I believe we get some extra insight with...
We know what OG are going to play as well, right?
All right. Mr. Faith, give it to me straight. You going to win this?
Yes.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Immortal Faith. Best of luck to you. And we will pass it over to the creator of the greatest custom game ever made. He gave me $100 to say it. Thank you so much. It's Suns fan and Cinderin.
Thank you. Slacks. A rare compliment. I'm actually thrown off here. Suns fan here with Cinder and OG versus GG. Should be a pretty hype match, my friend. My good friend that I don't have to pay to give compliments to me.
Yeah, I will just say it straight up. It is terrible. But you should play it. It's actually a great game. So, yeah, we saw the stats, right, going into this. Gaming Gladiators kind of have their work cut out for them. So in the last 21 games, they're down 17-4, which is... I want to say among like teams of this caliber, one of the most lopsided scorelines that I've seen. At least, yeah, I can't really think of any other, to be honest, that's that lopsided.
Probably your career versus any other team would be comparable.
But that's not at the high level anymore, Shannon. That's a long time
At
ago.
one point it was. That is true, though.
Yeah,
but you could look at the other side of the coin, though. That's a lot of learning opportunities. We've seen, of course, it's throughout the entire year, so that's a lot of games. But we've seen a lot of people, you know, lose a series and then come back in the lower bracket and then face them again, and actually it's like a reverse sweep, essentially.
Yeah.
They didn't face in the upper bracket this time. It was through group stage, so they've had a little extra time. I expect them to come out and give OG a good match at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, here on the main stage, I believe we've only had 2-0s so far, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't think a single series has gone 3 games. I think in this series, that is definitely a possibility that we go the distance, because between these two teams, as you said, I think, so first of all, there's been opportunities for Gaming Gladiators to learn how to adapt to OG during this tournament, but I think it's also probably fair to say that neither team has looked their best, right?
That's true.
OG has had a very dominant year in a lot of other tournaments, but here they kind of barely scraped by and got into the upper bracket, I believe in 4th place in their group, and Gaming Gladiators obviously starting in lowers and getting that win against Fnatic yesterday.
I mean, that's what happens when you win every tournament. They nerf your heroes.
Get nerfed. I mean, we've been talking about how it's kind of funny to see how, because Amar isn't absolutely trashing, it feels like he's underperforming, because we're just used to seeing Amar just completely take over games. And a lot of the heroes that he's been doing it on, obviously because OG have been winning these tournaments and it's been meta defining, some of his strategies have been nerfed. We've seen the Razor, we've seen the Timber get nerfed quite a bit recently, but still, Gaming Gladiators banned them both. They just have so much respect for this guy and what he brings to the team that they'd rather play against some of the heavy meta stuff than Amar's specialty heroes. Speaking of which, he's playing the Slardar this game, so this is, in my opinion, one of his absolute best. I was looking at the stats last night for a number of heroes played in OG, and he easily has the fewest together with Chu, but he was a stand-in for 1 tournament.
Sure. Oh, Darachu might be in some trouble here. Getting blocked a bit by the illusions of Taiga. And it looks like he'll be okay, but takes heavy damage here at the beginning of the game. We'll try to walk away.
And something worth pointing out about the way OG approached this draft as well was, Darachu actually taking a lot of damage here. We'll get a couple of raises in if he wants to, just 1 though. Opening the face with Naga when you have the absolute last pick of the draft does give you that flexibility option where you can switch it over to support. And what OG essentially accomplished was that they kind of forced Gaming Gladiators' hand to at least pick some sort of solution to carry Naga. And then when they don't like the matchup enough, they just swap it over to position 4 with this minus armor strategy they have. They have I think OG's lineup in itself has incredibly much, I don't know if you want to call it internal synergy, like the way the heroes play off each other. You have so much physical damage with minus armor, alacrity, whereas Gaming Gladiators' strategy is, as the panel pointed out, very much early heavy. I think it's super important for them that the lanes go well, but they are on a lot of comfort, and to me, maybe the unsung hero. Everybody's talking about Marcy, right? You know, it's like Marcy, Enigma. I think Tiny is still undervalued in this tournament. I think this hero is incredible right now, and they will grab that for Boom in this game, and he's one of the very best.
Yep, Dyrachyo still sitting on relatively low HP, but no way to really catch up to him right now. The raise way off here from Dyrachyo. Maybe a little nerves here on the stage. I mean, one thing we should mention about Gaming Gladiators, they started out the year extremely well. I can't remember the name of that. It was the regional finals or whatever it was called. They did really well. And then the second major they placed really well. And it feels like since then, they've basically, when they qualified for TI, I don't know if they've dropped off or teams have just figured them out a little bit better, because they just haven't looked quite the same since that point.
Yeah, I think this tournament has had plenty of surprises, right? And I think something worth keeping in mind is looking good in groups does not necessarily translate to the main stage, right? We've had examples this year, probably the most glaring one, with EG winning their group and then losing 4 games back-to-back on the main stage. It's a thing, you know, like you can have really good days, you can have bad days. The days you want to peak is on the main stage. And I think something that's really good for Gaming Gladiators in general is that, oh, hang on.
Nice cookie. He's going to close the gap here for Yuragi to right-click Tofu. Pops that Fairy Fire, but the Jingu is up, and First Blood goes to Yuragi. Gets a little bit of HP back thanks to the Boundless Strike Jingu combo. But OG first on the board.
And this is a very good lane matchup for Monkey King, one of the most formidable laners against the Underlords, so getting a little bit of a head start down.
Another Curry? No way.
Very good. Oh, he is
faster, yeah.
He'll
One
get,
more will do
my
it.
God, that is...
I think he didn't get Dyrachyo's Curry the first time, right? It was somebody else's, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Celery's. I mean, this is really bad news for Dyrachyo. That was his salve as well as Wraithband, so a lot of laning presence just out the window here for him.
Yeah.
Still has the 2 mangoes to work with, so I would say this should be a Shadow Fiend favored lane. Like, Slardar is a melee hero who has no ranged way of farming creeps, so every time you want to go and get a last hit, you're exposing yourself to getting raised comboed. But so far, so good for Amar, right? He's 13-3 against the basically exact same CS scoreline for the Shadow Fiend. And that is while playing with support Naga, who honestly doesn't really offer that much for a Slardar most of the time, right?
Offers courier killing potential, apparently. You can see another cookie setup kill onto Tofu. Jingu with the Scatter Blast. And second kill in this lane for Yuragi and OG overall, who, I mean, like you said, even in this off lane, for Amar, doing quite well to start this game. He's going to take a raise, though. Gets a crush off, but no one in the vicinity. So he'll have to back away as the Tango's slowly bringing him back up to a healthy amount.
I gotta say, man, I don't want to play a Silencer Underlord lane in this game. I feel like Silencer's job is so difficult. You need to offer some sort of presence for the Underlord, because if you don't, he just gets bullied out of the lane by the Monkey King snap. But if you come even remotely close, you get Boundless struck into a cookie and you just die, right? So it's just really, really difficult, and it goes to show how powerful this pick from OG was. I was wondering if Gaming Gladiators were actually going to opt to go for some sort of tri-lane to try to solve this laning problem, because they're one of the teams that likes to do that. But the issue is, I don't think Underlord enjoys either side lane. Otherwise, we'd be playing against Slardar, which is also not great. So you kind of had to choose the lesser evil here, and unfortunately both of them, for that guy, are not the best. Ace is getting great farm though, gotta say. 23-7 is very impressive against this lane, but it has cost a lot of potential for Tofu's ability to scale somewhat in this game on the Silencer.
Right. How important is it for Ace to be kind of active on the like, how fast do you actually get active on this hero with the Fiend's Gate? Because I can look at the OG lineup. You've mentioned the minus armor. They have amazing setup for Sunstrike in various ways.
Yep.
Like, their lineup makes sense. But from Gaming Gladiators, it feels like there's some maneuverability here.
I think there's some interesting plays with oh, hang on, bottom lane.
Yeah,
a lot of damage.
Storm comes out, but that's the stun onto Ace. And Yuragi not gonna go any further here.
I saw the glyph come out there. I think maybe Gaming Gladiators were expecting Yuragi.
Oh, the Hurricane onto Amar, but he gets the crush off and is A-okay. Taiga, he's gonna get the ensnare. A little bit extra damage to Celery, but Amar not in range to get a stun off.
How many courier kills we're gonna have this game? Is that 3?
Yeah, that was Ace taking out the opposing courier here.
Finally, Gaming Gladiators get on the board on that account.
Indeed. We should have a courier death count somewhere.
How about
Visible at all times.
How about a courier kill cam?
That's
Fully zoomed in.
That sounds kind of, I don't know, that sounds kind of violent, honestly.
Oh, but you don't mind when the heroes die, right?
Yeah,
sure, yeah, but the couriers, let's
but the
protect them at
squeal of
all
a courier is just on another level.
Have you seen the couriers? A lot of them don't really... Okay, I mean, there's kind of a... Okay, I take that back. That's a really cute dog with a hot dog in the dire base. All right?
Could be Onion.
could be anyone.
Scatterblast onto Ace.
Mars in trouble too.
The cookie set up. Boundless Strike. Sunstrike's coming as well. And Ace, one right click away, and Yuragi takes it. On the other side, Amar did fall to Duraccio, and Celery able to get out, so no trade at the top lane, but a trade basically globally for both respective position 3s. Taiga, Duraccio, another raise, but not quite enough to finish the job.
Pinecone?
The Pinecone is very scary.
It's too slow.
Very slow, as you would expect from an inanimate object.
Oh, it's still alive.
It be able to juke it successfully.
If it got to, what's it called again, the ability it has? You know this.
Seed Shot.
Oh, you actually knew.
I mean, that one's the dumbest name in the game, probably.
I forgot. It's not something you... Not a very called out ability.
True. Mid lane is one lane we haven't really talked about too much, with BZM on the Invoker sitting on 37 and 11, and then 31 and 12 on the other side for Boom on the Tiny, who is now smoked. So if they can, I mean, with the TP coming into the top lane, we'll see if they can punish this a little bit.
Yep. This should be a good rotation. If they kill Amar again, they actually stifle his game
run
a lot
into
here.
Taiga instead. They won't be as happy with this potential trade. And Taiga will be the sacrifice for OG, which again, they're going to be relatively happy. Although he did TP there. He was the one that TP'd, so
he did, but it's a
long walk.
It's a much smaller prize to claim. And in the meantime,
lane, Cookie, so much setup for this Sunstrike, and Yuragi still ends up with the kill himself. And he is off to the races, 4-0 to start the game. All 4 kills.
And you can see what item build Ace has gone for to try to combat this, right? He's gone Phase Boots and Lace on the Underlord, but even then, the stuns into Sunstrike just too much. Doesn't have too much in the way of tankiness. Obviously, you have a bit of armor, but he now even buys a fluffy hat, right? He's just really trying to get all the small value items that he can to try to stay alive down here. Want to point out, by the way, when we see this Invoker pick, I think OG, correct me if I'm wrong, they basically never play Wex, right? I'm like trying to think to myself about the rate of going these builds on this hero, and even in the patch where everyone was playing Quas Wex Invoker, this guy was the one player who just basically never deviated. BZM plays an incredible Exort Invoker, and it also goes very much in line with OG's kind of ideology in the patch, right, where they want all 3 cores to scale. So where other Invokers would go Quas Wex, Rush Urn, maybe Vessel into Midas, BZM, he goes Brown Boots Midas, Exort, and he farms. And he joins fights globally with Sunstrike, and then eventually he carries the game from mid. So quite concerning for Gaming Gladiators, I have to say. It's not like this is a monumental lead by any means, the 1K, but BZM's having a great game, Yuragi's having a great game, and arguably their lineup just scales so incredibly well with minus armor on Radiant against Roche as well.
Is Amar going for a Midas as well? Yeah, looks like that is also the case.
Yeah, well,
that's his catch-up mechanic, I suppose, because he's kind of pushed out of lane to a degree. But we'll see if it ends up being a little... I mean, obviously, I would assume Gaming Gladiators, their response would try to maybe push a little faster, group up a little more before that can really truly come online.
It's just the most Amar thing ever, right? Like, a lot of other players, it's like, oh, my other 2 cores are doing really great. I'm gonna buy utility items on my starter, and they will carry the game. Amar is like, you guys are, oh well, BZM, you are level 30 on Invoker, so that's okay, but Yuragi, you're only gold tier Monkey King. I don't trust you. I will get the farm. Oh, nice sidestep.
Yeah, but he's going to take a full Wukong's command, trying to walk on the outskirts with the Boundless Strike into the Sunstrike again. Not even needed. Enough damage again for OG. And you talked about, I mean, again, not to harp on this more and more, but the Exort Invoker, I feel like it works every time. Every hero on your lineup has a stunner route.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's in the lane. You have a setup.
It feels like we might later on in the tournament, if it goes well for OG, or even later in this series as well, we might see the Invoker Nyx combo, right? This is a classic. Nyx has been very popular this tournament. We saw Secret the other day win 2 games with Nyx Dawnbreaker, which also was that very nice global presence. You would get the stuns into the Dawn ult, Invoker Sunstrike, similar logic. And we know for a fact that Taiga likes Nyx, and he plays a really good one, so it could definitely be something OG could look for in their later games.
OG. Some prowess here in the top lane. Gonna force Gaming Gladiators out to be able to take the tier 1 tower.
BZM is getting so much done mid. I mean, Dyrachyo finally now will take out this siege creep, but mid tower down to 200 health, OG taking top tower, so effectively more or less grabbing 2 tier 1s at the 11-minute mark at the same time against an Ench lineup. That feels so good, as a wise man once said.
Yeah, I didn't even get that at first.
It wasn't on purpose. Then when I said it, I was like, oh no, here we go again.
Well, Boom is 1,500 into his Blink Dagger, and I think that is going to be the crucial point for Gaming Gladiators. They have to get stuff done with that, especially with the 2 Midases, which Amar...
Oh, but his might get delayed here, Yuragi.
Well, we have the initiation onto the Tiny now.
Good global.
The global silence to force OG back. And force the TP as well from Gaimin. And looks like there's not going to be any casualties here.
Yeah, there's almost perfect overlap between the cooldowns of these 2 spells. So Snapfire's ulti is 120 and Silencer's global silence is 130. So effectively, if you trade them off, you need to make a perfectly timed move with your next Snapfire ult to not have the silence available again. Seems like it was a big part of why Gaimin did pick this hero in this game.
Dyrachyo, Requiem, there it is. Do they have the raise? Yep, and Ace is here as well.
Huge
Big kill for Gaming Gladiators off of the Invis rune from Dyrachyo. But it's going to get punished to a degree. Ace will fall.
Nothing comes for free. But yeah, it's, for the first time in the game, now a minor gold lead for Gaming Gladiators, which... You know, usually you would look at this with the perspective of, all right, that's good, let's keep it up. But we know this team, we know how they play. A lot of the games that they win, or at least this year that they've won with a lineup like this right now, the gold lead would be 2K, 3K. And you are playing against a lineup that's running multiple Midases, so you do need to keep that pressure going so that they don't just naturally find more gold on the map that you can't because it doesn't exist.
Right.
So,
well, Boom has his Blink Dagger.
Yep.
See how fast they want to expose it, if you will.
I'd love to see, if possible, for Gaming Gladiators to, once they have global silence, try to make a smoke rotation with this tiny dagger, kill the Invoker mid, and look to pressure that tower with any strong Enchantress creep. It's a lot of things to have happen at once when you've already lost your top and mid tower, but I think you kind of need to get creative and start making invasive moves around the mid area, because otherwise OG are controlling what we used to call the triangle area. I don't know if we really should anymore because there's no third camp, but everybody knows it as that. But OG really want that area all the time because they are playing this greedy style with their Midas, and just Amar is also going and farming Ancients a lot of the time. So opening up the mid tower would give them more avenues to...
If you want to extend it a bit, and just the secret shop icon is the triangle.
That's true.
Point.
That's actually true on both sides. I like that.
Thank you, Cinderin.
You're very smart.
Thank you, Cinder.
Once in a blue moon.
Well, the smoke gank didn't end up resulting in a kill, at least not yet, although Yuragi is hunting. Celery inside the tree line here. There's the vision. Celery is mega dead. But again, just the support for Gaimin. Don't know if the Blink Dagger... What are they waiting for something specific? Are they waiting for the global silence to come back for Boom to reveal this Blink Dagger officially?
Not sure. It's possible that they were looking for a move, they didn't find the angle, and then OG were first to pounce, and they were like, all right, you know, the heroes that we were trying to gank, we didn't have time to catch, we're just back to farming. Like, you got to be efficient about it, right? If your move fails, make sure you get something done. But yeah, that was very unsuccessful here from Gaimin. Fortunately for them, they only lost Celery, of course. Rather unusual in a monkey diet, Celery, but he was hungry enough that he opted for that.
Probably not.
I can tell you from experience that if you have to be really hungry to eat celery, so he must have been starving after that death.
Well said. Agreed. Vegetables.
Nothing wrong with vegetables.
Yep, vegetables.
Just celery.
Dyrachyo, what is he working on right now? He has the Mask of Madness and the Dragon Lance.
Yep.
See him farming the Ancients and is an Ogre Club into the BKB, so things have kind of slowed down, which we talked about against the Midas is maybe not the best of moves, but we'll see how it works out for Gaimin. Echo Saber there for Yuragi as he's working towards his BKB as well. And obviously, from Amar's perspective, the Midas has been online for a decent amount of time, which now he finishes treads.
We will ensnare into Sunstrike, into all my spells, into Artyom coming, or Invoker. I have wards. We will ensnare into Sunstrike, into all my spells, into Artyom coming, or Invoker.
Oh, quickly back to live as Ace is dead, so we didn't get to see that gank in its full juicy perspective, Cinderin, but they did call what they were going to do, and they were successful.
Yeah, spoiler, it was a Sunstrike kill. Well, Invoker didn't get the last hit, but he was involved as usual. I was about to say before we saw this, I mean, it still rings true, right? I think the most impressive thing about Gaming Gliders this game is how much farm Ace has. He has 141 CS, he's topping the charts, and that was after laning against Monkey King Snapfire. Ace does a really good job in general for this team at finding a lot of farm. I think, you know, I think that was part of the reason that Gaming Gliders were doing so well earlier in the year was when they were running these tri-lanes with Duracho, they still, when they put Ace in the safe lane, he managed to just find a lot of last hits on the map in the jungle, just be very effective even with a bad start. And that's exactly the case here as well. He's 1-4, but his CS is very impressive. Boom.
Oh, Boom goes in, gets the Ava toss, but it's on a support Naga. Gets Hurricane, but there's the song. Taking some damage from the Arcane Curse. He's just going to TP out in the midst of the song as a tier 1 tower will drop in favor of Gaimin.
It's still, this is what Gaimin needed, right? They need to open that mid tower. So they do finally make this move and are successful with it. I like the choice there of holding the global. They could have killed the Naga if they wanted to, but they think the global silence is too important in order for them to go for their next objective, which is right here. And this goes very, very fast, actually. OG.
Yeah, they have to be careful. The Mortimer's Kisses are online. If OG have an idea this is happening, the Sunstrike is going to reveal a little bit. But Avatos back into the pit. Amar just dead. Just like that as the Mortimer's Kiss is coming out into Duracho, but the global silence counter that the panel talked about. And this is looking like a potential free Roche for Gaimin now.
Yeah, OG just giving it up. They're not interested. They don't have their Slardar. They can't get in there.
Yep, and the zoning Requiem as Boom secures the Aegis for himself.
Interesting they didn't give it to the Shadow Fiend. I really thought you were going to put that one on Duracho. I feel like this hero is often very vulnerable and gets a lot of value out of having the Aegis because you don't have to pop BKB in your first life when you get jump. Taking ult.
Yeah, Boundless Strike into the Wukong. Sunstrike coming, but he is okay. So he's trying to bait some TPs potentially, but nothing actually came.
He does have 15 armor, so Wraith Pact wasn't cooldown. Oh, he's actually going for the wave. Are you Shiraki gonna try him again here? No, not quite. But yeah, I love that move from Gaming Gladiators. Really good stuff. They not only do they get the Aegis, but keep in mind this Radiant lineup is incredibly good at killing Roche. So the fact that you take it away from them is almost as valuable as getting it yourself. Duracho would have loved to have it now.
The Aegis could have been on him, but instead he would have died twice in this scenario, I would assume. Although, you can see Gaimin starting to pincer in a bit. The Avatos onto 3, Misha very low, nice Firestorm from Ace as Yuragi kind of separated from his team, attempting to TP out, and he will be able to TP successfully, just barely out. The Aegis was consumed.
Yep, that's pretty good for OG. You're happy with that. You find the Shadow Fiend and you get the Aegis on the follow-up fight. All you lost was your position 5. That's great. Very, very good TP there out from Yuragi, obviously counting the stuns, knowing there's nothing left. The only cancels that they have are Requiem, which was dead, and then Underlord Root, as well as the Tiny combo that was used immediately in the beginning, so good call there.
And OG with the 1K lead at the moment. But it does, again, I know that OG are kind of the favorites going into this series, but with these Midas pickups, I feel like the fact that it slowed down a decent amount, they've kind of nullified the Roche that Gaimin was able to claim for themselves. It feels like it's OG's momentum right now to a degree, despite that Roche.
This aggressive move from OG could actually fail horribly. They don't know that they're visible under the ward.
And the toss, Requiem to follow. Yuragi is mega dead, and here comes Ace with the Fiend's Gate. Misha's going to be the second kill, so nice pickups for Gaimin.
What a sick ward. Like, I totally understand OG don't expect there to be vision there minute 19 around their own triangle there, but that paid massive dividends. That's a huge kill on the Monkey King. They get a little bit of a bonus there. And obviously what OG were hoping for here was for the Shadow Fiend to go and farm the Ancients so that they could get that kill with Monkey Snap plus the Sunstrike. But Gaming Gladiators one step ahead. They knew it was coming, and they set the trap. And that's going to result in a BKB now picked up on Duracho, and he's immediately eyeing up that Aghanim shard. It feels like it's different how people progress from this point on SF. We've seen some people get the shard, we've seen some people go straight butterfly, we've seen people go dataless in this slot as well. Scotty, there's plenty of options for what you can do on SF. I think the shard is nice though, for how the game is going right now. You want the extra, I mean, even just the extra little bit of fear is actually very helpful.
Why are you laughing? Isn't that the best part? It's so good.
I mean, it's half a second, right?
He gets initiated on by Amar, who pops his newly picked up BKB, continuing to bash away as the Wraith Pact is placed. The global silence is not really going to dissuade OG from continuing any further. And Taiga, he's going to get the backup of the rest of his team now. Now the focus is entirely on Ace, and the Mortimer's kisses are going to be enough. Double kill for BZM off the back foot of this. 3 dead for Gaiman as they are punished severely for entering OG's jungle.
And Global Silence there was expended, which means Misha could finally get to play a big part of his hero, which is always fun when you get to use your ultimate ability.
I have a mechanics question for you.
Yes?
For the Shadow Fiend, he has Specialist Array. How does that work if you get Shard and you're critting?
Pretty sure it only works in your main attack.
Okay.
I think it follows the same rules. I believe when this item came out, it actually synergized with Psyblades, but I think that got changed pretty quickly because you were Psyblading on all 3 projectiles, and that was kind of insane, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't think any of the secondary attacks carry anything at all. No attack modifiers, no crits.
Gotcha.
You're right. I mean, it's still nice on SF because you hit really hard and you like its stats, so it is a good neutral item on him. I wonder if SFs, if they could choose, if they would prefer this over Grove Bow. I don't think they would. I think the SFs would rather have that still. The attack range and the magic damage increase is super nice on this hero.
As he's actually opting not to go for the shard this time, so it will be a Daedalus.
Oh, he did change. Did he change his mind? He has the shard, right? It's coming out. No, it's not. He went Crystallis. You're right. So he did change his mind. Yeah. I heard you laughing at the half-second fear. It's like, okay.
You were the one laughing. I like that. That's the reason I think it's good. Last year we were actually dumping on this shard. And they added the fear, and I think that makes a big difference.
It is definitely better now.
So we have a smoke now from OG as they enter the triangle of Gaming Gladiators. They're not going to
find anything. Still there, but this time around, obviously not visible.
Yep, it's actually going to pop here, but they don't know that Boom is in the trees. So it looks like nothing will come of this other than potential wards here. Well, now they're heading towards the bottom lane.
That Gaiman just showed. I think they showed on this Naga illusion. At least one of their heroes did. They see Ace.
TP out. Ace might be the only one caught out, but the TPs are coming to the tier 2. It's caught inside the ice wall. And it's going to force some BKBs out of BZM, so not too bad from Gaiman.
Yeah, there was no backup nearby, and Amar still doesn't have the dagger. So it's a nice setup from BZM. Landed the spells pretty much perfectly. Tornado, EMP, and Ice Wall and into the snap, but they didn't have any follow-up, and Ace is just way too tanky for him to deal with on his own.
Is the 4K lead mostly Midas related, would you say? How much? I don't even know how to equate that at this point.
It's hard to say. I don't think it's mostly Midas. It's obviously starting to matter, but you also do have a 404 Invoker with 225 CS, right? So BZM is having an outstanding game here. I think that's, that's a really large part of the net worth difference. It's actually his difference down to the Shadow Fiend, who is playing a different role, is the net worth lead.
Tower is under attack.
And yeah, speaking of the Invoker, relatively quiet game from Boom. I feel like when this guy plays Tiny, he has a tendency of really taking over games and popping off on these Tinies, Ember Spirits. The spirits that are very kill hungry are his best. Hasn't really found many opportunities.
Yeah, it felt like when he picked up the Blink Dagger, there was like a 6-minute period where they were just farming still.
Yeah, they finally found those 2 kills in their own triangle, right? That he was involved in. If he didn't find those, he would have had 3 total kills to his name in at 25 on Tiny. It's very low for sure. And it feels like, so in this game state, I think OG are so comfortable, which is the biggest concern really for Gaming Gladiators, is that it's got to be in the back of your mind that OG want this.
Yeah.
They want the game to stall out and nothing to happen. They will smoke themselves now with a better map positioning perhaps, but like they don't have to make a lot of moves as long as the lanes are in the right position. They feel very comfortable with just scaling up.
Yep, Celery, tanking the gank. Deleted. Or Alacrity, and yeah, pretty much any hero would die there, so Gaiman would be happy that it is Celery.
Yeah, with Alacrity, Treads, and Midas, you might almost have regular attack speed against Enchantress. Very good.
Maybe that's part of the reason for going it. He has the damage from his buddy in the mid lane.
I think you were going to see most Alacrities probably go in the Monkey King, right? But I mean, but that's another nice thing about their lineup. Both heroes have the guaranteed procs from getting multiple attacks in, right? You combo that with an attack speed hero. Very nice synergy again.
Yep, next Roche, 35 seconds away, and I think that's gonna a game and have to get that one again. Obviously, the first time they got it, like you said, it was kind of taking it away from OG more than anything, but felt like they didn't really use it in any like meaningful way. That's BZM. Not going to get gone on here by Boom, who is working on the Aghanim Scepter.
This is actually really good timing for Duracho, so we're only 10 away from Big Bad Stone Man. And they do have a DD on SF. Good vision here from OG, though.
Mortimer's Kisses gonna reveal Celery here. Taking heavy damage, has the heal going though. You can tell Amar, oh, the blink is canceled thanks to the Arcane Curse. And Yuragi now resetting. A little bit of an awkward mini engagement here between the two teams as they know that Roche could be up.
Once again, great play from Tofu to not global there. It's very important that you have the right read. I think Misha was maybe hoping to bait it out, because if he forces the global there, OG are very strong to contest Roche. But with that still in their arsenal, they have ways of solving the BKB Invoker going in, the BKB Monkey King. It's a really big part of OG's team fight that Monkey gets his ult off. And if they see him at any point and he has to pop BKB defensively before he ults, they just global him out when he starts channeling the ult. And it gives them a lot more space and time in the fight for SF and the Tiny to deliver. Yeah, gonna see this is a really, really important moment. OG had the vision in the pit there. The Naga illusion as well as a Forge Spirit. Roche are pushing out mid lane with raises.
Yep, as Roche is already approaching the half HP mark. Let's see if Gaming can try to contest this, because this could be a turning point for them in this game, no doubt about it. They're going to run right into Misha as Roche is abandoned temporarily, but Ace is caught out. Yuragi gets off his ultimate, but he's taking heavy damage, has to pop the BKB, and now everybody tries to reset as the global silence comes in. Kind of resets his fight to a degree as Boom gets the Avatos onto Misha. It's going to be close on this kill. Finally finds it. That's just the first death in this engagement. As you can see, Amar going to town on the BKB SF through the song. And he's going to find that kill relatively easily, but he's going to be traded as a double kill for Celery of all heroes. And it turns into a 3-for-2. BZM has to ghost walk away. Yuragi's still fine and healthy, as the rest of Gaiman might have to reset a bit as 2 cores have died. And really the trade is for 2 supports as BZM nets the double kill thanks to that Sunstrike. And with that, Gaiman have to abandon this for the time being. You can see that Roche still pretty healthy, so it's not going to be an instant take for either team.
I wonder this fight that we just had break out there, where Ace got effectively forced down to 20% before he got out of the Monkey King ult. I wonder what that fight would have looked like if they globaled the Monkey ult. So we see it here, right? Yuragi jumps in and channels the ult there. If you global, he's just gonna pop BKB and ult again, right? So I guess there was just no way out of this, but it is a really important thing for OG in this fight that Ace is that low. If Underlord has a little bit more presence, he can offer more protection here for the Shadow Fiend by playing more aggressively in the fight, but he had to back off, and that gave Amar the angle to just go in straight away and just isolate Duracho out of the fight. And Shadow Fiend is that big damage dealer for Gaiman. Oh, we're back to live here.
Yep, we have mass TPs onto the outpost as the Mortimer's Kiss is coming, but not that much damage applied. As you can see, inside the pit, Roche still pretty healthy, but OG gonna try to start taking it now. Ace gets the Firestorm off, and here comes the tree volley from Boom, but not a whole lot of damage applied, mostly to Roche himself, as it looks like. Silence is gonna get initiated, but Tofu gets the 4-step off just in time as BZM has to re-engage, has to reset completely as BZM is taking huge physical damage from Duracho. And both teams, neither have found a kill in this engagement, but Gaiman feeling pretty nice to go inside this pit, at least at the moment. And such a tense moment here, knowing that this could be deciding the game potentially in the second Roche.
Yeah, Duracho could get the shard for free.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Very important.
Imagine that.
Yeah, they're starting to poke Roche a bit.
There is Song of the Siren. This is not safe.
Yeah. No Mortimer's Kisses at the moment, though. Here comes the Tornado. Going to clip Duracho, and of course they have the spam of the illusions to give the vision here as Roche just continually taking these tickles time and time again. Smoke out from OG. Requiem trying to buy some time to be able to take the second Roach, and they get it. Dyrachyo with the Aegis and the Shard.
Did he just last him with Sunstrike?
Looks like they actually want to try to fight this. Is OG able to get the beautiful meteor onto several heroes, but Tofu and company able to maneuver onto the other side of the pit. They haven't lost anybody here. Who did they get the Roche kill? No. Oh, you're right. Dyrachyo snatched the Aegis, so
I think BZM Sunstruck the Roche.
either that or an illusion from Naga, potentially.
I think it was Sunstrike.
Wow.
That's
I mean, either way, the Aegis and Shard are far more important at this stage than the gold that you
and
get.
they get the buyback on the snap, which is probably the least important out of all those
All right,
four
let's see
things.
here. All right, Requiem, yeah, Sunstrike, you're right. Oh my god, what are the chances? That's
50%.
insane. Okay, well, thanks. Quick robot math there.
Yeah.
62.5% accuracy on the Sunstrikes, not too shabby. I mean, every hero has a stun, basically. Make it a little easier.
Yeah, so depending on your perspective, maybe that's bad.
Maybe that's horrible, yeah.
Wow, you've missed 6 in this game?
Did Dyrachyo eat the Shard himself? Yeah, I think so. So
do you eat it?
Of course, consume. That's the same as eating in my book.
Yeah, okay. We'll take that.
Okay. So Dyrachyo with the Aegis for another 4 minutes.
This is actually a really strong time for Gaming Gladiators in 1 minute. Dyrachyo's going to pick up the Daedalus at that point with that fresh free Shard and the Aegis. I think Gaming Gladiators are finally going to start looking at some tier 2 towers and taking more control of the map. Maybe they will even do it before the Daedalus, but it just feels awkward to do it right now. You're 300 gold away, but maybe OG aren't interested in defending bottom anyway, in which case, you know, power to you. You can, one of the luxuries of having this Underlord is that you can send him top lane and he can connect with your team bottom with Fiend's Gate, kind of Dawnbreaker-esque gameplay that this hero can pull off. So they're not even too worried about ending up trading towers, but they should be worried about Ace's life potentially trying to fade out a BKB here. Now he doesn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, TPs are coming, but he's done.
Amar.
TPs matter not. Wukong's command use from Yuragi, I guess that's going to be used to ward off the rest of Gaimin that were potentially coming, and they'll take the tier 2.
It's a celebratory arena for the tower.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, that's not where he wanted to get forced by Celery, I think, but it's okay.
I mean, OG have done a pretty damn good job of, I mean, they've been giving up the Aegises, but it feels like they're the ones with the Aegises in a lot of ways. This game haven't really been able to capitalize either time.
They have 2 of them.
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh, the Salt Cuirass now on Amar. And the physical damage continues to be ridiculous from the side of OG. But it feels like both times that Gaimin have had the Aegis, the lead has grown a bit for OG in some way.
Well, now we can start talking Midas, because now it's been quite a while, right?
Yeah.
Both Invoker and Slardar, I would guess, have used it about 10 times each, perhaps. So that will obviously start really mattering and racking up. And Amar, as a result, also with the extra experience, has now reached level 20. So that's the -4 Corrosive Haze armor talent. Now down to -24 total on that spell. Do you ever buy a shard on this hero at this point? Like, it feels like a pretty
good,
valuable purchase, right?
Yeah.
Especially considering what heroes you're playing with. A lot of the time, Slaughter wants to get it for free from the Roche, but Amar is prioritizing, for the time being at least, going for a Nullifier to prevent the Force Staffs, which is honestly the main thing keeping him from just flat out killing heroes on his own, right? Is that they're pushing them away with the Ench Force Staff, with the Shadow Fiend Pike, and a Force Staff and Silencer too, right? They have 3 of them, so that Nullifier will be very valuable.
Well, Gaimin with the Aegis, grouping up top lane, they get the tier 1, looking for the tier 2 next, but it's going to be a trade again as OG, despite not having the Roche goodies, are A-okay with this trade.
All right, it's forcing time.
Indeed.
Here we go.
Less than a minute left on the Aegis, so see how OG want to try to approach this.
Do they have any offensive Force
Staffs? Boundless Strike, and look at the damage! The Aegis is just gone like that. Now the Wukong's command into the Meteor, and Dyrachyo dies a second time in the blink of an eye. Ace has to BKB Fiend's Gate away, and the rest of Gaimin have to ditch. Celery doesn't have that opportunity, and it looks like Tofu's TP gets canceled as well, so 3 dead as OG just on another level here. now with a 12K lead.
Yeah, I was looking if there was a potential offensive four-step play there onto the Shadow Fiend because he was just standing there hitting the tower. They don't have any four-steps. They don't need them. They literally just kill him instantly. Obviously, Gaming Gladiator, they have one save, which is Global Sounds, but doesn't really work for situations like that. Like, you're going to jump the SF, they pop Global, I think he still dies. And on the second life, they have literally no chance of saving him. He's getting perma-bashed by the Slardar when he comes back up, so that kill was instant. And you're going to see now they drop the Monkey King ult, and I think Amar turns back on him as well. Like instant bash again. He didn't play.
The fact that he had the presence of mind to go outside the Wukongs to hit a couple random enemies to get the bashes up again, to be able to get the literal perma-bash is insane.
Yep.
Man.
Clean.
So hard to play against that. As Tree Volley coming in. Boom. Oh, okay. Some damage gets the Avatos back into the pit. And they're going to get some form of revenge onto Amar. But they're going to need a lot more of that to get back in this game.
Well, they could at least claim a mid-tier 2. I don't think Amar is interested in going back for that unless OG do get a very clean setup once again, but maybe they're going to just try to defend it the aggressive way. They're pushing top, and they
initiated on. The sheep stick is there, and he is deleted.
They can actually force them back here. They can defend their tier 2 tower mid by pushing top. The OG have, or Gaming Gladiators have to come back here. They're sending back the Underlord for now.
Forge Spirits won't be able to finish it off, although boom, he's going to get ensnared, and you can see Gaiman have already TP'd a couple heroes, so they don't have that many in numbers. Boundless Strike connects as well. Duraccio has to Requiem to try to zone away the rest of OG, but there's the Sheep Stick and the Meteor with the Mortimer's Kiss. There's so much fire destroying the Stone Man as BZM able to get his BKB off, but you can see the song being used, and now they're just going to focus down the BKB targets for the time being. So 2 dead in favor of OG. With the Wukong's command, Boundless Strike onto 2, and Gaiman are getting destroyed.
Oh, so clean. What an insane fight from OG. Everything landing perfectly. Man, great spellcasting synergy. The way they set up that kill on Tiny and take advantage of him not having BKB is just so clean, right? And Snare into the Scatter Blast damage so he can blink, into the follow-up from the Monkey King. Just so clean.
What's the worst that could happen?
And everything from Invoker. That's a good line for that moment.
Some positivity here as OG now going to the high ground. And obviously, we can see there are a couple buybacks, but they're not going to be that impactful right now. As the fortification is popped, and this is looking like minimum 2 lanes, if not more. And again, when Shadow Fiend's back, he's going to have half the souls, so won't be as powerful as he could be. Scotty now picked up by Yuragi. That's 2 lanes. And now trying to go for the Megas. Boom. He's going to get initiated on mid-tree volley, and look how fast he dies again. Scatter Blast finishes him off. He does have buyback this time, though. But at this point, it's going to be Mega Creeps. As Gaiman, they're just getting zoned out by BZM, who has the delicious meatball surprise with the refresher. And the global Duraccio is there.
Can't play. Like, he's literally just
He just dies on the outskirts as the rest of Gaiman are stuck in their freaking fountain right now. Good lord. OG, I think it's just a range racks on the top to be able to get those Mega Creeps as Yuragi pops the BKB. Boom, with a pretty good tree volley, but it's not enough damage at this stage of the game. As they're going to be able to finish off, and that's a dieback for Mr. Boom himself. And it looks like game 1 as GG's come out, go to OG in extremely convincing fashion. And I know we came in thinking OG would be the favorites coming in, and they're showing why here. They're able to play greedy with double Midas, and it worked out.
It did. Gaming Gladiators went for one of their, tried and tested and true strategies, but they didn't get the lead that they needed. They're very used to, when playing these kind of tactics, to get that early advantage and snowball with it. And OG managed to weather the storm in their lanes, keep it close, get the Midases, get the farm up, and honestly, just a standout performance for me in this game by BZM on the Invoker. Not really too surprising, I guess you could say, from an Exort Invoker with a good laning stage, but just really clean across the board. They pulled out this first phase Naga Siren support, made it work. Kind of caught, it felt like it caught Gaming Gladiators off guard in the drafting stage that this Naga was just transitioned to position 4, and yeah, just very clean stuff from OG, inspiring.
Do you think that Gaiman, like looking back on this, I mean, this is just my thoughts, and it means nothing at this point, but
I know.
When the two Midases come out, do you think that's the point they just need to get, like, ultra aggressive? Is that something they could have changed?
I mean, it's easier said than done, right? Because
for sure.
the thing is, these Midases, it's not like OG are playing a lineup here where they're unable to fight because they have Midases, right? I think the hero that was suffering the most was the Slardar, but Monkey King had a great start, Invoker had a great start, and they were just setting up moves left, right, and center with Misha on the Snapfire and Taiga on the Naga, so they had time, and they got the job done.
So game one goes to OG, and of course it is a best of 3, and this is an elimination series, of course, because we are in the lower bracket. Let's see what the panel has to say about the physical damage lineup of OG.
Thank you very much indeed, Sunspan and Synderen. We're going to prepare for that second game of the series and break down the first one. And it was a lot about this matchup. We got the carry matchup. I need to talk about mostly the guy at the very end over there, because Shadow Fiend, I think maybe we saw a little bit of panic pressure coming out from Gaming Gladiators Lacoste, where at some point they got the Aegis, they're like, oh my god, we need to make this work. And then everything fell apart even more than it already
I want to go back to
even further.
Laning stage.
Okay.
Taiga did manage to kill Career twice from the Shadowfiend, which did set him back. This is supposed to be the lane that they completely dominate, playing the Shadowfiend into melee matchup. But yeah, as you said, when they were sieging the high ground with the Shadowfiend, they wanted to make use of it. They're like, we got to do something with it. TI nerves at the stage, you know it's going to happen, but also this Monkey King, like, he had an extremely good laning stage coming up with the Snapfire, Cookie to close the gap and being able to dominate the lane, also TPing to the top lane and managing to kill the Shadowfiend. This was one of the moves that kind of sets the tempo for the game, where you kill Shadowfiend and also you take the tower.
But not just that, also Monkey King's really strong lane with the Snapfire set up for so many Sunstrikes coming out of Invoker, which gave BZM that extra boost that he needed in the early game to transition into that mid game, because they did get the Midases, the gameplay did slow down in OG, and Gladiators did capitalize on that, right? They got 2 Roshas, they took some really good fights, they took over OG's triangle, but you had BZM on this Invoker just playing the map impeccably well, right?
He just never. We're not going to let Jenkins talk have a 100 point. Very good.
Yeah, it was just so impressive. That was a masterclass of macro gameplay. He was just pushing out the lanes to the very end. And the most important thing that I want to highlight that BZM did on this Invoker is that the target that he bullied the most was the Underlord of Ace. He was constantly EMPing this hero who wanted to come play the map, right? He wanted to push out lanes, but he would walk to a lane completely drained of mana, because that was literally all BZM wanted to do was EMP him, and then he'd just have to walk base. He couldn't do anything.
Different matchup, because Tiny needs to control the runes. He needs to move. He needs to be not under ward to be able to gank, while Invoker does have a Sunstrike. If Tiny leaves the lane, that means with the Forge Spirits, he's going to be able to push the tower. At 11 minutes in, they did manage to kill both off lane and the mid tower, which did open up the map quite a lot for OG.
Yeah, I mean, BZM, like you guys said, was an absolute monster that game. I feel like he was the real carry. But I also feel like, going back to the original matchup, Gaming Gladiators, the carry SF, it seems like, to a degree, it's been figured out by some teams at this tournament. We've seen Bloodseeker go for Basher and just sit there and man up against the SF, and SF can't outtrade that. Slardar did the exact same thing. Monkey King did the same thing, especially with the minus armor and the alacrity. And Monkey King eventually gets a Basher, but it seems like these heroes that can just BKB, ignore everything else, and just straight run at the SF is the way to counter it. And it makes me think, like, maybe this is something that it's one of these heroes that's supposed to fall off after the first few days of the main stage, because that's happened every single year with some heroes.
Yeah, it happens indeed. I also wanted to touch upon something that you guys saw during the draft, that they weren't too happy with the silencer position 4. Who wants to take that one?
Yeah.
Because it obviously didn't work, but when we saw the game, it did have quite a big impact still with the globals.
He did, managing to stop the Snapfire ulti multiple times. Also, if they pop the BKBs, we've seen OGs disengaging multiple times. But this is the type of a draft from Gaming Gladiators where you have Silencer and Enchantress. You need to be heavily focused on the laning stage, get that advantage early on, 3, 4, maybe even 5k to be able to get the ball going. But didn't happen. Like, at one point, you could feel that they actually have like 2 position 5 heroes. Enchantress kind of taking over slower because she scales better than the silencer, trying to itemize for dealing more damage because it felt like they don't have it. Underlord very limited because, as Effie said, like he was getting heavily focused by this invoker, so kind of difficult. Like it can work, but in the game when it's even, you can feel that you need that floor.
But it's not even that, right? That is an excellent point, but I just feel like Gladiator's draft, the heroes were so slow, right? That once the map started to get picked apart by OG, they parked their Naga near the jungle where Gladiators was playing because it was a way for Naga to kind of scout people out with her illusions, but also cancel TPs of the song or potentially set up good situations for OG. So I thought that was a neat little thing that they did with her. But like Lacoste mentioned, this silencer, this enchantress, this tiny, they're just all very slow. The only hero who had a means to potentially open up the map and counterplay the movements was the Underlord, and like we mentioned, he wasn't able to do that. So while the silencer did contribute a little bit, by way of giving Roche, because you had the global to take 2 Roches, he cancelled Mortimer's kisses. He did some good stuff during the game, but just this slow-moving hero, his weaknesses just unraveled throughout the game.
Yeah, it really does. So time to go back to the drawing board for Gaming Gladiators. We'll see what they got coming towards OG in game number 2. And while they're discussing that, we are going to check in with Casey and Slacks and see what they're up to.
Woohoo! All right, so we came out to find some of the biggest fans from both teams. That's who we came out here to find. OG fans in the house? OG! Yeah, OG! Except, who is your favorite player?
Seb. I know he's back there.
I come out of the crowd, I'm like, OG fans! They're like, me! Everybody's like, Seb, go Seb! I'm like, he's not playing this. That's changed, right?
Yeah, he's back there. I know he's there.
What do you want to say to him if he can hear you right now?
I hope we can get a picture with him and interview.
Yeah, Seb, stop what you're doing right now. Come on out here. We need a picture. What about you? Who's your favorite player?
ATF.
Ooh.
Amar.
Yes. Gather in.
ATF. Amar.
ATF. BZM.
No tail.
No tail. Again, with us in spirit, but yes, I like it. Now, you guys promised you would do an OG dance with me. You ready?
Yes.
Okay, come on, let's go. All right. I'll bet you Slacks can't beat this.
OG, cut the camera. There's other teams out there. In fact, the Gaming Gladiators, we found the literal Gaming Gladiator celebrate. Is anyone here a GG fan? There we go. All right. These people need to get motivated. The boys need to hear you in the back. Please give us a rousing speech, Mr. Gladiator. I give you a mic.
Give us a Gladiator fans, are you not entertained? We never give up. We're gladiators. We're strong physically. We're strong mentally. We're never out. GG. Next game. Let's go.
Hell yeah, let's go! I want the game 3. I know the Gladiators do. I know the OG fans do. Casey, Slacks! Game 3! Game 3! Oh, that is a great impression. Thank you very much, and we'll put it back to you guys. Whose hat is this? Whose hat is
Don't worry about it. You steal drinks and hats.
I got the lights.
What you do here?
That's
Great.
not good.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much, Slacks and Casey. You got quite some fans in the arena indeed. Are you doing well, Jenkins?
What do you
Are
got
well?
there, Jenkins? Some sauce OGs, huh?
I don't get it.
Sausage.
Yeah, speaking about OG, I feel like the last game, the fact that they built 2 Midases, they knew that they could basically hold out the early to mid game, and then eventually the timer was on Gaming Gladiators.
It really was?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's all.
Okay, well, with that said, let's focus our attention on what the teams are actually discussing right now, because we've only had 2-0s, and these teams, they're very well aware of it, and as we heard earlier today, momentum and confidence plays a big part in the current meta because of the extra duration of the games. Jenkins had a perfect explanation earlier today, but that means that there's extra pressure coming into the teams during these 10 minutes. Immortal Faith, the coach of Game Gladiators, got his work cut out for him, of course. Effie, what would your speech be?
My speech?
Yes.
I would say, don't give up, guys. Woo.
I'm not sure if that would do the trick.
I'm motivated.
I would take this Gladiator guy from the audience and put him
That
in.
guy.
It's like, do the speech for me.
That's true. They should find that guy
Do
and
the
just put
speech.
him in the booth.
Do the speech.
Yeah. No, but I think that Gladiators really are onto something because that game didn't look bad. Like I said, the map just kind of got out of control for them, and their heroes were not equipped to play the same macro game that OG's heroes were. But those first 25 minutes, they really had the right idea because as we see with OG, they're still not playing the Wraith Pact offlaners, and when a team like Gladiators does group up for the 5-man, they can exploit their Wraith Pact hero, their 5-man heroes, versus OG's really greedy cores still.
Indeed they can, and we are having the teams coming back on the stage. So all those discussions have already taken place. There's only one focus now, and that focus is on the upcoming game. That focus is on the draft. And we could very, very much see that these teams are very used to each other, because when the Naga was first picked up by OG, Gaming Gladiators knew that this is going to be a support Naga. They ended up banning out some carries at the end because they knew that Naga was not going to be in the hands of Yuragi there at the end. It's going to be interesting to find out what else they got up their sleeves. What else do they have up their sleeve, you think, Lacoste?
I think Gaming Gladiators, they need to shift things up a little bit. Like their hero pool, as we said before, was one of the lowest ones, and these players, they can play different heroes. Also, like Boom did great. He did extremely well. We saw a game against Fnatic when he popped off completely on the Storm Spirit during the DPC. His Ember Spirit, his Storm Spirit were one of the best tools. Something that did lift this team up quite a bit. So maybe go that route, like give him constant pressure on the map. And maybe I also want to see Ace on something different. Like Jenkins did say that Tidehunter, one of his best heroes, definitely wasn't picked so far in the international. But yeah, something that can run at people, something that does stuff compared to the Underlord, who's very sluggish as a hero.
He's been actually playing a lot of
Brewmaster,
not run at you heroes. Yeah, I mean, I guess Brew kind of is, but he's pretty dependent on the ult. Brood kind of takes over an area.
Broodmaster.
Underlord, yeah, that's the new hero they're coming out with. Underlord is like, yeah, you take an area, but Enigma, same thing. Like, yeah, it would be cool to see him on his Beast or
even Visage, Night Stalker, some of his signature heroes as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ace's hero pool is an issue, right? Because this is how the meta is going right now for most of the teams, with the exception of OG, of course. They're always doing their own thing.
Yeah, they are the exception.
Yeah, because he's going for these Wraith Pact heroes. We see it all the time. We've seen it work for every other team, and it seems to be okay. I don't think the Underlord was that much of a problem. I kind of just think that, like Lacoste mentioned, Boom used to just play these explosive spirit type heroes that had high mobility and were always setting up for kills. Tiny can be played the same, but it's a little bit slower. It needs that Blink Dagger. It needs a little bit of time, and often it will just need that BKB. So I would like to see Gladiators just go back to basics, go back to their comfort, right? They innovated so many things that we saw for so long. The IO and the Storm, the Ember versus Huskar, like willingly picking Ember into Huskar. That's how much confidence they had in their mid players. So let's see that again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, we got some stats throughout the break that Tofu is the top 5 assists of all time for TI, right? Going into the game. And
yeah, that's the finish.
And Dyrachio also has average GP, is the highest average GPM in this TI.
It is time to get into it. It is time for game number 2.
Diamond Gladiators versus OG. Game 2.
And if we want Tofu to once again get high assist numbers, he needs to play something else.
Yes.
Other than Silencer.
I think that was a part of the problem, to go back to Jenkins' point about him being very active in terms of the assists.
You get assists for pressing global. Now they changed that. If you silence somebody and they die, you get the assist for it.
Do you
now.
actually?
Yes, you do. Yeah, it counts on the ticker as an assist.
Okay,
so that
for silencer with the refresher this game.
Yeah, just maximize your assist stats.
It counts because it's a debuff, and all debuffs count as assists.
It used to not, though. Now if you're Spear Breaker charging somebody and they die, you get an assist. And you actually get gold for it now.
That's always been that way.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, because if something didn't take damage, you would not get the assist.
That's not true. I used to play Spear Breaker 2 years years ago and just get so many assists charging heroes that aren't.
Well, yeah, but we're old. I mean, 2 years ago, it might have actually been when they patched it. I'm talking about like 4 or 5 years ago.
Just
Yeah.
so you guys know, you know how you try to like make your stats better than they actually were in Dota games? I used to do that with Spirit Breaker all the time. When I knew the hero was dead, I would just charge it anyways. Like, give me that assist to make me look good.
I'm too old for that meta. I never thought about it that way because it never counted when I did it.
It didn't count, no.
All right, we're in the draft here. We got ourselves Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side this time around, so they swapped around. First pick is going the way of OG, and we have Shadow Fiend. Even though it lost, still removed from the pool. Compared to previous game, we saw previous game OG, they banned out both the Marcy and the Primal Beast. Now both are still in the pool. On the side of Gaming Gladiators, they stuck with the same thing. They still ban out the Razor and the Timber, and the Undying next to the Shadow Fiend is the other one removed, and it is going to be Pango as the first pick.
So this Pango is just a testament to how this hero, since his release, has just been so useful in what he can do in the game. But right now, most popular as a mid laner, he's very good as an anti-zoo hero, right? He's anti-summon, he roams around very well, can match the pace of a lot of heroes, and he's very heavy on skirmishes.
He's also an anti-carry hero with his disarms. That's something that a lot of carries don't like to play into. And this is going to be a silence. A good way to counter Pangolier when he tries to use the role to be able to lock him down, or even focus him down with the heavy physical attack while the rest of the team does have global on them.
Yeah, but also Enigma still in the pool. So if OG had decided to pivot and just pick that Enigma in the second phase, the Silencer has already been picked up by Gladiators. We also saw what Silencer can do around the Roche pit, right? He just secures these early Roche fights incredibly well. So outside of simply just countering a hero, he does a lot for early objectives.
I'm fairly certain that one of the higher win rate heroes in the game versus Primal Beast is Viper. You'd think like there's some break mechanic at play there, but I don't think it has anything to do with the break. I think it's just that you can Viper ult the Primal and screw with his trample through the BKB once he eventually picks that up. So Viper can always, kill him when he charges in, and also Primal Beast, like, he gets in your face, and you just get 5 stacks of poison on him and kill him through his ridiculous armor and high HP pool, because he's the highest strength gain hero in the game. So I do like this Viper pick.
Yeah, they might shift the priority of this Primal Beast, because both Boom and Ace were playing it so far in this TI, so maybe start thinking about different, because I mean, even Viper is a flexible pick. Like you can go to pretty much every single role with this hero, and Yoragi, his hero pool is the highest at the international. So, but they might still run Viper. He's played so far, I believe, 18 different heroes.
Crazy. Okay, we're gonna Lich ban out coming from Gaming Gladiators, and now we see also the Marcy removed.
Yeah, Lich is a hero that we have seen become a lot more popular simply as a response to the Marcy, because people have caught on to how strong Frost armor can be, especially if you're not playing versus any Dispels or Purges. And a lot of heroes like Primal Beast love to combo this hero. We've also seen it comboed with Lesh, and just that early boost of being able to go in the enemy team, just go in the center like a bulldozer and live out for as long as possible is really annoying to play into, even if you're not directly countering anything.
And just removing a couple of strong heroes for OG here with the Broodmother as well. Templar Assassin removed inside of Gaming Gladiators, also potentially avoiding some extra minus armor strat from the carry side of things, now that there's no Slardar at play.
It's insane that Enigma is just
ignored,
even by the teams that get the Silencer.
And Marcy just made it all the way to the second phase.
Okay, there it is. Thank goodness. There it is.
But I just feel as though the heroes that are incredibly popular during groups always fall off during main stage somehow. And
at least a few of them, yeah.
They can figure it out.
But the thing is, we were making these discussions, or we were making these points about how main stage meta shifts towards teamfight and comfort, but I feel like Enigma is a hero that's comfort for almost everybody, because he's been in meta for what, 6 months now?
It's been so long.
You need to know how to play Enigma, otherwise you're going to be very crippled when it comes down to variety of the heroes that you can play. And Crystal Maiden, like, I don't mind seeing Crystal Maiden Silencer as a duo, because I think it's a bit different. Crystal Maiden does scale quite a lot in the mid and late game, but this is a good counter. Having Clockwork against both of these supports and also blocking the Primal Beast. Like, if we go way back, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, when like Ancient Apparition, Shaker were extremely popular as heroes, Clockwork was always a counter, being able to scout to them in the back lines and also initiation on them, forcing them to get a Force Staff. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do, but you know, you still need to get the gold from somewhere, and after the recent patch, the gold is you get less gold on these supports, so that means that these Force Staffs are going to come into the game a little later.
Yeah, and I have to. That's actually a really great point. Supports got super nerfed versus Clock when they don't even get gold anymore. And yeah, the flag bearer creep kind of equalizes that and gives it to the carry, but often supports aren't even on the lane.
They're not even there. Yeah, they're trying to get like bounties and doing like other support things.
Honestly, maybe you'll get 1 to 2 flag bearer creeps in the first 10 minutes, but you have so many other things to do that you can't play the greedy route and just try to stick around for every second wave. It doesn't work that way. So supports really have lost a lot of gold this time around, which interestingly enough, I thought maybe Bounty Hunter would become more popular simply because of that, but yeah, that hero still sucks.
He was very popular in pubs just before TI. Like I was thinking, like, oh man, all the pros are playing this.
That's because people have fun stealing gold from people. That's what they've done.
It is pretty fun to go goblin mode.
But as far as drafts go, I think OG's draft is pretty scary right now. This last Lifestealer pick from Gladiators does a lot for them because he counters a lot. He can fight through the Rolling Thunder, he can fight the Viper, he can fight the Clockwork and the Jakiro. So this is a great hero, but taking that away, they just have so much to counter the Primal Beast. They've got this Clockwork, they've got the slow from Jakiro, they've got the combination of Macropyre plus Power Cogs, they've got the Viper Strike on the Primal Beast. And all of these things that I mentioned, who else hates them? 2 slow-moving support heroes.
I think Ursa's still in the pool for OG. They might be a little limited on tower damage, but just looking at the carry-to-carry matchup, like it's great against the Primal Beast who wants to get in multiple times in and out, and just the matchup against the Lifestealer is really good for Ursa.
And you'll 2-shot these supports, dude. There's no way a Crystal Maiden can deal with an Ursa.
It's also just not bad for Monkey King, again, if that's the route they want to go. The Monkey King was an excellent pick. Last game, the BKB timing was nice, and it's really good here, too. Especially when you have a Pangolier who can do so much for you. The Monkey King was super capitalized on because of the Invoker Sunstrikes and him having a stun, being able to set that up. It won't necessarily be the same effectiveness in the first 15 minutes of the game, but as the game progresses, also still great pick here.
Even Terrorblade is a good solution because these heroes can get on top of you, but their damage is extremely limited when he has a BKB.
I like the idea of a melee carry more, simply just to pair up the Clock with the Viper and the Jakiro with the melee carry.
Faceless Void.
It's a great Void game. I was actually looking at Dota Buff, and Void has one of the top win rates versus Primal Beast. It's great against these like spellcasting supports who are very spammy, and you can time dilate them for a lot of damage and chase them down. It's great against Lifestealer. I think if you go late game Lifestealer versus Void and you don't have some sort of other like semi carry, it's basically a loss. Like it's very difficult for Lifestealer in this matchup.
But it just kind of counters what Lifestealer wants to do with his Rage versus the rest of OG's heroes. Worst comes to worst, you just Chrono that guy and then you try to kill the rest of his team, right? And then by the time his Rage is over, your team can handle it. So I like it a lot. But I remember when Primal Beast was the scourge of pub Dota when he was first released, it kind of felt like the only way to beat that hero was to pick Void on the safe lane, just because he jumps away from him, right? He tramples you, you get away. He had no inherent means to kill you after he already used his charge. So even though Primal Beast has a lot of bad lane matchups now because he got nerfed, Void is still tried and tested, works really well against the hero on lane, in the game, and with the BKB timing.
Is it time to shift this Primal Beast to the off lane and get something?
That's what I was thinking. A semi carry like Storm would be amazing.
Yeah, because they have they do have lockdown with the Pangolier ulti, Ice Bat, like Chrono, but I think you need the hero to boom. Yeah, I'm thinking about Storm, but especially because there is Crystal Maiden in the team, just to be able to enable him even more.
It's a hero that can jump the Void and kill the Void as well, like catch him out when he's on a lane.
Dude, this is such a nice clock game. Actually, I'm looking at it. You also have the cogs into Rolling Thunder combo, and just the combo in his lane is nice. And with both, I mean, he just enables everybody on this team. Also, the Rocket Flare vision to set up the Chronospheres. He actually does everything for every single hero on his team. That's one of the best clock picks I've seen.
Well, we do see this Storm in the end coming out, and that means we're going to have a Primal Beast played by Ace. That will be his first Primal Beast play of the International. But does this mean, this Storm pick, does this mean that you guys are a little bit more on board on a potential of a Game 3?
Because I've been thinking about like what options do they have, and this seems like a good option. Something that doesn't rely on any cooldown. You can play very aggressive. We did say that they need
carries
this.
the game as well.
Yes, exactly, and feels much better. I would say. I'm still a little worried for their damage output once Faceless Void gets to his like 3-4 item timings.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I was loving hearing you guys' thoughts, but I think people also are gonna love hearing the thoughts of Seb, who's standing by with Slacks.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely, my friends. I'm here with the choo-choo train Chubak. How you doing? Fantastic. So, Primal Beast, pretty good hero. You only picked 5 counters against him. Do you think that you have enough to take that beast down?
Should be fine.
All right, should be fine, should be fine. Now, how much did you guys prepare for this match against Gaming Gladiators? I know that you guys are the favorites always to win TI, so they're very prepared for you. Did you do a lot of research against them?
I mean, it's like 4 or 5 hours straight preparation.
So, okay, he's not lying! Shut up in the crowd. All right, thank you very much. All right. Are you going to win this game? Give it to me straight, Choo-Choo Train.
I guess.
I guess! All right! Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me pass it over to the most successful podcasters in all of Dota 2. They paid me $100 to say that. Sunsfin, that's Edrin.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks. Another very good interview. Hopefully an Emmy Award-winning interview, just that specific one. Will go down in history.
I love the confidence. When you can just tell the coach, like, I guess. You just know it's in the bag, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm so inspired. You know, I think coaches saying, I guess, have a higher win rate than coaches saying we are definitely winning this game, at least at this event so far.
I would love to see the statistics on that.
Yeah.
One-word answers, if that equates to more wins, or if they're eloquent, perhaps they lose more.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. But
kind of like me. I talk a lot, but not so much play, you know? So it makes sense. It really does make sense.
Well, you know what else makes sense? That this is Game 2, because Game 1 is over. Not sure if you're aware of that, Cinderin, but
that's true.
Game 2 of this lower bracket matchup between Gaming Gladiators and OG. OG with a 1-0 advantage so far. And they're looking to close this series out while Gaimin trying to hold on to their TI hopes and try and force a game number 3. We're finally going to see some Primal Beast action. But the panel kind of talked about a lot of bad matchups for my boy. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so Clockwork is already a little bit of a tricky one to deal with because you're a mobility-based hero, right? As Primal Beast, you really need to move around and navigate the fight, and you have an ability that gives you a lot of armor, but in the way, like Clockwork is 90% magic damage, he has a lot of ways of interrupting your movement with cogs, with hookshot, battery assault is annoying, and you have Pango ult that's going to be annoying for you. You have Ice Path that you need to navigate around, Viper Strike, and then the final last pick that OG get, which kind of reminds me a little bit of what they did in game number 1. They picked this Faceless Void, so if the Primal is going off lane, he's going to be playing against Void, which is one of Primal's worst lane matchups. You can just time walk away from the trample. And if he's going mid, he's going against Pango, who can just swashbuckle away from the trample. So they kind of cover their bases here where they see Gaming Gladiators going for a top-tier pick, and they just make sure there's nowhere he's going to be truly happy to play. So it's a very disruptive way of thinking about drafting that not only do their heroes make a lot of sense together, but there's one singular hero in the enemy team that you're really just trying to make miserable, and that's going to be Ace. So curious to see how he performs in this game. I think it's a very difficult Primal game.
Yeah. What about the other heroes, though? We have Lifestealer with the Infest Bomb potential into the Storm Spirit, which was the last pick from Gaimin.
The Storm pick was very good, for sure.
So see if they can execute properly in the mid-game. Try to get some pickoffs here onto OG. How many Midases can we see in this game from OG?
I don't think BZM usually buys Midas on Pango, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say 0.
0?
Is
the
Void
Viper Midas.
Maybe Uragi will buy one, wouldn't he?
Yeah, maybe Faceless Void buys it from time to time, right? So, and Amar buys one every game, so I think it could be 2 still.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It definitely could be. And on the side of Gaming Gladiators, yeah, Lifestealer, probably the only one who would ever buy it, really. If you buy Primal Beast Midas, you're playing the hero wrong. I'll go out and say that right now.
Maybe he needs it real bad this game because of the bad matchups.
I think that's not a good look.
I mean, what kind of itemization can you go for Primal Beast to try to mitigate like the counters that you're going up against?
I mean, you obviously have to get BKB, right?
That's every game.
Yeah,
no,
but you have to get it even more this game. You have to get 2 BKBs this game.
Oh, so a refresher. Okay.
But you don't have mana for that, so you need some sort of item to give you mana. So you're gonna hope that you find...
All right, give me the full list of items that will allow him to have double BKB.
Is he getting the robe or not?
Let's just say everything goes his way.
Okay, BKB phase boots robe, refresher, and then is wand enough? I don't actually know. It's probably close.
I don't know. His mana pool is atrocious. As Taiga taking pretty heavy damage in the bot lane here. Dyrachyo pops the rage, take off those poison attacks.
I mean, you could also go BKB refresher and 6 mangoes.
Okay, sure, that sounds a little less than ideal.
He has 3 of them already. He's halfway there.
So he just needs to not use them.
He almost has his first major item, 6 mangoes.
Maybe if you could get the mango tree, then it would be possible.
Oh.
Right, then you don't have to buy it.
Missed that so much, Misha.
Onslaught with the trample, lots of damage. I mean, you talked about how Yuragi can deal with this, but what about Jakiro?
Yeah, Jakiro is not particularly good against Primal in lane, so Misha definitely has to be careful about positioning. One of the upsides to Jakiro over certain other supports is it has pretty high base HP, so getting the full kill is difficult, but you put a lot of pressure and you do economic damage. Jakiro's probably going to have to buy salves here if it keeps getting pressured. But yeah, it could be better, it could be worse. There are certain other supports that absolutely get bodied by Primal, and Jakiro is not really in that category, but it's also not the greatest.
We are many minutes away from this happening, so I don't know why I'm bringing it up now.
Tier 5 neutral items?
No, actually, for once you're incorrect.
I can't believe it.
Well, I'm bringing this up because I know you're such a big fan of Clockwork, but
I am.
seeing the Aghanim Scepter at this tournament, it hasn't been picked up as much because it's a lot of it's support and you have to get the gold, but when it's picked up, it feels impossible to play against a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think the biggest upside to it is just the vision, right? If you're playing support Clock and you just spam out the rockets in key moments, you get a lot of information, which is very powerful. I do think in this game, Taiga is more likely to go Force Staff, though. I just think it's too good to not buy. You're playing against Lifestealer, you're playing against Primal Beast. Oh, Taiga, by the way, taking some hefty damage down here. We'll be fine, though.
Yeah, has to be careful with that Ghoul Frenzy, of course, level 1. Very important spell for Lifestealer.
I mean, unless they see incredible value in getting the multiple rockets, I think the best Clockwork build in this game is probably Force Staff Lotus. Get the Lotus against the Global Silence for any teammate of your choosing so you can save them. It's a great way of countering Storm Spirit because he can't really Vortex unless he BKBs. And the Force Staff just amazing, right? Primal, Lifestealer, even Storm. If the hero at least turns around before they get pulled by Vortex, you can reset their position pretty well. I'm going to trade again.
It could be very annoying as Dyrachyo has to pop the old rage and just walk out. I mean, from BZM's perspective on the Pango, when you're going up against the likes of, like you said, the Global Silence, which can be really annoying. What's the Yuragi? Oh, the Trample.
He has time walk again.
Though. But what kind of itemization for BZM? Are you having to go BKB at some point? We used to see Lotus Orbs back in the day, but that hasn't really been as much of a thing for the mid-Pango. Or you're relying on your team to get
I kind of like Diffusal here still, right?
Well, you're going to go for that regardless, right? But like,
yeah, after Diffusal, I don't know, is BKB enough?
Accelerate?
Yeah.
That's going to be first blood for Amar. And Dyrachyo has to be careful. He's going to pop the rage, though.
This bottom lane got basically twice as strong when Taiga hit level 3. It is such a huge turning point for Clockwork's ability to play offensively. Like, heroes that can usually somewhat trade with you just get absolutely destroyed all of a sudden because you more than double the damage of Battery Assault. It goes from 20 to 45 from that level 1 to 2. One of the biggest spell upgrades in the entire game, in my opinion. All right, good setup.
Mid with the Frostbite, a lot of damage to BZM, but he gets off the swash.
Oh, the miss
from Boom.
I still got
low ground, but he still finds the kill in the end.
Very close.
That was very close to being extremely unfortunate for Boom.
If Taiga had enough mana for Cogs, he might have actually survived there. They find the Jakiro.
They get trampled down, and Yuragi gets off the time dilation. He's not going to be able to likely find a kill unless he gets a timely bash here on
Any bash? Any bash?
No.
No bash. This reminds me of when I play Faceless Void.
Okay. Give me the deets.
I think sometimes it's tempting to not skill time lock because it just doesn't work when you're playing the hero. I understand why other players skill it though, because it's really good on them. So.
Yeah, so it seems.
Yeah.
But BZM in the mid lane, 36-5 versus the 28-6. Despite that death, was ahead of the CS. But we can see on the network, essentially even, all things considered, as he is now level 6 with the Rolling Thunder available. I mean, from the Storm Spear's perspective,
hearing an onslaught, total miss there.
Yeah, he does take down a lot of trees, though.
That's true. Is that one of the predictions for this game? No, it is not.
Those are my favorite, yeah. I missed the community challenge to kill trees.
Dyrachyo needs to be careful here. Has the phase boots, which is very, very useful against the Clockwork.
Yeah, Tofu gets up the last ward, but BZM with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
nice juking from Tofu.
Fancy
footwork on, though. I don't know if he's going to hit him a second time. No. Tofu definitely has his dancing shoes on as he's able to only get hit once.
I believe this is what some people refer to as NA driver. That's what that means.
Celery, he's going to get soloed down. Amar actually gets credit for that kill. And now the Viper strike onto Dyrachyo, attempting to TP out. Oh, he dies in the fountain. Oh, dear. Very unfortunate sequence of events for Gaming Gladiators in this bot lane. That feels awful, so he's going to have to make the walk of shame. And, I mean, do you have to go to the jungle? Because obviously Viper Strike, now that that's online, very low cooldown.
It's not only that. Amar's going to be level 7, and you just cracked level 5. This bottom lane is over. The problem is, Lifesteal jungle is pretty slow, and you can at least still somewhat sustain yourself down here. And I think if you leave Maiden down here, she's just going to get dove non-stop, right? Yeah. So you probably kind of have to just go there and pick up the pieces and get what you can. But yeah, Amar with a complete dumpstring in this lane now, 1,400 net worth ahead of Dyrachyo 8 minutes in. Effectively 300 more GPM if you think about it that way. That is, that's scary if you're Gaming Gladiators. This bottom lane, definitely they could not afford it to go this poorly from the get-go.
I can see that it started as a smoke and now an Invis rune topped for Boom, who's now in the OG triangle, but Taiga.
Getting the Viper here would be a really, really good play to try to bring back Dyrachyo. I think this is the right idea with this Invis rune, and it looks like Amar has no idea.
There's the initiation. He has to stand his ground with the Nether Toxin and the right clicks. It's actually
trade him
he's
away,
just
though.
Rot away inside, so it's a 1-for-1, and now Celery with the rotation of BZM will be taken out. So it looked like it was going to be a clean pickoff for Gaming Gladiators, not to be, and it might be even more as Boom has to expend a lot of mana, but Taiga, not quite level 6 yet.
Maybe not, actually.
He's catching up. Shield crash, and he's going to get locked down into Oblivion, so another kill for OG.
And that is another big part of why Amar is so strong on this hero, is that even when the enemy team is going for his Viper to try to solve the lane after it's been lost, if his teammates are fast at rotating, Viper is a pretty hard kill. You can see Amar going for the traditional item build of
the Chronosphere, and Amar is on the other side as well.
That's a goner.
And uses the Viper Strike just to ensure another kill on a core hero for Gaimin.
What do you think about Amar's item build? I don't think I've ever seen this.
What do we got here today? Dragon Lance?
Wraithband, Null Talisman.
Oh, I didn't.
And 2 branches, no stick.
Okay.
He's getting the mana regen from the Null, and then he's not buying stick. This is one of those do not try it at home moments. Don't do this at home.
I'm sure people will.
You or do it at home. Maybe it's easy to pull off and look good on.
Yeah, that is odd, but Amar always has his reasons for.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has bought this multiple times before, and I just haven't noticed. But it just stood out to me. This is an item combination you very rarely see. Wraith plus Null. Good steal there from Boom, though. He got some of it.
Indeed. He's gonna take an ice pack.
Oh no! No!
Will take down eventually, though, to Misha. And now Celery looks to be next, potentially. Not even needing the Rolling Thunder.
My God.
Man, Gaimin they're getting punished every single angle of the map right now.
That is a kill I would have never expected there. The fact that OG finds that with that combination of Jakiro and Pango was really, really good. And it was on the edge, too. I think he died from the last tick of Dual Breath. It was the very last second, so also close call.
Uragi, the global silence, the Infest out, and they do claim themselves the Faceless Void. And it's hard not to look at the scoreline because it's a 3K lead for OG, but Taiga, he's going to be the next to fall, it looks like.
Okay.
So Gaiman able to get some important kills here to try to get back in this game.
Well, they've also taken half the mid tower, so not too bad. Great rotation there, good first global. Usually what Faceless Void does so well against Primal, which is also what happened in lane, right, is that you go on him and he just time walks away. But when you do have that global silence and you time it well, you start off the onslaught where Void is like, oh, they're going on me, and then you global him and he can't solve it. Obviously Void will be itemizing against this eventually, but not yet.
And we also fix it.
I blocked him. He's dead on CF. He's dead on CF. Yeah, kill.
All right, some laughing, some gibberish a little bit here and there, but worked out.
I like Amar's advanced call of kill, kill, kill.
Good
strategy there. I do believe that is a winning strategy most of the time.
Yeah, Tofu, he's dead.
Kill, kill, kill.
That's definitely a throwback to Eternal Envy days, right? Just repeat the same word.
He would still be saying kill now.
It's just like an endless loop. Recursive loop if you're a programmer.
Why has anyone ever made an Eternal Envy remix? It's like
I'm sure
they have that as like it'd be a pretty, I was going to say a pretty good beat, but maybe not. But it would be a beat.
I've actually seen one for sure.
You have?
Yeah, you can just Google it later.
Yeah.
But OG with
I will definitely do that.
Ace and company in the driver's seat right now. I mean, what does Gaiman need to do? The Infest Bomb was great, but obviously the global silence was needed for that kill. Yeah. Very long cooldown.
They have global again in 10. I think you make another move like that.
Okay. So just do everything off the global cooldown.
Not everything, but you need to use global. So whenever you have it, you should make a move, and when you don't have it, you maybe need to be a little bit more creative with the plays that you make, but when global is up, there's just no excuse for not finding a big pick, and it's going to happen right now.
They're going to spawn him, he swashbuckles to the creeps, which actually gives him a little bit of extra space. But there, he's going to get silenced and eventually brought down.
It cost Boom.
Yes, it did, but he dodges the hook shot. He's going to be spotted, but I don't think they can close the gap in time. The ice path just barely not in time.
And that is why Taiga's nickname is What Can You Do? Sometimes you just miss.
And Dyrachyo focusing on the tier 1 tower will have to rage away as the rest of OG have come in. And they've brought this back for sure. That
was a very fortunate swash, to be honest. Like, that play got so much harder than it had any business doing because the perfect timing of the swashbuckle as Storm was jumping, and he had no way of knowing that. So just pretty fortunate there. But also, again, Boom at least getting away from that is really great news for him. He's closing in on the Witchblade. Maybe he can solo Void with that plus global? I think, because Void has treads Midas, right? Like, Uragi is very far away from any defensive item that's going to solve the global. He's probably going to go Manta after the Maelstrom, I would imagine, or BKB, one or the other. But until that point, I think Storm has his number. And they could even kill him with an Infest Bomb, I think, without global. As long as they have that Witchblade, should be enough. Taiga is going to find Celery.
Indeed, inside the cogs. Ace is here to watch for the time being, but Dyrachyo pops the rage, and now the focus is on Taiga. Gets off the hook shot, and look at that range from Amar. They end up getting the support kill in the end as BZM gets off. Oh, doesn't want to go for the Rolling Thunder quite, but the Electric Vortex comes in. But you have to be careful to that Storm Spirit. The Infest into Ace with the trample. Not enough to finish off Taiga in the end as the Uproar procs. The cogs being used as a wall to be able to maneuver with this Rolling Thunder. That's going to be the death of Ace, and not a Chronosphere on his teammates, but the more important is on the Lifestealer, and Dyrachyo will fall as a result. Not the prettiest of plays, but OG still get it done.
I don't really know if OG could have done much more there. What I'm wondering is if there was a way for Ace to set that up better on the Primal. If they could have been quicker about it and gone on top of the Pango and then get the Pulverize off, but as we talked about pre-game, it is a hard Primal game. You really need to hedge your bets about how you go. We're going to see the replay here. So this is obviously one of the best matchups for Clockwork against a support. Crystal Maiden, super slow, can't really break your cogs very easily once she's in there. You kill her off. Now the Viper Strike going to go into Dyrachyo, forcing the Infest here. And this is where, so when this Storm Jump comes in, if Ace uses his spell combo onto the Pango, I think they actually could potentially kill him there.
I hear the onslaught, and that is a lot of damage. Taiga is dead.
That'll do. Closing in on BKB now, Ace. We'll give him some more freedom, but it's not a guaranteed connection. You still, when you're pulverizing, you get countered by the Chrono, and you can get countered by hookshot. So it's not one of those primal games where it's just like, all right, BKB unlocked, I'm going to start crushing fools left and right. It's not that straightforward.
Is that a voice line? I'm crushing fools?
Is it?
I don't think he speaks any actual words, just roars.
Yeah, maybe one of them means that, though.
That's true. We don't have a translator on hand quite yet. I do believe he speaks the same language as Slacks. Man, we are on the same page.
We are on the same page. We finish each other's
horses. As Yuragi.
No, we don't.
Yeah, just move on. That was a good joke, Ace.
Yeah.
Inside the cogs, which gets broken right away by Taiga. He is dead again.
Yep.
So they're able to find him pretty consistently, which, like you said, is a pretty important hero to take out before any of these engagements, because it does disrupt a lot of what Ace wants to do.
Oh, that's a long
Big
jump.
Zip in BZM. Going to be found, but the swashbuckle out. Ice Path does connect onto Boom, but I'm not sure who wants to fight here. Both sides kind of happy to walk away, it looks like.
I think OG are a little bit timid. They don't have their clockwork, and Global Sounds is up, so that is a pretty difficult fight to take. And they also have the read that there's obviously Gaming Gladiator's vision there, because Pango got jumped in Fog. So I really like the call to not force that as Dire. I think the risk reward was just not good enough for you. So they're gonna chill. Wait for Chrono as well, worth keeping in mind. They didn't have that for that either, so probably even less eager to get anything done. But now that it is online and he has Maelstrom, perhaps OG are considering a move.
Radiant are scanning.
Hearing that the Infest Bomb ready to come, but the action's going to start onto Celery, who's just dead right off the bat. The Global Silence comes, though. Rolling Thunder already activated. As Dyrachyo able to claim himself the first kill. They're going to find another on top as Amar falls. The buyback was used on the Celery. As you can see, the BKB already activated from Ace. And Taiga at the root keeps him in place, and Celery's buyback ends up being worth it. So double kill for Boom as Gaimin taking a big fight for themselves, although BZM able to claim Tofu.
Yeah, pretty good from Gaimin. They're really getting value out of this Infest Bomb right now on that Storm. Getting that Viper kill, just negating Amar in that fight. He will have BKB probably in the next big fight, though, so then I think this play will not be successful next time around, unless Lifesteal gets a Desolator, so they have enough in the tank to just bring him down right away when they jump in. But yeah, good stuff for Gaming Gladiators. I think in a pretty good position here to proceed in the game, and obviously the BKB on Primal Beast, huge reveal there. Ace was able to create a ton of space in the fight, never got chronoed because Yuragi wasn't really there in the beginning, and Clockwork was on the other side of the fight, so got completely free movement.
Players here.
Yep, and for the rest of the item progressions, we can see that Dyrachyo is essentially halfway to his Desolator, which is going to be a huge power spike. What do you think of Ace working on, we've been seeing a decent amount of this, the Aghanim Scepter from Primal Beast. I mean, the first thing I think of is breaking, but it feels like it's been picked up consistently even without that in mind.
Yeah,
just a lot of damage.
I have to say, I don't have the best read on the, like, when and why this exactly is good in a specific game, but I will say one of the major upsides to buying is that it gives you the mana for Refresher, right? So when you do take this path, instead of like certain other heroes, in order to get Refreshable by Scotty, you're definitely not doing that. So it's kind of between the Axe and Shiva, and I think in this game maybe he feels like the armor from Shiva is actually not going to do that much because the enemy team has so much magic damage that maybe he's better off getting some more utility this way and then transitioning to Refresher. I think that's probably the line of reasoning. But I'm not certain when I would say the Scepter is better than Shiva, because I think Shiva is really good on this hero in general too, so... But anyway, are those the 3 mangoes he started the game with? That would be hilarious. It might be. I mean, maybe it's just kept... I mean, they get region, right?
Yeah, of course, just a little bit. I'm sure it's really helped out a lot as Smoke...
Does break here. Yuragi doesn't
know what direction. It is daytime.
Oh, guesses are
on the wrong side. Tofu, you have the zip coming in from Boom. Electric Vortex is there. And he's going to easily be taken out, so a big pickoff for GG.
Close to a time walk, but not quite. But that was global expended in half of Storm's mana pool, so maybe OG will look for something here.
Yep, they're going to start out onto Ace, already at half HP. Pops that BKB, Viper Strike as well, attempting to TP out.
Not enough.
Will be fine. But Celery, not so much. Again, the sacrifice, I think Gaimin is A-okay with that.
That was, I want to say, about a 1/10 of a second away from a Primal Beast kill because Taiga just barely couldn't get on the other side of him to cog him for the knockback stun. So he did just get the BKB off on Primal there. With a level 2 hookshot, that's a kill 100%. Maybe if Taiga hits the angle a little bit better, he kind of got blocked by the creep on the left, so he couldn't find the angle there. And those things matter a lot. Like, that would have been a huge kill. It's the richest hero on the side of Gaming Gladiators that OG just narrowly miss. They do get the CM, as you mentioned, though, and that was a dieback from Celery, so he's on the sidelines for a very long time.
That aura is going to be very missed right now.
Yeah, level 1 aura.
Ace cares about that.
He has his mangoes. Wait, where are his mangoes?
Oh.
Did he eat them all?
I guess.
Just got really hungry all of a sudden. Do you ever, like, shotgun mangoes? Just, like, 3 back-to-back?
No. I'm surprised that's in the diet of a Primal Beast, if I'm being honest. As the Tier 1 tower is done. 3K lead now for OG. When it comes to the old Roche, Cinderin, who would you say has the advantage?
Probably...
Neither of them are like super Roche killers. What about like the team fight in the Roche as well?
Yeah, when Duracho gets a Deso, it definitely gets easier for the Radiant to do it overall, but I don't know, I feel like all the OG, if you put me on the spot, like you have Battery Assault, you have the Disarm from Pango, it all adds up, Poison Attack, lots of damage over time. The fight itself, I think it's completely down to Global Silence. Gaming Gladiators lineup can absolutely fight in any area of the map if they have vision and they get the initiation. If they don't, or Global is on cooldown, I think things get a lot trickier. So Taiga opting to go Shard. I think pretty rare, I would say, that Clockwork buys this first item.
That's true.
But really valuing that vision that you get out of that jetpack. I generally consider Force Staff to just be a better item than this because essentially a lot of the times that you use Jetpack to escape, you could do it with Force Staff too. But what Force Staff also offers is it gives you more mana and you can use it on allies. But obviously the thing that it doesn't give is the flying movement. It's the flying movement.
You don't get a jetpack.
And it doesn't give style points, right? And style points are pretty important on the TI main stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Generally, the less you care, the better. So Amar's the kind of player you want.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. I mean, there was a lot of questions when they were at their first LAN this year. How would they react? Because they're very good online. It's literally the same thing, right?
But then they had an interview with the coach, and he was like, I guess we'll win. And everybody was so inspired, they won the whole event. So
can't blame them. This Rocket Flare will show that the Roche is being taken right now from Gaimin. You can see OG not that close right now. They're going to smoke up and try to contest, but this Roche is going down.
It seems like the purpose of this from Gaming Gladiators is to bait a fight. I think they know that they're not going to get it in time.
Yeah, they back out for now. So that's what the already uses. The hook shot comes in, will connect, but there's the Global Silence into the Pulverize, so it looks like Taiga will be the first to fall. Gets off the cogs, says, oh no, BGM stuck inside the cliff essentially. Again, after the shield crack, finally finds his way to the high ground, and Celery will be the first kill on the side of OG, but the buyback now onto the Jakira, but there we see Yuragi with the Chronosphere, all on the lifesteal, and he is dead. 50 seconds of no Duraccio, and that might mean OG gets Roche, but we'll see. There's only a couple kills, but again, the lifesteal is the big one.
The fact that OG come out of that
after the
with that result, like double, he went from stuck to stuck with Rolling Thunder. Like
it happens.
We're gonna see the replay here of it. So good Global, in my opinion. I think they have to kind of combo break here and get the Clockwork out of the picture immediately, so they get a numbers advantage. But that Panga roll and then. This hero has some of the funniest moments in the game, but they were still okay.
Obviously, at times.
Yeah, Roche, very low.
It is low, but the hook shot onto Ace, and it looks like Yuragi is going to get the Aegis, no problem. Ace now cannot get out of the cogs easily, and as a result, OG pick him off. And now
that's a haste.
On. Boom. Pretty low on mana, but BZM pretty low on HP. So they reset, being happy taking that first Roshan for themselves. Now they're sporting that 4K lead. And the Global Silences, I mean, they've been consistently getting kills, but in like a Roche fight, like that was essentially, they popped it, they killed the support, and the support just popped back pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, they don't stay dead very long in these. And if you're just getting a support out the Global Silence, maybe not.
This has been one of the biggest downsides of the hero for a long time, right? Is that when you play it as support, Global is such a huge part of what your hero offers that if you don't get a big payoff,
Yeah.
it's not the greatest. So I think, I mean, given the circumstances there, if he doesn't global, I think that hook shot just leads to a really problematic fight for Gaming Gladiators. So he probably feels forced to use it, but it's like, I think that was a good global, but it was just because he had to. He doesn't want to use it like that. So you want to, in this game, you want a global to kill Faceless. You want a global to kill Pango when you get that jump off, but you kind of have to kill them in the Storm stun because Pango has the Yules into Blink and Void has the BKB.
We should mention Tofu does have 4 staff, and Celery's working on 1 for himself now as well.
Yep.
So just having these options for the cogs.
Yep, you need that for sure.
As I hear Fest.
Celery.
But here comes the initiation from Boom. Look at the burst damage. Global times is there for the Yuragi. Pops the BKB and the Chronosphere. Trying to focus down Celery to start things out. They'll get him relatively easily. Now Dyrachyo gets destroyed. Misha gets credit for that, and Boom able to zip away. And Taiga, no hook shot here. So Boom is fine, but the initiation from Gaimin looked good initially. Not able to find themselves a kill, though. And that was still either way on an Aegis holding Yuragi.
Yeah. They didn't have Ace as a part of the play either, right? So they were lacking that bit of damage and teamfight control that Primal Beast offers. But sometimes it is like this, that Primal Beast either, I'm not sure if that exact moment, if he was pushing out bottom, because if you're all 5 heroes missing all the time, your plays get really telegraphed. Sometimes you have to show a core to give the enemy team the chance of getting out of position or feeling safe when they're not. So it's understandable that Ace is maybe showing here bottom, but it's just a tricky situation when their lanes are this pushed in bottom and mid. Like you gotta take care of that when you're making the play as well. It's hard. And OG's counterplay just again proving to be too strong.
Yeah, Yuragi, he might use the Aegis here. Nope, time locks, he's fine. And now a lot of mana missing from Boom. BZM.
Are they actually
going that Rolling Thunder. Celery, he's going to be spotted and easily brought down from OG as Ace gets a 4-staff action. Now the zip in from Boom. This is going to be in a fast bomb. They're going to try to focus down Yuragi. They get him. That's life number 1. But the Storm is already dead. You can see the uproar Aghanim Scepter from Ace doing massive damage as he secures himself a double kill. But now all onto Dyrachyo. Gets bashed up, gets brought down, and it looks like Ace is next on the list. Pops the uproar one more time. Oh, he actually gets a nice pulverize. Triple kill for him. And oh my god! Ultra kill, and then eventually brought down to Yuragi's hand.
How the hell did he get an ultra out of that?
Man, I love that Aghanim Scepter.
I have to say, it's kind of winning me over right now, that X.
I mean, in Aghanim's Labyrinth, that's the hardest parts. And
that was a pretty strong fight. He did more damage than his entire team combined in that fight.
Absolutely. That, I mean, that is an issue, right? Because you're losing the lifesteal and the Storm pretty early in these fights. You see the replay here.
Yeah, so Maiden dead straight off the bat. And that's a very nice use there from Misha of the Psychic Headband to push the Primal Beast away a little bit and buy some time.
This'll come in handy.
This connection is super good, though. Really isolating, killing Viper. I think he had 1 second cooldown on BKB there, by the way, Amar. So could have been a very, very different outcome if that had happened 3 seconds later.
Oh, here we go. The uproar is going to feel real good. Oh, yeah. Into the pulverize. A hook shot into live. Taiga. Well, BZM is here to try to help.
It's disarmed there.
And Gaimin just disengaging a bit as, okay. Celery with the freezing field just wants to hit the R button this game. Understandable. Pretty hard game to get that off, honestly.
Yeah, if he doesn't use it, I think Taiga was actually trying to bait. He still had stick and mech ready. Wasn't expecting the freezing field damage to pop off there, I think. Wanted the Storm to have to zip to finish the kill, and then maybe they could have made a counterplay. Not worried about it.
What do you think of open wounds being picked up? Like an actual person.
Oh, yeah,
a lot of times lifesteal, you get it off of Roche. I mean, against high HP targets, it's extremely good because it's percentage based for each proc, but they don't. I mean, the strength here they have is clockwork, so a little bit odd.
I guess it helps him stay on top of targets and
some extra lifesteal.
He becomes a little bit less less dependent on Storm Spirit constantly. I think for the most part in these team fights, Dyrachyo has been kited really hard. We've talked about all the counters to Primal Beast. They're counters to lifesteal for similar reason, right? Viper Strike, Cogs, Hookshot. If you have this shard, maybe you can stay on top of a target or at least reconnect on them later in the fight. It's a relatively small price to pay for the opportunity that it could offer you, right?
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, obviously you would rather get it from Roche, but that has not been happening for Game in this game.
Yeah.
Miragi,
Hook shot. Taiga finds Celery again.
He still doesn't
Mara's in the area to help finish the job. So support kill as Boom. He's going to be seen here from Misha, but pretty hard to catch that Storm Spirit without either. I mean, they have Ice Path Chrono and Hook Shot.
That is quite possibly the worst Gauntlet challenge I've ever seen. You get Hook Shot by Clockwork, isolated, and you don't have Force Staff, and then you challenge him to a duel as Crystal Maiden. I think you cannot use the Gauntlet any worse than that. Very good from Celery. He knew that he was doomed.
I mean Celery, he's a memer, so.
You're 31 minutes in and you don't have Force Staff on Maiden. He's having such a hard game. He had the dieback earlier we talked about. He's just been dying every fight. 11 deaths here. And it's...
Oh, we got the zip in onto Amar. Doraccio. That's the BKB from Amar. He's going to try to walk away, and the rest of his team is here. The bash comes out of the swashbuckle, but now the global silence in retreat for Gaimin. But the Yule Scepter, Boom, out of mana, and brought down again. OG punishing everything that Gaimin is attempting here in this game number 2.
Amar's just so tanky. This is his standard Viper build. He tanks up Dragonlance Scotty. 3k health, 25 armor. Lifestealer doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, Doraccio, he's gonna be jetpacked on, and the bash comes out from BZM, gets off the open wounds, but it's not gonna matter. He is caught out. And 2 big kills for OG, as they can try to extend this lead now. Of course, Roche, we won't know when he'll spawn for the next 30 seconds, but they do have very good presence on the map, does OG.
Yeah. And Silencer's early efficiency is really starting to fall off now, right? Because this is what usually happens with the hero. Enemies ultimately get the gold to counteract your global. If you're not very farmed and have a refresher yourself, you can't really offer the same dangerous utility in the fights you could before.
Or you survive till you get tier 4 items, and then half of them will dispel global silence.
That doesn't help either. But Silencer has come back into the meta after a long drought, primarily because one of his biggest weaknesses in the past was his laning stage just wasn't as good as it used to be. And he got buffs in that direction that a lot of the times makes it worth it, even if, because Global is an incredible ability for a decent portion of the game, and the downside isn't as significant as it used to be with the laning stage. But now we're reaching that traditional state of Silencer that happens pretty often in this kind of game, where you feel like you're one button more or less, and you need to use it perfectly.
BZM has the
hard spell to use
right now. He's got Ags, he's got Shard. He has the 2.5 second shield crash talent at 15. He is doing a lot. He even has the Brigand's Blade, tier 2 item that he's going to still hold on to because it's that good on this hero. He is going to do a lot of damage in these fights. As long as he's able to get off the Rolling Thunder, he is going to be very fearsome. We have smoke from both sides. As Boom is being he's infested on right now.
Radiant's top tower is...
I mean, we should say one downside to infest bombing, because that used to be the way to play this Storm Nax combo from back in the day. You're not getting the HP benefit, really. Like, it's not a save. We've seen that from the group stage, how powerful that can be.
That's true. Yeah. If you're always engaging with infest, it never does anything else than that, right?
Yeah.
I will say, though, the way these fights have played out most of the time, I don't know how much of a save it would have really been.
Probably.
I think most of the time that OG isolate them, they're kind of just in trouble regardless of an extra 500 or 1,000 health, however much it is, depending on level. All right.
Okay. Well, they are going for the old Roche. It's already at half HP. And I don't think OG's going to get here in time, so this is going to be a nice sneak.
That is really, really important, actually, for Gaimin.
Doraccio regretting buying his shard now. Although Boom will take it, that's a very good one as well.
They put the Aegis on Lifestealer, not on the Storm. Generally considered one of the single best Aegis carriers in the game because of that full mana pool you get back, but...
That is interesting.
I don't know what the logic is here, because a lot of the time when you put Aegis on Lifestealer in this like Lifestealer Storm combination, it's because Lifestealer is going to go and hit high ground, right? That does not seem possible in this game right now.
Yes.
I think you have to find team fights, and that's where I like it more on Storm probably, so you can play more YOLO, just jump in, expend his mana pool, get a second life, and try again. Because as it stands, OG's heroes are just getting so damn tanky. Viper with the 3k health as we've covered. You've got Greaves on clock. Tango's got
Yuragi, he gets initiated on.
Okay.
And he gets blown up from 100 to 0 instantly.
Like I said, they don't have the damage, Shannon. It's
well,
case in point right there.
If they're able to use, yeah, the shard does a lot of damage from Boom, of course, but I mean, like I said, the open wounds, it does percentage-based damage. Doesn't matter how tanky you are. Of course, they do have ways to dispel it, but if you're going to be stun locked, then it eats through you very quickly.
I think Yuragi was really surprised to die there. His 3k health and a Titan Sliver just died in a vortex. Crazy. Obviously, Boom with the level 20 talent has that longer vortex, so helps out. Is eyeing up a BKB now, has the axe. Yeah, don't count Gaming Gladiators out, even though it looks hard, because that Roche could have potentially changed everything. I think a little bit of a blunder there from OG. It's easy to say from our perspective that that is one they need to defend, but just didn't have the read at the right time that it was happening. And now Gaming Gladiators
structures are
foot on the pedal, just straight down to bottom tier 2. I don't think OG are interested whatsoever in trying to defend this one.
I will say, even though, I mean, we're seeing them actually hit buildings with his Aegis, right? So that, like you said, having that in Lifesteal, it does help. And that's something that they did not take advantage of last time, is when they got the Roche, they were not able to do anything with it, as the Macro Pyre used to slow down Ace, but he's going to be fine.
He was eyeing up the Shivas, but he changed it now to Refresher.
He gets hook shot, and the cogs back in, but the zip in. Oh, the instant bash onto Boom. He has to use these Yules just to keep himself alive. We'll have to zip away now, as even the Infest is used to actually disengage. Looks like Tofu's going to be the sacrifice, but that was an instant bash from the Swatch after the zip in from the Storm Spirit. It's a little bit unfortunate for Gaimin, but they don't lose too much.
I believe the math on getting a bash when you... Oh, hang on.
They're going to go back in, and you can see they're going to blow up Amar right off the bat. And the buyback from the Silencer just to get the global silence off. And now the Pulverize coming through as well. Double kill for Doraccio, as Yuragi wants to try to fight, at least trying to get the Crystal Maiden. He'll do so. He'll time walk back out. Not a whole lot of mana to speak of now onto the Lifestealer, but he's got that Ghoul Frenzy, Synderen, which is all he really needs. He gets hookshot though, so Taiga gives himself enough space to walk away. This Diffusal Blade is being very annoying on the side of OG against Gaimin, but Gaimin coming out on top of another fight here.
There is still Chrono. That was never expended in that fight. Global Silence on cooldown here from Tofu can't protect against Void going for that if he wants to, but yeah, pretty good again from Gaming Gladiator. Sure, you use your Silencer buyback, but I don't think that was too terrible. Aegis, however, only 1 minute left, so I think they would love to find one more fight as long as this is online. Global up in 30 would align very nicely with the play, and you are seeing them all go back to base to get resources, and I would imagine a smoke could be on the menu next. If they have any left, they don't, I think. None of them are on their supports, so maybe that's just not a possible play. Ace is showing himself.
Yeah, he was looking for something. He's going to get gone on again, though, and he's going to be bursted again. He does have buyback if he wants to expend it, but it looks like OG will likely just attempt to get back to base. So Gaimin, again, with the Aegis, has made such a big difference in these fights that they feel very confident to go in.
That kind of felt like a bait from Yuragi, but again, it's just he doesn't survive. They don't force staff him, they don't get the hook shot in time. I think that time the Swashbuckle did also bash, so I don't even think he was unlucky on the Pango. It's the wrong read on how tanky he is, really, and I don't really blame him that much. I'm also a little bit surprised with how easily they kill him, but considering they already did it bottom, by now he should know what the game state is, right? So this time around, I think less excusable than the first one. Gaimin, I mean, this game looked like it was getting really grim for them. I think, yeah, the win probability was 84% for the Dire, and now we're pretty much back to a 50-50. So anything, anyone's game again.
Indeed. That's hook shot. Doraccio no more with the Aegis. He's going to get pushed back, but he gets the Infest off in a creep, healing up a little bit, trying to get his HP back via right-clicking, but it's not going to happen. But the reinforcements have arrived as Boom able to get one, but Taiga buys back into the game. Ace pops to BKB, now focusing on Amar with that trample, doing quite a bit of damage. Now we'll have to just TP out, but he gets back. Whoa!
Oh, it's on cooldown. It was on cooldown, I think, from
shield crash. The bash was on cooldown?
Yeah, I think he got a bash from shield crashing on the left. So I think his basher was on cooldown for that one. Because, like, that was a shield crash plus a full swashbuckle. If you don't bash, I don't know, it's like 25% maybe to not get a bash when you use both of those together. I think we're going to see it perhaps in the replay here, so keep an eye on that in the end off to the left. Nice global here, by the way, was almost enough to save the lifestealer.
Didn't mention the Greaves, by the way, on clock to be able to dispel that. Very nice.
Exactly, but the global just made him take a little bit of time to make that play, and that was enough to not get the full cogs combo off. But we're going to see here, I think this is where he already crashed off to the left, right? He was on cooldown down there. So.
Yeah, no, he's happy, That was a close one.
Dyrachyo not too happy with that death, though. It seems like both carries are a little bit too far forward. Like maybe each team needs a Lotus Orb or something like that to maybe protect a little bit from these jumps.
He's going to get hook shot on, and the item is still down there, but he pops the uproar. No more bashes as a result, at least temporarily. Dyrachyo's come to play as well. There's a zip in from Boom. The focus again onto Yuragi, and he's dead again! Third time they've done this. Taiga, he's in his jetpack, and he's TPing home. They find a lone Jakiro, though. So Misha drops to the deck, and Gaimin seem to have turned this game around completely. They've been winning every little engagement since that Aegis was taken.
Is it time, Shannon? Is this when you buy A on this convoy?
Oh, man. I mean, do you think status resist would help here, or is that not enough? I mean, it obviously feels bad to have to go for it, but...
He even swapped out his status resist, right? He gave away the Titan Sliver to get a ninja gear, so... I think in this, it's actually kind of ironic. I think in this moment, he might have actually survived with the Titan Sliver if he had it. I think that would have... Out of the 3 times they killed him this way, this one, it might have worked. And that was the time he didn't have it. I don't know. I'm joking about the disc, of course, but they need to find some sort of way of protecting their Void. OG have really dropped the ball a little bit here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, Boom has Sheepstick now.
That's huge. So, yeah, now... I don't know, I do think you have to play tighter around the Void. And keep in mind, OG have 1 Force Staff and it's on the Viper. He has the pipe.
Boom actually initiates onto BZM, but there's the Eon Disc proccing for him. Dyrachyo trying to re-engage, but he's going to get the Infest off onto Boom. He's getting bashed into Oblivion, into the Rolling Thunder. They take out the Storm Spirit. Beautiful coordination from OG as Ace kind of left all alone right now, but he's a big, juicy boy, so might not want to touch him here, Cinderin. BZM gets off the bash. Ace has to use Refresher, and he gets bashed mid-TP. Oh, but gets off the Onslaught and into the Yules. I would assume this is going to be a kill eventually, but he gets out the Pulverize now. He's going to get this kill on the BZM, pops the Shard, and Ace just getting kited with the time dilation on top, and eventually the big bad beast is dead.
That is terrifying, though. The fact that he almost turns that into a kill is kind of ridiculous. Again, the damage recap for the... How many fights does Ace have to do more damage than his teammates combined?
Man, I'm sold on the Ags, by the way. It's really good.
I'm very impressed, too, I have to say. It's doing more than I was expecting.
But the result of this fight means that third Rosh with Aghanim Scepter on OG. Yuragi's going to take the Ags, so now he will bash via the Time Walk.
Yep.
Of course, that won't help him survive.
It will be a very reliable way for him of stopping the Primal Beast from doing his thing, though.
And now they're attempting to go high ground. No Storm for 15 seconds. You can see Ace does have buyback, despite being dead for 50 right now. Hook shot. And Tofu, he is donezo.
No buyback on him.
Yeah, 90 seconds of no silencer. That is big. Now they're focusing down onto Celery. He does have buyback himself, but Amar and company really want to go deep. The Chronosphere completely whipped other than Amar, and that is going to likely be the death of him. We'll see if he gets the tips or not, but either way, technically speaking, Gaimin does defend, and now the zip from Boom, finding the Jakiro. Double kill for him now. So they defend, and they got, no, the Aegis is still there, and it's still 4 minutes on the Aegis. And full buybacks here for OG as well, but that did require 2 buybacks on Gaimin, so it was costly, Cinderin.
And a helpful Chrono.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I mean, you can totally understand why he's going for that chrono. If it lands, we're going to have the replay here. So I really like this engage first off from Taiga. There's a 1 minute cooldown and Silencer's buyback. I think OG have track of this here, so they know it's a high impact kill. They find the Maiden here. And if this chrono connects on the Storm there, they kill them both. We're talking 0.3 seconds, so it's like easy to be like, lol, what are you doing, Yuragi?
Oh, we got a double buyback from OG as they've lost their mid-set of racks. And that means Gaimin resetting. You can see Amar not too happy with being chronoed by his teammate. Understandable. The Ace is infested on. You can see Gaimin. If they can get the nice little cheeky kill on the BZM, that'll be a dieback.
Okay.
Zip. Okay, that's the Aghanim Scepter. Electric Vortex onto the both supports, and they're both dead just like that. And now pulverized, but the Eon Disc procs is BZM trying to find some distance. Dyrachyo and company trying to focus down Yuragi again. There's the onside. There's the first death.
Do they have more stuns?
We'll see. Spawns back in. Frostbite is dispelled instantly. Celery getting it. Okay. Boom goes in with another big stun. The Yule's keeping BZM alive, but this might be the death of him. Gets off the shark and the swashbuckle. He's alive, but there's the onside again. Are you serious? BZM still lives. That would have been an enormous kill just based on not having buyback anymore.
Oh my god, I can't
OG dodging a bullet.
That.
My goodness.
Such a great initiation from Gaming Gladiators, all set up by that offensive observer ward that they had in the base, seeing both supports. And they get a great jump with the AoE Vortex into follow-up Primal Beast Onslaught. But still, in the end, I don't know if the backtrack gods were helping out the Void there as well to delay this maybe a little bit further. But look at that beautiful engage there. Easy double kill there. And now, keep in mind, Ace, I don't know if you mentioned this, he has the Pulverized talent. Did you mention that? The 25 talent? So the Primal Beast has two amazing choices to make. At 25, you either double the duration of Pulverize, or you make it Pierce BKB.
BZM gonna use his shard, but they're gonna try to focus down Amar. The open wounds is ripping him a new one, but there's the Chronosphere. Oh, he gets popped outside. Boom will live. Unbelievable. And we'll see if they're able to turn this around as Yuragi. Oh my god, he time walks everything off. But BZM is taking the brunt of the damage, uses the shield crash, trying to get back to his base, but the onslaught finally finishes off the Pangolier. Dyrachyo barely alive as the Uproar doing a good amount of damage, but Ace will finally fall. So technically a 1-for-1 exchange. Tofu able to TP out. Everything is so close.
Everything is literally like 1 millimeter getting bounced out of the chrono, 1 millisecond on the TP, everything just tooth and nail. I thought OG might have lost the game there, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, when he gets bumped out of that chrono, I think Void was on 5% health and got time walk off. Like, so close to both sides. You're going to see everything here. So that Rolling Thunder is now going to be on top of Boom. There's the chrono. So now he gets bounced out, gets force staffed, and now Yuragi is going to drop super low, backtracking some of the damage.
Yeah, just some.
In and out.
Oh, meanwhile, Amar, he's dead. 115 seconds of no Viper. Big kill for Gaimin.
Was he just out solo pushing mid?
Yes.
His teammates were too far away to help him. He does not have buyback.
That might be it.
And Pango's dead as... I mean, I guess the reason he feels somewhat comfortable doing that is Primal Beast is dead. You're not safe if your teammates aren't there.
They're playing it safe. They're not going to go for Throne despite being in a 4v5 advantage or 4v3 advantage. So we'll take the top set of racks and then can waddle their way back down to bottom to get megas. But still so much time without these heroes. But here's the initiation. Global silence, but the instant BKB. But now the bash applied to Yuragi. Now trying to focus down Dyrachyo. He's going to have to time walk out. And instead, they're going to lose Taiga. Does have buyback, though. Yeah. That's 2 sets. Now to the bottom lane they go. Still 30 seconds until their Primal Beast is back.
I actually think OG had to try for that. If they don't do it, they lose the lane for free and the play just happens bottom instead. Now they have a buyback play, potentially, with a 10-second cooldown on Chrono. This is defendable because Ace is dead and Pango is spawning. Gaimin actually needs to be a little bit cautious here, but they don't know necessarily what could be coming their way right now. Nice rage reaction on the ice path, though. Bash.
Gets bashed inside, though.
Chrono is available.
Yuragi.
Not gonna try it.
Yeah, reverse time walk back out. And you can see Amar obviously dead for 30 seconds. He's the one holding cheese as well, so that's an important item potentially that's still sidelined. But now it's a 5v4 until Amar is back, but they were not able to secure megas. And OG still have everything at their disposal once Amar is back online. Man, what?
This is not at all how I imagined this game playing out 30 minutes ago. Like, no way would I have imagined that we were getting this. What a treat, though. It feels like every team fight has some sort of detail that means everything.
Yeah, and it's always something very small, technically speaking, right?
Like one key backtrack, or one hero getting pushed a little, or one perfect force stab.
All right, the initiation onto Uragi. He's going to get pulverized. Is this enough? It is, but he does have buyback available. The bash not enough to keep Boom in place. Big rolling thunder from BZM as the Viper strike now to Duraccio. He's going to get chronoed as well, and he's going to be brought down. He also has buyback, though, but that's the bigger kill on Ace, who does not.
And he used Refresher, too, before he died, which I guess actually doesn't matter because he doesn't have buybacks. Thank you, Shane.
Great analysis, as always, from Cinderin.
As now OG, I don't know who's in the driver's seat. I don't even know.
I feel like have they kept track of this buyback timing on Primal? Like, it's a minute away. Sometimes you don't have the exact timing, and it's like on a hunch, right? If you know for a fact it's not up, this is where you could push for barracks. And again, they do kill Uragi, but this time in his own base with the buyback.
Pulverizes are absurd.
Imagine if Ace gets level 30.
Yeah,
so he has the other talent too, because that is just absolutely dirty. 100% pulverized duration that pierces magic immunity makes it effectively a 6-second single target stun.
Yeah.
That does AoE damage.
Not too bad.
And it lines up perfectly with your BKB duration, right? You pop BKB blink in, 6-seconder into a 6-second pulverize. Couldn't be better.
Wind Waker.
OG are not going to capitalize on this at all.
Yeah.
They can't. But they will have their eyes on potentially Roche, which we know it's going to be a while. The potential spawn time is already up, so it could spawn at any second, and neither team is scouting it right now. Obviously, OG will buy a rockets there as soon as Taiga is up. They don't know yet. And I do think the crucial thing there is, sure, OG defend their base, and it is a pretty good teamfight win, but I think Void's buyback is worth more than 5k net worth. Like, I think if Gaming Gladiators lead was 10k before that fight and it dropped to 5, I still think I would consider that a win for the time being, because they have a clear way to victory now.
Yes.
Killing Void ends the game.
I mean, look at the buyback situation right now.
Yep.
All 5 of OG have none.
Yep.
All 5 for Gaimin have theirs.
You just need any sort of good core kill, especially faceless, and I feel like you've got this one locked down. You also have a 9-second BKB on Boom. He finally buys it and has buyback.
A very late game BKB.
He got it minute 53. Okay, Taiga.
Is that going to be the kill on the support? But there's the global silence. Boom comes in with a beautiful electric vortex onto 2. The support is already dead, and Amar extremely low on top. But he pops the cheese. Now he's taking the right clicks from Duraccio. But there's the Chronosphere with the Macro Pyre on top. Is it enough to take out Duraccio? It's going to be close. He gets silenced, so cannot rage, cannot use open wounds. But he dies and buys back. 3 dead for OG. No buybacks available, and that might do it. Gaimin will have a free path to this next Roche.
Yeah, they're going to get
free
Misha
path
too.
potentially for the game.
Misha doesn't have buyback either.
Indeed.
4 dead on the sidelines.
Misha is done.
If they've kept track of the buybacks, they don't do this. So Gaming Gladiators don't actually know the game state here. This is 100% over if they just push.
It's always very...
Absolutely no way Void could defend this.
Maybe they're just going for stats. They need Roche kills, Cinderin, to get their quest completed.
Yep.
Maybe that's a bonus that Gaimin Gladiators, the org, will give them. The more Roche kills.
We promised you would bring you the...
Oh, we get to see Life Stealer, Aghanim Scepter. Uragi, he's going to get punished. The sheep stick is there. Please use Infest on top of him. For the love of God, no, we won't. But it's a full team wipe, and GG is called as GG. Gaming Gladiators extend it to game number 3. What a game. I was not expecting them to come back, but that was it the second Roche? Or was it the one
they snuck?
The one they snuck.
Yeah, they
basically
were
won the game.
Behind. What an insane comeback this was, honestly. Like, that's got to be such a huge morale boost too. You know that you were losing that game, and you still clawed your way back into it. You made the right moves. I think, obviously, Boom on the Storm really pushed the hero to its limits. It wasn't always perfect, but most of the time really found the right opportunities. Together with Duraccio on the Lifestealer. And man, Ace, talk about a carry performance on Primal Beast. He had 2 or 3 team fights where 2 of his cores are dead.
Yeah.
And he finds trades, keeps himself in the game. The ultra kill he got top propels him to get that refresher that has such a huge impact later in the game. Everything just came together. I'm super impressed
they
that
were
they
able to
managed
take,
win that.
I mean, those kills on Yuragi throughout the game.
Yeah.
Where he is
He's
stun
gotta be
locked.
kicking himself.
He literally has no time to even react. That has just great play from Gaming, great comeback for them. Let's go to the panel so they can wrap up game 2 and we can get to game 3 very soon.
Thank you very much. The curse has been broken. Gaming Gladiators are the first to prove that you can tie on the main stage of the International 11. We're going the distance. We're going to that third game. And my, oh my, in what fashion are they able to do that? Of course, joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Jenkins, this game, it started out with everybody thinking, like, you know what? 2-0. It's another 2-0 on the main stage.
It did look that way. The Viper lane, Amar did very well versus Lifestealer. We were talking about it backstage. The fact that with the nerfs to Rage, it feels like you can't really just, rage off the Viper debuffs. But Gaming Gladiators, they won through sheer outplay in the team fights in the late game. Ace got an ultra kill on his own.
It's about to happen.
It's about to happen.
He was alone. How? It's so good.
He was alone. And the casters at this point are already saying, Ace sure to fall. He takes two more
Ace sure
with
to
him.
fall, but he got an ultra kill, I guess. All right.
But yeah, it was just sheer tenacity from Gladiators. It looked really bad for them at certain points, but they just held on and they came back with a vengeance. But also just as their heroes scaled and as they were able to get this item progression and the gems to take away OG's vision, the Abyssal on the AC on Lifestealer, who's suddenly able to fight the Void Spirit and the Faceless Void, and they just had so much lockdown coming out for him, which I didn't actually expect him to have. But once the Storm got his items too and started to get these surprise zips and the hexes,
The sheep was really important,
It felt like Faceless Void was stun locked in so many fights, and they just had a means to catch the Pango as well. But we do have to talk about some of the misplays that OG did with the Chronospheres.
I think they were forced to
They were a couple where there's a rolling thunder inside a chrono, then he gets bounced from it.
I get it though. I actually get it because of exactly what you were mentioning. It's the double hexes, the basher, the global sounds, it felt like he's like, I just got a chrono. I got a chrono. They keep hexing me. They keep grabbing me. I have to chrono. And then the chronos are on his team more than the enemy team because he's feeling pressured to do it.
I feel like a bit of lack of items on supports from OG because they did itemize very selflessly. Sure, you can think about Guardian Greaves. It's a good choice, don't get me wrong, where he can dispel the global silence, counter-initiate with the hook shot, but the only one who had it was pretty much Amar with the pike because Amisha, he did have Aeon Disc to protect himself and also Yule Scepter to be able to dispel the global silence. I feel like maybe a Lotus Orb or another Force Staff would make a difference there. So many times this Faceless Void being caught and I think
he was on his own.
We wanted to see Boom on an explosive hero, and this is one of his best, if not the best hero. He's shown it time and time during all 3 DPC tours, and also the execution of some of these fights. It makes it very easy for Gaming Gladiators, where you have Infest Bomb with the Storm to follow it up with the Global Silence. OG, they understood every single time they do that, we need to take another shot. Immediately, they go for a fight because they know without Global Silence being available, they need to make stuff done.
Yeah, at the start of the game, before the draft even began, we said that one of the criticisms on Gaming Gladiators in the past has been that they've been fairly predictable. I think that this game in particular, we saw the end of that draft with them shifting the Primal Beast back to the position 3 and getting that hero, getting the Storm Spirit for Boom. It kind of saved the game for them, saved the draft for them, and it blew the game wide open. It took a little while to get to that in the game, but it worked out, absolutely. It's going to be a story of momentum here because this is the first time we get to a game 3, Jenkins.
Thank Gaben. It's just ridiculous. And it was a good game, too. That's the thing. It was a good game, too. It wasn't just Gaming Gladiators turning around and stomping. And I almost forget what the narrative is for what happens in game 3s. What do we say? Is usually game 3 is stomp in one direction? What do we usually say with these?
Is it?
I think Gaming Gladiators, they
yes, we do. We say the same thing.
They definitely do have an upper hand here because this is a momentum for them. This is a big W. And OG, they knew that they had this game game in the bag. And also one more thing to notice is this break mechanic from Aghanim Scepter on Primal Beast. He breaks Viper, he breaks Faceless Void Bash, he breaks level 25 talent on Faceless Void, which is Backtrack. One of the few things that like you can break a talent, which sounds ridiculous, but it does work. And also BZM's passive ability. So you know that there's not going to be a disarm, which Lifestealer does not like to play into.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this matchup develops as we go to a third game. We're going to read up on what we're supposed to do when it goes to a third game because we haven't had that yet. And while we do that, we're heading over to Slacks and Casey to hear what they have to say.
Hello, hello. Yes, we are in the arena. It has finally happened. Thanks.
Really happened, but thank you.
You got global silence.
You got global silence real hard there. That's what the silencer does to you. I mean, there was also Mask of Madness, I believe, sitting next to him.
Night Stalker too, and I
they
think he might have
activated it. That's also activating a silence, so then everything just falls apart. So here we are. But we did actually, quickly check what we're supposed to do when it goes to game 3. These are very tense moments for these teams. They got such a small amount of time to think about this, to adjust it. Of course, while the game is going on, the coach already has a big job. And like, okay, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? What's important? I think the most important thing is very simple. Try to reset Effie. Try to get back to not feeling like you just lost, not feeling like you just win. Just go back from the start.
The most important thing that a player can have in a LAN environment is the ability to recuperate and to recover after losses, because some of them can feel so brutal, right? Especially in games where you know you did something wrong. Some people can, I mean, if I were a carry player and I chronoed a teammate and they died, I would feel horrible about it. And these things happen. The game was difficult. You were most likely going to lose anyway, and that play in particular did not lose you the game, right? So you have to be able to identify that and just move on. So just take a couple of deep breaths. Don't talk about the game anymore. Maybe talk about it later if you do win, but for now, just talk about what you're going to do next.
You need to be able to reset, stop thinking about game 1, game 2. For now, it's just the best of 1 elimination game.
Yep. Okay, we're going to see you once again if the global silence has ended on the side of Slacks and Casey. Let's head over to them.
Hello, can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen? We are here for the first game 3 of the International here. Are we hyped? Things are crazy. Some would say things are mad, right? Pun?
I'm losing my mind.
There you go. Perfect pun, my friend. What do you think about that series? Are you hyped up?
It's about time to go to game 3, I think.
Yeah.
Primal Beast Eggs, I think that's my favorite spell in the entire game. Yeah.
It was good to see then, yes? Any recommendations from the Mask of Madness himself about what they should do in this final game?
I think they should pick Drow.
Same question to my panel. Is it that simple? Jenkins, don't pick Arc Warden. Was that the reason here that we have a 1 game up for Team Liquid?
I mean, they actually played the Arc Warden pretty well. Like I feel like the Arc Warden maybe wasn't the issue. It's more along the lines of like Liquid. I think like figured out. If you pick Enigma, well, you don't really care about going late game. They were playing the map a lot better, out farming. There's a lot of like inaction for the first 20 minutes, and it's like, oh, the Arc Warden, of course that favors them. You look on the other side, there's Enigma. It doesn't.
It was kind of slow, especially from Entity's side, where I was this offlane Naga Siren just didn't feel like it worked out. Didn't do much.
Yeah.
You want to have something else. I don't think you need to be as greedy, considering that you have Arc Warden, so you have a lot of these boxes checked. Whether we're talking about, getting the Gleipnir, holding the game for long enough, you needed to have something that actually
size. And so if you think about getting your omega-3s, you could get them from chia seeds. If you soak the chia seeds and you put them literally like on a chia pet, in about a week, they will grow 20 times their size. They'll increase, they will grow soluble and insoluble fiber, the omega-3s, and you'll have chlorophyll, and it'll be like a little leafy green accent. And you can eat the whole thing, the root, the stem, the leaf. The chia seeds literally grow.
Yeah, even the sniper is a very fast hero. They have so much tower push between the Lesh sniper team fight from Undying. They have a bunch of strength heroes, which anytime you want to be fast, you need 1 to 2 or more because they have health. They don't need the items to buff them up. They just walk at the enemy and are strong.
Snapfire is the final pickup here. Both drafts completed. Boys, I love asking this question. It's the hard question for both of you. We'll start off with you, Jonathan, because you're used to answering the hard question. Who do you think came out with the better draft between these two teams?
I honestly really like Entity's draft. I feel like they've fixed issues from game one. They've got a very solid way of playing really quick. And if they just play with that aggression this time, with just having Stormer contribute a lot more, it does feel like their push potential and their just their early team fights and how active that is going to be maybe overwhelming for Liquid if they're not careful.
On the side of Liquid, I think statistically, they should win. 100% winner in stats never lie, but my only concern with Entity, I like their draft a lot, is the Lush Sniper. The interaction where both of them kind of want to be slower and farm. He wants to get the Bloodstone on Lush before really big moves, but Sniper's just a slow hero movement-wise, so he has to walk and waddle away around the map, and everyone knows where he's doing and what's up. And we saw Aster. They had a great run, but
all right, with that, we are going to head over to Slacks.
Welcome to the panel here, my friends. We are here to talk to Metrum, the coach of Entity. How are the boys feeling? This is the first time I've had an opportunity to talk to you guys on the main stage, especially after a loss. Team morale okay? You feeling good getting into game two?
I mean, it was a rough game, not gonna lie. Like, they completely destroyed us. But we instantly knew what was the problem in first game. So it's kind of easier to reset when you understand what you actually have to do, rather than reset when you like just don't know what's happening. So like we had some speech, we talked a bit, we talked a lot in this tournament already. Yeah, we hug each other. Like I'm sure we going into this game with the right mindset.
All right, well, we'll see if that right mindset is enough to take us to a game three. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our boys as we get into the game, and we'll throw it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Lex. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Liquid and Entity. A hell of a draft from both sides. Can't wait to see how this one pans out. Seems like both of you guys were leaning towards Liquid just because of the 100% win rate. You'd like to say stats don't lie. Seems like the safe answer to me. Personally, I love the Entity draft, and I'm going to go against both of you here. What are we expecting? I mean, early level 1 team fights, is there any chance?
There is. Pudge is really strong level 1. Now, ever since they buffed the hook, there's so many times where you'll just smoke up, or you just hook the bounty rune and you'll just get a hero instead, and you just first blood's a lot more gold than a bounty rune.
Yeah, and you've got the Radiant side as well, so you could always go for the tree cut if you want to trap someone in. Doesn't quite look like Liquid's really prioritizing that, but they are putting themselves in a nice aggressive position. See if they find anything.
We'll see. Toby's going to frontline here on the Undying. Doesn't really want to take too much damage from this laner, so it does seem like he might back off as Insania. Oh, that's going to be a nice chance. He's trapped 3 of them in there. Boxing with the perfect position. Oh, Toby's going to give away first blood, and that's a dangerous point to try and fight in when you're against a Tusk.
Yeah, they just get the perfect block from coming out, and Matoma, he's got the damage, as Gunnar said. Level 1 hook feels pretty damn good. That does give them a lot. Yeah, so much damage coming out. Just pure damage as well. So they lose a bounty, but they get a lot more in exchange.
Mid lane, I mean, Stormer against Mickey. Talk to me about it, kind of like this mid lane. Do you think one side or the other has an inherent advantage between these two heroes?
I think Lina has a pretty big advantage, but we've seen Lina's kind of fallen off recently in favor, at least in this tournament, because they nerfed her armor a little. I think she lost a little damage, so she's a lot more manageable than she used to be. But just the way these heroes both want to play the lane, it's very Lina favored. A lot of damage. Leshrac can't outrange you. You just get to hit him on and on and on and on, and he just has to sit there.
Yeah, it feels a lot easier for Mika to just work that lane. I mean, Stormer can kind of shove out the lane as well, but it's just going to drain his mana a lot more, and once that mana is gone, he can't harass like Lina does.
What about this top lane, boys? I mean, you've got Zai on that 100% win rate, Enigma with Boxy on that Pulse Force Slaughter, and they get a very nice shards off to block them in by the tier 1 tower, but can they punish Pure? He's taking a fair bit of damage here underneath that tier 1. Fishman, he's going to try and have a run here. Pure still dropping very low as Zai. He'll chase them down, shrapnels down to try and slow them up. Who are they going for? What about this top lane, boys? I mean, you've got Zai on that 100% win rate, Enigma with Boxy on that Pulse Force Slaughter, and they get a Pure. He's trapped up. Have you seen that before? The shots block.
A lot of safe lanes now, they push in these first 2 waves, they get a double wave and they dive the tower. They force you to walk away from the wave, give gold XP. Boxy knows that. He pulls the wave before it gets tower, but Pure is already under the tower. He's prepping for this dive, and now he has no protection, he has nowhere to run. He just takes all the tower shots and goes down.
Oh. Incredible. Go on, John.
Yeah, it's a great start for Liquid. We talked about this top for Zaya, right? Like, it's supposed to be a bit tough. It's not looking that way. They're going again.
Again, Pure. It's important this time for him to survive. He has not got that mid-arc warden this time, so they are trying to at least save Pure. Boxy, he's just so aggressive, moving back in for some more hits, but Pure this time is going to survive, and kind of goes back to that point. It's so important for Pure to be the big man this game.
Yeah, even going on him constantly. He has no shrapnel charges.
Oh, no.
Oh, another nice shards with the snowball setup. Boxy trying to go for the body blocks into the Malphus. Pure is going to be able to walk away for now. He'll turn around for some Eidolons, but the way this top lane's going, it just seems like as long as they've got mana Liquid, they just don't need to slow down.
Yeah, they just force themselves forward. They are making this a bit of a slower lane for Pure. He is still finding his CS, but every single time you see Boxy come in, it's always a kill threat. And this is the Tusk without even the tag team up. Once you've got that, much easier to run them down.
Yeah, they're going again.
Again and again. Let's do it. Pure, sharded up, has nowhere to go. We'll try to man fight through this one, but the Malphus is there and Pure is gone. Fishman, he will try to punish, but with the tag team, he's slowed up. He might feed another kill away to the side of Liquid. Look at this. This is disgusting. Boxy, this is filthy from Boxy.
Oh, man. I mean, from first blood to this bloodbath in top lane, Boxy's just had so much impact. And this is the lane we expected the sniper to kind of do well in. You know, you just melt the Eidolons, you stand back, they've got the gap close with the Tusk, and it just doesn't feel like you're able to do much as Fishman here in the Clockwork. Like, yeah, he's blocking off, he's draining some mana, he's getting some good cancellations with the battery assault on the chase. It's just not enough to save them.
Yeah, Boxy's just been doing something magical in the melee for this whole tournament. He's just outstanding every game.
I should talk about the bot lane, I suppose. We haven't really looked at that whatsoever. You're going to have that +1 punch there against Toby and, of course, Kataomi. So the position 3 Undying. Matumba, he's been farming okay, but Toby, he's been farming a little bit better with that CS sitting at 19 and 6. And with the strength still, it seems kind of hard for Matumba to stick around. In fact, they're going to try and pincer him in this tree line. Toby, he doesn't know where he's gone. And Matumba, very nice juke out with the fog. They cannot catch him. Problem is, though, he's not finding any farm on this puck.
It's going to be a good lane for Undying. Again, this hero, his strongest suit right now is the lane. He just has a strong lane, he builds into the game. And on the side of Liquid, Matu is going to be a little sad, but he's not really the game winner. It's similar to Stormstormer last game. It's all on Mickey. He's not going to go for this magic build lane, I believe. He's just going to go probably for Boots of Travel or an Arcane Boots to do a BKB, maybe a Silver Edge. He's going to be the tower. He's going to do everything for you. So Matu just needs to survive and find his way in the game.
Boxy, this time around in a bit of danger. Fishman going to try and punish this task as the battery assault doing so much damage. It is going to wear off. Boxy, he does have the brown boots up, so he will be able to outrun the Clockwork back towards the Roshan. He'll salve up. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, just bails out, wastes a little bit of time from Fishman.
Or is he? Snowball is there. He's going to try and buy a little bit of time for himself as Pure was going for a creep wall. In fact, now he's going to try and fight this one out. Zai trying to come in and help out. Boxy still going. Tag team is there. Pure, he's the one in danger. They just turn it right back around to the side of Entity. And Pure, he's just getting blocked to oblivion. Kataomi, he's going to show up, but he hasn't got the damage. They're still trying. Fishman, he'll finally get lucky with the battery assault, but he might drop now. Zai is still chasing. Do they have a Malphus up? They do. Fishman still running, but it's not going to be enough. Boxy, Boxy, Boxy.
I mean, he was so close to living as well. Like, the snowball was just off cooldown. He might have been able to just get out and just find Fishman without dying. Boxy again. Forcing so much.
Boxy, stop it. I thought he had another one.
It's all over the map. And for Entity, we're not seeing that kind of play out from the supports. We're just not seeing as much impact out from our Clockwork, out from our Tiny, and it's not their fault, although they're trying now.
Well, they've got a decent target. Cogs will be there with the battery assault. Matumba now in danger, and it seems like they will let him die. It's still a decent pickup, but like you mentioned, he's not the carry this game.
Yeah, I think Matu's been having a similar game to Pure, but it's just not as... It doesn't look as bad because he's not dying.
Right. Oh, Stormstormer. Mid lane ends up getting Lacuna down by Mickey. Looks like Boxy was around to help out. That's a fantastic kill for the side of Liquid.
100% kill participation on Boxy. All 7 kills. Not even 7 minutes in the game. and just running around constantly.
Yeah, he's just making work happen on the map. Entity trying to set their eyes down bot here.
He is caught.
They have found him. Toss is there onto the creep with the cookie away. In comes the clockwork for Zai. He's joined the fray. He does have Black Hole, but Fishman, he's going to find the Enigma. There's no chance for him to be able to get this one off, so Zai will drop. A nice pickup so far for Entity. They might lose Fishman, but it's going to be a decent trade. In fact, he's still getting out of there. Scatterblast will slow him down, but in the end, he will go. As Stormstormer, he shows up. Boxy's around, but against the Undying with the Tombstone, it's too hard of a team fight that they're still going to try with this little shredder. They'll take it out, but they are losing bodies left, right, and center. Liquid, they'll lose a third now, maybe even a fourth. As Insania, he was the initial one getting caught out, and eventually he'll be the last one to get caught out.
Really good rotations coming out from Entity. They wrap around for a long time down bot. It looks a little bit awkward to start off with, but it does pay off dividends. You are getting space out here for Liquid onto Matumba, but considering all you find with Storm around, that's a good gold injection for Arlesh.
It was just nice. They fully wrap around the tower. Clockwork's in. Zai just expecting to TP in those trees and get a Black Hole from the tree, like get a free kill, but he TP's in. Clockwork's already on him. He just gets solo killed almost by the Clockwork and doesn't press Black Hole, and now this whole top lane is... they're kind of feeding away the gold.
Yeah. It does feel like you're reeling it back in here for Entity, staying in this game. You're buying space out for Pure as well. He's managed to just stay in the jungle away from this activity, and Storm is the one just working the map with that Lesh. For Liquid, you don't have a lead. You're still 9-6. Are you recovering enough? Is this the point where you just kind of look at Matumba to start to get tankered back? Looking for more.
Fishman get caught out. We'll go for the cogs. Boxy is there with the tag team and a very strong avalanche from Kataomi. Was it going to matter? Like the turnaround is there. Cookie is going to allow him out for Fishman. He is barely going to be able to survive with his life intact.
I think there's not going to be much on Batu. He didn't even go for the Vanguard. This game he went for the Hood, noticing how much magic damage is on Entity. So he's just probably going to play for his really big timings. I think Ags is probably where he looks to join the game. I would actually be surprised if he ends up going BKB after his phase boot, just the first item BKB, and just all-in commit for this lead up, doing everything for you.
We'll see that's something that we'll want. There was a little bit of pressure coming out on the mid. Entity again still clumping around. It's rather interesting for Entity to keep taking this aggression as well. We don't even have a hook shot coming out yet on Fishman. Once you have those initiation angles, it does feel like the game gets a lot easier. They do spot Insania out for a moment there with the tiny on Kataomi, but not going to be able to really run in just yet. And just goes back to this equilibrium state of farm. Zai shoving up top though.
TPM. They are going to try and defend this one. TPs are coming. Stormstorm, he'll come from the backside, looking at Matumba. Dismember, going to help him out a bit. Back to Snowball in. They're going to try and force the fight. Stormstormer, he might be the one to get caught out and may drop it. No, he will not. They'll take Matumba. They'll find Boxy. It'll be a double kill for Toby. And it just seems like every fight with the Undying in it is a fight that Liquid just can't take.
Yeah, the tower's so low, at some point you start to expect, oh, they're giving up the tower for free. We don't have to worry about it, but TP in just the last second, get the catch. Lesher, I thought Stormstormer was dead, but a nice toss back gives him that little reset in the fight. He doesn't die to the rot.
Yeah, and I saw the confidence in Matumba. You know, he pops open that Hood of Defiance. Level 1 Flesh Heap, not the biggest damage block, but he figures we could go for this kill. Doesn't quite shape up. And Entity starting to, again, find that punishment. They take these fights so far away from the sniper. They get that build-up they want on Stormer with his activity. And for the moment, it doesn't feel like Liquid's able to really match up just yet. Smoke out from Mike and from Boxy, though. They've got that Aether Lance up on Mike. A little bit more reach out from the Lina, but might just be Boxy scouting out here alone.
It looks like Mickey's going to go for the magic build. I thought he was going to go for the physical to be a carry, but I think their logic right now is you can one-shot the sniper at some point in the game if you go magic build, or even the Lesh. And probably if you kill the sniper, everyone else will die at some point to the Enigma and the Punch. And so he doesn't really need to be this right-clicker. He can just play to kill one hero, good enough. That's just make it a 4v5 off the bat, just survive, maybe stun once or twice, and play off the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's a big one for Mika, switching out for that magic. We'll see if it does pay dividends. You still have to worry about the magic damage coming out from Entity as well. You see Zai just kind of farming around in that jungle, being scouted out by Fishman. They're still managing to hold Liquid off from really getting too much more done in the invasions here. And they are still buying that space out. At what point do you feel like for Liquid that they've kind of allowed Pure to farm too much and it starts to become a threat in that sniper?
Maybe once he gets his item after Dragonlance. So I think he just finishes the Maelstrom now. Once he gets the Dragonlance, he does damage, but it's after that.
Fishman getting caught out. Mid lane, Laguna, not going to be enough yet. Eventually he does drop a box. He had to stick around so long, but they will trade quite effectively here for Entity. Again, Toby shows up at that right moment with the Tombstone and just doesn't allow them to fight back. Liquid, I'm not sure, are these fights in their favor?
It's hard to say. Entity has the range in the fights. They have the sniper, the Lesh, and they have the burst, but they're going to constantly make these aggressive moves, like on Matu the bot.
Yeah, this one's definitely in their favor, or is a Dismember. Is going to be them at Tumba. He'll try to fight back. A very nice cookie out from Insania. Now the turnaround with the Mortimer's Kisses. Stormer, he can try to run, but there's no escaping. Just rains fire on the Lesh rack. And it seems like Entity, they had no other response to it.
That's just sick from Insania. Coming in at the right time, cookies at the right time, and the kisses on point. Very close from Matu. Gets at least a second off the Dismember, so gets a little bit of healing, just enough to get out there.
You also see how strong the Flesh Heap is now versus Lesh. Every tick of the Lesh only does 20 damage when the Flesh Heap's active, so really tanky versus the hero.
Sounds very, very balanced indeed.
It's fun.
Yeah, I imagine it is.
Fun is balance.
Yeah, absolutely, and Dota is supposed to be a fun game, so that's how we balance around here. Of course, for Entity, I mean, it's not all gloom and doom. They're still having these massive stacks being taken here by Stormer. His Bloodstone doesn't feel like it's going to be too long, although the timing isn't maybe as fast as what we saw from Mika in Game 1. It's still going to be there. And once you do have that frontline sustain, all that damage coming out from Stormer, you can make some work happen. You do have the full raid pack up on Zydo. So again, we're reaching that point where the Enigma is just going to be holding back a lot of what Entity will want to do up front there.
Yeah, the big difference is Pure is top net worth now after that rough lane. 3 deaths in the 1 lane, and he's also very good versus Wraith Pack. One of the things that Sniper is, he can just kill the Wraith Pack very quickly, not much to worry, and he is hard to jump. It's going to be on the back of probably Boxy, who ends up going for a Force Staff. I think Force Staff's really nice versus the Clock, versus the Lina versus the Tiny, but no Blink. They're not really going to have any of these Blink daggers to catch the Sniper in the early game, so it's a lot of just maybe wrapping around on the Sniper, catching him first, or just trying to fight away from him where you see him on the map.
The smoke up behind Mickey, they're going to rotate into that dire triangle. Oh, they'd love to find Stormer, but he's quite low. He's going to go for a reset back at the fountain. Got a nice timing here for Stormer, just clearing out the triangle while he could. Instead, maybe into the mid lane they go. They'd love to find a pick off and perhaps move into that tier 1 mid tower. Thing is, Toby is the one they'd have to aim. He's hiding in that tree line for now. It's just not going to be that easy to try and burst down this Undying. Unless Matumba, he could try. A shot will give the vision. Mortimer's Kisses are out. Snowball is there as well from Boxy, trying to buy a bit of time as they do go back into Fishman. The Clockwork's still surviving. Meanwhile, in comes the cavalry. Stormer, he finds Insania. Everyone's getting tossed left, right, and center. In goes Toby. He wants a little bit more, just taking so much strength away. And it seems like this time for Liquid, they just can't force the fight, but they do find Fishman. Toby, he'll keep going, but they don't have the lockdown for any more.
Yeah, you can just see the response out from Entity. Instant TPs in the moment they see these heroes break out from the smoke, and they just commit to hold up. They know how important that mid-tier 1 is. They just toss all their bodies in Liquid. They just don't have enough to really get it done. They all kind of fragment themselves inside. Like we saw Insane just trying to target out the Tombstone, couldn't really do much.
Also just how strong Undying is when you dive. You go past, your team kind of gets stretched out, the Tombstone gets dropped, you can't kill it because not everyone's around it. And then you just keep slowing, the Tiny TP's in, you get shrapnel, and just so much slows for when Liquid has to chase, just walking in.
Dire's middle tower.
See what they can do now. Liquid falling a little bit further behind. 2k net worth now, the way of entering. You already talked about this, but Pure just escalating out of control now with that net worth, and just a struggle to find what kind of anti you have for this sniper. The Toby just doing such a fantastic job on the Undying, second in net worth right now, and just so tanky, so hard to deal with, and it's just not the target you want to try and burst down first, but Toby's just giving them no options whatsoever. So Liquid maybe feel like they're a little bit trapped at the moment, maybe need to slow down the pace of the game, get a few more items up, but it's kind of hard to know exactly what they need at the moment.
The only item they can really wait for is his Pudjags. Everything else is, even the Lina Ag's 3,000 gold away, the Enigma Blink is 1,000 gold away. You don't want to wait for so many different timings that probably once they get the Ags, they're going to smoke up and look for a fight.
Yeah, they've got to build off the back of Matu, and that nice timing you do get with a Pudge, the damage output he does have on hand. It does feel really tough. I think, talking about Toby again, he does have the Load Store buff. They do get a good hook here.
And Insania Let's get caught out. He'll try to run towards the north and try to juke out Fisherman, but it's just so hard with the battery assault. Even the tombstone being dropped just in case they needed the vision. And Toby, he'll take his 5th kill of the game.
Good.
It's just getting way too much in this Undying. Again, he's got the Lotus Orb up. He's already got a casual cloak up, going to the Hood of Defiance. And with all the strength he's stealing, with the way he has to save his teammates from the snowball potentially, it's going to feel really hard for Liquid to kind of come in. All their control, most of it, is single target outside of Snowball, not the most reliable to catch a group, or the LSA. So you're always going to have some value from just that Dispel coming out, and Toby's just been really, really massive in the front line.
Yeah, and on the side of Liquid, they don't really have the front line right now. Matu hasn't had the opportunity to group up with his team and be this body. He just... The one time they did it, they won the fight. In the jungle, he jumped and they turned it on Stormstormer. But outside of that, he's kind of had a... He's had to struggle trying to find the front line.
Entity's still grouped up. Everyone just hanging around Pure, making sure the sniper remains safe. They're going to find a double damage rune with a smoke up. This could be perfect timing for Entity. Liquid are hanging around, though, on the high ground, just waiting to see if somebody does take the rune away. In fact, never mind, they don't have the vision. Boxy did not see it. In fact, now, Mickey, he's the one to get spotted out, but they can't hold him down. Stormstormer, he will move in, but again, just doesn't see the angle. That'll be about it. They won't be able to abuse the double damage quite yet.
Really close to getting tossed back all the way in, but thankfully for Mickey, he walks away, doesn't get tossed. And dodging a gank, that was the Leshrac Bloodstone timing. That's the biggest timing for the hero. You get this item, you want to go fight constantly for the rest of the game. And they weren't able to get a catch with it.
Yeah, it's missing out a little bit on time, giving Liquid a little bit more room to breathe. They've got their own Ags up now in Matu. So the Pudge is kind of ready to go if they find something here.
Hawk shot in, very, very nice from Fishman, finding the angle, but there's Insania to get the cookie away. They turn this one around. No, that's a big avalanche up from Kataomi, but where's your follow-up? In comes Pure. He's got the double damage. That's Saigon. We find more. Snowball in. Boxy has no choice in the matter. He's going to go down. Kisses are still going, but Pure, he jukes them out for now. They just don't have any more follow-up. In the meantime, they do at least find Toby. In they go again, though. Insania, he's being targeted, and he'll be the 3rd target to go down for the side of Liquid. They only find one in the mid lane.
It's just a little bit too fragmented. You're super strong on Matu. He just melts through Toby in the mid, but he's not there to help his team. He's not there to try to, do a little bit more damage, poke them down with a rod. And they were just really clumped up there from the side of Liquid up top.
There's a nice ward on the cliff, which is what lets them get the Hosha and Boxy, but nice disengage. You see what Liquid wants to do? They want to kite them into this ward. They want to keep running backwards, and the second Entity went too far, they want to turn, but nice avalanche, big 4-man stun into toss, and once that happens, everyone's caught up from Entity. They're all grouped up now, and now Liquid's the one fighting into the Entity.
Just didn't feel that good in the end. I mean, the idea was good. Just doesn't quite shape up. They've got the blink on Zydic. We still haven't seen a black hole this game. Again, not the biggest thing for the Enigma and more, but it does feel like in those situations you're looking for that lineup. Or maybe just, again, targeting Pure as we saw in game 1, where Zai would just kind of find an angle around and take away that big core. Pure is starting to feel like that massive core. He's working on to the BKB next, and we just saw his damage output. Sure, with a double damage rune, but yeah, if you can't gap close on the sniper, he just does so much.
And that fight enables him to get this BKB now. He's about 700 gold away, and now Lena's going magic damage, not right click. Pudge is all magic. Tusk is mostly magic. Who's going to kill him in the BKB? Do you black hole? He might not even die in a black hole BKB.
Very, very fair point. Liquid got to find some answers here. Entity just going to keep doing what they're doing. 3k advantage, 13 to 15, 21 minutes in. Seems like as the game goes on, the sniper just becomes a bigger and bigger issue. And even if you gain the lead as Liquid, trying to go high ground against the sniper on dying and the Leshrac, it's just never going to be easy. They do hang around across the map on both sides. Neither side really wanting to try and force a fight. We'll see a casual scan out on the Roshan pit, but nobody hanging around there either. And it seems like the Axe is on the way very soon for Mickey. It's got a lot of cast range with that neutral item as well as the Aether Lens. Just cast from a mile away, and it's going to be a very nice feeling for Mickey to just not have to be too close. Let's see what they can get done with this Axe.
Yeah, 2 big items picked up, which is why they go smoke. They get the blink on the Pudge. Now they have a hero to go in, stun, create chaos, and then the Lina Axe, which is a crazy amount of damage. It's 35% spell amp. You also take 35 magic resistance and 30% spell amp. So now this is how the sniper gets one shot. He gets stunned for half a second, Laguna, all the nukes. It does, I think it'll do around 1800 damage and just kill the sniper in one hit.
It's going to be massive, but that BKB Pure is flying out. So it's all about timing. It's all about pinning him down in that window and just bursting him down right afterwards. Immediate smoke out now from Entity with her own item picked up. And it's going to be an interesting position for Liquid right around that ramp area once more.
In we go. 4-man smoke up. Entity running right towards Liquid, but Boxy, he's around with the vision. They'll see the Undying. So Liquid know they need to back off, but Entity, they are still trying to rush forward. Have they got the advantage? They've got the high ground, and they'll move into Matumba Man, but a Cookie is going to be there. Tombstone immediately being targeted, but it's not going to be enough from Insania. They're still trying. It looks like the Snapfire does get caught out, but that's only the pos 5 of Liquid. You'd like a little bit more for your trouble if you are Entity, but it seems like that's all they're going to be able to afford to get.
So hard to fight when he drops the Tombstone on the high ground. You don't really have anyone who wants to hit it. The Snapfire can hit it. You miss once or twice, Tombstone's not going to die to you purely. So how do you fight around these Tombstones on the high ground?
Yeah, it just feels impossible. Like, we've seen that twice over now in almost the same area where they're just kind of forced to back off on Liquid Zen. Toby just being a massive beast on that Undying. Perfect positioning in all of these fights. Entity's still not done though. The double smoke out here, Stormstormer and Katomi want to find more, but no one hanging around down bot. Liquid just kind of playing it safe, getting their farm up elsewhere. What other items can we see? Like, you are going for the BKB on Matu, as he called out there, so just going to look to try to be active. It is after the Ags though.
Yeah, at some point they just need a hero that once they know that Entity's running at them, the hero doesn't turn and run and wait for anything. They need Pudge, they need Matu to see 4 heroes running at them, press S, stand there and stare at them, and walk at them. And so far it hasn't happened. That's why they're constantly walking backwards. Even when they have full vision, they have to keep walking backwards. Mickey doesn't want to do it. Sayo doesn't want to do it. Boxy doesn't really want to be the one. He wants to save the one with the snowball. And so a lot of it's going to be on whether Matu feels strong enough to be that frontliner.
Right now, he certainly doesn't feel like he does. Maybe a bit more time with the BKB to come out. Zai narrowly avoiding any kind of hookshot attempt there from Fishman. Breaking back towards the south. More defensive itemization from Liquid, as you do see Insania now with the 4-staff up. Looking at Pure, just going for the full damage build as well. Scary stuff, just going right into the Daedalus, and that's going to be very, very concerning. Like, if you can't find this guy, he's just going to delete your whole team.
Also going for the stats over Assassinate.
Oh yeah.
Pure damage.
Yeah.
All about the right clicks.
Nice pun, Gunner.
We've seen that a couple times, you know. If you don't need the Assassinate, if you don't need that longer reach, it really doesn't feel like Entity has to, because no one's really highly mobile on the side of Liquid. You just go in the stats, you fatten up, you get a little bit more durable for Pure, and you just get so much more out of it as well. Liquid, for their part, again, waiting for those items to come in. They're working towards a blink now for Mike. So just going to have a little bit more follow-through to jump in when needed or jump out when needed and just kind of dance around. They're also, they are saving up for the blink on Boxy. So again, that blink save from the Tusk or blink initiation is also going to be up there. With this stall out in time though, does it feel better for Entity? It does feel like they're getting a lot more from this time.
I think it feels better because Matu isn't really getting health with the BKB. He's getting the ability to not get comboed by all the stuns and spells. But Pure's buying damage. So now that Matu's not really buying the health, the matchup of being able to survive the damage is kind of going Entity's favor until the plate mail. But that's, you know, you're asking Matu to get 5,000 gold when they're already 5,000 gold back.
It's not an easy ask.
It's a huge gap to kind of clear out. And, you know, Pudge does farm fairly fast, but it's still going to take some time. And he's still sharing that space with Zai and with Mike. Both of them are kind of occupying the jungle as well. Anything else that kind of helps Liquid out here? Entity, it does feel like they've got almost everything lined up. But what, maybe, is there like a fast, quick fix item timing that we're looking for on Liquid's end?
I don't know if it's so much an item timing rather than getting the proper jump and vision. Because again, you need the frontliner for vision. They don't have any heroes that provide vision besides the Pudge bodying up. So if they catch the sniper, he will die to the Lina. He will die to, you know, Tusk Lina combo, just the two of them. And it's just hard to see him. You'll never see him. He'll always be in the back. He has so much vision and range on the sniper. Even at night, he has 1,800 vision. So just the inability to catch him is the issue.
He's still grouped up, pretty much as 4, just not splitting up, just really just frontlining and making sure Pure can farm. That's literally all they're doing is staying in front of Pure. just making sure that nobody can gank him up. Stormstormer will take care of the side lanes. Liquid, they're doing a very, very similar thing across the map, just sticking as a team, not trying to give any openings away to Entity. It's clear they have some timing they're looking for, maybe even the blink to come out on both Boxy and Mickey very, very soon, but you are giving Pure that time to get that Daedalus up. And, well, like you said, if you catch the sniper, it's not, who cares if he has Daedalus? He's not going to be able to use the damage anyway, but for now, they are going to smoke up. As for, toward the top side they go. Who do they find? Zai, think away immediately. Matumba, he might be a bigger target here for Entity as they do try to make their way through to the right-hand triangle, but Matumba, great read on the movement, and now the hook, it's not going to be on target. Entity, they'll try to force Roshan instead.
Yeah, they've got the time to do that, but there is a lot of AoE out from Liquid with the BKBs here and Blinks.
Oh, hookshot wasted just on an illusion, so at least you know one spell's down for Fishman, at least for the next minute. Roshan is still being targeted. They're trying to abuse that Tombstone and Flesh Golem timing here on the Undying. Liquid, can they fight this one out? Insania, he's going to make his way in, but does Cookie away. It seems like they have so much trouble getting close. Roshan, though, is still relatively healthy. They've still got time. Half HP here for the Roshan as Liquid. Still hanging around. Shards are there. Smoke is out. Liquid, can they make it in time? They're going to rush for it. There's the kiss of Matumba. He's in, but Pure, he's the one to pick the Aegis up. They will not get away with it. Kataomi, he is going to drop as Matumba. He's trying to tank for the team by a bit more time, and now the black hole. Zai, he's only got 2 of them, but it's set up perfectly. They cannot save a Pure. He's trying to man up through it. He does take down one. Aegis is gone onto the left rack. They've got Mickey on the Lina. He is going to drop. Pure, he'll just keep going for more now as Zai does get caught as well. A full team wipe for Entity.
They play it so clean. Liquid, they try to find the flank. They might find a full team wipe here.
This is a dieback on Boxy. If he is caught, he'll go for a snowball out, and he is gone. That'll be a dieback immediately for Boxy.
That hurts. That's his blink dagger. That's what you need the blink to catch the sniper. Even in that fight, you see Matu has the blink to the hit. If he gets that Aegis, maybe the whole fight's different. But now you've committed so much into the Roche pit that Mickey gets a kill, the support buys back. They kill the clock, he buys back too. The supports don't really matter. It's just so hard for them to keep constantly fighting into the Undying.
Yeah, it's just so tough, and they did find a good angle. You did see Zai try to be really patient in that black hole, but doesn't really manage to catch enough for that massive impact you'd want, and Pure managed to reposition himself further into pit, so he had more usage out of that Aegis, and it takes way too long for Liquid to kind of get on top, and Entity just punished so nicely.
We're going to find Insania on that Snapfire. Full stuff away, not going to be enough. Entity really feeling themselves now. They just want to keep this aggression up. They understand how much more powerful they are. Even without the Aegis, they might just go for these tier 2 towers. Seems like they are setting up for the mid-tier 2 now. Don't really have a creep wave to go off, but seems like they are just going to stick around and control this map. Make sure Liquid can't catch up in this net worth.
When you go Magic on Lina, a lot of your damage is based on your cooldowns. You're not constantly sitting there right-clicking every single time, so your damage isn't consistent. It's very high in bursts, but you have to wait 4 or 5 seconds and you do it again. And in the fight, Zai black holes and Mickey wasn't there. He wasn't able to nuke, he wasn't able to burst the Leshrac. Leshrac survives the whole black hole. Pure doesn't even die in the beginning of the fight either. He gets to hit for 10-15 seconds and then he just respawns with Aegis anyway. So it's mostly about just connecting Mickey to the fights at the right time. He was struggling to deal with Katomi on the Tiny for the beginning of the fight, and him and Matu have to just connect. Every single time in the fights, they have to connect.
Yeah, we go again. Matumba, he does get spotted, forced the BKB up, but can't really utilize that BKB whatsoever apart from escaping.
What a great item Ogre Seal Totem is. It's just Tumbler Totem, but even better. You always see the hero and they pause for like that half second where they're cast pointing it and then a little bounce into bounce.
It's an amazing animation to always watch. That blink you mentioned on Boxy is up and running. We got a wave coming in, although.
They've got him again. This time, no BKB available. Matumba, can he survive through? He'll pop the Flesh Golem, but it's just so much damage flying in from Pure. He is going to melt. The tier 2 bot is completely open now for Entity.
It's getting a little bit tough for Liquid. It just goes back to maybe Mika going for that magic buildup and the earlier BKB use from Matu. Now high ground's opened up. They can try to death. They don't have the Tread Black Hole in the defense just yet. It will be up. They still have the Blink Snowball saves if they want to kind of take a risk. Entity, though, they do look confident in this one.
Yeah, this game, there's no Tiny on the side of Liquid to kind of delay these high ground pushes. Every time the Entity wants to walk up and just hits the tower, if Lina's not there, there's not much to force you away besides the Pudge, and Pudge is dead. So free damage, free tower, they force the glyph out. Really big glyph now because there's not going to be a glyph for a long time. Unless they take this tier 3 tower in any lane, no glyph for the next 5 minutes.
And that just allows them on Entity to really take control of the map, start to shut down that bot jungle, prevent Liquid from dipping outside and trying to get any additional build-up. 16 to 24, 12k lead out for Entity. They've bounced back really well. Looks like they have managed to reset, change their game plan, and just put up a much bigger fight up against Liquid. If you're Liquid right now, you know, you go back to that Magic Lina, you go back to this Pudge core. What else is there? Is it still down to just trying to catch the back line?
It's still all just about catching the sniper. They have the 2 blinks online, I guess 3 with the Pudge. 4. They have 4 blinks. You know, NA math, it's hard to count sometimes. And it is all about catching the sniper. He has a Linken's now to block the Laguna Blade. It's pretty hard to pop the Linken through BKB. So, is it even possible to catch him? If you catch him now, he has so many defensive tools. The Tiny can toss him away, he can force him away. And once you have to commit so far to just catch the sniper, that's where all the slows come out, all the stuns, all the AoE, that even if you kill the sniper, maybe you just get cleaned up.
It just gets really difficult in stopping Pure from just doing what he wants in this game. And in that point, Entity, they're just going for the tier 2s. Nothing to stop them from Liquid's end. Liquid trying to get a bit of a shove out themselves up top, but the Fortify is still there to stall. Entity do manage to, again, shrink that map down even further and just really have a great game. For Liquid, that jump angle onto Pure, it just doesn't feel great. Maybe down the line, if Boxy, say, picks up an Axe, you could have options, but that doesn't feel like it's going to be coming out anytime soon, if at all.
There's a nice scan out. They know they're in the Radiant Triangle right now, so Liquid immediately dissipating and just trying to get back towards the fountain. Just avoid the Stormstormer. He's going to rush forward, but won't be able to find Boxy. He'll be just fine to TP away, back towards his team. And they'll just try and get another part of the map. That's all you can do right now. Just play the avoid game as we see Mike. He's got even more Magic Amp now on the Lina. I mean, you kind of already said it. He can already one-shot them as it is.
It's the ability to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's not the damage. Damage is not the issue for Liquid. It's just doing the damage.
Boxy, he's in. Kataomi, he'll be the one snowballed out. Boxy, he's going all across the bot. And he will end up going down. Liquid, is this really the fight? It doesn't seem like it. They're going to try and back out. Entity, they're the ones that try to force it. Once again, Liquid, it seemed like they were trying to go for some kind of initiation, but nobody was really ready for it.
They don't manage to hook up in time, or maybe just kind of stalling tactic out from Boxy, you know, just try to buy its time for his team to make that executive call to group up or back off. And just going back to Mike, right? Like, he has so much damage. I think the one thing with the E-Blade, at least you've got the Linken's popper. If you do feel that need to jump onto Pure, bait the BKB out, and just waste the Linken's, provide an opening perhaps for Matu to come in with his BKB dismember. I think the one thing with that is that it doesn't feel like Matu's that tanky. I mean, he's got the plate mail up. He doesn't have the highest HP in the world. Mind you, if you do manage to dismember the sniper, you don't really need to worry about any other source of big physical damage anyway. It's really just the Leshrac kind of twacking away at you. So there could be value there, but in the execution, Entity, I think it's more about Entity just being able to play this way, where Pure is just so far out that Liquid just never finds the angle.
Yeah, it is honestly all about this angle, and it feels like it keeps getting smaller and smaller as the game goes. Sniper is this kind of hero where the later the game goes, the harder it is to catch him, because it's not that he gets weaker, it's that everyone else just gets stronger. Everyone else has more tools to save him or to stun you or to kind of disable and catch him. It's only when it gets to the very, very late, where now on the other side, Liquid now has 6 items on every single hero. They have the Ags and the Tusk. That's when it kind of flips back into their favor. But Boxy's having a rough game. He hasn't been able to get much farm. He's had a lot on his shoulders after this amazing early game he had. It hasn't really kind of transferred into this mid-late game.
I remember speaking to some of the boys from Liquid as well just before the series started, and I did ask them, is this going to be an action-packed game? And they said, well, ask Entity. We're the ones that want to fight. And right now, it's kind of the opposite way. Liquid, they're the ones that just want to try and stay away from this dire side. And I suppose that plays into the hand of Entity, because they are a team that enjoys playing a slower-paced game. They're not afraid of going into the later stages. And Liquid, they're in a position where they're forced wants to try and play that game that Entity already enjoys playing. It's kind of like you're in their arena and they've got the buff. Here is Entity. I mean, to be fair to them, they are the ones chasing right now as they do draw out some lines down to the bottom side. Liquid, they are going to go for a 4-man smoke. Let's see if this one pays off. Kataomi, he's ready on the high ground to break the smoke, and they've got some decent vision in that triangle, at least for the Entity side.
Nice scout by the Eidolon. He's going to see them all.
It is Matumba. He's going to jump in. They see Toby first. They're trying to blow up with the Laguna. It's a lot of damage. They've got Toby and they've got Fishman. Now the Black Hole is out. They've got the Leshrac. It's only one, but it's a big target. Foxy in the meantime, he has gone down. He's going to try and burst down this Tiny. Matumba still taking through all the damage to the Cookie. It's not going to land with the hook shot. It is Kataomi trying to run away with the Seal Totem. He's going to make it out. Matumba, he is going to go down. Meanwhile, towards the north side, still trying to run with the battery assault. Oh, Fishman barely in time. Is gonna make it. Who wins out the team fight? It does seem like it's Entity once again.
Yeah, again, they have to buy back on both supports. Every fight, it seems Entity wins. 2 supports have to buy back, but it doesn't really matter. The cores keep getting bigger and bigger, and there's how do they black hole the Leshrac's black hole for free for 4 seconds. They no stops, and he takes 200 damage total during the whole black hole. They have nothing for the BKBs.
It just goes back to that. Going for the Magic Lina, going for the Core Podge. Once the BKBs are up, you just don't have a way of piercing. And if that happens to the Lesh, you can expect that same thing to happen if Pure was around as well. Like the Sniper has the same defensiveness once the BKB is up. Liquid, they've got to find a way to fix that issue. Is there any way to fix that issue though? You've gone all in on Magic.
There is a 25 talent for Lina. It makes it Pure and Pierce BKB. And that's maybe 1 kill, but the counter to 1 kill is an Aegis. So for the side of Entity, they're going to pick up this Aegis. They're going to get the Shard. Toby's going to take it. This is the second Roche, guys. That's the big one. That's where games are ended.
And goes Entity now. See if they want to try and force the end. There's still a tier 2 tower at this top lane, but they can easily get through it with the damage of Pure. Even a Scythe Device now up and available for Stormstormer. So much more control from this Leshrac. He isn't with his team yet, but he's got those BOTs up, so he can join at any time. Do they want to continue? It's just so much time on the Aegis, they may as well just kind of get themselves together, maybe go for a bit of a fight before they try for the high ground. You look back at Mickey, he's still trying to maximize the magic field, looking to go into the Octarine core now. Like you said, I mean, somehow you've got to clean out the BKBs throughout the fight. That's the only way for Liquid to take them. Entity, they just don't seem concerned whatsoever. They've had full control over this game for pretty much the last 20-25 minutes, and Liquid still looking for an answer here. I suppose this is a bit of a silly question. There's no way Mickey can kind of transition now to a right-click build anyway. It's way too late for that.
It's a little too late. At this point, it's just playing for the 25. I could even see him, instead of going for the Octarine, going for a Refresher, and just hoping for the ability to just press Laguna twice, do like 2,000 something magic damage, pure damage, and just kill a hero. But it's a hard ask. They're asking for a lot.
Yeah, it's really risky as well if you don't manage to get that burst down, because you have to keep that refresh in your inventory. Not the worst thing for the Lina, it's also not quite the ideal, as you're going to be very squishy when you do get jumped. Entity, again, they're playing a very patient game here. Pure is working onto his own Swift blink up, gets another double damage rune on that Sniper. So that could enable the high ground for them. Just kind of need to keep the lanes further shoved out, as Liquid at least has some room up top to kind of farm at least one lane out.
Yeah, generally with Aegis, you don't want to use the very first minute of the Aegis is the farming part, because you have 4 minutes, you have 5 minutes total. So you want to use the first minute maybe to group up, push all the lanes in, get the map in a nice pretty position where everything's pushing in, and then when there's 2 minutes left, that's where it feels awkward. Killing the Aegis doesn't feel that good because they only had a minute or 2 left, but if you don't kill him, now you're just taking your whole base.
That they are. They're going right after that tier 3. Laguna is already out. Hook is there as well. They've got the Undying, but Toby, he's going to survive. Force Staff is out. Maybe instead they get Kataomi, but the Force Staff's away with the Seal Totem. He's still running. Pure with the double damage. Just rips by a new one. Look at this, Mickey. He's trying to run. The Hook's going to save the day, but the Assassinate. Oh, it's in the fountain. Look at Pure go. He's not done yet. He wants more. What are we aiming, Pure? In fact, they're going to go in. Hulk is there. Boxy, has he set up? Pure, no, the 4 staffs. He's going to be able to get out once again. They just can't catch him. Triple kill now for Pure as he's onto the tier 4 towers. It's not looking good for Entity, or rather Liquid. They're going to 3-man smoke up, try one more time to save this game too. But Entity, they'll just keep going for the tier 4 towers. Only one left. How do you try and defend this? There's a side device out on Mickey. Pure right to it. They just can't catch up. They can't even get close to him.
BKB Black Hole in 5 seconds. That's kind of the last hope for Liquid right now.
And we go, Matamba, he's going to try and bait for this one. Mickey, he'll join in as well. Toby, still taking through it. He's going to go down. That's one down by Matamba. In trouble, Zai. He's also been spotted. Pure's just not letting him get anywhere near the sniper. Don't forget, you've still got that secondary life. They still hold on to that final tier 4 as they do jump in again. Matamba, he wants the first life, but the 4 stops are there. The Hawk is going to land. He's got the first one. Zai, he's still in range. He's got the black hole. It's going to connect on 2 of them. Pure is distracted right now. Have they done it? Can Liquid keep defending? Kataomi is going to drop it. They've got the Mikelina. It's all over. There's only one left. It's only Zai. And without the black hole, there's no way they defend this entity. Or do they? Boxy, he's back up, but it's basically 2 supports against the sniper. Pure, he's got the hand up. High fives all around. They'll kick away the Leshrac. Stormstorper, he might drop it. It's not gonna matter. GG's called. We are going to a game number 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort coming out there for Liquid towards the end, but it just doesn't line up. Pure is just way too big. They had no catch for the back line. Gunnar, where do you think it kind of went down? Because it felt like they had such an amazing start for Boxy, but it just didn't pan out.
I think the bot tower defense, this tier 1 bot actually mattered a lot for how their momentum was going in the early game. They did great in their lanes. Boxy was in 7 kills early. Again, crushing the early game, but they make a choice. They defend this bot tower and it doesn't really work out. They lose 4 heroes, I think, and that's where they started. Pure didn't even show up. He gets all his farm, he gets all these items, and just the game snowballs from there.
What do you think Liquid can do different in game 3? Like, if you're going to change anything, at least in this draft, what do you think they need to change up at least to win out this game 3?
I don't know if they have to change up much in general. I think the game plan they're doing is solid, as well as Entity. I think they're both having really solid game plans, and I think it more comes down to the execution. I think the drafts are fine. The way that they're like mentally, it looks like they're mentally playing really well games. It's just execution, making those small little choices. Those are what really matters in the game.
Well, with that, we'll be back with our game 3 draft very soon. But let's see what our panel had to think about this game number 2.
Thank you very much indeed. What a game for the second time this international. We are going the distance to the 3rd game. Can't wait to see it, but we got to wait a little bit. Got to give the teams a little bit of a breather and talk about how this happened, because if you only watched the first 5-10 minutes of that game, you would not have believed that sniper turned into the beast it turned out in the end, Jenkins.
Yeah, it's funny because they were kind of feeding that lane with the Clockwork and the Sniper after that insane dive on the Tier 1 tower at level 1. You just see Sniper getting pelted by Tier 1 tower shots, but the other 2 cores kind of carried the early game with the lead that they had. They actually had a 1K gold lead, despite the kills looking very bad for them, and then it gave Pure the ability to just farm up and be the absolute monster that he was in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things I want to mention, but I'm just really glad that Entity went for the Sniper, because we did mention it before the draft started that going back to comfort is so important, and that we wanted to see the Sniper come out, and it did in such a convincing fashion. Initially, we were watching in the green room, and I was just confused because I had this level 1 Sniper and his Clockwork diving tower.
It was awesome,
versus an Enigma and a Tusker. What was your plan there? But what's going on there? I mean, it was a really sick ice shards from Boxy that kind of put them in a bad situation in the first place, but they did it twice. Not once, but twice. And not just that. Mika completely destroyed mid on the Lina, and somehow Entity found their way back into the game. They put Pure in the jungle, he farmed up, they rallied around that Undying, who, even though was played as a core, kind of played that more of a supportive role, right? He went for the Wraith Pact, he rushed a Lotus Orb so that he could protect his cores, and eventually the Sniper had way too many items. He was always in a good position, and it got to the point where Sniper was grenading himself high ground and hitting 4 heroes. I mean,
Yeah,
at that point, what do?
It's supposed to be a disengage, not an engage. that was good stuff.
I mean, speaking of comfort heroes, Fishman, you mentioned his name. 2 heroes come to your mind probably: Fishman Bane, Fishman Clock, and also Kataomi on his Tiny. This is his signature hero. I don't think you can give Tiny to South American teams, and you cannot give Tiny to Kataomi because he always finds stuff. And I like the build that he's going for. Going for that phase boots and the windlace, and actually making plays before getting a blink dagger.
But I'm just really impressed that Entity were able to do this when they were on the brink of elimination, because I really thought that after that game 1, Liquid had the momentum and they would just run them over in this game too. And the first 6 minutes of the game, it looked like it was going to be so one-sided, winning 2 lanes, but Entity somehow found 2 really good kills on the Pudge early on. They negated the net worth lead, and then the Sniper is a hero who is actually so effective against Enigma, right? Because he just stands far back and just punches him, and then he dies. And even if you have BKB, you can't do anything. You're dying to a dwarf right-clicking you, critting you for 1,000 damage.
Yeah. Having vision from Tombstone and also from Shrapnel does make things a lot difficult for Enigma to engage. Once he picks up the Blink Dagger, it's still very, very hard. As you said, Sniper staying away from everything. I feel like maybe Matu needed to join these earlier fights. One of those. He was farming his Aghanim Scepter against the Bloodstone Lash. You need to have some kind of regeneration reduction, but I felt maybe things would be slightly different if he was there to potentially hook the Sniper, get him inside when he was not at his peak.
Once just blink on him.
Yeah, once that hero gets 5-6 item, gets very difficult.
I mean, we talked about comfort and about how we like seeing Entity on their comfort. You can look at the draft of Team Liquid and say, wait a second, but Liquid was also playing on comfort heroes. Jenkins, why didn't it work better for them?
Well, number one, I think Entity. It's not just Pure that plays really well on the Sniper. I think they play around the Sniper very well. There were so many 4-staffs and just disengages coming from his team that were making it so that he looked like the god that he was in that game. And as Effie mentioned, Toby, even though his game was incredible, he still built the support items, trusting that even though the top lane was going quite horribly, that Pure on the Sniper eventually would get to the point where he was going to carry the game and be worth protecting like that. And it was a good call. It worked out.
And also, the Tombstone placements were really on point. We saw time and time Insania trying to go for it, kill it with Low Shredder. He immediately uses Soul Reap, heals it. And there was not that second hero that's going to go in and try to kill a Tombstone with Insania.
Normally, it's supposed to be Lina, right?
Yeah, but this is Spellcaster Lina, and BKB came in a bit later, and she didn't feel... And Sniper already hit his critical mass, and if she gets close, she's just going to get peeped.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she did get peeped. Everybody got peeped, actually, in that game. And, Insania, no, he also got peeped that game. This was a rough game because from a draft perspective, if you look at it on paper, it was fairly even. And then I kind of feel like Liquid got outplayed in this match. So when we're talking about comeback, we knew that for Entity coming into game number 2, it was going to be fairly doable for them to reset and just go for a different plan. How is Liquid going to fare with that, Effie, you think?
I mean, I would hope that a team as seasoned and experienced as Liquid would be able to reset in the same way. And like we mentioned earlier, if you're losing this game 2 and you're going to the game 3, don't spend too long talking about the game 2. It's over. It happened. If you win, talk about it later. But for the most part, what's your game plan going in next, right? Are you going to have the Sniper in mind? Are you still going for your Enigma? Are you potentially going for something more active on Mike? Are you going to go back to the SF? This is something they're going to be discussing right now in this downtime.
Or builds, like Lacoste was mentioning. I think in retrospect, you look at the Pudge and it's like, okay, we have Alina, we have an Enigma. These are 2 late-game heroes. Pudge doesn't necessarily need to farm. Let's go for an early Blink Dagger, kind of play like a mid-Pudge. But, defining 1 or 2 things that they could have done differently. Okay, reset, we'll do that this game. We're going to beat them next time.
Yeah, and we know, of course, Team Liquid does have a lot of experience facing Entity. And I do want to point out, it's not the last couple of times did not look good. Lacoste?
Yeah, in the TI qualifier, they did lose 2-0 to Entity.
Yeah.
They did beat them in Tour 3, and they did beat them in Tour 2 as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Liquid does have tendency to play like slightly below what you expect at them when they're at LAN. Like, you always have high hopes, but yeah, I think they need to reset and they need to come up with something really good. Metrum, coach from Team Entity, did say, game 1. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We have a good draft for game number 2, and yeah, the confidence speaks. They knew exactly what the mistakes were. They didn't make those same mistakes, and Liquid also needs to make an adjustment.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine, though. I mean, Metrum is a great coach.
Yes.
Liquid's got 3 great coaches. Someone's got to be able to give the speech that is needed.
I'm sure in terms of support system, they are not lacking at all. It feels like Liquid got handed the ball and then they fumbled, right? Because that was almost a perfect early game for them. They got the heroes that they wanted. They killed the sniper, 3 times in the early game? The Lina was out farming the Leshrac. You had this Matu Pudge that you're super comfortable on, and it felt like maybe they got a little bit too comfortable because at some point they were diving and overextending for kills that didn't matter too much, right? You often saw this Snap and this Husk playing together, looking for these early game pickoffs, but they would chase all the way to the tower, and then Entity would TP in 2 or 3 heroes, get the return kill, and they did it maybe 2 or 3 times before they stopped. So I feel that that's a bit uncharacteristic of them. Maybe just, I don't know, talk about it a little bit more amongst yourselves, because you can never get too comfortable on the TI main stage.
I agree. You're totally right that it felt like there wasn't a sense of urgency involving the sniper, which in a draft like that, when you have Enigma and you don't have these great heroes of getting on top of the sniper, it's like, at some point, we need to kill this guy or we're going to eventually lose. But I think you're totally right that they felt comfortable because it's like,
we killed him 4 times.
He killed him 4 times. He's useless. So whatever. Like, Matumba can just keep farming. He can go for this kind of greedier build rather than going for like an early game, run-at-you build, because he's like, all I got to do is carry this game, not feed. The sniper's useless. And it's like, oh shit, he's top net worth. That's not good.
Yeah, so what do we want to see from game number 3? Because the teams have had almost about 10 minutes to talk about this. We've obviously focused mostly on what went wrong in the previous game, but what often happens, and what we also saw in TrueSight, is that teams spent this time mostly on deciding what to do next, how they're going to adapt, how they're going to change things. And I would love to hear that too, because we've seen 2 very different games coming out from these 2 teams so far on this main stage, and we know that Entity can adapt. We just saw proof of that. Can Liquid adapt? I would imagine so. As you heard Effie say, these are very experienced players. They're going to be able to adapt, but how, Lacoste? What would you like to see changed?
I wouldn't say anything was wrong with their draft in game 2. That's a solid, strong draft. It's just they did made a lot of these like small mistakes that can get into your head potentially, especially playing on TI stage. You know what you're playing for, and maybe shrug it off, let it go.
Let it go. That sounds very
like
simple.
Maiden.
Sounds like Crystal Maiden perhaps coming out. I don't know. Here they come again. They are going back on the stage to play for one of these teams, their final game, guaranteed at the International 11. And for Entity, on one side, this team is filled with first-timers. Every single one of their players, including their coach as well, they've never been on this stage, and they are looking hungry and they're looking comfortable. I think that is the trial by fire we talked about earlier. The 128-minute win over RNG just a couple of days ago definitely played a part in that. And any result that they get from here on out, people would be saying, you know what, Entity started the year in Division 2? That's great. Good result, regardless of where they end. On the other side, Effie, you got Team Liquid. They've got a lot more pressure on them.
They have so much pressure on them right now, and they have to be feeling it. I mean, Team Liquid, when you look at this lineup, you think this is a TI winning lineup. And to lose to a team that was recently formed, that have only had the addition of their carry player for the last few months, that is something that they themselves are thinking cannot happen. They have so much pressure from their org, from their fans, from themselves, right? They have to do it.
If you ask me, like, which player deserved to win TI, but he never did, I would instantly say Zai, because that guy is so good at Dota, but never managed to get that ages for himself.
Yeah, he got, of course, together with Matu, third place last year.
Yes.
And I think for both of them, they were hoping banking on this year was going to be even better and enough to reach that final stage, to reach that grand finals and to take the trophy. But they've got a long road ahead of them. And if they don't do it in this lower bracket, this is losing also if they were to lose against Western Europe. That is painful because you practice against these guys the entire year, Jenkins.
The good news with all of this,
yes, please,
is that what the story of this entire event has been is people going to hell and back, and then becoming a lot stronger.
Back to hell and hell again.
Exactly, which we've not seen that hero too much, very fortunately for us. But either team, whichever team wins this, not only have they gotten a lot stronger from the trials and tribulations they've gone through, this will make them stronger. And
yes.
I feel like, potentially facing up against these upper bracket teams, these lower bracket teams, they always look spicy, man. They always look strong.
Honestly, Entity have already far and away exceeded my expectations. To not lose in that game 2 and to come back after that kind of laning phase versus a team like Liquid who completely crushed you in game 1, I never saw that coming. So hats off to them, honestly. This team is going to have so many new fans.
Yeah, we know that at the start of the day, there were out of hundreds of thousands of people that made their bracket predictions. 4 people were still correct at the start of the day. I wonder how many will be correct after this lower bracket portion of the day is done, because it has definitely been a very close series, both of the ones that we've had so far between all the Western European teams. We have one more thing that we'll have to do before we go into the game, though, because we need to see the draft for these two teams, and the draft will be coming your way right now.
Entity versus Team Liquid. Game 3.
There's always a part of me that remembers some of the words from players. When we talk about things, we are analyzing. It's like, oh, they did this because back in 2015, we overanalyze things. That's our job. That's okay. But I know that for a lot of these players and the players right now on stage, everything or a lot of it is just intuition.
They're
like,
feeling it,
we're just drafting what feels good, and we'll find the reason behind that. But
we're live. We have to.
Yeah,
but we will find
theory craft. I'd like to say.
You know what I want to see out of Liquid? I want to see one of their cores decisively asking for their signature hero.
Ooh.
Give me a lone druid.
Yeah, Entity was facing elimination.
With the arrow, with the pointing from Blitz, it was perfectly timed there for Jenkins. Sorry, if we continue.
But the way that Entity were facing elimination and then Pure just goes, give me Sniper, I will defeat them. I want someone in Liquid to say, you know what, give me that lone droid, give me the Shadow Fiend back. We can play it even though people have figured it out.
Maybe also ban the Sniper as well. That's also a good call out to make. They had 3 bans in the second phase. Entity, we've talked about how their hero pools have been limited.
Still, Katomi, still 5 heroes.
Yeah,
that's right.
But he's looked so good on that Tiny as well that I am surprised to see it through every single time.
He practiced it, but he practiced it at TI.
All you need is 5 heroes. That's what he's showing us.
What about Sniper? I would not be surprised if Team Liquid takes it.
Not right now?
It looked really good in Matu's hand.
But
I feel like this is actually a first phase hero, and I'm fairly certain that both of my panelists agree with that. From what we've been talking about, this hero is OP.
Sniper is A tier, potentially an S tier hero right now, and so underutilized. And how we saw the Sven and SF become really popular, the Sven plus Sniper is even better. But not enough teams are willing to dip their toes there quite yet. It is TI main stage, which they don't want to lose. But the ones who have done it have looked really convincing.
Yeah, it's scary because he's too goofy. You don't want to pick this goofy guy on your team.
That's what it is.
And they go for the CM. Man, I feel like a silencer. You have 2 channeled ultis. Enigma on the side. Don't you just silencer here?
A Fishman does play it.
You have to play it.
You have to, but also do you have to pick it now? I kind of feel like it's too good to pass up on.
I think it's too good to be true, but we'll see. This is Entity we're talking about here.
What about that hero, Sniper? Still looks good. We saw he's keeping the distance between Enigma.
Ooh!
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So they decided to go for more of something that, I mean, Toby did in the previous game. He went for these like Wraith Pact, Lotus Orb, and Broodmother is a hero that builds, again, Wraith Pact, potentially Pipe, because there is a lot of magical damage coming out from these two heroes.
And there's a really interesting statistic that I believe Knoxville posted about Broodmother and her Wraith Pact timing. And if Brood got it 15 minutes or below, her win rate was something like 80% or something absurd like that. And then if she got it after that, her win rate was 7 to 9 when he posted the statistic. So it really matters that you secure this timing, but when you do, it just offers you too much in this.
Now, that being said, during the group stage, Entity was able to pick Broodmother 4 times total. They have a 50-50 on it during those groups.
And as far as Brood goes in this game, I do feel that between the Crystal Maiden and the Enigma, they do have a means to kind of deal with it. Enigma isn't the best at playing versus Brood in terms of outpush, but you do have a way to just get on top of this hero and catch it later. She doesn't really do much to stop the black hole. All she gives you is the map control and the team fight, right? But Crystal Maiden, everyone's favorite blonde girl, here she is, right? Her Nova is super good on lane. She can catch her with her frostbite early on, and she gives her team utility. You usually pick like spammy heroes like Pangolier or something like that need mana in order to kill her spiderlings, and Crystal Maiden just enables that so well.
Yeah, it's true, and I feel like this current version of Brood as well is not like the old Brood where you're playing around the spiders a lot and like keeping your distance and spamming the spiderlings. It's more like you do actually get in there with Wraith Pact to defend it in a pipe, and you're kind of like a tank. So I feel like Enigma can catch you with Hole, and you can get Frostbitten, and you can get CM ulted. However, both of these heroes will feed to a Broodmother, and I do think, like Effie was saying, you need something more. You need something. And they banned the sniper, by the way.
That's a good call.
It's a good call.
Yeah, because in the previous game, they did have a lot of bodies to throw in front of the sniper. Pretty much everyone was in their faces, while sniper can just casually sit in the back and kill people. And even with these two heroes, you do have like Broodmother that tanks up. And the thing about the Wraith Pact, it's an item that reduces enemy damage, and it also gives damage to your own team, especially carries who do have like lifesteal. So just you get something and the enemy team loses something. So it's quite a lot of a difference, especially
it's good value.
Yeah, I mean in this game it's Enigma against Broodmother, so both teams are gonna have Wraith Pact.
Ursa ban coming out as well. Is there anything in particular we can read from Entity's bans with the Naga, Pango, and Ursa here in the second phase?
I mean, Pango against the Broodmother, you just one-shot those spiderlings, makes Brood game very difficult, especially when paired up with Crystal Maiden. You do have a lot of mana. Pango does consume a lot of it, and yeah, they don't have heroes that can't stop the Rolling Thunder, at least for now, so
Also,
looked like a good Pango game.
Yeah, and they just don't have the best heroes to deal with the Naga right now. She also just gives them a way to reset or set things up for Enigma, right? Song into Black Hole. And Ursa is a Matchu specialty hero, but also a way to punish the Broodmother early on, right? Crystal Maiden plus Ursa together online can kill the Brood over and over. So they're just making sure to give this Brood a comfy start here.
Considering that they banned Ursa, it could also mean that this Tiny is going to be a core, something that Stormstormer does play quite a lot. I mean, it's Kataomi also just spams this hero.
There's a Spirit Breaker again.
Are they going back for the Lifestealer after the Spirit Breaker? It looked really good in that game one.
Is it good against Tiny/Brood?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like Effie was saying, this new Brood, or I guess it's not that new, but with the Spiderlings coming at the ulti level rather than being just a basic ability, she does play like a pretty typical melee hero during the laning stage. So these Ursa's Lifestealers that would normally destroy just like a normal melee offlaner, they do actually deal with Brood quite well, especially when paired with the CM who has the stuns and slows.
The thing is, if you do pick this Lifestealer to combo with the Spirit Breaker and punish Brood on lane, you have to pick some kind of wave clear mid laner that can deal with the Spiderlings.
Yeah, there's nothing right now.
Yeah, so that would be the only downside to this Lifestealer right now. But also, the thing about Broodmother is Unsatiable Hunger forces carries into early BKBs, and Lifestealer has one for free.
That's a pure signature right there with the punch, and they also pick up the Jakiro that we've seen be very impactful earlier today.
Very snowballed lineup coming out from Entity with this Pudge and Jakiro, gives them a lot of tower damage on top of Broodmother, and in the end they will go with the Lifestealer, because Against Pudge, it's great.
It's good. It's really
against
good,
Tiny, which still can be core, so looks really nice. It's not that great in the laning stage against the Broodmother because he doesn't provide you much. And also, once Broodmother hits level 6, things do get, like, he might be pushed out of the lane, but it's good for the game.
It is very telegraphed, though. This is something that Entity has also seen coming from quite a ways away.
But, you know, I was thinking that it would be really cool if Entity picked up the Pudge for themselves after Liquid just lost with it, because it is one of the pure specialty carries that he has played a lot and feels comfortable on, but it's kind of just a mental blow to adding insult to injury, so to speak. So, and it is a good Pudge game, right? Because you can hook out of Black Hole. Once you get a BKB, you can punish this Crystal Maiden. It's hard for the Spirit Breaker to fight you once you're 6-slotted or even 3-slotted.
I don't actually think Lifestealer versus Pudge is as bad as people think it is either. Now, as a carry Pudge, you may be less likely to do this, but like, for example, the way you can counter it is you get a Ghost Scepter and you bite Nakes, and then you Ghost Scepter, and that's 7 seconds, which is rage. That's the entire rage duration. Then you turn around and he hits you, but you have the lifesteal reduction with your Ags Rod. So I think once you have like Ags +1 timing, Pudge is actually pretty good against Nakes. It's just the problem is until the +1 item after Ags, that's when Nakes is very strong against the Pudge.
Oh, what about some Lesh for Team Liquid? It's banned?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
It would have been really nice, though, for sure.
Unban. You should have one unban of your own bans.
All right.
So,
and an unpick.
Well,
yeah.
By the way, I want to change this hero, please.
We're gonna
I'm
take
using
the
my
Pudge.
repick card.
Yeah.
So what kind of Nikke hero can they go for here that has the wave clear to deal with
I wouldn't mind seeing Invoker. Does give them a little bit more global presence with the Spirit Breaker, with the Sunstrike, and also a lot of AoE control. I think right now they are lacking a little bit of damage because Enigma is slow, so is Lifestealer.
They do need some fast mid hero to play with, right? They need to be able to exploit the Spirit Breaker.
It's good Storm game because they don't have much lockdown.
It's basically just Tiny. I was looking at Mickey's hero pool, and Invoker and Storm are the only ones that don't get really hard countered by the Tiny mid. Like they could, Queen of Pain, they could Puck, but like these are heroes that don't do that well against Tiny because of the ability to just walk up an avalanche toss and are dead from full HP. They banned the Quap anyway.
This isn't a mid Tiny though, so I don't think it's that much of a concern.
It could still be a mid Tiny.
That's true. It is flexible, but it is Entity, right? It's one of Katarina's 5 heroes.
It's going to be Team Liquid that has the overall last pick, so we'll see if Entity tries to keep it somewhat flexible, maybe in their heads before Team Liquid gets our choice, but I'm going to assume that we're going to see mid-hero come out here as well, and it seems like Team Liquid was expecting the same with the Invoker ban and the Visage ban, 2 of Storm's heroes.
Are they looking at Batrider potentially? I know the hero hasn't had a great win rate, but it would be nice to be able to also the Enigma and even
the Lifestealer, yeah.
Maybe with the Quap ban, but the only issue is you get the counter pick if you're Liquid. So he's going to lose the lane, and then against Nakes, it's not that great either. And Spirit Breaker with the status resistance.
It's going to be the Puck. Nice
I do feel as though that's the best option. They could have gone for it in the situation where Liquid have last pick on them, because Puck can disjoint the Spirit Breaker charge. He can control the Enigma before it gets the BKB, and when Lifestealer gets strong enough to go on him, he has so many ways to disengage from him. So I like it. It makes a lot of sense. I think Entity's draft overall is looking really solid, especially for a team that didn't have last pick. I think they're in a better situation than Liquid right now.
So the old school counter to Puck, was it TA? What else is good
and
against?
Tiny.
And Tiny?
Yeah, but they have it. So,
but they have Tiny already?
So old school counters is, TA, Dragon Knight.
But I'm not sure if they want to bank that one
out. Slow.
Ember isn't bad.
Ember sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, Ember sounds solid. Just sit there and like chip away at the Puck in lane.
But they don't. Kunkka's fine, I think.
Kunkka's good too. Yeah.
Being able to catch people doesn't give them like they do have tower damage coming out from like Lifestealer later on with the Deso and Enigma, and they do have a lot of A lot of buffs if it's going to be Kunkka. Okay. Ember in the end.
Yeah, so Ember is, it's good. It can run into situations, especially when it gets stream coiled and just run at. But it gives you a strong lane versus Puck. It gives you chains to catch, which isn't bad, but also wave clear for the spiders, especially if you go Maelstrom or something like that and you slight a fist.
You slight for so long.
Yeah, it's an easy way to deal with it. It does seem punishable, but I think that's the best that they could have gone for in this situation. I don't really, something about the Liquid draft just doesn't feel right to me, and I feel like Entity are in such a good position, but I think anything could happen in this game 3.
Yeah, is it really going to be dependent on the draft? That's the main question, I guess, Jenkins.
I forget the draft.
So then it's not going to be dependent on the draft.
Yeah, there was a Pudge.
Like Cost?
Yeah,
Pudge. Yeah, I'm going to go with
I
the
had
Pudge.
the same problem as Jenkins.
All right, guys, it is time. I loved hearing everything you guys said, but I would also prefer to hear the words of the coach. It's Blitz and Slacks.
Thank you so much, Sheever. I am here with Blitz, of course, coach of Team Liquid. And ladies and gentlemen, Blitz, a lot of scary picks coming out of there. You know, you see the Brood Mother coming your way, slithering across. You got that Puck, a terrifying pick there. Do you have enough bug stompers to get through this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think we should be able to address it. We kind of knew it was coming because we've been to Lesh, and we know that that's their flavor. And so, yeah, it was kind of just a calculated risk.
Absolutely. Now, I saw you went down to 2 seconds left on reserve time. What were you guys talking about? Anything, scary on that last pick, or was it more motivation for the game?
No, Matu really he thinks it's funny to troll Insania by leaving it like as low as it can possibly get. I'm being serious. Like, we do it all the time in this tournament. It's not, we knew we were going to pick Ember for like 45 seconds. They just think it's funny.
All right, well, any words to say, maybe to Entity before you get in, or to anybody watching before we end up in this last game?
Yeah, in competition, there's always a loser, and if we're meant to be out here, couldn't have happened to better guys. When we made it through last chance qualifier, Stormstormer came up and hugged us all. He was really excited for us, and so hopefully we can be just as gracious back to him. They're really good people. Even if they lose in Dota, they're great people in life, and I hope it's okay.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Blitz. We'll get into this game. All right, now, let's throw it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Lex. We do get into it. Game number 3. We've got some great people. We've got some great Dota here. Boys, what are we thinking? You've seen both the drafts. Do you think one team came out on top of the other?
I think the Puck pick was really nice, but Ember, every time I see Puck Ember, it's a little scary. This Pucks get nerfed. The lane is a little weaker, so it can be scary from that matchup.
Yeah, I have a lot of dancing here for Mike. I feel like the Ember should be able to kind of jump in and out as long as the Puck doesn't fully commit towards him. So you've got a lot of play, and I think that back and forth is going to be key here for the side of Liquid and how well that mid comes back. It's interesting as well, Gunnar, right? Like we talked about it a little bit, but they do go back into the Enigma, and we see Entity go back into the Tiny. So Zai and Kataomi have played the same heroes this entire series, and they've managed to trade blows, so we'll see who does get the better win percentage out of this one.
Yeah, and it's also the one thing that you have to make sure when you play the same hero is like mentally resetting. Because you play very stressful games, you're like, and the game ends, you're mentally thinking like, I'm level 16, I have these items, and then you go back level 1. You have nothing, you're slow, no spells. Just starting from the bottom.
So yeah, it does turn out. Both these teams hanging around the mid lanes for now. Standard stuff. A level 1 team fight could break out. You kind of mentioned it last game, but you've got the Pudge available, and that's always a painful kind of hero to have to go up against level 1.
Yeah, we saw last game, Matu got the first blood, or he helped secure the first blood, and Entity is another team that has been playing carry Pudge for a really long time, so it's kind of their flavor. And last game it didn't work out. I think this game it has some better matchups than it did last game. Not as much damage, but again, Lifesteal is known to be tanky or good versus tanky strength heroes.
They are going to move in, bully them out from the bottom side. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade the way of Entity, so they'll be very happy with that Banner Rune start. Nice little bonus for them to get started. Of course, we'll look back into the mid lane straight off the bat, see how this one goes. So we are going to have the Ember. Of course, Mike going to be up against the Puck of Entity. How does this matchup work out?
It's okay for the Puck if he can do really well in the first 3 levels specifically, but at some point, whenever it hits level 3-4, that's when it gets very hard. Puck has no armor, the Sleight of Fist spam just pushes him out of the lane very easily, and you can't really pop Flame Guard without overcommitting onto you.
Yeah, it does feel like the early timings of an Ember just feel a lot better as well. I think just going for an early Orb of Corrosion, even just the Blightstone into face boots can feel really nice, and the Puck just doesn't sustain through that all too well.
Yeah, Puck, the mana nerfs and the small cap removal hurt a lot, that you can't just spam the orb every time you have it. You have to think about when you use it. And now that you also have to use all your mana, you don't really want to get Waiting Grip, so you can't break the shield, and then if you can't break the shield, you can't man up, so now you need phase shift, and it's just a lot of things that have hurt the matchup over time.
Bot lane, Insania dropping rather low, but does find the courier of Toby, because you're going to have Matumba Man against Toby on that Brood Mother, and Kataomi will be there to support that Brood. What are we thinking about this lane? Like, for now, Matumba's been doing a decent job of bullying Toby out. Is there a stage where Toby starts to kind of throw back the other way?
Probably not until level 6, and even then, it's not the greatest. I think right now, Matsu's just going to completely free farm, and Toby is going to get maybe similar, but not the same. It's a lot of just slightly in the favor of Liquid. They're going to be completely fine, and Entity's the one who are going to try to make moves to make, get the creeps themselves.
Fishman being chased down, Boxy hoping for a bash, not going to get it. There's no lucky bashes coming out from Boxy here. Kyudo, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. On mid lane, Mickey going to go for a bit of a chase up to Storm, but they're just fighting. This timing here, there's 2-minute water rune timing, and it's like they should be able to find one each anyway, not too big of a deal.
Yeah, it's still feeling really good for Mickey on that mid though. You can see that CS disparity already. 13-1, 10-1 for Stormstormer. Not too far behind, but once some initial items come in, at least the Blightstone, I think you're going to have a good time with a slight fist spam. Stormstormer, he does have good support to come in mid if they see that opportunity, but if they do want to go for that, they have to go before Mickey hits 6. Once the Ember has the remnants, and then getting a gank onto him, it's going to require the Dream Coil, and you're going to have to coordinate onto that one really fast.
Yeah, again, as you said, one of the big things with Puck that makes you feel good about your Puck game or bad is whether you can kill them when you coil them. And again, that's why one reason that Ember's very good versus Puck is because Flame Guard kind of prevents all of this magic damage early, and it makes it so he survives the coil and then you have nothing versus him. So the fact that they have Tiny who can break the coil with Toss, they have a Jakiro with a lot of nukes, that if they can group these hero up and kill the Ember during the coil, then the matchup will be fine.
Still 0-0, not first blood being drawn yet. It's in. A lot of damage being dealt here by Matumba and Insania as they go onto Kataomi, but it's not going to be quite enough. Matumba just happy to keep dominating the lane. Not too interested in securing first blood as top lane. Maybe that's where we see it. Zai is chased down, but the bash is there from Boxy. Another one. All right. Can we get a third? Charge us out. Let's keep going. Boxy getting very, very lucky there.
I think if there's any lane with pressure, it's going to be in this one. Either side. Probably Entity, maybe once Pudge gets point and hook, maybe at 3 or 4 whenever he just decides to choose that. Because the other two lanes are probably just going to be slow wins over time. It's not going to be really kills. It's going to be you chip them down, you get the extra last hits. That's what's happening mid, that's what's happening bot. But top is where both lanes have the ability to kill.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage, a lot of slows on hand coming out from Entity. Good amount of stuns from Liquid if they got lucky. We saw Boxy kind of hunting for that stun for a very long time. Very disruptive right now on that Spirit Breaker.
I won't find it this time. Boxy trying to be very, very cheeky on this Spirit Breaker, but not so lucky. Pure join in there with Fishman trying to get this pull off. Denied at least from Zai. Malphus will be there. They've got the Eidolon. It's going to be a fair bit of damage. Boxy going to move in. There's a charge up. Pure. Is he going to get bashed here? Not quite. It looks like instead onto Fishman. There's your bash shot. Boxy still getting very lucky. Fishman trying to run. Fishman surely has no way out though. He's just trapped between a rock and a hard place as Boxy. He'll keep going with Zai. One more would do it. There's your Malphus. Fishman, he will hand over first blood. Zai able to pick it up as now Pure. Oh, Pure. He's been caught out by Boxy. Can we get lucky? Maybe one more. He doesn't get it yet. Pure, he's going to try to run Boxy, not getting lucky. 17% is what he needs right now as Pure still running, not getting lucky, but the Malphus will do the job.
Oh my God.
2 kills out for Zai as in comes Fishman once again. Boxy, this time he'll back up.
No crowd favorite bashes to secure the kills. Getting them nonetheless.
They've just got to shout bash louder. That's all they need.
Yeah, just need louder yells. And Boxy, he's being impactful again. We saw this in game 2 where he gets really aggressive. It's not the same sort of aggression as we were seeing out from his Tusk, much more focused up top. But they have made this lane pretty hard for Pure to just sit back and farm. He's going to take a little bit more time to get going as they go on to mid a bit. Boxy does play it safe.
No man on the puck. He has to go base. This is where it starts to feel bad. Mickey's level 6. He's going to start pressuring the tower, and having to walk back to base is mid this late means you're probably going to miss the 6-minute rune. You're not going to have TPs to, you know, counter gank in the side lanes if there's any rotation. So he's going to kind of lock his game up for the next couple minute or so.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for Stormer to kind of contribute to the sides if he does decide to head mid, and he will. Already have the supports here to kind of help out.
It almost breaks out there. Fishman not able to land the nicest ice path. Stormer unable to find the regen room, and as Mickey was able to take it on the Ember. Stay ward out as well from Liquid as they are very grouped up in the mid lane. Just kind of wonder what they can do against the puck. They'll force out a phase shift, but it seems like they're going to have to leave Stormer B. So maybe Boxy can rotate down bot. No, in fact, he's going back up top. See what he can get done here as Matumba. He's the one in danger right now. Toby will go for a chase, but a nice rage up. Matumba going to juke out the Avalanches. Now Insania does come in, but top lane. Charge was there, Pure. He goes for the hook instead. Boxy needs to run and will be able to do so as Zai will have his back.
Yeah, this bot lane, again, it's very kind of calm lane. They're both hitting each other a little, getting low, chip, but we haven't really talked about the Brood that much. And the Brood feels a similar fashion to what they were trying to do with the Naga in the first game, where he's just going to buy a lot of aura items. He's probably going to go for a Wraith Pack into a Pipe. They don't really play this, you know, the old school Orchid, Diffusal, BKB. They play as this really tanky hero who just absorbs the map and just pushes you away. So it's going to be more of a, he's playing to just make the map very dark for Liquid. There's no more vision, no more creeps, and it's going to give space for Entity to kind of use this Pudge to farm his Ags, the Puck to kind of catch the picks on the side lanes, and mostly just a kind of a tool rather than like their
charge out
to win the game.
Pure. He targeted. Zai is around. They've got the Midnight Pulse going with the Malapus. There's one bash out. Pure needs to run, but the black hole, it's going to be cancelled. There was an avalanche there from Kataomi. Still Mickey. He's still going to go for the chase. Dream call out now as well. Stormer, the toss out. They break the coil. Can they hold down the Ember? Boxy's back in. He's manning up. Pure's gone. Mickey, can he truly survive this? Fishman's the one dropping low. Mickey's still alive somehow. Kataomi now. He's the one in danger. A double kill up the Zai and a third kill for the side of Liquid as they're going for more. Liquid are not done yet. They want Stormer, and Boxy's gonna find him. They'll find a fourth.
Oh man, the output right now coming out from Mike. Blades of Attack, not even a full phase boots with the Orb Corrosion. It's enough to dig in, and they get some pretty good bashes. They shared the damage really well as well, coming out there from Liquid, just diving nicely and just ensuring they've got enough in the tank to power through.
Visions of what happened last game. One team goes to the enemy safe lane, they kind of wrap around the tower, they force a play, and you feel strong, you feel like you want to defend, but you just get wiped there. And now the map is so much in the favor of Liquid that if this Brood can't really kick the lifesteal out of the lane and take the tower soon, where's their map going to be?
Yeah, and it feels like that the timing of that Brood is just contingent on shutting down the map early on in the bot lane, you know, and just preventing the life healer from trying to get that build up, equalize, provide some space for the Pudge. Isn't quite shaping up yet here from Toby. He has been left alone to push in a bit, but it does feel like, as you mentioned, Gunnar, Liquid has found enough to kind of compensate for that possibility.
We do see the support duo of Entity kind of walk towards bot. It looks like they're going to try to force the tower now that Matu's off the lane.
Boxy, bot lane, Avalanche will be there. They'll try and secure at least the Spirit Breaker kill. They'll go for a bit of a run, but it's not going to be enough. Entity able to pick up something. It's now Matumba going to be spotted here by Storm in the Invis rune. Will show himself eventually, just trying to steal away the creep as the Hurricane is going to push back Matumba, but he's going to be okay.
What a creep.
Bias creep.
It's so scary. Every time you get pushed, I think it only does it when an enemy hero is near you.
Uh-oh, Pure. Mid lane, he's a big target. Charge is going to be there. They've got the Dismember onto the Ember, but Pure, he's in such big danger. They'll toss up, try to get him out. Maybe he does make it. The Ice Path locking down a couple. Insania will drop as well. Here comes Boxy though, onto Pure. Bashes out as well. He'll get lucky. Can he do it again? Pure, it won't be enough. Zai will get him, but Zai's going to drop as well. 3 for 2. Traders Kataomi. The toss is up. Boxy, he's got some vision on that high ground, but can he get a charge? It's on cooldown for now. He's going to go for it. He barely gets it off. Kataomi is going to get dived underneath the tier 2 tower. They'll find another.
Somehow Zai finds that from the grave as well. Stealing away Boxy's little pick off. Very patient there, dancing around. It does feel like you find what you want there on Entity though. You save Pure out, you manage to punish. Just a great... The Dream Coil and the toss back doesn't quite break this time, but it groups them up for that big move in from Jakiro.
Starts to look really scary. Pure lives with less than 100 health. You would think he goes down here, but the Flesh Heap, also with the heal from the Dismember, the coil makes it so Ember can't slide a fist to do this little extra bit of damage. I thought Matu was also dead there. It looks really scary for Liquid that everything would just go downhill.
Certainly did, like Pure barely going down into Boxy. Boxy just kept the chase going, and eventually with the Eidolons they had just enough. Such a long, drawn-out team fight. Looked like Entity were going to win out that team fight for a moment, but Boxy, he just diving the tier 2 tower as well. Just no fear in the world. You can see the smiles on the side of Liquid. I mean, they're still happy with the way the state of this game is going. And would you agree that Entity, like you talked about it earlier, the Broodmother's not having the impact you'd hoped for so far?
I think the laning stage is honestly okay because of how early picked the Brood was. And you can see that he just walked over. There's a nice line of webs leading from bot to mid. He goes mid, he kills Zai. So now this bottom half of the map is kind of his. He's doing his job right now. He has the cloak, he has arcane boots. He's probably gonna go, I would assume, for a Wraith Pact relatively early, or maybe even just the pipe rush. And he's doing everything he needs to, and there's no one to contest him besides Mickey. And Mickey, he's the strongest hero. He doesn't want to go down there and deal with him. He wants to run at heroes like right now.
They're under Boxy, the Spirit Breaker, toss up, they should have him, but here comes Mickey. That's a lot of damage with the Sleight of Fist, but nowhere near enough to keep the fight going. He was all alone. The Entity will pick up a very nice pick off for themselves and continue defending that mid tier 1 tower. So Mickey will stick around, but he doesn't really have so much backup at the moment. Pure is going to run into Matumba, carry matchup. They are all alone as well. Nobody had to help out as Mickey, mid lane, going to get tossed back, but the coil's not going to break, but the Ice Path going to lock him down, but now the Black Hole! Zai, he found 2 of them and should have enough damage. Though Pure, he's going to try to man up, but eventually will drop to Matumba.
That combination came out. They managed to punish Mickey really well. They had to use the smoke behind their tier 1 on the right side for it. But then the punishment from Liquid, like that black hole in the freezing field, barely enough to kill off Pure, but that does kind of make it feel a little bit more even.
I mean, even at the same time, the tier 2 bot goes down. The tier 2's really big. Now he gets outpost. Now he gets the entire side of the map. Now he's pressuring your base. You feel it kind of creeping in. And Toby's doing everything he needs to right now for Entity. The map is just going to get smaller and smaller. And while Liquid don't really need a large map, they need something to get their items. Mickey chose to go BKB first item. He's still really far away, and before that...
Stormer. Bit of danger here. Fishman trying to slow them down with an Ice Path. The charge is still going to give the vision, but in comes Kataomi to try and break them off the Stormer. In comes Boxy. Phase Shift's going to save the day for now. Not going to be able to get that charge off. Instead, now they turn back around onto the Spirit Breaker. Boxy, he will drop. Stormer will punish. They keep chipping away at Fishman with this Sleight of Fist, but it won't matter in the end. It seems like Mickey is going to have to give up. But in the meantime, Pure, he'll go for a Dismember. Matumba, he wants to keep going. There's going to be a TP away. Nothing to cancel. The Ice Path, it looks like the Pudge is going to be just fine as now the Ember is in trouble. Fishman setting up perfectly with Stormer. They'll find Mickey.
Like we said, if you have to be happy with Puck, you have to kill them in the coil. Every time the Ember gets coiled, he goes down. It's so hard for him to survive. The Brood walks over multiple times. The Pudge will keep showing up. They just keep grouping multiple cores on every coil. It's never just Puck with maybe one support. It's always 2 cores, always 4 heroes together, always getting the kills on Mickey.
Yeah, the coordination coming out from Entity's been spot on. They've just been able to play off the back all these combinations well.
Gonna try mid lane. Domi setting up onto Insania with a great Ice Path from Fishman. Land on 2. Still seems like Liquid want to try and force this fight, but can they really get it done? They're going to try and break the gap. Mickey, he'll remnant in. Chain's not going to land on anyone. Toby, he'll turn around onto Matumba. Happy to fight this one out. Look at just the slower Matumba, man. He's not even moving right now. Onto Kataomi, but the Ice Path again from Fishman. Going to lock 2 of them down. So hard to catch up when you constantly get locked out by this Ice Path. And eventually they will be forced to retreat.
It's also just a level 2 Ice Path. The game, their amount of slows on Entity, the Kite, they have a lot. Every hero has a slow, stun, or silence. And it's just so hard for Liquid to keep walking into the fights very slowly. They probably need to get this BKB on Ember online. This Slicer needs this Deso so that when he gets the jumps, the hero just dies instantly. They don't have to chase. And even Zai, he just probably needs a blink so he's actually able to get in there in the fight.
It's going to take a little bit of time for them to get that build up. They are going in that exact order as well in the items, of course, but it doesn't feel like Entity's giving them room. We talked about that bot a little bit. Toby's just camping there the entire time. You're not able to farm there as Matu. Mike, again, is eating up the mid, eating up the triangle where he can, trying to go towards that BKB. And it's still a rather even game, 11-10, but it just feels like Entity's management of the map just feels so much more suppressive in comparison to Liquid.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I think the gold's not crazy right now for Entity. I think right now the game feels so much more in Entity's favor than the gold is actually showing. It's only a part of the story. It's a lot about how much the map feels really small for Liquid and really big for Entity. They kind of can walk wherever they want, and they'll get a kill, they'll get a tower, they'll get anything. And Liquid is just constantly feeling pressure to walk away.
Mid-tier 1 tower now under siege. Entity, well, there'll be a charge up from Boxy trying to clear out the Spiderlings. They do a decent job of it, but Stormstormer just continues onto the tier 1 and seems like there's going to be no protecting it for Liquid. Entity taking even more of the map now.
Just doesn't take them too long once they commit. Again, with all the control they have on the map, Liquid's counterplay just feels really limited, and they're not really done yet. I mean, they've got the smoke up from Kataomi, does fade now, but you can see they're just feeling so confident. The posture in that bot jungle to cut off the side of Liquid and just make it hellish for those catch-up items to come in. Like, we are still 1.2k away from Mika having a BKB. That's such a long time considering he's the one that feels like he needs to be starting to play around here.
Also, very first item, no Maelstrom, his damage is going to be low. Spearbreaker doesn't really provide much damage, only stuns. CM's a very low level, so even once he gets the BKB, it's who does he really play with? Is it always Matu, and then now you're asking your mid and carry to always be in every fight together? Then who's going to scale?
Top lane, Zai. He spotted Stormstormer in the smoke, looking to see if he can pick up this Enigma. Kataomi is going to be there. Avalanche and Toss to set up into the ice path, but they actually end up missing. It shouldn't matter though. Eventually they should find Zai, though a TP away. Surely he doesn't make it. They're forced to Dreamcore to make sure they get the kill. There is going to be a pause out from Toby. So they're having a few sound issues, but Zai almost making it out there had they not committed the coil.
That was a really nice TP.
Yeah.
Even standing in the macro pyre, it shows how strong Wraithpact is right now. All the damage reduction it provides. Versus all these nukers, it kind of just shuts them down early game.
Yeah, and you know, just getting that coil out provides you that window to maybe look for a play out. Maybe Mika starts to feel a little bit better without the BKB, hunt down some of the softer support. So Liquid could kind of play off the back foot. It's not that much time, to be fair. A very limited window to kind of get that done. But you can kind of rest easy knowing that it's going to be a little bit of time until Stormstormer is going to be able to join in for the bigger fights again.
On the side of Entity, all their timings are lining up. Ags finished on the Pudge. Blink finished on the Puck. Pipe is also finished on the Brood, going for that Vlad's into probably Wraithpact soon. So they're really tanky now. They have their initiation from Puck. They have all the damage from Pudge. This is their timing. They're going to look for maybe just running around the map, running directly at heroes, killing heroes, and just having no fear on the map.
Speaking of, they are going to find Insania. Foxy going to try and charge in the ulti out as well. Insania! He is not going down. Hawk, though, is going to find him. Oh, but the Infest! Matumba trying to save the day. It's not going to be enough. Pure, he'll keep going. Matumba between a rock and a hard place now, but does get away. Zai, he'll show up. The Fear of God with that black hole available. They don't want to fight into it. They're going to back off. It'll be a 1-4 on the position 5s. Entity, it seems like they're happy with that.
Yeah, you really have to appreciate just how confident we were seeing Liquid in some of these plays, just standing their ground, knowing they've got that opportunity, knowing that the stuns aren't there, and just getting the full dance off with a freezing field. Not the biggest kill in the world, but it does feel nice.
Oh, nice coil. He finds him in the tree line, but can they get the damage off? It seems like the Ember starting to drop low. Avalanche toss out, they've got enough. Mickey is going to drop. Stormstormer does pick up the kill, now unstoppable on the puck, and now a hook out from Pure. Mid-charge up into the top lane. Foxy's going to try and TP away, but he's not going to make it. More strength away of the Pudge. That's a beautiful hook.
Everyone just commending their boy. And it's looking scary for Liquid. The BKB is slowing down again and again, and they're just not really getting the connections they need. Even on mid, it was, thankfully for them, Coil was still cooldown for 20 seconds, or Matu also goes down there.
Yeah, I think the one thing we're seeing different from that game 1 combo of the Spirit Breaker and Lifestealer is that we're not seeing them be aggressive, right? Like they're much more satisfied with Matthew having to build up. He does have the full Deso up, going for the Shard next, so not too different from that game's item progression. It's just they're not able to play around it. And without that tool, just relying solely on Mike, it just doesn't feel like the Ember does enough. Like, as you mentioned, no damage with its kind of build-up. You're rushing the BKB. BKB not even up yet. Entity has such a massive power spike in comparison.
Yeah, they're 5,000 gold now, and all Liquid needs is the BKB and maybe an Infest kill, and they can maybe change the fight. You know, maybe they get 1 kill, maybe they kill the puck instantly, and that's it. But Entity, they don't really have a... They don't have a, you know, they don't have a rule set, they don't have a bulletin that they need to follow the bullet points, like do this, do this, do this, and we'll win the fight. They just kind of can walk at Liquid, I think, and click their buttons and they'll win the fight.
There's an Infest out for Boxy. They are smoked up. They're ready to try and force a fight with the Desolator up now on the Lifestealer. They want to try and get this timing going. They'll see Fishman. It's just the Jakiro, but they'll take what they can get. That'll be the Desolator reveal from Matumba. They would have probably liked a bit more of a team fight, but they won't be able to find anything. So you do have another timing now. Blink and BKB up on Mickey and Zai.
Yeah, and again, this game there's no black hole cancel through BKB. So once Zai gets towards his BKB timing, it'll be a lot better. But even now, it's really hard to black hole. Every single hero can cancel besides the Broodmother, so it has to just be very careful at what his choices are in the fight. And at least now Mickey can kind of cause disruption in the fight and not to worry about his life too much.
So kind of have a little bit more impact coming out. Do find it interesting. He is going for a little bit just more durability. Sanj and Kaya coming out next. And maybe a little bit more damage, but really just the stat resist, not being caught out for too long and just zipping around the back line is going to be feeling great. We're at the point in game, 21.5 minutes in, where you are pretty geared up now on the Broodmother as well. Full pipe, the Wraith pack of Entity not too far off, and they're going for a smoke play here.
They are. For that Radiant jungle, who do they find? Maybe in the mid lane. You see one. Oh, that's a big one. Mickey, nice juke away. Not going to get caught by the Avalanche. Instead, it seems like they want to head north. Liquid now, they'll smoke up as well. In that dire jungle, they've got that high ground advantage. Just Kataomi is going to get caught out. Infest was there by Matumba. They should find one with the Dream Coil and the toss back. They've got 2 locked down with the Ice Path. Matumba, he's still going to try and go for the fight. Fishman is going to get shredded here. And now the black hole! Sai! He'll find 2 of them. There's no helping coming either. Perfect setup from the Enigma. But where's the damage? Stormer still running away. Mickey unable to finish the job as this puck still managed to somehow survive.
Now can Lupe get out? Doesn't look like there's going to be a chase from Entity, but it looks so good. He black hold on the orb, he catches the Pudge and the puck, but there's just no follow-up, no damage.
Just instant blink out, man. That's going to be a consistent issue for both sides, it feels like, because on one hand, Entity can't really lock in Mike while he has that BKB, but you also kind of lack that catch for Stormer once he's able to kind of blink around. So both sides kind of have to try to find a way to neutralize each other's highly mobile mids, and I mean, Liquid, as you mentioned, they got a really good black hole, but the follow-through just doesn't feel like it's there. Maybe back to that itemization with a BKB, without the Maelstrom, without that lightning procs, it just doesn't feel like you hit hard enough in that window.
Yeah, a lot of his job right now is to just play with the Lifestealer, and so unfortunately for them, I don't think Matu was able to hit in the black hole. So the BKB for Mickey is mostly just because his team needs a frontliner, and the Lifestealer can, but he's always infested. So you need a secondary frontliner to just start the fight, give you vision, so that Spirit Breaker can charge while infested, then, you know...
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Kataomi, he's going to get caught out. Hook away. Pure is not going to be able to save the Tiny. Now Pure, he's in danger. Matumba right onto the punch. They've got the Pulse one in control. Matumba, can he keep going? They do at least find Box in the Spirit Breaker, but Matumba, he just keeps going for more. Toby being chased down, charges out. They've got Fishman. It's looking good for Liquid as they do chase down Stormer. Toby still trying to juke. Somehow Insania gonna make it out with his life intact, and now Boxy, he's back in on Toby. The Spider in big trouble. Liquid, they want to keep going, but it's just so hard to lock this man down. In comes Mickey. They've got the chains out. They've got the Broodmother, and they've basically got themselves a team wipe. The only survivor is the puck on Stormer. That's about it. 4 down for the side of Entity.
It's a big difference this time around. Liquid managed to group up a lot better, and Entity are much closer together as well. This is them winning out the fight very cleanly without the black hole. And you still have issues catching out Stormer, but once that Lifestealer's on the Pudge without anything else to save, it's a very simple matchup for Matt.
I think win or lose, I think Stormer is going to end this game with one death, maybe 2 deaths. I think he's always going to be the survivor. He's going to have some crazy KD, but Batu, he can't be stopped by the puck. He can't be stopped by the Pudge. Everything, even the Brute doesn't really do much to him. You saw him, he just latched onto the Pudge. They had one stun to cancel the Dismember, and then he just stood there, and they have nothing to deal with him.
It's difficult for Entity, and I think for Liquid, I mean, that must be a great feeling. They lost out a little bit in that fight on the Dire side jungle. They take one without Black Hole. They're going to have Black Hole off in a few seconds as well. So they're free to kind of re-engage now. And you do have the Kaya up on Mike. So feeling a little bit more damage coming out from Flame Guard, although Boxy.
Ishman, you get caught out. Foxy and Toby going to try and move in, but the Nether Strike not going to land on the target he wanted. They'll secure the Jakiro. Entity, they are hanging around. It seems like they want to try and force something, but it's a bit of a rough one. Oh, with a nice Dream Coil, though. Stormer setting up an release Insania. They've got the BKB up on the Ember, however, as Boxy right in. Kataomi, he's the big target. Matumba, he'll rush through on that Lifestealer. They'll find the Tiny. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Liquid.
One of the cool things is both teams have a Wraith Pack. It's a good item. But for the side of Liquid, they don't have the greatest Wraith Pack hitters. If you're going to ask Lifestealer to do it, you're asking him to use his Rage just to kill the Wraith Pack. But on the side of Entity, all the Spiders will kill it just in one volley of attacks. So
you are going to move in. He's found the Ember, but the Malefice not going to allow the Dismember to keep going. Hawk is not going to be long enough. Whew. Would have felt the wind on the backside with that hook, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's a close one. And going back to that point of the Wraith Packs, it does feel a little bit harder for Liquid to kind of focus in on it, but I guess it kind of neutralizes when you both have just running, so both of you kind of get the same EHP coming out. The one thing I'm curious about here, Gunnar, is that when you're Ember up against Brood without the Maelstrom, how annoyed is it annoying to have to bounce around all these Spiderwings? Because it feels like Mick is losing a little bit of impact just having to jump around so many creeps.
The nice thing is he got the Flame Guard talent at 15. So with the Kaya Sanch, he actually does 120 damage with Flame Guard. So even if you're just jumping around, you're still dealing a lot of damage. You're making it so you can't be jumped either. So you don't always need to have the BKB that early if you get a Sleight of Fist off. It's just a lot of invulnerability. So it's a give and take. You don't do as much physical damage, but you exist longer. You get to get more spells off. You do a lot of magic damage. So it's not the worst, but it's, you know, there is more impact he could have if there wasn't a Brood and he had more damage.
Such a close game, number 3. I mean, it's a 3k advantage to Entity, but it still feels like anyone's game right now. Smuggling's getting so much vision for the side of Entity at the moment. You see Matumba top the net worth board on that Lifestealer. They just haven't found a way of dealing with him throughout this game. And there's going to be another big smoke up. They've got the Black Hole. They've pretty much got every spell available. Invest immediately out onto Boxy. Entity, they've got to be so careful as Roshan is going to get started. They really want the fight in the Roshan pit with the Black Hole. It just feels like such a big advantage for Liquid. But in goes the puck. Stormer just in the phase shift, trying to just get some information for his team as Liquid. They'll keep going. Continues to poke and prod at Liquid.
Yeah, and the BKB is now finished for Matu, so 15 seconds of BKB in these fights.
He's in. Kataomi, he tries as well. They're trying to lock down Stormer. They'll find Insania on the CM. Meanwhile, Zai has been caught out. Dreamcore will lock him down. Toby, he can't get close. He's still ticking away. Zai somehow still alive. The orb, it's going to fly through Toby. He'll be able to get the kill. Secure it with the Swarm. There's now Matumba being chased down. Stormer, has he gone too far in the puck, however? Liquid still trying to kite in and out. Pure, he's happy to oblige, though. He goes right back in, but he's not within range for a hook.
Centaur stomp on Toby, trying to help out Liquid. Thankfully for them, they didn't pop the Mickey BKB. He still has his 8 second, oh, it's only 6 seconds BKB now, but can they even contest this Roche now? They don't have the Zai Enigma. Matu doesn't really want to just walk in by himself, and it looks like they're just going to give up the Aegis.
I mean, Mickey could try. He might just. Roshan going to go down. Pure, he's got the Aegis. Attempt as Boxy a little bit too close, will try to charge away. 4-star there as well. Looks like he might just be fine. But Aegis does go the way of Entity. Pure now with a double life. The game gets so much harder for the side of Liquid.
That was a cool force. It was by the Tiny. It was to cancel the charge. So it was a nice idea, but just pushes him just past the high ground. And yeah, now Pure has 2 lives. Matu, he's going to spend a long time. He does a lot of damage, but punches a lot of health. So he's going to have to use maybe his entire BKB and rage duration. And now, when he respawns, he's not going to have BKB. Maybe his rage is on cooldown. And can you really still fight him after that?
Green Coil is there. Mickey. He'll be the one to get caught. Pure. That's a nice hook out. He breaks the coil on the Ember, but now Zai, he'll at least find the trade. That'll be Stormer down on 1-1 on both mid laners. Entity still looking to go in. Pure, he'll just jump right in, but Matumba, he's got the BKB usage. It's still Pure. So tanky is the hook. Is not going to land this time. Who wants to keep going, though? It seems like both sides might need a reset. They are both going to back up.
That's huge to find on Stormer. A massive kill streak on him. So he does gain another death. You know, not going to say it one death here, still within a very low amount. But that feels really beneficial for Liquid. Sure, you lose Mika. It's not the best feeling in the world, but that's still a huge gold swing that just helps everyone else on their case. And it did cost them Black Hole here, though.
Already infested on the Spear Breaker. Ooh, going to try to counter it?
They're going to try. Charge is there, but Avalanche is out.
They'll walk away.
They will get away.
Yeah, all Zai's kind of job, I think, right now, all he's thinking is wait very, very far back, wait for Puck to jump your back line, quote unquote, which is like the Crystal Maiden, and then black hole the Puck and just kill the Puck. That's all he needs to do. I think asking for a black hole and even more than that is not even necessary. If the Puck goes down, then a lot of more free reign for Mickey, a lot of free reign for Matu, because being silenced without pressing rage is really scary. So the Puck is a lot of the big issues right now.
Yeah, and just taking care of that problem just feels like Liquid will have a lot to play with after the fact. 24-21, still a 4K lead for Entity, but with Matu at the top, does feel like this lifestealer is starting to really shape up. Basher at the ready now for Matu, so he can kind of get a little bit more control for his team out. Going for the AC next, gonna be hitting pretty nice and hard here with the Deso on top. And then for Entity, I mean, we're at this point now, 31 minutes in, you know, after invading the bot jungle with Toby, after getting this Ags and BKB timing on Pure. As we scale towards a more mid to late game timing, do you start to feel like Liquid kind of picks up the pace here, or do you think Entity can kind of keep track with that scaling?
I think Liquid, their draft-wise, is going to keep up the pace. I think Mickey's game is not, you know, amazing, so he's not some crazy Ember going to mid-late game. And a lot of it's going to be on
Boxy. BKB's there, but Dismember's going to hold him down. Boxy's still going to nether strike and is going to run his way out. Even the drum charge is trying to help him as now Malphus, Toby, he'll get stunned up. Liquid, they don't want the fight. Or do they? Entity, they're the ones that'll keep going. But Tumba is going to be spotted out. Seems like they just want to prep for this tier 2 mid tower defense.
Radiant's middle tower.
Dangerous position now for Liquid, and I'd hate to make it worse for them, but there is a double damage rune sitting up top just waiting for the side of Entity. Storm will go ahead and pick that one up.
Thankfully, it's no really good DD carriers on Entity. It's a lot of spells and kiting and some damage, but a lot of it's just these spells, so it's not the worst. There could be worse DDs, like if Matu got it this game for Entity, but... So yeah, I think it's all on Matu right now. Liquid is, all their hopes and dreams of this game are on Matu. Everyone else has their jobs, their roles, they're gonna have very big impact, but it's pretty much on him whether he can just kill everyone one by one or not.
A lot of damage on Boxy. Coil, high five up. Boxy cannot escape Stormer. Find a single pick off down to the bot lane, and with that one down, I mean, he does have buyback available, but you might want to try and force it by forcing in that tier 2 mid tower.
I think they'd probably rather give up the tower than force buyback. He's already trying to get his Shadow Blade, which I think is a really big item. It lets him actually catch the Puck with these charges across the map and burst him. And if you ask him to buyback and you don't get probably 3 or more kills, it's gonna just feel bad for the game.
Matumba, he's a big target. Malphus will cancel still, the hook is there. Matumba forced to rage up and try to run. Be able to lock him down long enough. He will back his way out. That mid tier 2 tower, like you said, they are kind of forced to just give it up. They don't want to commit that buyback on Boxy. So Entity, one step closer to winning out this best of 3 series against Liquid, just controlling so much of the map. And now their net worth lead, you'd imagine, does start to escalate a bit faster.
Yeah, it does. And again, this next Roche, Aegis just expires now, so now waiting this next 3 minutes for it to start spawning, that's the big one. That's what everyone's looking at. And Liquid have the tools to fight it. They have the BKB on Enigma, and again, as we said earlier, there's not really cancels, but Entity, they just keep hitting their big timing Octarine on the puck.
Okay. That's Remnant out. Matumba, he's going to find Pure. This is a +1 punch. Dismember's there with the black hole. Zai, he will have none of it, and Pure's gone. They get caught with their pants down. Liquid, is this the opening? Coil is down. They'll hold down the Nakes. The Lifestealer tossed away. Matumba, he's locked down. No BKB available, though he does get it off, but it's not going to matter. He's going to drop. They do trade 1-for-1 on the position ones. Stormstormer wants to keep going. After Zai, he does, but Boxy is there with a charge, trying to slow them down, but Zai is gone now. No buybacks as the Hawk. Insania. He will be the third to go. Entity onto the tier 3 towers, and they don't have the buybacks on Liquid.
Yeah, they don't have the buybacks. Even if they did, Zai not going to have the black hole for the defense, so it's going to be basically all down to their combinations with Boxy, Matu, and Mikke. And they are not the fastest pushers in the world here on Entity. Boxy trying to stall.
Can they cancel? Avalanche? Oh, it's not going to make it. The Ice Path. No mana for the Avalanche. So they're onto the tier 3 towers. You kind of ask yourself, how do Liquid stop this?
Thankfully for them, they just got Backer Protection off. There were no creeps in the base, so they're basically going to die a little slower, even just diving again and again.
Hawk, not going to land this time. Boxy, riding with the charge. The coil was expended. They just have to back off to the fountain, buy a bit more time. Zai's up now, but again, he doesn't have the black hole available. You need Matumba here to try and help defend this. Entity, they understand the weaknesses. They'll keep going, but it seems like that'll be enough as Boxy. He's in onto Stormstormer. They'll try to chain him up, but it will not land. Storm, he's going to be just fine to orb away. Instead, it's back in onto Pure. They want the big one. Here comes Matumba onto the putt with the Dismember. Cancelled off by Boxy with a great charge out. Pure dropping way too low. In fact, it's Insane that goes down first, but they've got the punch down. They've got Fishman as well. No buyback available for Pure. Can they capitalize? Liquid, they'll keep going. Katomi's down. Zai, has he found Toby? He has. He's got the Broodmother in the tree line. It's going to be a 4th down for the side of Entity. The only survivor's going to be Stormstormer, and there's 90 seconds without the Pudge.
A massive win. And it looked really bad for Liquid as well, almost to the point where they might have lost Rasmus. But as you said, Gunnar, backdoor was still there. They managed to stall Boxy's little play charging forward, buying enough time for them to even find this opportunity.
Here's the scary part. How long will it take for Roche to spawn? If it's a fast Roche, though, just get it for free, and then the game will be in Liquid's hands. So a minute, at least Entity has the chance to all respawn and be able to fight again, but as we watch the replay.
It's a crazy, crazy replay. And they stuck around a bit too long, maybe, and it's just Boxy, right? He's just constantly charging through these team fights. We saw a great Dismember on Matumba, but it just didn't matter because Boxy's always ready with the charge. You'll see it here, I think. There it is, charge immediately. Just no chance to just hold on to the Lifestealer. And you've got to argue, I mean, Boxy, he's doing so much work in these fights.
He really is. Again, even down to what he's trying to do on the map, stalling out the pushes, dragging out the creep waves from the tier 3s, providing so much time for Liquid to kind of regroup up. And Entity, they're not in a bad state. Maybe just kind of have to rebuild, regroup, save up for buybacks, or hold out for buybacks, especially on Pure. But that will eat into the Aegis or Roche timing here, as it is starting to tick down. Liquid has good control over the pit area. And this is the big one, right? This is the Roshan that kind of dictates what happens next.
Yeah, now it's been long enough, so they have Black Hole again on the side of Liquid. Liquid kind of has everything right now, and they don't have any buybacks. So they have 1 life on all of their heroes.
Look at the win probability right now. Look how close this game is. 50-50 right now between these two, I believe it is. It's kind of insane how close it is to Stormstormer. Charge is there. They're going to move right in onto the Jakira Matumba, trying to get the damage off the Dream Coil. Going to lock down 3, but they don't seem to mind. They'll keep going. Pure, he's waiting for a hook opportunity, but can't quite find one. Matumba, he'll pop the BKB. Pure, trying to move in. Hawk, not there. Boxy, just ready with the charge, just in case. It's Kataomi now with the toss back, trying to gift the hook over to his Pudge. Matumba, still running with that rage available. He just wants to get out, go for a reset once again. They got the buyback out of the Jakira, and that's all they seemingly wanted.
Yeah, but they used the black hole there from Zaya. It's not going to be available. Black hole BKB pop didn't catch anyone out. Entity might have that opening for Roshan if they decide to play their cards right here.
Yeah, their Roche isn't that great. They don't really have like a carry, right? That's going to take the Roche. Even the Brute doesn't have the build to just kill Roche on his own. So they're probably going to look to take a fight and play off of the fear that Liquid thinks they might Roche. They're going to try to play off of making them force a scan, and maybe they think they're in Roche, and it's all about the kills now for Entity, whereas Liquid just wants to stall it out and play for the black hole.
Here we go. Roshan gets started. Entity, they've got first dibs. Seems like Liquid nowhere near the Roshan pit, and perhaps without that black hole up, they don't want to try and force the fight. Just have to let this one go. Entity will happily take it away. Liquid, they'll have to sit back and just watch. Shards up, Aegis up. Happy days for Entity. Still, this game is just too close.
Has been killed.
It is very scary, both teams. I don't think any team is very favored right now. It's only 4,000 gold, it's 40 minutes in the game. The biggest thing is probably going to be buybacks and location of the fight. So Matu's about to hit his buyback. He'll probably choose to save it. Pure is not going to buy back for 2 minutes, but thankfully he has the Aegis. And there's very limited buybacks right now. It's pretty much just Mickey and on this Mickey and Matu right now for Liquid.
And that could be the breaking point, right? Like, we saw how scary it was when Pure dived back as well. It gave a big window for Liquid that they just didn't manage to fully capitalize on. Gonna have to just wait for that reset on the black bull, as mentioned. And it's not too far off, half a minute away. Issue is, with 2 lives in Pure, that can make things a little bit tougher. We'll see if they find that opening. If you are on Entity, like you mentioned, that second rush being the big one, what conditions do they have to meet to re-enter that high ground once more?
Again, their objective taking is not the best. They're able to force Roche because they know Liquid's just not going to walk up. And again, I feel like they force the Roche more of a come fight us. And when they know they can tell Liquid is just, all right, it's your Roche, we give up, take it. But they're not really going to do that for the base. Enigma's going to be able to defend. Ember's going to chain Slight. So it's kind of hard for them to ever actually force to end the game. It's always just about the kills. It's always just about finding them, getting that one kill. Once you get the one kill, then you can go the high ground. But until then, it's a lot of walking around and trying to secure the map.
It certainly became a lot easier to find that one kill. Stormstormer, he's got the ninja gear now, so just having the smoke on himself throughout this game, just able to find those pickups if they are hanging around. We'll have a look around the bot lane, but won't be able to find one. In the meantime, Boxy, he's finally got that Axe up on the Spirit Breaker. See what that can get done here for the teams. And obviously that we've seen how effective these charges have been throughout these engagements. Suddenly, Boxy, he's going to have a very, very low cooldown stun just constantly throughout these fights. Just seems so important Liquid trying to utilize this off the Spirit Breaker.
Also, you can use it on the Pudge while BKB'd without having to find a different target in the fight. So a lot easier time of choosing where to charge and how to fight. I think Entity might actually just wait for the Pudge buyback. It's up in 400 gold, 20 seconds, and then at least they have a failsafe. They lose the fight terribly.
Boxy invested up. They're going to find the Pudge. There's no buyback available, but they've got the Aegis. That's the first life gone. Can they find a second, though? There's the black hole available with the BKB holding down Pure onto the high ground, though. Pure, he's still going to drop. That's what they wanted. Liquid, they'll keep moving forward. They'll find Toby now. Fishman, he'll go down to Mickey, who does take him out. Toby, can he get away? He's stuck on the low ground. He's gone. Oh, Liquid, they might be doing something special here. Kataomi, he'll try to run, but Boxy will lock him down once again. Yule Scepter up. It's not going to matter, though. They'll chain him down. Can they get the team wipe? Stormstormer trying to escape. In fact, they don't even want it. They want to go for objectives now. Into the mid-tier 2 tower they go. There's not many buybacks available.
Oh man, it looks so difficult, but they just focus all in on Pure, managed to work out the 2 lives. I thought it might be a really difficult fight. You have the level 25 on Stormstormer from a while ago. BKB piercing, Dream Coil didn't even come out. The Ags usage of Boxy, just insane in the middle of these fights.
I got really scared for Liquid. The black hole pulls Pure to the high ground. Matu's stuck in the low ground. I thought he might not die, but thankfully he goes down, and the fight just kind of breaks apart from there.
Here we go, they're onto the high ground now. Keep in mind, Mickey's got that side device up, so even more control now on the Ember. Things are looking so tough for Entity in this game number 3. Liquid suddenly so close to pulling off the victory they've been looking for. They're onto the top lane. 1 racks up. Entity, how do they defend this? It's so tough. They're saving their buybacks. They'll use the glyph instead. They'll buy a bit more time. Stormstormer just preparing to initiate. They'll try onto Matumba, but it's a bit of poking and prodding for now. Coil committed as well, maybe a little bit early, but Kataomi could think about the toss back. Rage is there, however. Matumba, he's going to be just fine. It seems like they're going to go back and address the bottom lane instead, as it is pushing in at the moment.
Yeah, the coil's not too long of a cooldown. They don't feel bad, and at least they force them away, right? They lose one side of Rax. It's not the worst. They don't force any buybacks, and now the game slightly in Liquid's favor. Entity still, you know, they can take these fights. They can still destroy the Lifestealer, but now it's scary. You know that your Pudge is killable. Every time you know you're this really tanky hero and he feels vulnerable, you just lose so much of just mental pressure that you have on the enemy team.
Zania, be okay to TP out. Liquid back onto their high ground. One racks up. It's still anyone's game. I mean, it's a 6k net worth advantage, 34 to 27, 45 minutes in, but it really just feels like anyone can pull off this victory. Just one decent team fight. No buybacks available, and suddenly you're in trouble.
I think the one thing that makes this difficult for Stormer now, you've got the full hex up on Mike. He can just come in, get that instant control the team needs. They're not under as much pressure for Zai to actually land that black hole onto the Puck. As we've seen before, you land it on Pure, it's a worthwhile target as well. And Mika can just do what he needs to do in this game. Maybe only slot left is that Orc Corrosion to swap out, otherwise you're starting to get fully slotted up here. Boxy, he's the real menace. Yasha up with the Axe, and he charges like a madman, the cooldown so low. They have to watch that combination. At this point, Matumba is more than happy to just stick around with Boxy now.
I think Mickey has done an amazing job this game. He had a really rough early game. He goes for BKB, and he struggles to get there, but now after BKB, he goes for the Kaya Sanj, he goes to Ags, and he's just done so much in these late game fights. Just this itemization just kind of is enabling them to take these fights later in the game. Especially the Sheep, I think, is going to just wreak havoc in the fights.
Here we go. Triangle, it's Boxy, just going to go ahead and adjust the brief wave. Storm, oh, that's a big one. Tex is out, they'll lock him down, but do they have any follow-up? They do not. Not for now. That device just so scary for the Puck to have to play against. Sure, you've got the Aeon Disc, but even with that, once it's down, it's... Oh boy, it's just too frightening here for Stormers. They will show mid lane. Boxy going to charge right in onto the Jakira Matumba. No fear in the world, but Pure, he has the shards up. Go eat away.
And Disc now popped though. That's Stormstormer's one saving grace in the fights.
Can they keep going? Seems like they might. Liquid hanging around, but they don't have the vision. They'll head back. At least for now.
Yeah, they managed to bait out the Dream Coil once more from Stormer.
They want to try and go. Hook is there from Pure. Try to relocate this Broodmother, but they've got the Malefice. Toby's in big trouble, but there's the Eid again. Out. Black Hole is there from Zai. He found the punch. Pure, he's in so much trouble. And Boxy with the charge again. He's going to find the pulse one punch. Buyback is there immediately. Entity, they need to be so careful. This game, it's falling out of their hands. Liquid, they'll find another. Toby is down, but buyback immediate as now they jump in. Dismember is there, but no, the charge. Boxy, he hasn't had enough yet. Matumba onto Pure. It might be a dieback. It will be. They've got the punch down. Entity, the chains out. Mickey, he'll lock down a couple more. Zai gonna move in. They've got one down. They've got Mickey down, but they need Matumba. He's the big target. Mickey, who'll run it back forward. Entity, they are not giving up yet. They want to keep fighting this one out. Buybacks have been expended though, and that'll mean Liquid are the ones that need to try and find the fighters. There is a charge. Kataomi, he was the target, but they do cancel. So Pure's down with that buyback for basically a minute and a half right now. Can Liquid capitalize?
They still have the Black Hole too. He has a refresher, he popped the refresher, has a second one ready, and there's no buyback for the Pudge. Like we said, he just died back in the fight. The buybacks for Liquid didn't feel amazing. The Ember and the Spirit Breaker are both forced to kind of buyback, so now Entity, you know, they can look at this as a win condition, but as of now, it's looking really scary.
Yeah, they can just aim for the high ground, threaten with that Black Hole. And if anything comes up, if they don't feel safe, there's always the Roshan in 20 seconds as well. Not the longest respawn to wait for left. That's Matu.
Gonna go in, tier 3 tower, maybe under siege. Boxy will get stopped by the ice path. And they go though, the tier 3 more important is no, never mind. They want Bishop with the toss back. Mickey, he just fought back. Charge again, Boxy, gonna buy a bit of space. Now the Black Hole, Zai, he'll hold down a couple. They've got the Puck, Stormer, so much trouble, he's gonna go down. But he does have buyback. In we go again. This will be the final lives here for the side of Entity. Liquid They'll find a secondary Rax. Do they want to go for a third right here, right now? They've got 30 seconds without the punch.
It's so hard. It feels so hard to defend. Matu just does way too much damage. He has the full Abyssal finish now, too. They can't kill him. He kills them by himself. And what does NTT do versus him?
Yeah, they still have a little bit of a window to go Roshan if they want to, although Respawn is coming out on Pure. But they have to repair these lanes. Not going to have an easy path outside for NTT to kind of contest. And they're going for it. Matu straight into Roshan. Free Axe along with a cheese now on Roshan number 3.
And a double damage.
And a double damage every single time there, Mike.
Every single time. Gaben's Blessing is what we call it. Toby, he's going to move in. Roshan in trouble. Can he do something about it? He can try to sneak his way in with the ice pot. They need this Aegis their way. Katomi jumps in. Matumba! He does outclick them. His fans are way too fast. Katomi in danger. Yul's up, trying to run. Will force up to the high ground, but the chase is there. Mickey not done. Bouncing all across the map. The Tiny is still alive. Pure trying to save the day, but now he's the one in danger. He hasn't got buyback. He needs to run. The BKB about to wear off Foxy. He's going to hold him down. This could be it. They don't have their pos 1 punch. Toby in danger. Meanwhile, Mickey being controlled up here by the puck, by the Jakira, but he's just man fighting onto the Jack.
Insane.
Meanwhile, Toby on the high ground in so much danger with the Crystal Nova. Fishman, he's also going to go down up north. They take him out. The only survivors are Toby and Stormstormer, and they've got to try desperately to try and save this situation. But in goes the chase onto the top racks once again. There's Mega Creeps available very soon if Liquid can find it. They've got their hands up. They're feeling confident. Boxy, he's going to find the puck, but Stormstormer is okay to back off.
It's just coming all together now for Liquid. They take that opportunity in the Roche.
My heart.
The snatch of Matu, giving them all the room they need to end this game. If that goes to Pure, it could end differently. Divine Rapier for Matu.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't feel necessary, but it'll just reach the end of the game a lot faster.
They want to put a little in this game right here, right now. Tier 4 towers under siege. Hardly any buybacks. They've got to try and fight this one Entity. It's just such a tough ask. Such a hard defense. Liquid, men's of business. They'll keep going for the T4s onto the Ancient with the Divine Rapier. There's no way to stop them. Liquid, they'll be proceeding through the GG's call. The GG is called. What a series we have witnessed here between these two. Entity, they put on such a performance, but Liquid, the comeback in Game 3, I don't know how they do it, but they make it happen.
Yeah, they played so well in that Game 3 as well, right? Like, there were a couple of rocky moments. Mika, it looked like he struggled a bit, rushing that BKB, not having enough damage, but then they just tie in together. They execute as a team to a very high level, and this item builder, especially in Boxy with the Act, it made a massive difference in getting a lot of those fights going.
Yeah, I think, especially Matu, I think Matu played a phenomenal game. He was always in the right positions. He was always infested in Boxy, and they were getting kills together. Boxy, great early game as well, but just I think Matu, just the way he was pretty flawless, honestly.
Oh, elimination Dota, it's just, it gets your heart pumping, doesn't it? And you've got to feel for the boys from Entity, obviously. You heard Blitz earlier on in the game. He said these are great guys, these are very nice people, and they put in a hell of a performance for us here. Liquid obviously proving to be the better team today, but you can't take anything away from these guys. They were fantastic.
Yeah, very close game, very close series. Even Game 2, you know, it can go either way, both games. All 3 games can kind of go both ways.
Yeah, just very close. And, you know, these guys on Entity, they had such a long journey. Their first match being the longest in TI, of course, in the playoffs. And for them to just show this much improvement throughout the year and perform so well, I think these guys should be proud of themselves. They don't manage to get as far as they'd want to, but they still do really well here in TI, kind of proving a lot of people who doubt them wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an experience, right? It's a learning curve. And you know, next year around, next time they come here, you could just bet they're going to be way better.
Yeah, it's also, a lot of their players are, I think it's their first TI. So just,
emotions.
you know, some nerves, some emotions, and just good Dota has played today.
Good sportsmanship here from the Entity boys, just, you know, shaking their hands, giving hugs. With that, we are going to head off to the panel, see what our panel do think about this series overall.
Welcome back to the panel. Yes, we're actually beautiful moments on the screen there. I really feel that Blitz and Insania were talking to Stormstormer, who was like, you guys played amazing. You know, we're sorry we knocked you out, but of course, Liquid move on. Matu doesn't have to retire today, which is good. And I'm joined on the panel, of course, by Tigab, Lizard, and Sheepo. What do you guys make of the game?
what a back and forth, right? The lane started, Liquid were doing such amazing rotations with the Ember Spirit, getting him super involved and owning, and then it just kind of swung back. Entity had this Broodmother that was able to push a tier 2 pretty much uncontested, and it really closed the map off for Liquid for a while.
And it always happens like this when you have one offlaner Enigma, another Brood. Like early on, Brood definitely takes over. Like she can pressure a bit earlier, a bit better. But you know that eventually, if the Enigma isn't countered, like Enigma will just destroy everything with the black holes.
Gender's an enigma. Enigma.
It's an enigma. Yeah.
T, what have you got to say?
Spirit Breaker. Moo. Like, absolutely beautiful stuff from Boxy. His task in the previous game started well. Of course, it didn't go so well. But this game, we got to see him get the Kaya Yasha. He had the Ags, the BKB. He was just in the face of his opponents, just really driving Liquid throughout the game. And, you know, Matumba Man, he's finishing the game 14-1 and 14. He has a 669 GPM, like it's nearly a flawless game just playing behind Liquid.
He had one death, and that was one full black hole committed only for him. And because of that black hole, like later on the black hole was committed on the Pudge, so they killed him together with Matu. But later on, that's the one that Matu got because he overcommitted. He didn't have the black hole.
Yeah. Don't worry. There was so much going on in this game. It really was. You know, it looked like Liquid were in a nice position. You know, then it was Entity, and then it went back. And yeah, Boxy just absolutely a huge member there. You know, really enabling Matu. You know, interrupting Pure from Entity. And I also say Mickey. You know, he didn't have the greatest start, but I think once he got his sheep stick, it really, you know, opened up an extra control because it felt like Team Liquid were really looking for, you know, these perfect black holes. It was a bit of pressure, but once you have a little bit more control, a little bit more interrupt, you know, Matu just kind of ran away with it for a little bit there, but he was really enabled. And Pure at the end, he must have been thinking like, oh God, you know, like, where's my sniper?
Yeah, I mean, he wishes he was playing the sniper. In the Pudge, he's there, like the Brood's getting jumped on. He's using his ultimate to save the Brood. He's in BKBing, then dying, and it's like, wait, I'm the carry. I'm doing all this to save my hero. It was just, an unfortunate result at the very end for them.
It's amazing that they went as far as they did in this game because it's so difficult for Pure position 1. You're playing into an Enigma. There's a lot of overtime damage. Then you're playing into a Lifestealer as well, who's just eating through you.
But what do you think of Entity's performance overall? This is still a fantastic TI for them.
I'm so happy for them, like being these relatively newish players to the scene here, coming out and having this type of performance at TI. You know, they weren't just eliminated straight away. They made it out of groups. Like, I think everyone had really high expectations for them, and I think that's kind of hard. You know, if it is your first TI, having people say, "Oh, they crushed the qualifiers, they're going to destroy," right? That's pressure on your shoulders, and being able to deal with that and perform well is a high task to live up to. And I think they should be really happy for their first TI.
I think they are. Like you can see,
they definitely garnered a lot of fans, I'm sure. So, Entity, you know, a fantastic tournament. Unfortunately, they will be leaving us today in the lower bracket. We will be going to the upper bracket momentarily, but before we do, it's going to be an interview with Casey and Tumberman.
Matu, I am so happy that I get to talk to you right now. How are you feeling?
I mean, obviously after a win you feel good. It was a little bit nervous games for our team. I mean, we have a lot of players that haven't played that many TIs, so it's always a bit rough to get like the best out of our players, but this time I'm glad we pulled it through even after a shaky play.
You've been to TI before, you've won TI before. I know this TI has to hit a little differently for you since you have said that you're retiring. How are you approaching all of these games with that mindset?
I mean, for me, ultimately it's a win-win situation. Like, I get to play my last TI. I mean, it was a struggle to even get here. I'm not even sure if you're supposed to be here, so I'm just happy I get to play the games. And after this, I can just, like, to be honest, no matter what happens after this point, I'm just gonna be happy and enjoy my retirement days.
Huge cheer from the fans here. What do you want to say to them?
I mean, thank you for supporting us and all the good stuff always. What do you even say in these situations?
I know, right?
I mean, it's really heartwarming to have loud cheers of your own name, and especially when it's my literally like last event. Any game, best of 3, I'm gonna play on that stage. It's either gonna be my last one or I'll have a next one to play. Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, Matumbaman there doesn't have to retire right now, even though he looks like he's dressed a little bit for it, but his boat is going to stay in the docks because, you know, his retirement plan is to just sail around the world and visit friends that he's made over the course of his career.
I mean, that's why he grew out the beard. Last time he was just chilling on his boat, he grew out the beard, and then he got called up to play again, and he came back. So, yeah, hopefully we get to see Matthew's big beard in the future, too.
Hopefully we do, but what we get to see now is another game, and we're going into the upper bracket. Team Secret, Chrysalis, Nisha, Resolution, Zayak, and of course, Puppy, Coach Heen. They're here because they beat PSG LGD 2-0. Had a great group stage, but their opponents are no one to mess with. The South American team from Peru that have made it all the way so far to the upper bracket semi-finals. This could secure them a top 3 to go through here. They'll be making the upper bracket finals, and you know, just absolutely amazing. And guys, what do you make of Thunder Awaken? Against
historical already, right? Like for the whole region, ending up top 6, being in the upper bracket at this stage of TI, that's already historical. Everything else from this point onwards is cherry on top, just like for Matu and his games.
I doubt though they've gone into the you know, the booth going, well, this is just a bonus.
100%. Oh, only Secret, come on, please, it's pretty easy now.
It's like we've already done it, you know. Yeah, but like to be here is amazing, yeah. And Team Secret, as you know, we kind of highlight some of the players going. You know, I don't know that one. Oh, it's Puppy.
Oh,
I needed the name tag. I don't recognize him.
It's scary though. When you
Why does he look the same as when I met him? He actually looks
maybe the
beard
it disguises him, the little trim around the lips. It's a good disguise. But no, Puppy, when you think about his career so far, all of his pro games, he's played 2,307 games of competitive Dota. The sum of Thunder Awaken's players, if you ignore Matthew, just the 4 new guys who've been playing for around 2 years, is only 1,822. So 4 players in Thunder Awaken don't even equal 1 Puppy in regards to competitive experience. That is like
that's like that age-old question: would you rather fight 1 giant Puppy or 500 Peruvian Dota players? It's like, oh.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even answer that one. It's actually both very scary.
I would fight a giant puppy.
Yeah,
a giant what?
You'd rather fight a giant puppy?
Hell yeah. Dude, I mean, like Puppy said himself, that it feels like nowadays the old players are the ones that have to adapt to the new players. The new players, they don't have to adapt to the old players, right? With all these new ideas that are coming in, you know, everyone talking about how cool like Amar is and his new style of offlane. There's so much new Dota and new styles coming in that, you know, honestly, props to Puppy for being able to come this far in TI and attend every TI and being able to keep up with these different changing trends.
And to your point, the way he's been able to do it every single time, he's a position 5, he's a captain, but he brings in the new blood, he scouts them out really well.
And then kicks the
old blood out.
Yeah.
Well, let's focus on the positives.
Hey, I'm just saying. So
you can get them back in eventually after 6-8 years or something.
It's competitive, you know. You got to always do what you think's best for the team.
Yeah, but where there is Team Secret, there will be, of course, Puppy, and Heena's the coach as well, who's been with them for a little while, and of course Cyborg Matt as well. But you know, from Thunder Awaken side, what are they going to have to bring to the table here against Team Secret?
I want to see them continue doing what they've been doing: high-paced Dota, confidence and pressure. They are currently holding out multiple records for this TI with highest average kills in Bakaz with 10.5. No one's even close to him. Like they're a couple kills away.
What's second?
Second's Dark Margot with 9.5.
He's on the same team.
He's on the same team. Like
Who's third?
That's Tundra Skidder, also down there in like the low 9s. And then if you think about GPM, Picard's currently number 1, 699. And then you compare that to the carry of Secret Chrysalis, he's in like the mid 500s. Of course, playstyle very different on teams, but
I feel like whenever there is an upcoming team with a lot of fresh faces, it's always the aggression, it's always the high-paced games that pull them through, like catching the enemy off guard. It's very rarely the strategic approach that Puppey brings.
There's also like two styles to the aggression that I've seen. There's the sort of brute force death ball lineups where you have the Visage and the Drows and all these auras coming together and they hope to just sort of group up and push at you. And there's like what Thunder Awaken have been doing. In their last series, there was these nice movements from the supports smoking the mid to the side lanes, doing ganks that way. Everything's very calculated and bringing the right amount of heroes to all of their moves to be able to actually pull them off successfully.
And they put Sacred, like you said, they put Sacred on Dawn quite a lot, so you have that global presence. They don't have to think about even bring the amount of heroes that they're bringing when they have a global presence from their offlane.
I mean, if you're Secret, you're already thinking about the Tiny.
Yes.
South American Tiny, I remember it was like 2-3 months ago. No one really did these.
It's for 5 years now. Like South American Tiny is literally on every single tournament dominating.
But the thing is, though, it's the way that you play the Tiny. Because before, you would do the Ava toss on a single hero. And then South American Dota was like, no, we're going to do the toss onto another hero and then avalanche them elsewhere. They kind of like moved this style of Tiny and then people saw it and now it's just a standard thing. But they impressed me months ago. And in this tournament, again, with Matthew, with Dark Margot playing it, it is just a force to be reckoned with and it's that aggression. There's so much fun to watch. It's just so calculated.
So keep an eye out on tosses.
Yeah.
And avalanches.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do you think any one of these teams is going in on stage a little bit more confident than the other? Because they did play in the group stages. They went 1-1. Yep. But Team Secret came out the group stages second and Thunder Awaken came out third. But you know,
I think when it comes to head-to-head matchup, both of them versus Secret, you're always a little bit worried, right? Like it's Secret, it's Puppey, you have to have respect. At the same time, though, in the group stages, those two games that you mentioned, both of them were sub 30-minute mark. So they ended up really fast. And if you're Thunder Awaken, you're probably going to feel like, yeah, we won these guys under 30 minutes. If we just repeat the same thing, easy game.
And then someone
easy
in
clap.
the team goes, yeah, but by the way, we also lost. No, shut up.
No.
We beat them.
Positives.
In under 30 minutes. Okay. Oh, sorry, Sheep.
I just wanted to add on that Thunder Awaken are actually a team that can get a little bit nervous. Like from their experience in like Stockholm, Matthew, he's the veteran of the team. He usually is the one that keeps himself very calm and under control. He's an amazing leader. Like everyone only has massively positive words for him. But the rest of the players, they can struggle a little bit. The mental not always quite there. Whilst I think they're having an amazing run, this might be the most important aspect of their game that they need to make sure is tight for this series.
It's the fact that outside of Matthew, their players only started playing competitively until like 2018, 2019. You know, Dark Margot and Picard, they started playing in like Liga Pro Series, which is a little South American tournament. They weren't able to win them, but then same thing with Panda Boo. Like they entered through the same type of small tournaments, and it's only been recently that they've been kind of elevating their game and getting to this point. And of course, they've been crushing this year in the DPC.
I remember this guy called Thompson as well. Like he played literally in like some stacks and stuff. Tournament? Not necessarily right here, but back in the day, everyone was saying, "Who's this guy?" He just played like he had like $2,000 to his name on the Wikipedia page, and then a couple of mil afterwards.
It's gonna happen to these guys probably.
That's true.
So what binds Team Secret when it comes to the kind of skill? Because a lot of people really, talk about Nisha, but also Chrysalis is, certainly.
He's like a young.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Because Lizard started talking.
That's
and that means we get to send it to the draft.
Team Secret versus Thunder Awaken. Game 1.
All right, game 1 in this best of 3 upper bracket semi-finals. Winner will be moving on to the upper bracket finals, securing a top 3. The draft is going to be getting on the way. Normally, it pops up in a little bit, and then we talk about it, and it's fantastic, and then we get paid. So, what are we expecting to see in the draft?
Can I go back to your question about Christmas?
I don't even remember my question. You can, yes, let's go back.
Don't worry, old man. All right. So the question was, what does Christmas and what does he bring to the team and stuff? You know, and basically, I'd say he's a very young character, very energetic. But because Puppy's the complete opposite, he's the very stoic type of guy. I think they've merged quite well. Where Christmas and previous teams, when he was playing on bait, he didn't have that father figure to basically say, play like this, and now he's kind of got that a little bit more with Puppy, so it really kind of helps him out a lot more.
And you just also insinuated their domestic violence?
Not at all. I was clapping. It was like,
it's a clap.
Yeah,
it's a clap. He claps him a lot.
Yeah, come on, son.
Of course he does.
Of course he does.
clapping.
And
so anyway,
then my next question.
I think it's...
What are we expecting to see in the draft?
Yeah, let's move on from that. What are we expecting to see in the draft? Like T said earlier, Tiny is something... I think Dark Margot is very much a hero specialist. He has a very small kind of pool of heroes. He can play others, right? But he has heroes he's very comfortable on. So I think taking that out will stop him from being able to make the space for his team. I also really value the resolution Marcy. That's something that was very popular in previous tournaments, and they sort of moved away from it a little bit.
The man wants to be a carry, right? He's on the offlane, but he still wants to be the carry, so he really enjoys that offlane Marcy. But guys, Chen Ench, what about that? Are we seeing it banned? Are we seeing Team Secret snatch one of those up? Because usually teams do ban it against Puppy. Right?
Well, they've played some pretty jungle lineups, right? And pushed pretty, and strangled out the map and really, one of those early games, as you call them, with that lineup. So it is pretty scary. But
last time, I believe, Secret banned Enigma and Tiny. This time around, it's Tiny plus Dawnbreaker. I think this is an adjustment that was probably necessary. Enigma is still in the pool. Nyx has been banned out, so Lash is still in the pool, and the Silencer.
I really love the fact they ban out the Dawnbreaker, because again, Thunder Awaken, the way that they're playing, they currently are also holding down the highest one of assists on any team at this TI right now. And that's because when they see a fight, they're bringing the numbers. And Dawnbreaker, it simplifies that process. James already mentioned it. It's the fact that you just Solar Guardian in, easy, take the fight. And now you kind of reduce that ability for Thunder Awaken just a little bit with that one ban.
And Nyx out as well. It was Zayax that's been playing that, right? And you guys have kind of mentioned earlier that he's been just on point, I believe. I could be wrong.
He's had a couple of players. He did it really well. Katomi as well from Entity. The way they play Nyx is a hero that usually looks a bit weaker, just completely dominates the game with the amount of impales, like Ravages, more so than impales. But Thunder Awaken, they got this little CM. Have we seen the win rates?
It's high.
It's still pretty high.
I mean, she's so good, I think, in how she prepares for heroes. If you don't have first pick, you have this gotcha pick at the end of the phase for Secret in this situation. And CM can help alleviate a lot of the problems, like the Brood Mothers, the Enigmas. She's really good at helping deal with all of these types of heroes, just as well as being something that is quite aggressive in lane. Because this is Thunder Awaken. Typically, Pandaboo really loves to play saving supports. It's something that Thunder Awaken have played around a lot in the past, both on offlane and supports. He really likes stuff with saves, and CM is not that type of hero, so he's really pushing his comfort zone to be playing this hero this tournament.
This is with the Nyx ban, this is probably the most obvious approach from Team Secret in the first stage. You just snatch up that Lash. If you don't pick it now, it's going to be probably removed. And when you think about Lash, it's another hero that, well, it's a ban in itself, right? If you're picking Lash, you can't pick some of these illusion-based heroes on Thunder Awaken. And overall, he's been buffed up. That's why we're seeing him throughout the tournament. The laning stage itself, with the speed of the lightning, is just much, much better.
Yeah, force a little bit in the draft. You already see the two heroes. These aren't heroes that are going to be killing off a Leshrac. Maybe in the first 10 or so minutes before Leshrac really gets tankier, but when it gets into that mid-game, yeah, Leshrac's going to feel good. The CM as well, we didn't really mention it. Chris Maiden is one of the best position 5s to deal with a core Marcy position 4 Marcy, because inside the laning phase, it's about being, attacking, melee, and since Chris Maiden with the minus attack speed on your Nova, the Frostbite, you really just break down what Marcy wants to do in the laning phase. So if you pair it with the correct carry, you can already give Thunder Awaken an advantageous side lane.
And they played some interesting carries with the Crystal Maiden, something like a Bloodseeker, something that's really strong in the laning stage, as long as there's fighting happening across the map. Because Marcy, this is, I don't know, you're telling me Crystal Maiden is going to do something. It's never what I see. Marcy comes to the lane, she kills kills me. Marcy comes to any lane, she kills anything. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's for the power of friendship. The Crystal Maiden needs a friend to deal with the big old bully of the Marcy.
There are a lot of different ideas. Like, we're going to cover them later, but Team Aster, their idea against Marcy has been the Sven pos 5, and then if the Sven gets banned, it's the Lich. So a lot of different teams are trying to deal with this Marcy in different ways. I'm definitely happy with the Crystal Maiden, and I would actually go so far as to say here the Secret's opening is incredibly flexible. It could be the Zayat's Marcy or the Rezo Marcy. This Lesh also could be a Rezo Lesh or a mid Lesh. It's very, very open with what they want to do here.
Yeah, and that's something that teams started innovating with, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. Like, you open up, the first stage is always ambiguous, as much as you can make it. Lesh and Marcy, like you said, could be cores, could be Marcy can be a support as well.
Gone with the times where it's like in the draft, are you first pick? Yes. Is Io available? Yes. Pick Io. Good. Enemy team, pick Shaker. Draft continue.
Okay, with the silencer banned out, and the Monkey King.
It's Monkey King as well.
Yeah, what
Show
are we
some
looking
respect
for next?
towards Chrysalis there.
Chrysalis has really turned up this tournament. I think there was some criticism of him in the qualifiers, and because he did have some shaky games and it didn't feel like he properly fit in. But recently he's owning. He's doing really well on these high active carries, and I think both these teams like that style a lot. We saw Pokaz coming mid on like the 8-minute timing with his Bloodseeker and making those moves. So this series could come down to how active both carries are and how able they are to help the team.
I love your point. I'm actually impressed by Chrysalis quite a bit. His improvement, that is, because before, anytime I watch Secret, it's Monkey King. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's usually Monkey King for him. I've seen him do quite a lot in this tournament with other heroes, with the Bloodseekers, with the Dawnbreakers as well.
Their entire playstyle is they have Rezo, they have Chrysalis, and when Secret, during the first stage of the DPC, when they had a different roster, they weren't really able to kind of get the most out of them. And when Chrysalis first joined the roster, again with like Ice on the team, they still had that kind of little bit of, Chrysalis isn't that traditional carrying, but they were still missing that extra bit of something from the offlane, right, to help synergize it. And now that Rezo joined the mix, Rezo's that greedier offlane that becomes more like a carry in some games, and then Chrysalis happily will feel more into an offlane from that carry role. So they've now got these like perfect balance in the side lanes that depending on the game state or the player style, they can both step up to be a carry. Meanwhile, you got Nisha in mid lane. Look at him looking very cool there. Just doing what he does every single game. Always bringing the A game. Yeah.
So with the Snapfire, they have this combination with the Mars. They also have a ton of magic damage. Between the Crystal Maiden, Mars, and the Snapfire, these team fights should go in their favor until Secret gets their BKBs, right? Is there a carry that can match with this for Secret, that is?
As in run up and BKB? I mean, Chrysalis has played Bloodseeker.
Yeah, Bloodseeker banned out, Lifestealer banned out as well.
If Anti-Mage was a hero,
then he'd be pretty good for both teams right now.
With the Disruptor, one good thing that you get is you have the Static Storm on top of the Mars Arena always. So the place where they want to set up, you can set up the Static Storm as well and kind of negate the effects that they're bringing, at least until the BKBs are up for Thunder Awaken.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Morphling, though, as well, against the...
Exactly where I was trying to get. Like Morphling, good call, James. Like
I'll be quiet.
What have you been doing? Have you been studying Dota for the last 6 years?
I've been hanging around with you, Lizard. It's worn off. I'm hoping I get buff as well, but...
Need to join me at the gym for that, but...
That's true.
Dude, you've asked him like 2 or 3 times. He's declined every single time.
Eventually.
Sorry for calling you out, but...
Yes, Lizard and T have gone to the gym. Sheep,
I don't go to the gym, no. I sit inside and play video games. Like a true gamer. But moving on with this draft, I'm looking as well for Thunder Awaken for a carry that can stand its ground a lot. This Lesh, or keep range and stand its ground. Like a lot of these Terror Blades and Drow range, okay, Drow range has been picked up by Secret, but these like Drows, TBs, Snipers, all these types of heroes, they match really well into the stuff that Secret's bringing, especially like Lesh and Drow. I think a Sniper would be amazing matchup there. Because you're able to outrange the Drow, because you're able to keep away from Lesh's damage.
So you're thinking Thunder Awaken Sniper here, right?
Yeah. And
sounds good.
I'd like that and the Scotty pickup too later down the line.
Is it either that or something to get on top of Drow easily?
It's like the Faceless Void potential as well. It's just, can they get through the early game aggression of Leshrac running up front with the Drow behind with some Dragonlance Yasha just chipping away? If Secret can survive the arena, the Mortimer Kisses, even the chip damage of CM, then they can be in a commanding position. So this pick for Thunder Awaken will dictate the kind of the play style they want to bring. Is it more survive early fights, crush the late game, or is it match that earlier fight and try and win some of the lanes?
because Secret are answering the heroes. They don't have last pick overall, so they can't, wait for their counter picks. The Drow at least is able to fight into the Mars, because when you match up like a Sniper versus a Drow, I think Sniper's itemization is a lot easier, but at least with the Drow into Mars, she's not stopped by the arena. She can use the multi-shot, it goes through the walls, she can deal her damage.
So they do go with the skirmish. They go with that approach. For now, at least, what we see. It's none of the spirits, it's Pangolier himself.
I mean, they're just giving Picard's the last pick in the draft right now. Most likely, the Mars will be Dark Margot, Sacred will be playing this off-lane Pangolier. Picking Pango into a Drow, it's very much, you're not trying to win the lane here. There are opportunities where maybe you can surprise them with level, but you're going to be playing the position forward, drag waves, get a couple levels, and then maybe you can surprise them, but sacrificing lane a little bit.
Meanwhile, Secret's just banning out the Spectre, one of those old-school counters to the Drow Ranger. No matter how far ahead you are, eventually if the Spectre gets items, you're kind of done.
Lizard, what do you think about the lanes for Secret? Because I'm scared of a Drow Disruptor lane being potentially really weak to being gone on by the Snap Mars.
I'm not so sure. Like I'm a big enjoyer of Disruptor Drow overall. Yeah, because of
the Mars might be mid as well.
Oh yeah, if it goes.
Even.
I mean, it could. Yeah, you're right. No, if with Mars. Yeah, you're right, Marvin. Sorry,
how does
took my brain for a loop. Yeah,
it's flexible.
It's hard when they pick multiple.
The same thing applies for, let's say, Snap and Pango, in my opinion. You just have the Thunderstrike. It gives info to Drow Ranger to continue hitting you, even if you try to juke through the trees. So overall, I really enjoy playing that duel.
How would Morphling look for Thunder Awaken here on lane versus, say, a Marcy?
But it's possible. The way Drow's ulti works against him might be a bit of a problem, but overall doable.
The key thing is Picard will have last pick in the draft, so they're going to be able to see, unless Secret picks another hero that's a little bit more ambiguous, that can go between mid and off lane, and you disguise the Leshrac, Picard's will be able to see what he wants, and if it's a weak lane, he can go for a morph lane. If it's a kill-hungry lane, he can go for a Faceless Void and just survive the lane.
And some of the heroes that are really good versus Drow, back in the past at least, historically, like a PL, you might reconsider taking them because of the Lesh already being in the pool, being already picked by Team Secret, that is.
Thunder Awaken think the last pick anyway is going to be the off lane. They're banning out the best hero to pair with Marty to crush the lane, and then they're banning out a hero that would just be able to kind of just stand up in front and prevent that aggression of Thunder Awaken, be it the Tidehunter. So in regards to Rezo's picks he's played so far,
he's played Silencer, Brood. Well, they go with the Nerd Spirit.
Is there going to be a Nisha mid-Earth Spirit? Offlane Leshrac?
Doesn't Zayats love the Earth Spirit? He's played it a lot.
Zayats loves Earth Spirit as well.
So Rezo, Marcy then, right?
Marcy,
Double
Earth Spirit,
offlane?
yep.
Okay. I was really just hoping for the mid-Earth Spirit.
I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, that's all right.
If
eventually, one day, it's gonna happen.
If it does become that, I will scream. Just audio warning right now, okay? Thank you.
I do like the Earth Spirit. I was wanting them to pick a body because they need someone to initiate for them with this Drow and Lesh. It looks like their game plan is to kind of ball up and stick together. I think if they overcommit with like these blink forward type offlaners or supports, it's a little bit scarier because people get split apart. But if you ball together, you also suffer at the hands of this Mars combo and the Pango. So it is.
What's really nice about them as well is that they don't necessarily have to wait for any items. All you need is levels, and then you just roll off of that laning stage with the Marcy, with your Earth Spirit.
With Thunder Awaken, the 4 heroes that they've already picked, there's so much early game damage that there isn't pressure on Picard to go, I need to pick a hero that can also fight with you. When you have Roll Up, you have Arena, Mortimer Kisses, this will be able to take fights long enough, or at least go even on resources required to go even or win the fight for Secret, that the carry of Thunder Awaken isn't going to get challenged.
So are you feeling like a 30-minute mark skirmishing constantly, and they go with James?
Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean. It's like they've already covered themselves with their first picks, that they can be as greedy as
you don't have to explain to me, T. I know. I know exactly what you mean.
I wasn't explaining for you. I was explaining. Please, can I?
James, please go ahead. Would you like to wrap up the draft?
I'm not going to wrap up the panel. You guys, final thoughts. Final thoughts, team.
No, can we get your final thoughts?
My final thought is I'm excited for Game 1.
And my final thoughts, I'm excited for Game 1.
Lizard, how excited?
I'm very excited for Game 1.
And for some actual analysis, I think Secret really want to just chase heroes down with this roll and glimpse back onto heroes from Thunder Awaken. So I think a lot will go down to who has the early game momentum and like these early game skirmishes with supports coming mid for runes and fighting a lot.
Sorry, Sheep, I wasn't listening. Did you say you were very excited for Game 1?
I'm so excited for Game 1!
We're ready for Game 1 here. Team Secret versus Thunder Awaken. We're going to send it over to Cap and SVG to bring you the game.
Yes, we're very excited too, and there's a reason for that. David versus Goliath, it's a common overused trope in competition, but here it fits because there's no greater Goliath in Dota than Puppey, both in stature and experience. And you would be hard-pressed to find a more fearless David than Thunder Awaken, right?
Puppey's been the Goliath at every TI, right? There's a reason he's the last 11th TI man standing. And yeah, I've been playing against this Thunder Awaken squad for many years. Going back 4 years ago when they had no accolades, they didn't care what anybody thought about them. And now that they have a couple under their belt, they definitely don't care. These guys show no fear and they play like it all the time. Somebody's gonna die in this match, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I mean Thunder, they already are they're the killers, right? Of this entire tournament, they're the team that is gonna run at you and kill you over and over and over again. It's gotten them top 6 already into blowing the South American previous placements at TI out of the water. If they can go to top 3, holy crap. I cannot wait to see what happens in this match, because no matter what it is, no matter what the outcome is, you can guarantee it's gonna be a goddamn bloodbath.
Absolutely. These guys grew up in the region where the killers shine. They don't know anything else. They were born into it in a sense, and there's a reason why Pakaz and Dark Mago are 2 of the highest stat killers of this entire tournament. These guys win the game through sending you back to the fountain. Objectives be damned sometimes. They're coming for the blood. You have to be prepared if you're Secret, and if there's one team that can prepare, I mean, it's got to be the mastermind himself. You've seen Heen with the drafts the whole event. They're clicking on all cylinders. They've got the Zayats Earth Spirit that has been extremely dominant in these route you situations. So Thunder Awaken dive too deep to get caught off guard in this game. Suddenly you're in a situation where Disruptor and Earth Spirit are chasing you down. The killers become the killed. Script can get flipped real fast.
Now, you were telling me something about a little bit of interesting stat about Secret and Thunder. Thunder, they have these killers, right? You're talking about, you know, between their mid and their off lane, bunch of killers. That leaves their carry to just become a beast, right?
This is a team built around their one position. Going back those old 4 protect the 1 days. Well, it's 4 kill for 1. But because he's soaking up pretty much the largest percentage of net worth per team of any carry at this event. And then on the flip side, Crystallis is down there at pretty much the lowest.
Yeah.
So you have a dichotomy here where Thunder prioritizing their one position, playing through Pakaz, and Secret, Crystallis has had to take a step back because, again, they're playing more through Nisha and Rezo. Yeah. And Rezo's a carry player himself, so he's used to getting a bit of net worth there, but it's a very interesting dynamic. And, I mean, these drafts are set up to do that, right? They picked this drought earlier. They're setting it up for this Leshrac to really shine and carry in this
30
game.
seconds to battle.
Very strong BKB timings for Secret as well. A lot on this Morphling shoulders, and every time I've said that, Pakaz delivers.
Oh, he certainly does. We're going to start setting up for the bounty runes that are coming in. You can see both Thunder and Secret are just going to be holding around the mid lane. We'll see if we get any early first blood action. But is there a particular hero that you're looking to shine on the side of Secret?
I think it's Zayats, right? It's got to be this Earth Spirit. He has so much of their catch control, especially going in those mid-late game fights. Earth Spirit, if he gets some early kills in the laning phase, is a vastly different hero. And then if you can get to that BKB, he becomes a beast, right?
Yeah.
You have to be able to get to these timings, though. Otherwise, you roll in and you're gone. So to me, it's really about how much Zayats pops off in the early game and gets to his item timings. It's really what's going to enable Nisha as well in this game. He can run in and be that frontliner, tank some stuff up, but need someone else to go in with him and help provide the control.
It's funny how we talk about Rezo being kind of a carry player, and he has certainly had some incredible carry performances at this tournament from the off lane. But at the same time, he's also had some performances with Zayats where they're just running around together. It seems to be, I don't think I've ever seen a duo of the 3-4 that is more tied together than Rezo and Zayats. They seem to be just hand in hand, running around, killing things nonstop. Now, when it comes to lanes, they didn't actually set it up that way. We can see Puppey playing the Disruptor. They didn't want to do a double melee setup. Instead, they have Zayats paired up with a Drow Ranger in bottom lane and the ranged Puppey here with Rezo, just to make their lanes a bit easier.
Yeah, makes sense. Running this double melee lane into the Morphling, you're not going to be able to pressure him too much, and you're just going to feel bad over time, so at least Puppey can make some noise up here, you know, get some little stuff done. And then you get this melee range pairing for the Drow, which is always nice for this hero. You have a body to frontline for and tank up some spells. That's the name of the game. And this is going to be a pretty fast early game for Thunder. Whenever you play this Mars mid, you are really looking to up the tempo and take the fights around the runes with the early arena. You have this offlane Pango, who's another very strong skirmisher, especially when paired with this Maiden, who also went in the offlane. Kind of a throwback to that old 4-position Maiden meta. Of course, Pandamu is still bringing it up. Very high damage supports for Thunder Awaken. Snapfire Maiden on the back of these two skirmishes.
Yeah, at the same time, though, these two team fighters, they're in a lane matchup where they're a melee hero up against a ranged hero that is going to abuse them. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on both their CS and their net worth to see how they walk away from this laning phase, because I imagine they're going to have to be blowing through some regen just to stay in.
All about the early level advantage for these dual lane skirmishes. Matthew going to lay into Puppey here a little bit in the river. I mean, he has the move speed advantage.
Oh, yeah. He should just be able to run him down here. Puppey, at best, you can try and maybe swerve into the Roshan pit and hopefully deny that first blood. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire, pops the salve, draws the aggro, gets the salve canceled. A bash comes out. That's a little awkward. Oh, Matthew times it very nicely with the cookie. He had that one in his back pocket, pulls it out, and gets the first blood.
Yeah, the tip on top of it as well with the voice line. He was thinking that all the way through, had plenty of time to think about it. And very nice start for him. Again, that's your 4 position in the safe lane. Matthew, he's shown on this Snapfire. It's a South American specialty. Absolutely destroy you in these fights until you get to those BKB timings. So
yeah, you were talking about this hero early on in the tournament. You thought Snapfire was going to be one of the heroes that was going to be a bit more prevalent, and you said South America was one of the regions who played it fast.
Yeah, this hero's just amazing in the mid-game fights. He scales as well. This new shard, I think, threw people a little off in terms of how the range interacts, but people are getting more used to it now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick it up this game. Again, the laning's pretty strong. Yeah, a little mango smoothie for him.
Yeah.
Regen it back up.
Matthew just wants to keep that pressure up. I mean, because is having a totally free lane. Though he's not actually stopping Renzo from doing well in CS. They're pretty much even between the two of them, so.
That is the downside of chasing Puppey. You get the first blood, you enable yourself. You do give Rezo that one-on-one. He's had to burn pretty much no regen. I think he's used 1 tango this entire laning phase. For a melee versus range core matchup, sure, Morphling's not the best at abusing you early. Rezo's having a great time. And
he's going to go for it.
Kill.
Jumps onto Matthew, and the damage being done with the Thunder Strike, and one last hit is barely enough for Puppey to get the kill. Oh, and because of that, he's got his level 2. He'll pop the glimpse now because he's already morphing his strength, so he should be totally fine. But it's decent pressure added on to the carry.
That right click, it definitely hit at the top of the damage range there.
Yeah.
Fairy Fire. I didn't think it was going to kill him, and I don't think Matthew did either.
I was setting it up to be like, and he barely doesn't get the kill, and well, apparently not.
You get a free trip to base, not the worst. Big question is going to be this 6-minute rune. It's coming up in a minute 30. Dark Mago is going to get the 6 here pretty fast. Doing a really decent job on mid, up in denies, up in CS versus Nisha.
Yeah, maybe he's been harassed quite a bit by the ranged attacks from Nisha, but he's made up for it by being a melee hero, having higher base damage, and securing more denies. So level 6, as you said, it's going to come in faster, and we'll see what kind of rotations are going to happen around that big time.
I mean, I expect rotations here for Thunder. You do not want to give this rune to Nisha, and you really want to use this arena, which is going to be up around the same time. Again, you do not want to leave a mid-Mars on an island for too long. You also have pretty independent side lanes. Sure, Pango is not going to pressure Drought on here, but he's pretty much free farming ahead in CS as well. Having a decent time when Ring of Health so he can stay in the lane. He's pretty independent, and of course, Morph is one of the better independent heroes as well. Again, Secret's just trying to weather the super early game storm here and get to their mid-game timing. It's up to Thunder to kind of accelerate the game.
Looks like they want to make a call here to go on to Matthew. Not sure what that kinetic field was exactly, but Rezo doesn't follow it up.
I mean, any of these side trades right now are decent for Secret in my opinion because it'll stop that mid-rotation. They're happy to trade supports.
Hefty amount of damage, but Chrysalis, now that he's back at the tower, starts delivering some arrows back. Matthew looks like they tried to go on him and do manage to get the kill there with the glimpse back, but Puppey's going to be chased down by Because and should be just a trade out of the supports. Rezo will put some more damage onto Because, but it's a Morphling. He really can't die here.
Not too bad for Secret overall. You're getting a lot of solo XP for this Marcy. Sure, Morph picks up the kill, but you're not stopping him anyway. And Nisha gets to grab the rune for free without getting ganked with this arena.
Yeah, that's super nice. the fights just continue in the side lanes. Apparently, the support's not caring about securing the power runes at all, as you said, and just focus more on getting these kills. Giants falls in the bottom lane. Top lane, back to it. Glimpse onto the Morphling, really keeping the pressure on him. He's got raindrops, though. Looks like he's going to have to morph all the way to agility form, pop his Fairy Fire and stick, and actually give it a salve as well.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. Is there a more annoying carry to harass?
Yeah, seriously. It feels pointless half the time, but if it keeps him from being able to get CS. As you can see, the net worth between both the Morphling and the Marcy is pretty even, so
these are very
good job.
lanes. Puppy looking for that glimpse mid.
Yeah, that's a level 1 glimpse. Not quite the range.
And Zayat's also TP'd mid to get the bottle refill. Now he's kind of lingering around here. 7-minute, not that 8-minute rune timing. A little awkward for Secret here, but they're happy to control the bounty. There's just not too much side lane pressure on this bottom lane with the Drow. I think it's pretty hard to kill this Pango. Maybe they try bring Nisha down here, but it's just not a worthwhile rotation. There's that roll, but I mean, good luck, you know.
I feel like later on, the Pango is going to have a bit of a hard time with this duo specifically. I mean, he's dealing with 2 silences. Those are not very fun to play Pangolier against, but for now anyway, when it comes to lane, Ring of Health he got. He's doing exceptionally well. 3,200 second net worth. He's got the Orb of Corrosion. He's going to be going back for the Arcane Boots.
That was pretty much a dream off-lane Pango start.
Yeah.
This is not a hero that typically just free farms a lane like this. Maybe abusing the fact Drow is kind of slow.
Nice roll and kick back straight into the hands of Nisha. May be able to grab the Invis rune away from Nisha, but won't stop his own death.
And I think Thunder, tired of being the ones rolled on here, time to smoke top and try and get some action done with this arena. This is a move that really has to connect here. Otherwise, Dark Mago is just finding nothing in this early game.
Yeah, the fact that we haven't seen an arena yet is a bit of a shame. Let's see how fast Rezo gets out. Not able to get the rebound away. Will be denied by the arena walls.
Decent pickup. Definitely going to be happy about that one. Pandamu gets to soak the XP mid on a hero in Crystal Maiden that really uses the levels. I mean, this hero has dominated the statistics in terms of win rate. You start getting these, you know, Frostbite, Nova points up, whichever route you want to go. They really pay off a lot more now than they used to. So decent efficiency here from Thunder. To me, the big question is going to be, do they try and use this Pango ult to kick Drow to bottom? How long does Crystallis get to stay down here? Because this is not a carry you want to just leave down here getting solo XP. I mean, it's almost level 7, and he's just been uncontested.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Thunder playing slower than maybe we would have expected. But we do now have the level 6 on Sacred. So whether he's making a play on the Drow with people rotating or he rotates to another lane and leads, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm getting pulls off and stuff. Crystallis is going to be very happy with the way this is going, I think.
Meanwhile, Dark Mago is clearing stacks. I don't know if I've ever said that in my life. He is in the jungle efficiencying it up.
Yeah, apparently he wants to try and get that fast Blink Dagger. And that makes sense, right? I mean, getting on top of this Drow is going to be all so important.
Absolutely. If he can find the Drow, start on the Lesh, there are no real saves in this game when that Arena Spear comes out.
Yeah.
There's no hard reset, hard dispel, so Dark Mago kind of has free reign here. I can understand the Blink Rush. It's going to be very strong in this game. It enables his supports. This Snapfire Mars combination goes back since these heroes were put in the game, and it's strong for a reason. It's going to annihilate these cores before they have BKBs. So I can understand them wanting to get that fast, and here's a second smoke to this top lane, trying to shut down Rezo. I think he smells what's coming, though.
Yeah, they have this nice high ground ward that may give him a false sense of security because they are smoked up, but it's going to break here. Puppy walks down, breaks the smoke. Very nice read. I think it's a combination. They picked up the power rune at top lane. They're missing for the middle lane a little bit. Rezu got ganked last time. He's like, I'm not going to risk it this time around. That's fair enough.
Part of me wonders why they want to go top with this move instead of bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom move is longer. It takes more time, but you're going to get the kick out guaranteed, right? If Crystallis wants to dodge that smoke, he has to leave the lane. And this catapult would have killed the tower with Pango just tanking up.
Right.
Instead, when that smoke fails, they get absolutely nothing out of it. Morph can stay up there anyway. It's like a higher risk, lower reward type situation.
Do you think that they have answers to Drow? There is. He's going to run forward, gets a small glimpse back, not a big one, but they do have the stun follow-up here. Comes this Kisses. trying to create some space, and Dark Mago, he's going to be perfectly fine. And they're actually at the Rolling Thunder. Oh, a jump away from Rezo. Barely gets out of that arena. They're going to have more TPs in. Chrysalis actually a long TP, but will show up and miss.
1 second.
Oh, barely inside of the range, and they're going to go for Sacred. The Pango's going to die. They immediately threw down the Static Storm to make sure there was going to be no jump away, no swashbuckle or anything. And with the Drow Ranger here, it's time to put pressure on this mid tower.
Unleashed, Catapult's still alive. They'll get the glyph out of that for sure. So that's going to TP back into mid as well. And the line being drawn top, so they're reading this move. Again, Thunder just not getting the exact fight they want out of that situation, and feels like Secret's stalling them out a little bit, which is definitely advantageous for them. Anytime you can slow down this team, you're going to be pretty happy with it.
Big Ancient stack. This is usually what the Drow is going to be spending most of her time doing in this awkward 10 to 20, 25 minute mark. Is a lot of time hitting Ancients.
Arcane Rune for Nisha. Cannot ask for anything better on this hero, especially pushing towards that Bloodstone timing.
Yeah, that's very awkward because you know Thunder wants to make a play. They just picked up the Blink Dagger, so the wrong move. They stumble into Anisha with an Arcane Rune, and he is not immediately bursted down. This could go badly for Thunder, and that would be a very bad sign for the rest of the progression of this game for them. But wait our time. Didn't hide the Blink Dagger at all, so Secret should know about it.
Seems like Thunder's just happy to keep the static as well. Again, no move to his bottom lane made yet. Now Secret's the one making the move to their off lane first.
Smoke breaks, because he's going to wait for, oh, gets pulled out of it, and now the silence is ruining Dark Mago, but he does manage to get off the arena with the combination of the two supports, laying in the damage. Nisha, and now the roll-in from Sacred. Perfectly set up, the bowling ball, knocking down all the pins of Team Secret. A bit of aggression from Secret that goes completely awry. Thunder, apparently their patience is well rewarded. Tries to find a 4th kill in Zayat, but missed the spear, sadly, and we'll have to retreat.
They were all ready for that move. Instant call out, instant TP. This is all their net worth. You got to remember, you attack Makaz, you attack the whole front. Just beautiful spellcasting to turn that fight around. I mean, this Dwarf is a little tankier than maybe they expected, right? He's got Falcon Blade, he's got Dragon Lance, he's got Shreds. He itemized to skirmish early and fight often. Pays off a little bit here. Of course, getting the Morph off helps him.
Just in general, going for the Morph link, but him getting off the Morph strength, like, they needed a situation where the smoke breaks, but they're not spotted, and they could get an instant Static Storm on him. It's a glimpse play, and gives him too much time to respond.
It's a hard, aggressive move unless you can concretely just burst down a core at the start of that. Secret will pay the price.
Chasing after him, glimpse back, throws the spear as he can, but he will die for that double damage rune he picked up. They do have the kisses still, but the roll is going to be able to get it on top of Matthew. No space to be able to cast that big ultimate. They'll turn around and kill Zayat, but Nisha will take the tower in return. Now they're going to try and chase him down. Now the kisses go into play with the Rolling Thunder on top of that. They have the Static Storm to stall up some of the heroes. Panda is there, though, to help finish him off. Nisha falls, silence going out, and jump in from Rezo. His first big jump into these team fights, and he's going to clean up 2 here pretty easily with the help of Chrysalis, who naps both the kills.
Very nice turnaround in that river by Secret. I don't think Zayat was expecting Pakaz to be behind that tower.
Yeah.
Rolls in, ults, he's like, oh, Dwarf's here? Not my cup of tea. Still, Secret get the tier 1 mid out of that as well. And the biggest beneficiary, Crystallis. He comes in and cleans up those kills at the end. Now, all of a sudden, he's the most farmed core on Secret. He is having an absolutely free Drow game. And remember, this is a Drow that can get powered up by Sidekick. Absolutely devastating in these later game fights. It's a Drow versus Morphling as well. You're going to cut through all this armor. This is going to be spooky carry for Thunder to deal with going in this late game. And again, BKB queued up after Yasha. I mean, if he gets to BKB, he's a god, right? Almost nothing touches him.
Yeah, at that point, really, all Thunder has is like defensive measures, right? They have the arena walls that they can play around against the Drow, but they really can't kill her very easily. They do not have great physical damage.
No, it just comes down to how much net worth does Pakaz has. And he has a lot. He is always a lot more farmed than I think he's going to be. You know, you look at that, you go, where did he get all that from? 402.
Where did he get all that net worth from? He's at 8,500. He's got the same CS 4-0-2. Well, that'll certainly help out.
Yeah, helps when you get the kills and nice fine mid. Quick little arena.
Glimpse back. Really trying it for this one. Nisha, does he want to go for it? I don't think so. Sacred has already popped the Rolling Thunder to ensure that we do get our Mars out of here.
Ult's baited, but more rune control of Thunder's way.
Now the Glimpse perhaps actually go for the cookie to try and stall up Puppey. The Glimpse didn't really send Matthew anywhere.
It's such a weird mid-skirmish, man. Just 5 heroes poking each other.
And both teams seem to be willing to group up nice and early. We saw Chrysalis make that move where he TP'd in to the mid tower early on for that team fight, pressured. We saw Bakaz do the same.
And I mean, I think Secret is ready to meet these guys on the battlefield. They know they do not want to get outnumbered in these fights.
And that's
we're playing the safe lane tower.
You've talked to me about this before, the fact that TI, people naturally group up when it comes to TI, right? Just something about the pressure and just the nervousness and scary situations, right? Like you feel better just being around your allies.
Yeah, you know, you get to hug your teammate, you get to rely on him, might whisper some calming words. Or he might tell you you're playing bad, you know?
Yeah, he might say, you idiot, that was an illusion. How did you not know that?
But maybe that soothes you. Back in the zone. Exactly what I needed.
Either way, really good bait there from Dark Mago.
Yep. He's also pushing towards BKB here. Just kind of like the big timing for Mars. You know, how many times does he fight and die before he gets there? That's what's really going to slow down this mid hero. But he's having a decent game getting there. He's really the bulwark, quite literally, for Thunder in these fights. Just going there, tanking up a lot of this drow damage if he can. Giving Pakaz the opening where he's going to see his target and be able to jump into the drow, jump a support. He already has Manta up as well, so the silence is not as effective. But he will go for Manta and BKB on Orb this game. Probably just the power of Static Storm threatening him on the deep dives. Very defensive itemization here.
Hey, what do you think about this mech from Matthew?
I mean, these aura items have proved to be insanely good in this meta, especially if you're a team that wants to group up and fight. You're hitting a pretty good window here if you're Thunder. Mech is pretty effective versus the Earth Spirit and the Disruptor damage. Zayat's going to look for the roll.
Do the Static Storm on top of this one. Mars really not going to be able to get off much, but the Rolling Thunder is really disrupting things. They finally kill the Mars, and Matthew, nice jump away with the cookie. Zions finally falls. Sacred has to jump away and barely keeps his life there as Rezo looks to chase, but a blink should easily get Sacred far enough out of here.
And those drow hits are already hurting.
Yeah, they are.
You really have to think about this Marcy drow combo, and if you're not on top of it, every other hero is basically a distraction. Nisha just has to go in and live as long as he can, and it's going to set up the fight for Secret, especially if they can start on Mars. You don't have this arena coming out, you don't have any of this control. It really hurts the Thunder supports. Sacred's doing his best to disrupt this fight, but he does not have the armor or sustain to deal with Drow Ranger yet.
Uh-oh, Nisha slowed down by the kisses. He is super tanky, though. 2,200 HP. They landed most of those kisses and a bit of extra damage from the swashbuckle, and it really wasn't that close. So that cannot feel very good for Thunder. But earlier, the win percentage favored them by a decent, like, 10%. Why do you think that is?
Thunder favored?
Yeah.
Maybe he just likes Pakaz.
Yeah, well, I like him, too. That's fair enough. That guy's a solid carry.
Gabe put in a little extra in the formula. It's seen Pakaz morphling before.
It's the Pakaz factor. Understandable.
It really is. I mean, I think for the next 5 or so minutes, that's a short window, but their skirmish power is still stronger. But it's dependent on bursting Nisha, and Nisha has no fear in this game.
Yeah.
He's got Band Brace, he's got Cloak, Ogre Axe, he is rushing the tank ability. He knows, I'm a run in, I'm a front line, throw your spells on me, I don't care. I mean, like you were saying, 2,200 HP on this Leshrac.
You had a BKB on top of that? Nobody's touching that on the side of Thunder, not for a long time.
Of the Thunder lineup, they are almost all magic damage for these early fights, which they didn't really get to go their way. It shifts a lot more emphasis to Pakaz to be able to deal the physical to bring this Leshrac down, and he went kind of defensive items, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have this super early Scotty or the extra damage to pump through.
Oh no, he blinked into him! Oh no! Disaster! It was hidden in the side, but ends up blinking directly into Zayat. That is just real sad for Sacred there. And that gets Nisha that much closer to his BKB, which we just talked about how important that's going to be. Thunder, though, I mean, the one thing is they get these BKBs on Secret, but we do have really strong initiation on the side of Thunder, right? We've got the Blink Dagger on Mars, Blink Spear, super fast. You might be able to catch them before they BKB. Same goes with the Rolling Thunder, right?
If you can land them, you're in a good spot. If they get the BKB off, you're in a rough spot. And there's a lot of BKBs coming out here in the next few minutes. All right, the Zayats one is going to be the farthest, but Crystallis pretty much has his off this camp. Nisha's flying out, I believe. There it is on the courier, and Rezo has his after this wave. So you have 3 cores lining up here, triple BKB timing for Secret. You already know Puppey is making the call. It's time to clinch a fight, close the map out, take a Roshan, try to hit our window and never look back.
Yeah, and that's a super scary part, right? That Roshan factor, right? Once you start that snowball of getting these Roshans, I mean, you have talked to me on and on and on about the power of the second and third Roshan. So the earlier we get this first one, you know, the bigger that power spike.
And hell,
the earlier the power spike.
They're just skipping the fight step and just going straight to the road.
Yeah, apparently. They're just like, whatever.
Home.
They can try and come to us. We'll take the team fight. If not, 22-minute Roshan. They give the Aegis over to Nisha. So if you thought you could kill him once by surprising him with the initiation, hitting the stuns, chain stunning it, preventing the BKB, well, that's now all out the window.
Another arcane rune as well. He's an absolute monster. This is not an easy fight for Thunder. They're going to try and start with the stuns. No BKB for Rezo.
Yep, they're going to be able to keep this nice chain stun. Rezo is decently tanky, but maybe not good enough. Okay, the BKB goes right through those arena walls, and now with the Disruptor here, they can pull some more heroes in, or maybe not. Puppey misses Static Storm and is now going to be able to get a glimpse on Crystal Main. Not much there. Nisha's just running through heroes, though, one after another. Dark Mago looking at him with the TP out. No, Rezo denies it. He comes back in for fresh blood as Panda, well, good try, my friend. Does what damage he can, but ultimately will not be able to stand toe-to-toe to Nisha's firepower. All of Thunder going to try and retreat here. Fortunately, there is no Disruptor up anymore, so everyone else is going to be able to escape. But again,
Puppey buying back for that, trying to find something again, so a little bit of value for Thunder, but that's just an impossible long fight to take, right? You're going through the Leshrac twice with an Arcane Rune. Good job to focus some of the supports down early, get the targets you can. That Glimmer Cape kept Puppey up a long time. You're gonna need some detection next round. But it is the name of the game. You gotta get the stuns before the BKB. Rezo lives though, gets his off, and he's out of there. I mean, Marcy does Marcy things. See you later. Now and if Kaz just has to man fight, it's hard for him to just stay in this fight for too long after the BKB.
Yeah, look at that. That physical damage he's doing to Nisha is totally outdone by the Bloodstone heals. Yep. It's doing nothing. And I can't help but thinking if they had managed to keep Rezo chain stun and kill him there, then he doesn't come back and stop the Mars TP. In which case, you know, that team fight actually looks a lot better for Thunder.
Remember, taking Marcy out in this game means you're taking Sidekick out. A lot of damage on that Drow or himself. I mean, that's how Marcy works, so it's a big target for Thunder to hit, but you have to hit it and chain it right.
This time around, it's twice now he's had some close calls, but this time he will not be blinking into the hands of Zayats, and Thunder will play safely in their triangle for now.
This is where that mech doesn't feel as good anymore. This is where you wish you had a bit more scale or even Force Staff. It's going to help your cores deeper into the game.
Yeah.
So once more, Thunder feeling like they want to fight. Aegis is still up for 2 minutes here.
Uh-oh. This is kind of awkward. Zayats well positioned on the high ground here. He might break it. There is a ping from Matthew.
Gonna break it for sure. Because in the river.
Wow, look at them. They're actually sneaking around Zayats here. Might be able to find the right kind of initiation. They get Rezo first off. They're gonna get the spear immediately afterwards. This time around, they chain stun him down. Zayats trying to get on top of Matthew. At the same time, look for Crystallis as well. He's playing the back line. Looks like he's getting out of there, but Nisha's going in there with his Bloodstone and his Aegis. He's ready to fight. He's ready to bring down the Mars. The spear goes up. The last bit of damage isn't quite there. Meanwhile, they're playing away from Nisha at all costs. Everybody else running away from the Leshrac and killing anybody else they can get their hands on. Now with a buyback coming out from the Snapfire, they can try and go again here. See if they can kill Nisha twice. Crystallis might be needed to help out. A roll in, immediately silenced. Pops a Manta, but it's too much. Picaz gets bursted down. He didn't expect that one. The spear goes out. Getting them low, but without the Morphling, now they've lost so much of their damage. Now it's Secret who are on the hunt, but they don't really have, oh, maybe they do. The Blink Dagger forward from Nisha is going to be able to slow down and get one more. That's Panda.
Crystal Maiden can't sustain that much damage. Buyback from Matthew there as well. That was an insanely well-taken angle from Thunder. But Kaz was in the river, and I think Zayats was calling out, hey, they're in the river. Instead, they were on the exact opposite side of that flank. Caught Rezo off guard. That's the name of the game. Marcy down without BKB. Still, all of that chase was for Nisha Aegis. Even if they get in there, he still has Aegis up. A little bit of an overextension perhaps, but at the same time, that is how Thunder plays. They are always going to try and push that numbers advantage, and if they pull it off, it looks absolutely amazing, right?
Yeah, it seemed like maybe that was a call from the one TI veteran here on the side of Thunder, Matthew.
I'm still amazed at how much net worth Bakaz draws in these games. Like, oh yeah. I mean, that was his first death. He was 9-0, but he is farmed. He almost has Ags. It's going to be pretty nice as well. If you can get the Ags from the Drow, remove that Ag, it really hurts this hero.
Yeah.
He's also doing a mad amount of work with stealing the Earth Spirit, though. Getting multiple silences, disrupting the supports. I mean, the Earth Spirit and Disruptor are getting silenced in these fights. Where's it coming from? Well, it's Bakaz Spirit, right?
Yeah. And that's something that Secret... I mean, it means they kind of need to play around each other as much as possible. Otherwise, this Morphling's just going to go from hero to hero, as they did in that last fight, right? They were just running away from Nisha and running into everybody else.
Yes. Like, Mars is going to be able to tank up a lot of damage. You almost don't want to over-focus him if you're Secret. You need to keep this Morphling in check, because Morphling will win the fight for Thunder.
Yeah.
And nobody else is going to carry the fight in that later half, right? It's about him being able to stay and deal the damage. It's also about when he uses BKB. We saw Bakaz holding his BKB until the very end of that fight. He is extremely patient with it, and there's a reason. Like, he needs it up to be able to fight the Leshrac so he can't Bloodstone heal. He needs it up to be able to dodge the silences in the later half of the fight. Initiation is still the name of the game here for Thunder. They do not, I don't think they want to go ultra late in this type of game with how they've itemized and how their lineup functions. So again, another smoke. This is uphill.
Yeah, very clear divide on who controls what part of the map. Thunder invading into Secret side. They don't have the right vision here. Matthew, his smoke breaks. He's going to deliver good to the side. Sacred, he's fishing in deep, but they're not going to find anything. Oh, no! Knocked him down to the low ground, and now the backline is being assaulted as Nisha crept through the stairs, gets on top of the two supports, annihilates them. Rezo is keeping the Morphling busy, so that Morphling isn't going to be doing anything here. Pulled back in. He's going to have to use his BKB. That's going to be another charge down. A spear goes out, but the stun landed. That's the Mars caught as well. Darvago, he falls. 3 dead on the side of Thunder. Secret and their patience in holding their side of the map is well rewarded.
That's just an impossible formation to just go into like that. Zayats is holding his high ground ward. Nisha and Puppy with the Glimmer behind him on that other cliff. It's just so deep. Sacred's looking for the roll and looking for the chain stun near the cliffs. But good luck, my friend. It's just so hard going dark. And they need that initiation to land. If it doesn't land on a good core here, all of a sudden your backline's exposed. Arena latches nothing. Akaz gets stunned by Resolution. Your backline crumbles. The fight becomes harder for this Morphling. He just has to spend BKB getting out of there. Nisha gets to clean everybody up.
I mean, that is literally the ideal situation for Secret, right? They kill the 2 backline supports that do a bunch of damage.
Yep.
Rezo is keeping the Morphling busy, so he's not able, Kaz isn't able to go and just like kill the Disruptor or whoever, can't go for the Drow. And on top of that, the worst part of all, perhaps, the initiation totally fails.
Yeah, if Arena and Roll don't connect and chainlock a core, it's a completely different fight for Thunder. Like you said, Morphling getting controlled, he didn't even get an opportunity to Ag-Zolt the Drow if he wanted to. So now it's a push towards Scotty, and to me that feels like the last really big timing for Thunder here. They get this Scotty on the Morphling. It's going to debilitate the Leshrac a lot more in the fight, help him man fight him. You have second Roshan coming up within that interval as well. Secret's just going to play for it. I don't think they're in too much of a huge rush here. They have BKB on the Earth Spirit now as well. Drow is just continuing to power up. Hurricane Pike level 21. You have the extra multi-shot damage online. It's going to get powered up even more through the sidekick. Half the gap closes this hero now, or she's going to shred you.
So I thought I pointed out the mech earlier, which I thought was really interesting on the Snapfire, particularly because no Wraith Pact. And that item is, everybody's talking about it in this tournament. We finally do have it now, just now picked up for Secret. So that'll help slow down the damage of the Leshrac, who currently Nisha seems to be the biggest problem for Thunder.
Very pivotal item.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mitigate the Leshrac damage, buff up the Morphling damage.
So good.
Puppey is halfway to Ags as well, which if this game goes late, seeing Disruptor Ags destroy these cores in those scenarios. Secret on the prowl here.
Yeah, this time it's Thunder who have set up in a part of the map and are waiting for Secret. Oh, Dark Mago don't get caught now! Gets stunned up, follow-up chain stun. He's already dead, and they've already stopped the Snapfire from being able to do much. Nisha gets on top of Manamu, should be pretty easily there. But Kaz is trying to keep his supports alive, whoever's still left alive inside of Thunder, and get them out of here. But the chase goes on. His Resolution looks to be able to chase back. With the buybacks coming in, maybe they can catch something. Oh no, Sacred is annihilated. They do have the arena though. They've caught the Drow, all important, but Kozley's in the damage, and that is Chrysalis dead. Immediate buyback though, as Thunder need to be able to retreat out. They've got this Wraith Pact. Maybe because doesn't feel so bad about this.
It depends what happens to this Roche, right? This fight is all about Roshan in the next few minutes here.
Yep.
This is why the buybacks are getting expended. They got the Drow buyback out of that at the very end.
Yeah, for seemingly for free. I mean, they're not going to be able to take Roshan for this, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance maybe they didn't try and force it. And makes Dark Mago feel a lot better about his, right? I mean, he had to trek all the way back to mid after he gets gone on here. Maybe trying to bait the initiation, just doesn't get the BKB off. Rezo instantly blink bashed him, I think. Very fortuitous. And of course, your front line gets broken. Your CM, your Snapfire are instantly gone. Nisha is always just going to absorb their life force.
Yeah, and a big part of this was the fact that Panda lived there, and Nisha had to chase him down. So Nisha, during this entire river fight, is actually still chasing Panda Moo over there in the triangle. So he was just missing for the out engagement, which could have made a big difference. But it looks like Secret, in the end, the buyback is worth it. Chrysalis is going to be able to take the Aegis and the all-important Aghanim Shard. That is a really big pickup, particularly against the Morph.
Absolutely. He's not feeling too bad about that buyback anymore. Now he'll get the upgraded Frost Arrows.
Yeah, we get that Hypothermia stacks coming into play.
Reduce the regen. This is the Scotty timing for Morphling, so...
Yeah, how close are
this regen reduction coming out?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just so hard to fight into the Aegis now.
Yeah.
This is where this Disruptor pick, you know, he's growing his way towards that Aghanim Scepter. Felt a little far away, but every one of these fights, every one of these objectives that goes in Puppey's pocket, this man likes to get rich. He uses it well. It's a very pivotal item in this game, because every time one of those jumps happen, maybe that Mars can live in that scenario and get his BKB off if he's not chain stunned. Well, you throw the Disruptor Storm on top. There's absolutely no turn.
Yeah, I just kind of want to see one fight where it's Secret who, like, either miss the initiation or are getting initiated on, right? The last couple of fights, I feel like Secret have set up the fight better than Thunder has, where it started, how it started.
Right?
Yeah.
They're either jumping. I mean, Dark Mago got jumped a couple times this game.
Yeah, that was awkward.
But a lot of these fights have been Thunder smoking into them into the high ground areas, trying to take that fight. Now I think Secret's very confident to take the aggressive positions because they have so many BKBs in. Of course, I think Nisha is he's using up a lot of his rune luck this game, I must say. Another arcane bottle for this Leshrac.
Yeah, and he's got a blink scythe now. So look for this guy. He's just, I feel like he's gonna see something and just go. He's gonna blink, scythe, BKB, and chainsaw, whatever here. Oh, and this would be a perfect opportunity. Kill the enemy carry, the best pickup possible. 90 seconds, no buyback, and they know it too.
Yeah, they saw him buy out for this Scotty. They are definitely going to push the high ground here. Aegis still intact. Now his Arcane Rune popped for the Lesh, so he's
Sacred. He wants to kill the creep wave because they know they can't. He has to slow down this push up into the high ground, but he put himself at risk of being glimpsed back or caught by the Earth Spirit.
I don't think Nisha's afraid of anything without Pakaz alive. 3,000 HP, Blast Rig on top.
Next round of creeps coming in soon, so backdoor protection is going to fall in the tower. It's going to fall with it.
Mago.
Oh, pushed him back in. Oh, what an arena! And he's got the pressure as well. If he can line this one up, throws out the spear, but all the BKBs, all this magic damage is being ignored. Even Nisha able to blink away at the midst of all that. Crystallis somehow ended up back up on the high ground. Not sure what happened there, but he should be fine. He's got the Aegis. Thunder doesn't want to go outside of their own base right now. Double arenas expended, 30 seconds left. Secret are going to call it though. They're going to retreat.
Oh, if you get spear stun there, that's a shard spear with the level 20 talent, man. 3.4 seconds to stun on multiple heroes. Imagine he can land those right there. Secret I don't think they were expecting that jump.
Yeah,
because the BKBs were slow. They got him off eventually, but they really could have done some serious damage there with the double spear if it hits.
Yeah, let's launch that one again. He gets the spear. Look at the towers just like right there.
Oh,
and it falls right as he throws out that spear. I don't know what happened there, but that is just so heartbreaking for Dark Mago. It would make her. I mean, it was a great play all around, no matter what, because they ultimately held, right? Where they could have lost the lane at Barracks, but you got to feel for him hitting a spear that good.
Lands. It's a guaranteed refresh double spear.
Yep.
Then you're feeling real good.
Then you would have held 4 versus 5, gotten a bunch of kills out of it. Instead, Team Secret walk away relatively uninjured and happy. 7,000 net worth lead for them, 24-20, 37 minutes in.
Pecan says no.
Oh, roll in, roll out, and Sacred.
Roll in again.
He's gonna try,
roll out again.
but he just keeps rolling on out. You're gonna have to retreat and blink out, my friend. Otherwise, you're gonna get caught by Nisha. Otherwise, you're gonna go, oh, the spear comes in. Dark Mago says hello. They're gonna chainsaw him a little bit, but they don't have the firepower. Not without Bakaz there. And it's probably for the best that they back up to their base.
If Bakaz was there, Nisha might have been in trouble, but yeah, abusing that high ground ward, which did not get killed. Zayat's just getting in there, placing it, getting out.
Oh, you talk about rune luck? Look at that item. Nisha just found himself a timeless relic. What is this?
I mean, sometimes the stars just align, right?
Yeah, it seems like it. It's aligning for Nisha right now.
This always happens to mid players. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's always the rune luck, you know? The rune luck, the neutral item luck, but he's an absolute... I mean, he's still got a cloak. He's going to turn that into something.
Yeah, we got the Aghanim Scepter now complete for the Disruptor, so that's coming out right now in the Courier. As the Aegis expires, Secrets still have big power spikes coming through. We got the Daedalus almost done for Crystallis.
This makes the rebound initiation a lot stronger, right? You also have this level 20 talent for Marcy. It's a decent stun duration now. You throw the Static Storm on top. It forces Thunder into a fight where you probably have to use buybacks because that core is just going down, right? Nisha's going to jump in. You're going to commit the BKBs. Makes initiations a lot more concrete for Secret here.
It means the quick reactions are super important, which I always feel like is super tense as is going late game, but also on a TI stage, which
absolutely
4 of these members of Thunder haven't been here before. First timers for them. So if they see the Earth Spirit roll in or the rebound coming in, if they pop the BKB fast enough, it could be a team fight game changer.
Yes. Also, if they get the jump. Right?
Yes.
This game is so much about who jumps who. You have this Mars looking for the multi-spears. You have Zayat and Nisha looking for the Blink Hex, the roll-in. This is what's going to determine the fight. You also got Trickster Cloak for this Morphling. This is a very big item in this game in terms of his survivability. The magic resist, the evasion.
Yeah, that's
some extra invisibility to dodge some spells.
I mean, when every hit from the Drow Ranger decimates you, 20% evasion could do a lot.
Basher for Sacred.
They're gonna find
a little more BKB control as well.
They're gonna find that ward? Oh, no, they're not. They're gonna get initiated on first. Nisha, not even bothering to blow the BKB. He knows this is an initiation that Thunder cannot follow up on. But Rezo jumping in, Blink Dagger immediately goes for the grab. Panda Moo's gonna be first. They still have the rolling out on Sacred. He needs to be able to jump away. They manage to get the Hex on the Morphling with the follow-up stuns, and they're chaining him down. That is just a dead Morphling. Dark Mago did what he could to stop Crystallis' damage, but ultimately it's the Leshrac who wins the fight, and now they will chase down for as many heroes as possible. Rezo getting up and under that Snapfire. Triple kill for Crystallis. Add another one on the mix. Panda Moo roasted by Nisha in the Fire and Flames. As now Team Secret look to just potentially end the game. We only have 2 buybacks left, and Thunder was already having a hard time. I don't know how they could possibly do this without their supports.
Nisha is just playing out of his mind right now. Another Arcane Rune fight. I think Bakaz wasn't expecting that Hex to be that low of cooldown.
Yeah.
I mean, he jumped Hex the guy, they kill him. And then he basically got blink hexed again. It's just so hard.
They're going to force the buybacks here. Are Team Secret going to keep the pressure up? Are they going to force Thunder to use more buybacks? And are they going to continue to assault and see if Thunder is going to try and take the fight?
This is level 25. Level 25 die ball healing.
They got the initiation, but this time he got the morph off strength. Can they keep him chain stun? Can the damage get enough? He's getting blown up for the BKB goes off the waveform over to the side. Because it's reset. Science chases after him, but it's already done. Because is healthy enough that Science will be the victim instead. Dark Mago chasing after them, but he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to overextend. They have the buyback. Sacred's coming back in, but Dark Mago's already dead. Rolling Thunder on up. They cannot let Team Secret walk away with this. Because is coming back. He's TPing in. But sadly, I don't think they can chase after this. You can see Matthew setting up with his Aghanim Scepter. They wanted to keep going, but now Nisha seeing them on the retreat with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown. There's the Hex. Resolution also catching that Snapfire. Sacred is still alive. Never mind. Rezo grabs him, tosses him back in. Turns up in that rolling form, but blink away. He's good. No physical damage came out. Team Secret will keep the pressure up. 4 of them alive versus the 3 of Thunder. They're going to take a second lane of barracks. Thunder can't excuse this if they want. They've got a tier 2 up in bottom. There's no chance of Megas. Secret will just take that second lane of barracks, reset.
Wow, Secret really respecting what this Morphling can do in a deep base scenario. Because they know this Mars has no buyback. They have another static Storm up. They have everything up on their other heroes outside of maybe some BKB cooldowns. Maybe that's enough to dissuade the fight. But man, with that level 25 Edict talent, I would have thought they would have pushed Throne there.
Yeah.
At least try and force some more economic damage out of Thunder.
Certainly an opportunity was there for Secret to potentially end the game, but they respected Thunder's potential hold, as the Morphling you said, but they've got super strong initiation.
Still 30 seconds, no Mars.
Yep.
This is maybe just the smarter play here. Puppey with the smoke. There will jump anything and everything.
Nisha goes in, blind blink in, goes to the site, immediately fights the Pango. A huge opportunity. 2 dead already. 2 dead with Thunder limping along as is. Team Secret. Are they going to keep going? I mean, Roshan's up. Maybe a little detour towards Roche.
Never hurt anybody. They know there's no buybacks on this Thunder side, so that's another 70 that you're without this control from the Pangolier, without the raid pad.
Just keep them with the numbers down.
This is an Ags Roche.
5.
I mean, are you giving it to Nisha here for some nihilism? He's done a pretty damn good job this game.
Yeah, he has.
Take it.
Maybe a little awkward with the Drow Ranger, but he dives in, I guess, deep enough that it probably doesn't matter.
That's pretty much the only choice here. Puppey has his, and Zayats has one of his own. So he can Stone Remnant kick out as well.
Yeah. We almost have the Blink Dagger on Puppey, which is huge when you have the Aghanim Scepter, because now you could solo initiate team fights instead of following up Rezos.
Too many things to think about here for Thunder. 1 ward gets placed, 1 hero gets spotted.
Ooh, the waveform charges. The Kaz jumps in, jumps out. Dark Mago pops his BKB. They get a decent initiation with the Crystal Maiden. On top of that, thanks to the Sapphire, they're doing lots of damage. The BKBs, though, are allowing them to persevere. Because turning into the Drow Ranger has to keep his distance from Resolution. The badges are too much. He needs to get on top of the Drow Ranger, but he turns into Stone Form. Zayats saving the Drow, kicks him across. Because on the hunt has to waveform forward. He desperately wants to skill for the Manta Dodge. Another hit miss. Down the side. Now they're turning around, and there it is. Because gets blown up, and immediately the GG is called. Team Secret will take game 1 in this upper bracket match.
They put the Makaz Morphling to bed a little bit there. Did not feel like the Thunder aggression could come out in that game at all. Just clinical gameplay from Secret. The Rune control, the Roche control. They gave nothing up to this Thunder team, and they're getting to their item timings. They're getting to that triple BKB. They're getting to the late game where they have Ags on their supports. Those fights just become impossible. You have to hit these crazy spears off the back of the Dark Mago Mars, but you're not going to hit those every time, especially versus a veteran team who's not going to lose their cool at all.
Yeah.
Very clinical gameplay coming out from Secret, and Thunder, you're going to have to amp yourselves up here a little bit for game 2.
Yeah, definitely it seemed like Team Secret came into this well prepared for the Thunder aggression. Pretty much shut it down, right?
Oh,
it really didn't feel like this was the Thunder getting the momentum like they have before. So it's going to be a little rough, I think, to be able to bounce back from a loss like that. But if any team can, it's certainly Thunder. And I'm sure the panel has a lot to say about their chances going into this.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Yes, the storyline for this one, I guess, to kind of open it up with Team Secret really dominating game one was Thunder Awakened didn't get to play their aggression and really were off to a bit of a slow start and played into Team Secret's kind of BKBs and then progression through their items and just, yeah, amazing play all around by Secret. But will we see a better Thunder Awakened?
We probably will in game two. I was even worried for Secret from the get-go. Like the way they were rotating across the map, it looked like they weren't expecting Morphling's itemization. He itemized completely for that early game. He went Dragonlance, Power Treads. They tried to kill him a couple of times. They got severely punished. But Thunder Awakened, they always felt like they were on the timer. And because of that, they were the ones that actually took that away from Secret and kind of learned from their mistakes, I guess, and started doing the same mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like for Thunder Awakened, they had an opportunity with their spells that they had to be a little bit more aggressive, but they weren't able to break down the map quick enough. That Secret, at 22 minutes and 9 seconds, Rezo and Chrysalis identically bought a BKB, and then 10 seconds before that, Nisha bought a BKB. 9 minutes later, Earthspray has a BKB. So by 30 minutes into the game, 4 heroes have a BKB. Disruptor's already got Glimmer well on the way to Ags. It was just Secret playing just calm, methodical Dota, waiting for their items to then crush the game plan of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and just an amazing performance by Nisha there. Had the time of his life on his Listrak. Sorry, Sheep, get in on the panel.
I wanted 1 point. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think Thunder Awaken tried. They had their trademark, like 8 minutes, smoke the mid laner to the off lane, kill Rezo there, did a good job with that. Like, they tried some of their moves, but it's all very readable. And it felt like the key moment for me was when they gave up this Roche. There was this fight outside the Roche pit, the first Roche. We had buyback from Dark Margo, we had buyback from Dry Ranger as well, and Secret really got that Roche for free afterwards, spells on cooldown, and this sort of set the rest of the game's tempo for Secret to just win.
Yeah, I mean, some of the fights in the Dire Jungle, the first one actually went in favor of Thunder Awaken, and then the second one, they were like, okay, we can probably do this again. They have some real big blow-up potential with the Mars Arena and some damage on top, but Zayats breaks the smoke. They notice Matthew on the Snapfire. He tries the Glimmer Cape, but then it's all too late because everyone else in Team Secret is like, okay, we know what's up. They pull back, and then that arena went haywire in terms of not great for Thunder Awaken, and it really felt like the team fights after that kind of just followed trend with the BKBs now on Secret.
They did, but all the moves, all the smokes, strategy of this game was extremely enjoyable from both sides. From Secret, the way they set up the castle around the draw while she's farming the triangle, and at the same time from Thunder Awaken, the way they smoke, the way they ping out the Earth Spirit on the cliff, and then they show the Morphling in the river but move around him. Yeah. It's some next level plays right there.
And one of the things we've got to follow with this storyline is actually this, a lot of people are saying, is Puppy's one of his best chances to win a TI, but he's been a lot of them. And to tell us a little bit about Puppy is our friend Purge.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, he is the last remaining all-TI player. No other player has been to every single TI. But a little backstory on Puppy, for those not in the know. He came from the best Dota 1 team at the time when TI 1 rolled around. And after 3 weeks of practice, they ended up crushing TI 1 and being the first champions. The next year, they were still the team. I was there 10 years ago, actually 10 years ago, right place, right time to get hugged by Puppy. I didn't wash that jacket, and I sold it on eBay immediately afterwards. It was very worth it. At TI3, Puppy and Navi were still in the grand finals, proving that they were the best Dota team and that they had so much esteem. But it really went downhill afterwards, and at that point, Puppy ends up leaving Navi and forming Team Secret. Secret never struggled to attract top talent because Puppy had so much win and he was on the squad, but they had a lot of disappointing performances, and that led to many, many swaps and different rosters. Their worst results were TI6 and TI7. But in the 2018, Secret roster swapped again, and things were starting to look a little bit up. They placed one step higher at TI, getting 5th, 6th place and winning over $1 million, a little bit more than Puppy won as a team at TI1. 2019 got even better for Puppy and Secret. They were consistently crushing every single tournament. Puppy was back finally. They didn't win TI that year, but they went even higher, one more step up, 4th place, $2 million. 2022, 2021, inconsistent results, but again, they showed up strong at TI, 3rd place, $3.6 million. So now Puppy's here, his 11th, the international, already overperforming. Let's see how far he can go.
Thank you very much, Purge. And yeah, those pictures of Puppy with the lanyards are actually a real picture. That's how he rolls into TIs. He gets off the plane, he's got 10 lanyards, he thinks he's Flavor Flav. He goes through the hotel lobby, stares people down, sideboard map behind him with shades, boombox, Estonian rap music. It's tough. It's tough to go up against that team. He's devastating. So, yeah, brilliant history and a lot of fans for Team Secret. And I do believe that we're going to check in on Singapore. So let's see if Casey and Slacks are there to say hi.
I swear, did I hear James say rap, as in rap music? That makes me so happy. Okay, yes, we are here to show you and share a little bit. What are you doing? What is this?
I'm waving. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Norway.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey-o. We thought it would be fun to kind of emphasize the internationalness of TI by how close they are to all these amazing fans. So we have several different language broadcasts here. We have Chinese language, Russian language, Portuguese language, Spanish language, and English language casters all in one place in harmony.
Yeah, and we've never had them this like close to the crowd and just being able to interact. But I think it's really neat. All the languages, the international after all. It's not just named that for nothing, Casey. It's pretty cool. So, guys, you know, we got some casters around there. Who's your favorite caster?
OD Pixel.
OD Pixel. Oh, okay.
Well,
no problem.
Where?
Next series, I think.
I'm there.
Okay, spoiler alert, sorry. Favorite caster duo?
Obviously Cap.
Oh.
There you go. There you go.
And the other one with Cap.
There you go.
Oh, you mean Blitz?
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, Casey.
Yeah, it's SVG.
There you go. That's kind.
Trying to help a brother out there.
Casey.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your favorite.
Wait, where did you come from?
Oh, my goodness.
I tried to get you earlier. You said no. Who's your favorite casting duo?
Synderen and Sunsman?
Oh!
Yes. Yes, and you?
So we got to give a shout out to some of the Seacasters as well, but I mean, I go way back with this guy Cap, and I do miss Blitz on the stage as well, casting, so I mean, I don't know. Let's get him back here soon.
Did he pay you to say that?
No.
You sure about that? Did you pay him to say that?
Maybe later, we'll see. A couple drinks later, we'll find
Okay,
out.
All right.
We might have missed a moment. Cap, in a frustration, threw the water bottle, and yet again, in a fit of frustration, it went on his head again. Cap, stay away from the bottles, bro, all right? We got to get those away. Take it easy. Take it easy, wet boy. Put it down. Thank you very much. All right, anyway, everybody's getting some good show here today. A lot of different languages, a lot of people coming together here at the International, and we're having a hell of a good time.
All right, I know we have to send it back, but I need to hear more from people.
Okay.
Why is it so quiet? Don't worry about getting me on camera, Myron. I'm just trying to hear from the people. Just make some noise.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. Yeah, you know, upper bracket games. You know, a lot of fans for both of these teams out there. But I think, like, you know, even though people have such a history with Team Secret, I do believe that Thunder Awaken have really garnered a lot of fans coming to this from an international scene as well. And that's one of the things that I think Casey and Slacks kind of talked about. You know, this is the international, and now even our broadcast is, you know, in so many languages, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, I mean, when you have teams like Thunder Awaken playing with their hearts on their sleeves and also playing with such aggression and skill, it's easy to be won over, right? So hopefully they can bounce back and get to another 3-game series today against Secret.
Yeah, well, hopefully so. I think they'll be out on stage in just a moment. But what would they need to change, Sheep, to go, you know, what's the kind of pep talk that they might have had backstage?
I actually really liked their draft overall. I think I wanted to see a sniper instead of a morphling, but like, I don't think it's a problem. I think mostly it was just their play and cleaning it up and being able to hold that map and stuff. And, you know, they're making the right moves, but they're not making them consistently, and they're giving up map space, and kind of their team fights were a little rough. Like, they had a good idea. Let's take the triangle. Let's stand on the high ground. You know, let's look and poke for a fight. And then, you know, it's just, it all goes wrong when they poke out bad.
Yeah, they just need to forget about that game, focus a little bit more on the next one. Morphling getting caught in the middle with a fresh bot hex should not be happening at this stage of the tournament, I believe. They just need to focus, and it will be better.
T?
And I think Secret's one of the best teams in the world at counter-aggression. In Europe, they dominated teams from playing defensively, waiting for a time, and then fighting. So Thunder Awaken, Secret just pairs well into that style of play. So I think they just got to respect that Secret is good on defense, and then if they want to be aggressive as a team, just go 10 times harder, really break down Secret.
All right, well, we'll see if they double down, because the teams are ready to rejoin us here at the International as they'll be coming out on stage for game number 2. Team Secret taking the first game up 1-0, one away from locking their place into the upper bracket finals. But of course, Thunder Awaken will have something to say about that as they get ready to sit down and soon will be going into the draft. I'm sure Thunder Awaken, as you guys mentioned on the panel, yeah, not too much to worry about, but just be a little bit more Thunder Awaken in a way. If you're going to play aggressive, really turn up the tempo. And it was kind of said in the green room as we were watching that you guys felt that they took it just maybe a little bit too slow. Nisha, of course, coming off a fantastic last match, will have a lot of confidence. Chrysalis playing the Drow, I think he had a pretty phenomenal, and I wouldn't say easy game, but his team really enabled him.
Yeah, they definitely enabled him. And usually these kind of glass cannony heroes, they need a team to enable them. They need a rock like Puppy to stand in front.
And there's Puppy looking to lock his place into the upper bracket finals.
We saw from the stats from Purge's segment, of course, each TI is going up by 1 placement, each TI, the last 4 ones. So in theory, he should be getting at least to the grand final.
You see like a good chef just fine-tuning the dish. Kick one player out, get another one in. Is that the fine-tuning?
Pretty much, yeah. Unfortunately, though, for him, though, stats-wise, it means he should be placing second this TI. So he's going to get to the grand finals and finish second, but at least then next year, he's locked in his free TI win as long as he,
as long as he shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
He instantly given the ages, right? He doesn't even have to play.
When you have that many TIs, you just get it, yeah.
You just have to check in all of your TI badges. That's why he carries them around all the time, because he's just waiting to hit
if you collect them,
yes,
it's a play 12, get 1 free.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's worth mentioning, Team Secret did come 3rd place last year. But what can we say about Thunder Awaken here and the players from their last match coming into this one?
Overall, I'm just amazed by the precision of their gameplay. Realistically, this is a team from South America that no one expected to even get this far, right? Beast Host perhaps, but not necessarily Thunder Awaken. If they could just fine-tune it a tiny little bit, I believe we can go to game 3, but they did hit a rock in that last game.
I think the good thing for them, at least, is their group stage, they had at least, I think it was 6 draws to their name. They haven't had experiences yet where they dominated groups and they've never lost a game yet. They have taken L's so far in their TI run. So this isn't going to be some weird experience and guys, we were doing so well with the South American team, suddenly nearly top 3. They've already experienced this style of...
yeah, I think they've been really consistent. I mean, they got 2 wins, 6 draws and 1 loss in the groups. And of course, they took out Evil Geniuses in the upper bracket, who had the best group stage to be here against Team Secret.
One thing that they didn't have in the last game was maybe saves that they usually have. Is that something that you would like to see Sheepo from them, perhaps?
It is definitely in Panda's style of play to take these saves, but I do think the Crystal Maiden is very strong and deals with so many meta heroes that I think it's good to adapt. And something that Thunder Awaken do that other teams in South America like Beast Coast don't have is this adaptation. It's one of the reasons why they're pulling ahead and getting better as a team. So I'm definitely not against it. It's mostly just a little bit of a discipline thing. If you look as 2 contrasting examples, right? When they were holding that triangle, Dark Margot, he poked his head out into the lane and instantly got punished and killed, and it ruined their entire play. Meanwhile, Secret, they are reading this map well. When they're holding the triangle, they realize Thunder Awaken's not here. And what do? They just back out of that triangle and go all the way across the map to their own, because they know that there's too many angles for Thunder to catch them off guard by. And that is just the high-level stuff that sets them apart.
All right, thank you very much, Sheet. Well, it looks like we're ready to go into the picks and bans of Game 2.
Team Secret versus Thunder Awaken. Game 2.
We could be seeing a 3rd best of 3 here today, and that's a nice change. Everything else is, prior to today went 2-0, but so far we've gone all the way, and this one definitely I feel could still have the same kind of storyline. But Team Secret definitely a lot of momentum going into this, and I think they're quite confident. And as you say, they're the seasoned team, so that also makes them even kind of scarier with what they might be able to do in the draft, maybe, Lizard, just because they have a little bit of flexibility.
Of course, when you're a seasoned team, when you're a puppy, like when you're this drafter, you already have seen it all, literally, right? So he can go back to like TI6 strat, pull one out, like bring it back here. There's definitely a lot of versatility that the history is giving him, the experience is giving him.
And talking about old school, we've seen a couple of Drows now. One from PSG LGD, and that was victorious, and this one as well. And people weren't really, thinking too much of Drow. They were really thinking of Sniper Sheep.
The Drow Sniper is just... They're kind of just different in how they work, because this Morph last pick, whilst we all predicted it, right, it's still a good matchup for Drow. Her ult is piercing base armor. It means it's always good against these Agi heroes. It makes the matchup a little bit harder, where Sniper is meant to like outrange and be better, and he can get that mobility from a shard that Drow can't get, and she has to get like a 4-star. And these two heroes are massively different in how they fit into the match.
I feel like one difference here from Thunder Awaken is they're snapping up the heroes that they want much earlier on. Don't you think so, T? Like, Zeus been banned out in the last match, right?
I mean, Zeus is the hero from Thunder Awaken. When you think about like damage-wise, like Dark Margot, he's like averaging, I think so far in games, like over 1,000 damage per minute, or in a peak game and it was on the Zeus. So it's like he's holding the record right now for TI games just from being so active, and that was the key difference at the previous game. He played this Mars, and then he retreated towards the jungle. And I remember during the cast as well, like Cap and SUD, it's like, Dark Margot's farming stacks. He's in the jungle. It's like, that is so, like, not uncharacteristic, but the fact that you're playing this hero is normally, this player, sorry, is very forward thinking. So yeah, I like the fact that in this phase of the draft, they're just going, let's give him his hero, let's get some fight going, and let's play our style once again.
They have given him his hero very early on, and that kind of does put them in a peculiar spot in which they now have to waste a lot of bans in securing him. That's why you see the Storm. That's why you see the TA banned out right now.
It's just funny to say that the hero is a Zeus. Like, if it was any other hero, it's like, okay, cool. But like, we're talking about a first phase pick 8 Zeus, but you don't really see any other team doing it. But this is like one of the few teams that, I feel like it's the only team that's actually doing it in this position. But like you mentioned, ban-wise, they are having to ban out a Storm, a TA. Probably don't have to do back ride anymore, because of course you have to jump, but maybe even co-op potentially.
Yeah, there's just so many ways of dealing with him. Like any sort of a hero that of course, you do have that jump now available to you. Like, you have a mobility spell built in, but then again, if they find heroes that can get on top of you easily, you're still a Zeus.
I mean, speaking of one of those heroes, Marcy was massively banned, throughout the tournament. Now it's been let through twice. Rezo had it game 1 with the BKB. Maybe not as, huge of an impact as some of his teammates when it came to just, raw damage output. But for creating those moments, I mean, is that something to be concerned for?
Of course. Do you think that's enough, though, Sheep? Like, is Marcy enough to get on top of Zeus?
I think it's one thing. I like it on pos 4 a lot, because when you throw him back, if you are able to rotate on mid as a 4 and jump on him and throw him back, the jump only can go so far, right? You're already pulling him a bit out of position, so I like it more as a 4 than as an offlaner. But Rezo makes the hero work so dominatingly that I'm super down to just give it to him as well, especially since he's feeling good from the first game.
Now we get to see the second phase Kunkka. We saw PSG do it yesterday, now Secret do it once again. Just solidifies your draft against skirmishing lineups, skirmishing styles. And Thunder Awaken, they probably wanted to go like Crystal Maiden +1 in this position. The CM to enable the Nyx, just the general fighting style. But now there's a Kunkka, it's like they're going to run into that 20-minute BKB timing once again, be it the Marcy, now the Kunkka. If they fully subscribe to skirmishing styles, they naturally will have less BKB piercing stuns, and they could just have the same style as game 1.
It gives you damage mitigation right from the boat, from the ram. At the same time, you have 2 of these heroes that kind of want to play on the outskirts or maybe poke their head, give vision. Like Nyx always likes to scout, right? Like, if you scout over a sentry ward, you're pretty much dead. That X marks the spot, will seal the deal. And the same goes with Zeus. Like, we were talking about Marcy and how she might not be enough, but now that you have Kunkka as well, it is enough. All you need is that one single stun to set up for the X mark, and then he can jump all he wants. He will be brought back.
do you think the opener as well from Thunder Awaken is leaning towards a little bit more kind of map, I wouldn't say control, but kind of being comfortable? Because, you know, Nyx can scout a little bit, Zeus can de-ward quite cheaply. Last time it felt like a couple of their jumps in the Dire jungle just, you know, didn't work out just because of the vision that Secret had.
Yeah, there's definitely some advantage to be had in those two heroes when it comes to like vision and map awareness, and just even using the ulti of Zeus to scout, right, to pinpoint where everyone is at the beginning of the team fights. So it is helpful.
It's one of those things where Secret, they love to fortify their farming areas really well. Unlike other teams where they'll look to go fight and then they'll have like indirect control of the areas of the map. Secret's more, we really will occupy our territory more. And when you have Zeus and Nyx and these heroes, and also when you pair it with multiple skirmishing heroes, you can just break down those areas of the map a lot easier. You can actually take the fight and the 5-on-5. And Thunder Awaken, they do opt to go for that Crystal Maiden, as we mentioned. It's just depending on what style they want to go for with their most likely offlane pick. They can still go like the Pango route just to cut through the early fight, but you might lead into that same problem that I keep mentioning with BKBs.
I do think that's a good point about fortifying the areas you're playing in as well, because Nyx is a hero that wants to look for these pickoffs, especially as this patch seems to have slowed down a little bit. If you are keeping sentries down and using heroes to break smokes and break these things, it's harder to find these types of pickoffs. And I think Thunder have set it up really nicely for themselves in the fact that you have one playmaker with your Nyx who scouts, and the Zeus damage is always going to be there, especially when he gets the Ags. So right now they have a really amazing pickoff lineup, and Secret can respond to that with these next heroes in making more of a ball of people that just play together and don't want to super split up or can cover each other, because I think that was one of the biggest problems Thunder had last game, was it felt like as they got more pressured, they started to break apart more and not cover each other. They weren't buying 4-staffs, they weren't having heroes sitting behind other heroes and saving them.
On one side you get Watermelon, right, Tidehunter for some team fight. On the other, they just pick up the Ursa as an instant answer in the laning stage at least. Then later on you can shoot right through him. By the way, we have noticed one bug in the draft so far, Nyx Assassin. What about the Brood Mother? Is that not a hero in this matchup? Because they have played it on Secret, but so far, in the first game and in the second, left untouched.
Thunder Awaken don't play the hero, or at least so far at TI, and Secret's a team where they won't always jump on the most meta heroes. They'll just keep in the back of their mind, and if they see an opportunity, they'll present it.
No, I had the feeling that we have noticed one bug in the draft so far to the Tidehunter pick.
Up to Watermelon, yeah.
It feels like it's an offlaner, right? For the most part, everyone's playing offlane, and when they take this Marcy, I think they're confidently wanting to give it to Rezo. Yeah, so there's just no space for the Brood. Because we've seen the Brood starting to get a little bit dismantled now, and people are understanding that the more pressure you put on it and delaying this Wraith Pack timing, the worse of a hero it is. Whereas Marcy feels a little bit more versatile because her laning is so powerful. She's really just needs like her BKB, and then she can just go.
But by the way, we did mention that Marcy is most likely Rezo, right? But at the same time, they did play the Silencer even on the offlane, so they can adjust these things very, very easily according to the last pick of Thunder Awaken.
I'm a little bit concerned for Thunder Awaken because they rely heavily on exiting lanes with a slight advantage to be able to set the tempo of the game. Because once they get to this mid game, they rely on the Ravage to be their primary defensive spell. And if you ever get the Ursa blinking on or the Marcy jumping in and you get on top of her Zeus, there aren't these saves unless like 4-staffs and Glimmers come into play. So Secret do kind of have a bit more of a easier time playing the game as it scales. Maybe Picard's carry can shift that balance.
What's brewing, James? I have a feeling you have an idea.
Awaken play Slark, or I mean, because like I'm thinking about their hero, and they've got so much jump on Team Secret, and it's Picaz we're looking at now for his carry pick. So what are you guys thinking?
He hasn't played it. He didn't play it in the group stage at least, because I also was thinking about Slark and looked for it. So big brains. Yeah.
But it is a South American hero, right? Like all these regions that like aggressive playstyle, carries always play Slark. Like it's one of those top heroes that has to be played. It just brings you MMR, right? If it brings you MMR, the carry player is gonna love it.
Provide yourself a good time to play.
They need objective taking.
Exactly. Don't you see a lack of that, right?
They have nothing that pushes and sieges towers. They have nothing that takes Roche. I think they have really good vision-giving heroes that can help against the Ursa taking Roche. But yeah, you need something that can take them yourselves.
The thing with Thunder Awaken is they don't always think with that mindset. They sometimes think with more the if the heroes are dead, the towers can fall after, right?
That's true. But I still wouldn't want to be sieging with a Zeus.
Yeah, exactly. You still don't want to be hitting towers with Zeus and the Crystal Maiden. It can be a little bit difficult to do.
It's stuff like Gyro they've played in the past on Pakaz that could potentially be that hero.
I don't think I'd want Gyrocopter into the
So there's this one other...
It's a hard position, to be clear.
Yeah. There's this one other XU panelist here, Lacoste, maybe you heard of him. He had a very wild idea this morning for his draft. It was a troll. We're probably not seeing that, right? Most likely not. Certainly.
I mean...
Because it looks kind of decent here.
Kinda, yeah. Good for the lane. I'm a believer in anything for lane, and I go for the Slark.
Nice.
James is on fire.
Yeah.
That's Me and Thunder Awaken, you know.
He's actually
We're in tune.
he's the coach. He's the secondary coach for the third coach.
Yeah, he ain't called too good for nothing.
Ba-da-boom.
But no, yeah, the Slark, it pretty much gives them the fight, right? Where after the lane, they're going to be able to just continue skirmishing and fighting, and if this Ursa wants to go for this Battle Fury plus extra build, Thunder Awaken can bring everyone to an engagement.
For me, it feels like it falls into SA, SEA, and back in the day Eastern European playstyle. Like, you do not have objective taking, but you're not looking to take objectives.
Exactly.
You're looking to fight constantly. This Slark eventually will become that beast. If he steals enough agi, he will take down the towers on his own.
And this is like the Bloodseeker ban from Secrets, where if they didn't ban Bloodseeker, Thunder Awaken would just pick it. They would have CM Bloodseeker, great lane. But now that they've banned it, Slark feels better, feels more comfortable, and Secret's like, yeah, I guess it's all right.
I love how Heen is right now.
Very passionate.
Heen, the coach, he is laying down a point. He's like, we are doing this. It's been decided. Headphones off.
It's a good point.
It's a good Leshrac.
It's a really good
You
point.
will play Leshrac. Stop complaining. I don't care if there's a
He's like, I'm bored. I want to play another hero. I won last game. It was, yeah. But there we go. The draft is locked in. Final thoughts?
This Leshrac pick, even though there's a Nyx, it gives Secret a way to group up and play around and prevent Slark from wanting to get into the middle of the fight due to all that AoE damage. This Slark needs to be a little bit more careful now. I'm excited to see where Secret's players pick the heroes. Like, we didn't really get to see where they're going.
Even though last game I had a feeling their draft was perfect, this time around I can see the cracks. I can see the openings for SA.
Same here. I'm a big fan, and you can always optimize around it. This Slark can go Mage Slayer, BKB, all good.
All right, well, here we go. We're going to be sending it over to the commentators. It's Team Secret could be punching their way into the upper bracket finals, but Thunder Awaken have picked a lineup that wants to fight, and that's exactly what they need to do. Let's send it over to Cap and SVG to bring us the game.
In their opening game against Team Secret in the group stage, they lost that game, and then they went in to go into game 2, where they managed to bounce back and get a victory off of, big part, Dark Mago Zeus. And now, in this upper bracket semifinals, one game down, they turned their attention once again to that Zeus.
Dark Mago does not play too many heroes, but the ones he does play, he plays quite well.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, Zeus first phase, it's one way to either clinch your berth or go down to the lower bracket. Very risky hero, in my opinion, the first phase versus Team Secret. I think they're one of the better teams to react into something. And in the end, I mean, they get this Resolution Leshrac last pick. I think it's something where it could have been anybody's hero going into anywhere, but instead they're trying to address the Slark. Not a huge amount of gap close for the Zeus. I feel there's a silencer global. You can up the tempo with the Ursa, but if this game goes very, very late, you're fighting into Nyx, Tide, Zeus, ultra late game, could get a little spooky. That said, this is kind of a cooldown heavy lineup for Thunder, right? Not something I think they're super used to playing, and something Ursa tends to abuse very well.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how that lack of gap close. I mean, do you think Crystallis is going to go for, like, how quick do you think he's going to go for a Blink Dagger in a setup like this?
He's going to be thinking about it.
Because he doesn't want to hurt his own scaling into the game, right? But at the same time, they really only have Marcy. I mean, maybe you could go the Blink Dagger sort of build on Rezo that we saw from Nisha last game, but off-lane Leshrac, not exactly expecting the same kind of farm.
I mean, there's two factors, right? A lot of the Ursas to this tournament have been going the Battle Fury build to just scale into the late game.
Yep.
And the other factor is, you know, your Team Seeker. If greed is an option, this team tends to greed it out. You know, they're not afraid to play that triple carry role. Just play it safe. And again, this Thunder lineup, I'm not sure it can punish it too hard. It's kind of like you want to hit your big spells, get good core kills with them, and wait for this Slark to come online in the late game fights, play off the Zeus vision, get some pokes in and out. I don't think it's going to be some super fast game from Thunder, though. I say that, and they are the team that can often surprise you, even with some clunky heroes.
Do you feel like they've set themselves up to not be too pressured if they go into the late game? I mean, they've got some very good scaling heroes as well, right?
I think so. I think this Nyx Zeus opener is designed to be like, all right, last game felt very hard to take those late game fights. I don't think we want to be in that position game 2. So we're okay to slow it down a little bit as long as we can make sure those later game fights feel better, because you're not going to run Team Secret over. And I think we learned that game 1. They are too clinical, too good at playing around their vision, too good at shutting down the aggressive moves. You're going to have to face them in this 30 to 40 minute period and win the game there. And that is where this Slark starts getting the Essence shift up. Become very scary for this lineup. It's an old school silencer counter as well. I don't know if we're going to see the Slark Shadowblade playstyle, but it is a hero that can eliminate vision from the map and make the fights very awkward for this Secret support duo.
Well, they may have gotten the early ward pickup, which is really good, not just for gold, but experience too. But Thunder do get 3 bounties. Are they going to pay for it, though? Looks like Matthew will, as the next stun is going to be coming up. He pops the Fairy Fire. The Splitter lands, though, and Resolution picks up the first blood.
Very nice start for him. That is a big kill to give away. I mean, you're giving this offlane like Shrek a very large head start against Slark. She's going to be very happy to abuse, and Because also choosing to let this block his wave and let the first wave under his tower. So this lane is going to shoot out very fast. Normally something I don't enjoy doing with Slark. This hero isn't that good at abusing heroes early. You generally want to play for that level 4 to 6 type area where you at least have some stats.
What is the point of ever pulling the creep wave under your tower? It pushes out, is it for what, like trying to get pulls off?
I mean, if you do it well, you can almost guarantee a level 2 burst, and you can try and kill them with it. You're also going to double wave them, so it's harder for them to aggress on you and burn your regen. Sure. So in that sense, it might be safer for Pakaz. But I still think after the first blood and the wave being up this far, Rezo has got to feel very good right now. He's sitting on extra stats, extra range versus double melee. They put Matthew down here as well.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Normally we try and pair up range hero with melee heroes, so we have this nice spacing, but they keep Pandamu at top lane.
I think they're worried about this Ursa Tide matchup, but probably for good reason. You put a Nyx Tide up here versus Ursa. Fuzzy Wuzzy, it's not going to make your life happy. So I can understand that switch, but I am worried about this Nyx Slark lane. This is not a strong lane by any means. And it's just giving Rezo free harass for the entire period.
God, just go down. He's going to have to blow the stick charges and barely squeeze right on by Zayat to keep himself alive. But staying alive is a far stretch from being able to win the lane. Being fed all these tangos isn't going to change much. He's going to have a hard time approaching the creep wave with this kind of kill power.
This is going to be tough side lanes for Thunder. They're going to have to play them very well over the next, the early game to get out of them in a good shape. Not like last game where they had all the nuke power in the world to just sway those core matchups.
That always feels bad. Using a spell and still getting it denied. Puppey is going to die in the top lane, so the combinations of slows here. The Crystal Main popping the mangoes. They're going to catch him too. They managed to grab mid-jump there, and the finishing blow delivered by Pandamu. Looks like the decision to put the Crystal Maid in the top lane has won a matchup that normally is not won. Tidehunter versus Ursa. Normally that's a freebie.
I'm not sure Secret should be giving up the kills on this lane, but of course Sacred and Pandamu committing to all 4 nukes on this lane early to get those kills, and that's a huge payoff for them. Anytime you can swing these bad matches for Tide with Gush, you're very happy.
Oh, gets the pounce block. This time Science stays in front of him, and they're going to get them maybe the +1. He does have the mango, and he can pop the spike carapace just in case. Doesn't get hit by the split earth, though.
That is not going to be the worst death for Picasso. It drains Rezo of all his mana and gets to come back full. Sacred getting glaved down at the end of this. Probably gonna have to walk the base here. Lucky he has boots to not feel terrible about it.
It's kind of a similar situation, right? Where they killed the carry, but Ursa comes right back in. They blew all those mangoes. Now they no longer had that, so.
Pakaz in trouble again.
Hit by the split earth. It's this combination of being able to jump in, followed up with the split earth, is just too damn powerful. Science is not able to deliver the final blow underneath the tower. Comps a bit of damage for his efforts.
Where are the salves you need on this lane? He is trying his best to abuse flag bearers and tower regen. Decent hero to do it. And he didn't even have to go the boots early just to try and live through these rebounds that are really messing with him.
And the weird part is they've got a mid-Zeus, so it's not even like they have a mid-hero that can rotate to the side lanes early and help them, disrupt things a bit.
Nope, but he can provide that ult. If you do end up in a trade scenario where people are low.
Yeah.
I mean, all things considered, these side lanes I feel are actually going decent for Thunder. Like, I don't think Secret's too happy with this top lane because the Maiden went up here. It really shuts down how much Ursa can just run Tide down the lane. So Sacred's having a pretty free one. And yeah, Pakaz is getting abused bottom. But his net worth isn't looking too bad.
Going better than you would expect, right?
Yeah. That said, I'm not sure his lane gets much better for him.
Yeah. And we'll see how this top lane goes as well. Ursa now being level 4. Mid lane, though, bright, shiny part there for Thunder. Dark Mago. He's almost to his 6. His top CS on the board, so he's faring very well against Nisha, which is pretty impressive considering the power of the Kunkka. The fact that he's got 4 denies is pretty nice.
I mean, and the power of Nisha.
Yeah, that's
This guy's
true.
the top 3 mid laner in the world any day of the week.
Yep.
And Dark Mago got the better of him in both games.
Impale, but Spike Carapace will help defend against this damage. It lasted just long enough to split Earth. He's going to pop the stick, but I don't think he's going to be able to block this one off. He has a fairy fire, but just the constant attacks coming from Secret will ensure the kill. Boat coming in.
Boat.
Our Zeus in some trouble. He's going to try and hop away, but of course he still has that curse on him. It's taken away, but I think it's a low level, so really not doing that much damage. We'll live, 25 health, and we'll have the bottle refill from the Nyx Assassin dying. They're also probably going to try and secure these power runes coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, timely death from Matthew. Going to get the refill, salve him up as well.
Guys, he's going to have to hop his way into the trees. They do manage to get the kill on Nisha with the 2 supports rotating in. Because he's going to be found eventually here. There's really no way out.
Pakaz suffers, but they get that Kunkka kill mid and rune for Dark Mago. He gets the Thunder God's Wrath kill as well. Huge start for this mid Zeus. And this is a hero you want to have a good start in this game. Okay, Pakaz is suffering, but with the lane setup you have, he's going to suffer no matter what. Come back in this game. If the Zeus is strong, it's the hero that can shove these waves out and stall the game.
Oh, look at that read. Damn, that was a good torrent from Nisha. But he's going to be punished moving forward. Pandamu and Matthew both coming back into play, and they're going to kill him twice. He just TP'd in. He's going to have to make the walk of shame back to lane now.
Very nice play. Thunder just reading that Nisha's going to be here and no help in the world. Zayat's also not choosing to join those engagements. I mean, he is a Marcy, he has DP. Choosing instead just to prioritize the side lanes. I guess they're not too worried about Nisha's game here. He's going to be utility. They do have 2 damage carries between the Ursa and the Lesh. So him having the best game isn't essential to Secret here.
It does mean that without the support in the top lane, the Tidehunter is having a little bit of a rougher time. I mean, it looks like his net worth is still perfectly fine, but I would imagine the Ursa is able to put some pressure on him every once in a while.
I mean, if you're in this position with Tide versus Ursa, I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
Unless you trialing for him, you're...
Oh, nice double stun, and the rebound doesn't land, and they're going to be able to get on top of the Leshrac here because playing the distance, wants to be able to land that final pounce to ensure the kill, and they get it. Dark Mago also joining in on the fray, ensures it.
That's huge. Nice rotation from Dark Mago to help clean this up. He's using his start, his strength to get his Slark back in the game. On top of that, permanent agility stolen. Every little bit helps.
Sacred, did you see a world of difference, and maybe reason why he wasn't being pressured harder than he was? The early phase boots pickup allowing him to live there.
Yep.
Haste. 8-minute power rune is top, so no refill on the Zeus bottle. Nisha with the haste rune. He's going to try and catch the Zeus, and he does manage to land the torrent into the X, into the boat that's coming in. Matthew's going to try and stop them. Hits the stun onto the Marcy, throws out whatever damage he can, but it's not enough to get a kill, and he's certainly not enough to keep him alive, as Pandamu's going to be the next victim of the 2 supports, Zayat and Puppey, making their way deep into the Radiant base now. They're going to split up. One goes north, the other goes south, ensuring that one of them will probably live through this, and it's not Puppey.
Not with the night vision.
Not with a night vision, and not without a TP scroll.
Another stack for Pakaz, of course. Puppey claiming some stolen int of his own. Always nice to get.
Yeah.
Sacred just not able to get to that fight. He was trying to get resources. Maybe if Tide's there, they can turn it with the Ravage. I think that was the dream scenario for him, but Secret good at abusing that, and of course abusing the haste rune for Nisha, able to close the gap, get the boat. Very nice turnaround kill for him, and it'll help him move into the jungle and clear some stacks. Get right back on track.
Bounty.
Sacred say he needs some help, but there's, well, maybe Crystal Main's TPing. He's going to throw out the Ravage. And if they try and chase, Panda Moo is here to defend. That is a Ravage down, though. Secret got to be pretty happy with that.
Good old zoning Ravage, you know? Farm a little small Centaur with it, maybe. I mean,
what are we going to be building for the Tidehunter in this kind of game?
Well, it's always Wraith Pack, Cap.
It's always a Wraith.
You wonder what an offlaner's building? It's Wraith Pack. I mean, the regen, the scalability, especially for Slark, right? This is a hero where lifesteal just helps him so much. Extra tank ability helps him so much. I mean, that's pretty much every agi carry in the game.
Yeah, it is kind of hard for Slark to play against Leshrac, right? Because you can't defend on your ultimate, all that AoE damage going around. So anything that can limit the impact of Leshrac is going to help a lot.
Absolutely.
And even shutting him down by getting kills would be even more important. They're going to get on top of Resolution here. Do they have enough damage, though? The Pounce is blocked. The stuns, chain stun coming through. The Slark dies, and Rezo is able to keep his distance. Stays alive through it all.
Global on top to secure it. That's something you're going to have to think about this game if you're Pakaz, right? You get stunned all of a sudden. You don't see a Dark Pact. You just global. Slark is in big trouble in this type of scenario, and nice rotation from Nisha to clean up too. Another unsuccessful turnaround from Dark Mago. Still having a great game here on the Zeus. Once more, this is not the fastest lineup from Thunder, so they're okay giving up some trades.
Science far forward here. He's going to be hit by the Pounce. Matthew's going to come in. And maybe Zayat, he's trying to gun for the kill on Pakaz, but he popped the ultimate just in time, and the finishing blow was delivered. But if the Kunkka can keep everybody around, Rezo will certainly clean up the kills, and it's going to be Matthew who should be dying here. It's going to take a little bit longer than maybe they expected, but he does get run down. Mid lane. Dark Mago trying to kick Puppey out of here so they can get some more damage onto that tower, but Puppey does a good job pulling the creep wave behind, so the Siege Wagon dies.
Nyx has a decent amount of levels this game. You're going to have to think about the Vendettas, especially in these deep pushes into Thunder's territory. They want to have Secret go into them to take the fights. That's where Zeus, and especially this Tide, who isn't going to have Blink in this game, can really thrive and set up the fight for Pakaz to clean it up. On the flip side, this Leshrac is perfectly happy just pushing your towers down, especially when those ults aren't up. Secret can claim a decent amount of territory in this time. It's going to take a while before Pakaz really wants to join the fights. Whereas again, you have this Ursa start clearing through jungle, and Crystallis is choosing to go for Diffusal this game. So he is not opting for that heavy farm Battle Fury build. Secret's going to up the tempo here in the next 10 minutes.
That's pretty interesting, because I feel like almost all years since I've seen a big go at Battle Fury in this tournament, but nice by Carapace. That'll help defend the Zeus. Rezo shows up, they drop the sentry, spot Matthew, who's trying to get to the edges of it, does what damage he can before he goes down. Here comes Ursa, and he's going to clean up the Crystal Maiden, and Dark Mago barely gets out before the X. Ravage going down, but nobody's really around to take advantage of this one. All of Secret is just going to turn and rip into that watermelon, take the sweet juice inside, and go for a mid lane push now.
Super discoordinated fight from Thunder. They just aren't ready for the Secret incursion yet. If they're all there, they can maybe get a turnaround or a kill. Secret, again, this tempo, they don't have big cooldowns they really have to rely on for the skirmishes. Sure, you have global silence, but it's not necessary. Nisha is just running around the map, setting everything up. Invis bottom. And Dark Pact Invis rune.
He's just gonna take, tried to take the CS, missed one of them. And then just kind of a noise because...
Especially if Nyx dies early, it's hard for Thunder. Yeah. They really want him to be alive so he can get the carapaces off on the Leshrac. Lesh is just so much of Secret's damage right now. He has free reign in these fights. Nyx is down. It's going to be hard to just commit in, and even Crystal is joining this, cleaning up the Crystal Maiden.
Back and alive we go as Thunder, bit of aggression. Gonna be stalled here as Secret look to grab Panda Moo before he can get out. The X will ensure it. A little small hop away there with the Tumbler's Toy, gets him out of range with Zayat. Matthew showing up. X
Mago's trying to
going down. Matthew really wants to go for this one. They have the global silence though to be able to help out. Dark Mago backing out under the tower, but a jump forward from Zayat. A double kill pickup for him as Thunder just really not bringing the same kind of numbers Secret do to these fights.
Oh, they are getting out skirmished and heavily. There's a lot of stolen in going into the silencer too, already up to 16.
Damn. Really?
That Puppey, he's a smart boy.
I guess so. The reason why he's been a captain in Dota for so long.
I mean, I can't help but feel some of it's been stolen from this Maiden because Panda is sitting at 450 mana. This is getting a little bad for him, you know?
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden spells are not the cheapest. Might be needing to put more points in that aura at this rate.
Watching Nisha currently farm up some ancient stacks. Once he's done with this, he'll have BKB. So that'll be another big timing for Secret. Between the early BKB, the Diffusal Blade pickup on this Ursa, Team Secret are going to be really hard to fight into in this around this 18 to 20 minute marker.
This is all for that Roshan. Crystallis is happy to go in there whenever Secret feels strong enough. He has the Morbid Mask. He's going the Diffusal build. That is a fight Thunder have to think about. You have Bloodstone on Leshrac. You have that Kunkka BKB like you're talking about. These are very tanky heroes, and you don't have the easiest ways to initiate on. It's pretty much Nick's been deadying in and stunning people, which, yeah. Secret's going to have sentries down, and they're not even really waiting. Just smoke Crystallis in, 2-man it up. Roshan is pretty much dead here, uncontested.
Yeah, the Sidekick makes it really easy for the Ursa. Combine that with the ultimate there of the Marcy as well, slowing down the attack speed of the Roshan. It falls pretty quickly. Thunder, either unaware or uncaring, will give up the first Roshan of the game. Sacred, he's going to be hovering around this mid tower. He's got the Ravage. They're going to try and hold this mid tower for as long as possible. I expect Secret to try and challenge that with the Aegis sometime in the next 5 minutes.
I think Secret's definitely going to make a move. This Tide needs Wraith Pact. He is a long way away. This Zeus ideally wants his shard. He will pick it up now, so that's a huge damage increase for him. Very big timing. And more interesting perhaps is Pakaz has gone first item Mage Slayer, just in an attempt to deal with this Leshrac matchup who, I mean, Leshrac is the carry in this game, right? He was just going full carry items. You need this item in the matchup. I don't blame him, but the damage output diminishes quite a bit.
In which case, it just means the Zeus and maybe the Nyx and Crystal Maiden have to do a lot more of the heavy lifting.
I mean, it's even more on Dark Mago's shoulder.
Yeah.
And then you really have to take a long fight as well. If these heroes go down for Thunder quickly.
Crystal is immediately challenging Sacred. They've got the axe to be able to keep him in place. He's going to blow the Ravage now. See if he can get away. Crystal's going to try and chase him down. They don't have the BKB. Oh, now he gets it off. As the Global Silence also protecting him. Nisha will get the X. With this double damage, it's a little hard for Thunder to fight, but they can keep on the edges of this. They got to be careful. The Zeus, though, he's still silenced up. Uh-oh, he needs to be able to jump away. Crystallis, okay, there goes the Aegis, yes, but the other heroes are on top of the Zeus, and without the Zeus, there goes the damage. Sacred comes back in, but he's just going to be another victim, of the X marks the spot, reeling in the fish. A double kill for Crystallis and a mid-tower for the taking Team Secret.
This game is escalating out of control very fast. Pakaz didn't even want to join that fight. Of course, he didn't have teleport, so he couldn't have if he wanted to, I guess. He had a little more damage. Maybe Kunkka falls there, but it's a pretty good Aegis usage. Now you're pushing the lead to 5K. You get the tier 1 mid. Map opens up. Just an awkward Ravage here, right? Like, it's getting forced. You don't want to Ravage Aegis Ursa. They almost chain it well into something. Maybe if there's a Maiden ult here, it turns a bit better, but yeah, it's just too tanky. Double bracer, BKB rush. You have the global to bail him out. Puppey holding on to it. Dark Mago gets a lot of damage off in this fight.
Yeah, but then he's so slowed down by this curse.
It's a hard game for Sacred the front line. You have Ursa to cut through him. You have Leshrac to cut through him. The X. Difficult Tide frontline game. Still trying to get to that Wraith Pact. The start he had was solid, but since then, nothing has gone his way.
Yeah, and I was just kind of curious if he would deviate from the Wraith Pact simply because of the fact the Ursa is such a big problem. But so is the Leshrac. So he kind of has to go for it, and he has to frontline. But he's going to be victim of this Ursa all the time. It really seems like a no-win scenario for Sacred.
Feels like there's a little too many problems for him to itemize, and it's just going to come down to one of these weird fights where somehow Pakaz gets on supports, trying to go ag so he can find the backline. He can start on Slark, start on Marcy. I mean, I say start on Marcy, but Zayats is just sitting at 1800 HP with Ogre Club. He's not exactly squishy.
See if they catch the Slark here. The smoke across, not going to be able to find him. Pakaz is able to get the pounce away first, so he'll keep the hopes alive of an Aghanim Scepter pickup. Slowed down by the curse. Panda, I think you're going to have to play a little bit of a sacrificial lamb here. He throws himself in to make sure that his Zeus does get out. Of course, Sacred is like, please, no, not my ancient stack. I'm so poor. Let me get the Wraith back, please. Oh, it's all being taken away from him. In fact, even his life might be taken away. His resolution's going to cut across with Science. He's going to throw out the Ravage, but the boat is still on point. It's still going to hit that stun. And now with the Marcy there, he can't even get to the point booster, denied with the death loss as well. He is still shy of that pickup. Oh, this would be a dream pickup, but there's nothing there to follow it up, and a global silence to ensure there's no escape for a Nyx assassin.
Yeah, level 2 Thunder's God. Might have been close. That global doesn't come out. Very quick reaction from Puppey nonetheless. And yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Ravage to try and buy a point booster. That is, that tells you all you need to know about the state of this game.
When you put it like that, it looks pretty dark.
He didn't even get it either.
No. Panda, caught by just the constant jumps in from Marcy. Anybody shows in the mid lane, Marcy's gonna be there quick and fast to punish. Silence is okay. Dark Mago is really getting up here. He's gonna pop the illusion to get rid of the curse, but he won't be able to deal with that X. They do have Bakaz showing up finally with this Aghanim Scepter and might be able to get the kill on a Puppey. The Gush gets it, but at the same time with the Zeus dead, it's gonna be hard to play this out. Zions, second pounce catches him as well. 2 kills for Thunder would be pretty nice. Sacred with a double ensures that his Wraith Pact is gonna come in a little bit quicker. Nisha, who blew his BKB earlier.
Held the Shadow Blade though.
Yeah.
Get him out of dodge. Not the worst fight for Thunder. They get their Slark involved with that Ags timing, pick up 2 kills. You'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean, we're seeing how aggressive Puppey's playing too. He has absolutely no fear.
Oh, that is a nice TP deny. They can keep the pressure on this mid tower. In fact, they get it. That little play may have just gotten them the bounty on that mid tower. Sacred takes the last hit. So, big time recovery for this tight ender who's been suffering.
Got him to his Wraith Pact. Showing some signs of life here for Thunder. A little momentum swing.
Will it be enough, though? The Wraith Pact will stop a lot of the damage, but Secret still up by 5k. They're an item or 2 ahead. And also, what can Bakaz do with this Aghanim Scepter? We saw in that first fight, used it pretty decently to kill the 2 supports.
You want Silencer every time.
Yeah.
Take Silencer out of the fight, it opens it up a lot for Zeus and Nyx.
Sacred and Nisha having a little fun here. Both of them actually baiting a smoke behind the individual cores standing in front.
Oh, they're finding Puppey on the back.
Puppey, this would be so good. The smoke's gonna break. He throws out the curse. He gets a force dash to the high ground. The second pounce doesn't land. The Ravage doesn't land either. And now he gets off the global. He's getting all the spells off with the quick turnaround onto Bakaz. It all falls apart for Thunder off of some nice quick moves from Puppey. He pulled out all the stops on that one.
Put on his dancing shoes today. Just super fast force staff reaction. That Ravage clips absolutely nothing with the BKB reveal on Leshrac. And fight's pretty much over at that point. Bakaz was 2 invested and 2 silenced. Very nice read by Seeker. Puppey felt that one coming, but they had a great angle.
Yeah, they really did. With the rest of them on the high ground, BKBs all going off during the Ravage, and even the global. It's a nice finishing touch there on the end. Just beautifully played by Team Secret as a whole.
Radiant's bottom
That's almost
tower
where you want the
is under
Nyx
attack.
leading, so you can guarantee that kill.
Yeah.
Instead of the pounce, but maybe just not expecting that force staff to be up yet. It's also hard to just run in with Nyx's game. Now, there's a single sentry, you're getting global. Nothing can come out from the rest of his team to bail him in those scenarios.
Yul's Scepter, Aether Lens. Dark Mago is trying to keep up as the Zeus. I mean, he was once the highest net worth in this game. You see he's had a little bit of a precipitous fall. He just can't keep up. Not with the amount of real estate that Team Secret has been owning throughout the last 10 minutes.
They're gobbling up the map.
Make a move towards top. They had a pretty nice defensive ward there on the side of Thunder.
All right, Matthew kills Tristalis Courier with full BKB.
Ooh, that's a nice pickup.
A lot of net worth. Pretty much the best thing he could hope for in that scenario.
Is that enough for you to make the call like, guys, we should smoke? I just took away the BKB, or do you think it's still risky?
I don't think you can smoke into Secret here. Maybe Secret goes into you and you can take the fight.
Maybe, or maybe just leave Pandamu behind.
That's Roshan.
That is
number 2.
Second Roche. This is where things start getting really scary for an Ursa lineup. And Aegis, now the Shard.
I feel so bad for this mate, man. So much intelligence stolen.
Yeah, he's really not progressing there, is he?
Racking up the hit, and that is sharp for Ursa. You know, this is the dream Ursa progression. Do the first Roche pretty early. They got it with the smoke and Marcy. Second Roche, 24 minutes, put that shard online. Yeah, you're missing BKB, but I don't think he cares too much.
No, I don't think so either. Not with the constant enrages. They're already having a hard time addressing him.
Coin for me.
Full Silver Edge done for Nisha as well. There's a break for this Tide.
Radiant's
even harder to
middle
frontline. I mean, I don't think he was
attack.
frontlining much before, but now he definitely is.
Do you think he should continue to build on that and try and build up a physical damage build, or do you like what he's currently going, the Scythe build up?
I think the Scythe is fine here. I mean, this Team Secret lineup does not lack damage.
Yeah, sure.
Remember, Crystallis wants this diffusal damage-oriented build. You will have BKB Basher at some point. You have a carry Lashrak in your offlane who's doing just fine, and of course Marcy. You know,
Marcy's Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy's Marcy. Enough said, you know. They're not going to lack damage, so Nisha can just go whatever he wants, honestly. Go with the AC, he can go the Hex here.
Radiant's top tower is under
The
attack.
Hex is definitely nice for the Slark control. Or if you find the Zeus, right? You stop some of these leaps or
Dire's middle
Yules.
tower is
Just
under
guarantee
attack.
the highest damage kill.
Matthew, I mean, this is a sad affair when you're using the Vendetta to try and, hunt down
Dire's
couriers.
bottom tower
I mean, he's
is
certainly
under
not
attack.
strong enough, I think, to get a solo kill unless it's on Silencer with the Thunder God's Wrath. But even then, I have to question if they have enough damage. Pandamu, well, he's been just kind of playing forward a lot. I don't think he really cares too much about his own life. It feels like he's just kind of fishing for information, right? They got to just buy time more than anything.
Dodge, split the lanes. You're going to lose out on some net worth, but try and make Secret run around and
Sacred getting spotted.
Someone has to pay the price here.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Tide Hunter. So that Heaven's Halberd, which he was trying to get to address the Ursa problem that he has, it'll be delayed even further. Because did manage to get out, and he is closing in on a BKB. But it is a very small silver lining, a very big and dark, scary cloud.
You know, Matthew, he's looking for that Ursa courier. That's why he's not killing these.
Hey, he's trying to go to the...
He wants the BKB again, but he missed it. That was the one courier that went out the fastest. So Crystallis already has BKB, and Matthew's kind of... I know it's coming. He read the timer very well. Actually, a very intelligent play. Just not going to get it.
Damn, that is
and now he sees it run back. He's like, oh.
Well, they know the BKB is now complete, and same goes for Pekaz.
In fact, they even put a gem on this Ursa. Puppy deciding to be generous this game and donate some of his net worth to ensure this Nyx has no free initiations.
The Blink Dagger as well. So BKB, Blink, Ursa, you're 100% online, and you're trying to take 80 fights that you can get. Thunder are being rather elusive, though. They're doing a decent job of not being caught on their, well, I was going to say their cores, but mostly just because Dark Mago. He really wants the Aghanim Scepter. He's trying to farm it up with the Zeus right now, but he's got to be careful, got to respect.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That's a BKB, another one BKB denied.
A decent pickup, you waited a long time for it, so you're gonna have to use it here. Of course, Aegis is still up for a minute. You're gonna have a window where they don't have that. Aegis is down. You have your Slark BKB. Maybe you can get to this Zeus Ag.
Regeneration.
That's pretty much all we're looking at in terms of the next timings here for Thunder. All right, you're gonna have a Halberd on the Tide, but at some point you're gonna have to win a fight here because you are losing a lot of net worth in the period where you're just letting all three Secret Cores have free reign.
Heaven's Halberd complete. I don't know if it'll ever save Sacred, but it might stall his death a few extra seconds. You spot him. Nice torrent. Good read from Nisha. They're going to go for the break as well to ensure that this Tide Hunter doesn't have a single prayer getting out of this one. The tier 2 is going to be run down pretty quickly. Secret, bit by bit, taking more and more control of the map, increasing the pressure on this chokehold over Thunder Awaken.
Nice little play from Nisha there. Just taking the guess, you know, you never know. Someone might be lurking and gets a free Tide kill. Every little thing matters. And of course, Matthew's still hunting for some couriers. Which one's he going to choose here?
Ah, God, I bet he wish he was playing a Bounty Hunter instead.
He doesn't want that one.
No, 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 no.
He missed the Lesh one.
No good items. Oh, no. That would have been a decent pickup.
It's taking me back to Boston Major.
Yeah, seriously.
The Bounty Hunter courier snipe.
Maybe next time just hanging out on the enemy side of the map, constantly looking for courier kills. Vendetta is not the best. He's definitely not the best invis hero to be making these plays. But there's just not much else to do, right? Thunder just cannot fight. They understand that, and they're really just waiting for Secret to either force something by going high ground, or they get to a point where, I mean, what point is that exactly? What items do they need where they're like, all right, guys, we can win a team fight? I'm not convinced there is an item.
Refresher shard from Roche for Tide.
Okay, yeah.
It's going to have to be some base defense fight where Secret overextends.
Yeah,
I don't think you can fight outside the base anymore. These heroes are just too tanky. And Secret's not going to give you any freebies.
No, they're not. They're a very disciplined team.
That's the first Thunder God I've heard in a while.
Yeah, he just was fishing for information. Hadn't seen any heroes from Team Secret in a while, so wanted to make sure he wasn't getting ganked top lane.
Wanted to finish up his Ags, which he will. So now you have a bit more global pickoff potential. We can kind of see where this lineup was supposed to be at this point, you know, where Nyx and Zeus could have threatened heroes along the way.
Yep.
I'm not sure you're threatening too much outside of some more couriers you're scouting. Let me tell you something. This courier hunting looks a lot more fun than it actually is. Is he going to take one?
Yeah, the losing game probably doesn't feel so hot. All right, got the Ursa courier. Hey, there we go.
And you know what his reward is? He is level 10. He is level 10 at 30 minutes because he has not seen a creep in a very long time.
Yeah, who needs levels in mana burn?
It's true.
Science is done with this. He's like, all right. Enough of this Nyx assassin nonsense. Finds him. Rezo pairs up with them. They don't actually get him.
Is that?
He was too close to the Leshrac for the rebound to land, I think, so.
Some space. I mean, honestly, even if he dies, he's so low level. It doesn't matter. He goes back in 30 seconds.
I like how he set up this series, you know, Thunder Awaken, you know. The #1 in average kills and assists.
Not this
team in I mean, it counts if you were talking couriers.
2 masks on this brigand team.
I mean, all that said, somehow, because his top net worth,
scanning.
it always happens.
And finds it. He knows where the gold is.
And he's got Titan Sliver, he's got Skullbasher, level 20.
The first excursion outside of the base for a while. Thunder. Smoked up, spot Rezo. Puppy's gonna break the smoke though. They're immediately gonna jump onto him, but the force snap gets him away. And Marcy, wow, there goes the next assassin, blown up immediately by the help of Nisha. Sacred in the middle of all this. He has to wait out the BKBs in order to get a good Ravage off here. They're gonna reset. Secret doing the same, respecting the fact that with the BKBs on cooldown, there could be a big Ravage play, especially with the buyback coming in from Matthew.
Awkward initiation, but that's it. Thunder don't lose too much, and they know there's no BKBs. This is one of those windows where they can try and make a play.
Yeah, but how do they do that exactly? I'm not sure if they have any smokes left. They don't have a blink on Tidehunter to like really force a good team fight with Blink Ravage.
I'll take that.
It's kind of weird. I almost feel like they're gonna go back to farming.
I feel like they need this Blink because Pakaz can't just jump his silencer and make it a good fight. Yeah, it's just a 4-step out, and then you're getting global after the Dark Pack, so it's very awkward in terms of initiation right now for Thunder.
I was gonna ask if maybe Nyx can get a Blink Dagger, but then I remembered.
Yeah, he
hasn't been doing much.
But that's his buyback, and
this cannot go on. This cannot go on. They can't be giving up Roshan while BKBs are cooldown and Ravage is up. Oh no, Thunder, what have you done? They had to play for this Roshan. I feel like this was one of the only moves they had. Now they've given up an Aghanim Scepter to the Ursa, so now even if they hit a good Ravage, Rosales could just knock it off anytime.
He doesn't care about anything anymore. Takes the cheese, takes the Ags, Aegis onto Rezo. The bear feels so strong, he doesn't need the second life.
Well, this is truly going to be just an all-in high ground defense, I think, at this point for Thunder. And Secret are probably at the point they're feeling strong enough, right? Third Roshan, a fresh Aegis, we've got a Cheese. Like, they are so far ahead in net worth at this point in time that, I mean, they would love to get a pick off first. Pandamu escapes just barely. Matthew may be able to do the same here. If Secret can't find anybody in the next 2 or 3 minutes, feels like they may just brute force it.
I mean, they really want to find the pick off. Just forcing the high ground for the Zeus is, sure, you're up a lot of goals, but it can be weird, especially with buyback.
Can we get something here? Ooh, nice reaction from Bakaz. Gets the pounce away before the X could catch him.
More courier hunting.
Here it comes.
Ursa's
Matthew.
Hey! He'll get the observer for it too, so it makes his life a bit easier.
Yep. Another 45 seconds. Well, actually 60 seconds for him to really get out there and wait for a while. We'll see another courier pickoff, perhaps.
Rizzo doing a little pokey. Pretty low on mana, but of course, second light.
Got the Aegis. They're going to burn it. Now, plenty of Secret heroes are around, so it's not like Thunder can really keep going here. Panda, hello. Thundergod's Wrath going out, spotting all 5 of these heroes because maybe he can jump with the silencer. He's going to go for it here, but once again, the Force Staff is going to go down. Nisha lays out the boat. Sacred trying to position here. Pops a Ghost Scepter, waiting out the BKBs, and gets back up into the high ground. Nice play by him. Crystal's trying to chase after, but now he's inside the base. Now they have an opportunity for a Ravage, perhaps, with Sacred continuing to hold. Very patient there. I love the way he played forward and then used that Ogre Club totem to be able to jump back inside the base. He knows this Ravage cannot be used lightly.
No, you have to threaten it, and at the same time, you have to be super patient, try and wait out those BKBs, and then turn.
Double damage.
The longer you wait, the higher chance Bakaz maybe dies in that duration, and if he goes down, you lose a huge amount of your sustained damage. Of course, you can rely on Zeus in these high ground scenarios, but Secret might not give that to you all the time.
Don't get me wrong, Secret, they are smashing this, and the status quo has not changed, but it is impressive that Thunder just haven't straight up lost yet. They like the way to play these fights has to be so perfect. They've been doing a great job of it so far.
They have Blink on Tide now.
Now they've got a real possibility, right?
Yeah, they can Blink Ravage into the Nimbus. Nyx can follow up. Maybe Marcy saves you, maybe the Global bails you out. There is that window. And of course, they have multiple Ghost Scepters as well. No real nullifiers or anything from the Secret side, so these Ghost Scepters are doing a decent amount of work.
Yeah, Ziontar's already made that read. He's going to try and build a nullifier. It may be a little while for this forward position to get it, but he is at least aware of how strong this item could be.
Yeah, when your forward position's building nullifier, you feel pretty damn good.
Yeah. He's going to,
top tower is
he's going to jump onto that Zeus and never let go.
I mean, at this point, Secret's going to have 5 carries, right?
Yeah.
Well, you should build some attack speed on Silencer. He's got the hint to do it.
Yeah, he's got 32 stolen intelligence.
Waiting for the runes. Waiting for next Roche, perhaps. I don't think Secret's in a rush here. Yeah. Maybe they're couriers. I think
they're trying to speed boost out of that tier 3, tier 2 area as quick as possible.
I mean, I'll tell you, they are microing these things.
Yeah.
There's a refresher flying out for Nisha. So you're going to have double BKB, double Hex. Could catch these heroes off guard. Havoc Hammer as well. Just even extra tankings.
Smoke might actually catch Thunder. Thunder was being very patient, just sitting inside their base, but they're poking out now. Team Secret. They get this opening. Now, Sacred's going to be the first one spotted here. The Tidehunter, big front line. He's going to break this smoke, get a lot of information for Thunder. They can choose whether to engage or not. I assume the answer is probably a no, as it's been for the last 20 minutes or so.
I can't believe Puppey just walks into these areas like this, you know? Just walking in, gets a Nimbus. Whatever.
I mean, he really hasn't been punished for it yet. Like, so many times he's been pounced on, yes, but they haven't been chased on. Once again, he's got the force staff to go for it. Bakaz is going to keep going here. This is pretty crazy. He immediately jump in there. Sacred's going to have to wait out this BKB. Once again, the situation. Bakaz playing it slow, taking the damage. They've got the Ravage thrown out now. Chrysalis does manage to get off the range. They do have, he gets his ultimate, and also the shard being thrown down. Bakaz has got to be able to jump away, though. The AoE damage to the left track. He managed to get it right in front of Crystalis, but the Hex landed as well. Gets up to the high ground, gets that speed boost, starts regenerating away. Resolution, though, trying to catch. Nice Eul's Scepter, barely in time to stop the split earth. Zayat's jumping in after him into the base, but Dark Mago's already away. The two supports die on the side of Thunder, but the core's not dying. We'll keep this game stalled out, I believe.
It is still going. They were close to killing that Ursa. If that Ravage comes out before the cheese pop,
oh yeah,
on for sure. Misha looking for more here.
Tier 4s are up. Next Roshan is coming in soon. 2 minutes to be exact.
Gotta abuse that Slark night vision as well. These are best entry into fight because they're never gonna have a really good war outside of the Slark initiates. You can plan an ob later.
Yeah.
That's why Puppey is so confident, because they just know they have no vision. They've had that gem forever. Starting to poke this tide. No Ravage for 60.
Look at him just throwing himself in there. See if he gets out. The splitter doesn't land. We're good. Bakaz, oh yeah, he needs a force staff out of here. He's in a little bit of danger. Bakaz gets on top of him, and they do have Sacred to follow up as well. Bakaz realizes as soon as the last track shows, he's got to get out of here. The Ogre Club doesn't get Sacred quite far enough. He's going to be chased down with the magic damage to Resolution on the side. Science is going to be able to finish off Dark Mago as well. Bakaz turns around, does damage onto the last track. He needs to be able to keep his back up against the wall, make sure nobody gets in front of him. If anybody stops his pounce, he's dead. He now has to blow the BKB. He jumps over to the side and TP's out. He will get away, but the rest of his team has been devastated by this. They throw buybacks and still haven't gotten a kill out of it.
Absolutely nothing going Thunder Awaken's way in this fight, and Crystalis smells the blood.
Yeah, that's going to be another death for Pandamu. And a chance to break the high ground. Looks like it's Secret. Finally going to crack it open.
Glyph will come out. They're low resources, but doesn't seem like any of them are close to dying. Puppey is still eluding this Slark.
Yeah, Force Staff and a Ghost Scepter. And the rest of his team being so mobile, they can come save him anytime.
And Bakaz really needed that Abyssal, and he might never get to it at this point. The repeat Glyph here. BKB is up for Nisha now.
Now the Nyx is in the trees here from the side. They try and get a sneaky impale. Ravage going down, the pretty decent one, but they can't really focus any one hero down. They don't have the damage, not without the Zeus. And now with the Slark Hex up, it's a chain stun combo that will ensure his dead for 85 seconds. No buyback, and Sacred falling as well. Also no buyback. This is looking like it's over. That's it. GG Secret. Absolutely no mercy whatsoever. Fully disciplined, controlled the game from the get-go. And make a clean 2-0 victory over Thunder Awaken.
Oh, what a clinical series. I mean, that first game was just so disciplined by them, and this second one didn't feel like Thunder even got one good team fight out of that whole game. Just ratting and ratting, trying to get to a point where the Slark can come online, and by then, all of Secret's 5 carries are online. I mean, at that point, you're not killing anything. Puppey just so elusive with Force Staff Glimmer. That's a top 3 for the second year in a row. Puppey has got to feel good about continuing to play at the 11 TI.
Yeah, he's now got one more series to go to be able to beat last year and put himself in that potential top 2 scenario. Man, what a run this man has had. What a run the Team Secret has had. So, I mean, remember, these guys, we almost didn't see them at TI, period. They had to go through the last chance qualifier, which they smashed, and are now showing up in playoffs, looking in very fine form. Thunder, they in turn go down to the lower bracket. But I'm sure this is going to be an experience they certainly learn from. I mean, do you feel like this series was more about play, or was it about the draft for you?
I feel draft did play a large part. I think Secret was very comfortable in both these games. They got everything they wanted. This last draft especially, I felt like they could have picked anything last there. Like, they could have flexed this Marcy to multiple positions. They could have even thrown Kunkka somewhere. Rezo gets his offlaner of choice versus whatever Bakaz has.
Yeah.
That's a rough situation to be in. I mean, Puppey and Heen have just done a great job this tournament. It feels like every series this team played, which has been a lot to get here.
Yep.
They get better, their drafts get more consistent, the gameplay gets tighter. At this point, if these guys aren't the favorite to maybe take it all, I don't know who is.
Yeah, absolutely. They just seem fully prepared. They seem to deeply understand the meta at this point. And that's what happens when you play some of the most games of anybody at this tournament. And anybody in any tournament ever, that's Puppey. Let's go ahead and check in with the panel. Team Secret taking it 2-0 over Thunder.
Thank you, Cap and SVG. Yes, congratulations to Team Secret, punching their way into the upper bracket finals and equaling that of last year. They are guaranteed a top 3. To talk about the match, we're of course joined by Sheep, Lizard, and T-Governor. There were some moments. It's okay, but I mean, like, you know, we should highlight it.
Let's just talk about it. Let's just get it out of the way.
Let's get it out. It's the elephant in the room.
The Tide Hunter in the room.
It was, yeah. But but like, you know, you're on the stage. It's a lot of pressure, and you know, I think as SVG said, it's like you know, sometimes you kind of need that. You know, you don't always have your best performances, but you've still got a chance in lower brackets. So hopefully, you know, moving forward. But unfortunately, yeah, the Tide on Sacred wasn't really, you know, hitting the mark. But also, I do think that as SVG mentioned, the draft as well was really good and really enabled Rezo on the offlane with the Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, before we get into the Tide Hunter, I want to preface this with Sacred is a new pro player. He started playing professionally on teams in like 2019. To the scene, he is very inexperienced. So this sort of performance, yes, we can criticize it, but he is obviously like playing at this TI, feeling the pressure. I can see how this
Ravage was great.
Yeah, that one was fantastic. But yeah, this was pretty unacceptable. You know, it's like you're wasting your Ravages when you're getting gone on in your triangle alone. You're TPing late to engagements. I think communications-wise, they clearly weren't including him in a game plan. Like, they weren't working around their Ravages.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been a very long time ago a pro gamer, and sometimes when you're on the stage and you really take like so much responsibility on yourself and you try and do too much, and you know, and sometimes that's the mistake, is caring too much, trying to do too much, when really you just have to play your normal game. But still, focusing on Team Secret, Thunder Awaken will be playing in the lower bracket, but Team Secret, T-Gov.
Yeah, and it's that off-lane duo, right, between the Zayats and Resolution. You saw the stats at the very end there. 16-1-15 on Resolution, a 10-4-26 on Zayats. Like, you go into the lane together, you're pressuring this Slark. We just mentioned the Tide Hunter. For Thunder Awaken, they're used to having cores come out of laning phase with a lead to play together. When they don't have that, it's like mode recovery. And that felt like the entire game, because Secret just demolished them within the draft, and in their early play, it was just an exceptional game.
Then again, on the offlane, Thunder Awaken did have a decent start. Like, they did pressure the Ursa, even though he's kind of considered strong versus melee heroes. If there's a good dual lane against him, you can pressure him. They killed him a couple of times there between the Crystal Maiden and the Tide Hunter. However, one thing that Secret does really well is they usually listen to Puppey. And when Puppey tells you to stick together, you goddamn stick together.
You hold hands.
You hold hands, you hug each other. Exactly. And that's what they were doing.
And they did it, and they all got clapped along.
What can you do?
Yeah, clapped along, yeah.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, because you're playing versus Slark, by the way. That's the point of the story. We just leaked all the secret strats, actually. That was we shouldn't have done that. Poor Secret.
They're holding hands.
They can't win TI anymore.
They did mention on the commentary booth, Cap and SVG, is like, you know, if they're not the favourites, you know, who is? I mean, obviously we've got another upper bracket game, but this was, you know, Thunder Awaken, sure, they've dropped down, but they were in the upper bracket semi-finals. They are a phenomenal team, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot more from them in the lower bracket. But, you know, from looking at all the games you've seen over the main stage, do you feel that Secret have a little bit of an edge over?
They definitely have the momentum. Like, history repeats itself. Sometimes it rhymes, sometimes it repeats itself. And I've seen this thing before with a team that went through the open qualifiers, went all the way, played the most games to, in the end, take the tournament. However, I don't know, still Puppey, he's, you know, this TI, he should end second, right? According to Keikaku.
Exactly, due to the stats, but oh God, it's also Tundra. If they beat Aster, Tundra has always been dominant in EU and beaten Secret quite easily throughout all the years, or the season, sorry. So I think if you're Puppey, you're kind of praying to face Aster, to face China to get to the grand finals, because you don't want to go up against the EU teams, because they know Secret best.
And just to kind of recap a little bit game, because hopefully we will be waiting on a winner's interview. But in the mid lane, it was you know, Dark Mango that on his Zeus, he really didn't get Dark Mango. I know. I wrote that down. I'm so the funny thing is, I am so dyslexic that the fact that I have to write down the players' names and then say them, it's like there's 2 points.
It's Ice Rock's favorite.
It's 2
fine.
points that I can mess up. But looking at the brackets, that's what just happened. They punched their way into the upper bracket.
I really hope Dark Mango bounce back.
He needs to rebrand.
Yeah.
He definitely needs
I
to
thought he was
rebrand.
making a new neutralite or something.
Dark
Oh,
Mango,
God.
if you pick it up, you lose, man.
You start losing money. You have to force feed it to your opponent. You get it down there.
Bring back the Dark Mango tree neutral.
I'm so ready to get off this panel, and luckily I will be able to have a little break because we're going to go to a winner's interview with Casey.
We're here with Resolution, and you came out, and I said, how are you doing? And you said...
Amazing, I'm doing wonderful. What is the question? We just won the game, you know?
It's a stupid question. It's hard not to ask
No,
it.
I don't like that question before the game. You're like, how do you feel about this game? Like, of course I'm feeling it. Like, I'm playing the game, I'm going, you know?
Or
Like,
if you lose, how are you feeling? I feel like shit. Thanks for asking.
yeah, like,
That's right.
no, there's no way we're gonna win this one. Like, what are they expecting me to say there, right?
I have a very vivid memory of interviewing you back at TI7 when you had just jumped onto Team Empire to play at the last second.
It was fun.
Yeah, but you played so well. You unexpectedly placed top 8, and here you are. You just joined the team in August, joining Team Secret, and here you are just like completely destroying TI.
Here I am.
How are you doing it? How are you able to join teams and just immediately find cohesion for everyone?
I mean, I think this team is like it's very special to me because like we have a really good chemistry like from the start. As soon as I joined, we finished top 3 on the Riyadh tournament, and like I also have a friend here, Zayat, which I enjoy really playing, talking to him like outside and inside the game, and it makes so much easier for us to communicate our problems inside, like for example for laning, right? And it's just I don't know, it's just amazing feeling that it all clicks together right away for us.
Well, you can tell it's super fun to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited to be here, finishing already like at least top 3 at this event. It's just to live in the dream, because like half a year ago I thought I was done with Dota, and I'm not gonna come back anymore. But here I am.
Yeah.
It's just like life works in a miraculous ways, and you just gotta sometimes go with the flow.
You're never done with Dota. You got that?
I mean,
Never.
We'll see.
It's just one of those
At
things.
this point, right now, I don't enjoy anything else in the world better than playing the game. So I'm gonna be here for quite a while, quite a while.
Thank God. Well, there you have it. Thank you again so much. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. And yeah, congratulations, Rezo and the rest of the team. And really nice to hear from them, just, how it's all clicking. And it needs to click if you're going to go into the upper bracket. And that is, so far the story of Team Secret. But we got more stories here for you now because we're ready for the next match. Team Aster to the stage, a Chinese team, and as I nervously read out their names in front of my panelists, Monet, Ori, XSS, Boboka, and Pichu. Is it Boboka, please?
Boboka.
Boboka, of course it's Boboka. We love Boboka. Let's introduce Tundra Esports. Tundra Esports here. Going into the upper bracket semi-finals. Skitter, 9, 33, Sashka, and Snaking. Please, he loves being called Sashka. I've known him for a long time. I knew PyCat. We used to hang out all the time. We've been on holidays together. I met his parents. I can guarantee.
As someone who has butchered his name for nearly 2 years, I can wholeheartedly confirm that we should not say his name.
I'm so sorry. My inability to host, should not take away from the importance of this game. So that's.
I also want to use this platform to say Saxa. I did it.
Saska.
You're doing what I did for 2 years, all right, but I finally
Why
come
are
over
you
my
guys
inner
so
demon.
bad at this?
Because I have a slur, right? And when I see the S's, I get like self-conscious.
No slurs allowed on this broadcast.
All right.
Okay, I'm done. I'm all right.
Lizard, take over. What have we got?
I'm kind of cheating. I'm Slav like he is, so Saksa. But yeah, we've got these two teams in the upper bracket. I'm looking forward. On one side, you have this powerhouse from the Chinese region, a stable powerhouse, a little bit of flair coming from the position 4 and offlane. But when it comes to Tundra, I didn't expect them coming into the TI. I knew they were strong. I didn't expect them to be this strong. I didn't expect them to have this much flair and fun playing the game. And they're playing Miranas, Lunas on position 5. If there even is a position 5 anymore. Is there a position 5?
Kinda. I mean, as long as you can get out of lanes, then sure, anything can go. And I think at least Tundra, they've still not moved too far away from their identity during the DPC. When you think about 33, he's still playing his Beastmaster, the Visage. He's now got Brood back in the mix because like any time that hero is popular, 33 is going to be playing it. And they just have a really good foundation to allow their star players to just pick whatever they want.
Yeah, 33, I remember him way back when we were all starting to play in these lower cups in EU, like enjoy Dota ISO cups and whatnot. Like everyone knew he's going to eventually get to this stage. It was just a matter of time.
I actually fully believe in Tundra as a team just because of reading throughout the year. Skitter, he does 100 million interviews. This guy loves talking about the team. And the biggest like unified opinion of all of them is that they work harder than anyone else. They are very strict on that. They're like, we play more pubs, we don't stop, we take minimal breaks, we boot camp for entire DPC multiple seasons. Like they are constantly talking about the game, thinking about the game, and really that passion, like I wanted it to pay off. And it's like, what went wrong? Well, you hear like Owie talk about it, he says it was the mental game. Like at Arlington, they said they didn't perform. The biggest step for them pre-TI was to find out what helps them not burn out and to help them perform.
Was that the psychologist they got? I believe it is. They got someone to talk to, and something that OG did a few years back, and it obviously did work for Tundra. Helping them go through those early game jitters and whatnot. But the experience that you're talking about, like same as Zayat says, Rezo on Secret, they've got players that go way back. Like Nine and Skitter, I think I played against them. That's ages ago. That's when they were still in Penta.
I would say, yeah.
So there's definitely a lot of synergy coming from those two.
It also helps for Tundra at least. They are they have the smallest hero pool or second smallest hero pool at TI. So they've made sure they're coming into this tournament. They know the heroes that they want to play.
But it's nasty.
But
it's a nasty hero pool.
Unlike other teams with small hero pools, that's because they're too scared to evolve. But Tundra, they've come into the tournament and go, we've done the hard work. We know what heroes we want to play, and we're going to outmaneuver you, outcalculate our laning phase. They're going to do all the small things to just find their advantage. So you shouldn't be put into some weird position like, they don't play many heroes. It's not, because they are experts in the hero pool that they have.
And it's also really nice being a core player with someone like 33 on your team because he draws so much of the bans in a draft. You have to think about all these cheese that he plays, and that brings you so much freedom as a carry player because your offlaner is tanking all the bans, and he's still versatile. He's got other stuff in his wheelhouse.
There are two offlaners, and XXS on the other side, he's been the MVP of the Chinese region, and he also brings nasty heroes.
All right, well, and it looks like we're getting ready to go into the draft for game number 1 here in our second upper bracket finals, semi-finals. Nailed it.
Team Aster versus Tundra Esports. Game 1.
All right, we're back in the panel. You guys have made me all giddy today. I've lost the will to... I was never a good host, let's be honest.
Come on, don't do yourself like
T.
Hello. What's up?
Bring us back in. Okay, so they have met before, these two teams, in the group stages. Actually, all our upper bracket semi-finals have been from Group B. And Aster did play against Tundra Esports, and they went 1-1. Aster, obviously, to get here, beat out Liquid 2-0, and Tundra Esports beat out OG. And now we're going to see the first bands. Panel, take it away.
Esports turn to
Something similar once again. 1-1 was in the first in the first games in the group stage. Primal Beast and Broodmother was banned out, I believe, against Tundra. This time around, they're banning out the Primal Beast and the Leshrac instead as Nyx Assassin. I have a feeling there is this connection between the Nyx and Lesh, right?
Yeah, pretty
at
much.
the moment.
And also, Primal Beast has become this year's IO for TI. Normally, it's IO that kind of comes back in, but no, Primal Beast is the, if you're not first pick, you have to or yeah, just ban it away.
After seeing what Ace did this morning with the Primal Beast, I'm pretty sure we will not see that hero go through.
That was a dumb game, but Tundra's one of the most exciting heroes, teams, sorry, for me to watch because they draft in such a fun way. Like 9 on mid lane is, you just don't know what he's going to bust out. I think this Tusk has been one of the most exciting mid heroes to watch. Like it was something that in the past was abused for people not knowing matchups, and now people are starting to get a little bit more used to it because it's being pulled out so much.
Yeah, he loves abusing, right? Like he brought Kotl to your pubs, so if you need a culprit to blame, guys, it's that guy. It's 9. If you have if you need a culprit for Grimstroke on the mid lane, it's also 9. So Tusk apparently as well, and the Spirit Breaker. So yeah.
And he's adapting to heroes in this tournament, like the Morphling. They were the ones playing Outworld Devourer throughout the group stages and saying, yeah, this is our answer to this. This hero, everyone thought this hero was dead, and they're bringing it back, having success with it, and making it look good. I really love the diversity that they have, and it's good to see teams trying to figure out answers to different stuff.
Yeah, so far they didn't really draft anything that different, right, team?
No, not really at all. And I think the cool thing as well that we haven't mentioned, for example, for Aster at least, Monet. Carrying so far, he's the only player at this TI to have less than 2 deaths on average per game. Like everyone else, it's like 3, 4, up to 9.
He doesn't like feeding.
He doesn't like feeding, and yeah, Monet just had consistency, I guess. He's finding his way into all games without putting himself in these positions where it's potentially throwing away these leads, and has allowed Aster to get to this upper bracket position.
Fans in the Chinese region definitely dig deep, rip deep when you feed. So you know, you kind of get bullied a little bit, and you don't really want to be feeding. You want those heroes that are easy to escape with.
It's actually kind of crazy that he has such a low death average when Aster is a team that love playing aggressive fighting lineups. At ESL 1 Malaysia, they had the highest kill average of all teams. Like they loved grouping up as 5 and just going with heroes that could kill. So like not feeding during that is very impressive.
Yeah. He's also really good at falling back into the jungle when necessary, right? Like most carries, you can see them fall to that first 8 to 10 minute mark rotation towards the top tier 1. Most of the time, Monet is already back at the hard camp next to the tier 2. He already cleared his jungle, so it's something that he can sense the gank coming his way. Crystal Maiden and Marcy so far. Do you think that Marcy is versatile on the side of Aster, or is it a 4? Because I believe it should be Boca playing that Marcy.
Yeah,
they don't really have the offlane and mid and core flexibility on this Marcy, so when they lock it in, it does just feel like a support duo opening here of Marcy being the 4, CM the 5. Unlike Tundra, where this Mirana, it's their 4, it's their 5. The Doom, they played it 4 during DPC. It could easily just be that offlane dead through Doom, where you're just going to get super fat. Like this was a very classic offlane duo because Doom, once you get a couple levels and you start getting get the phase boots, you're quite independent. The Mirana then suddenly, I don't have to help.
If it's even a 4 Mirana, right?
Yeah,
it could be a 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Snaking, just rotating around with it.
Ruining pubs by playing Mirana 5.
Yep. You know, when you have to play 5 and you just pick a hero like Mirana, you're not really a 5. It's how it is, and you can see.
Pubs are safe. Okay, lift is a 5.
Hold on.
No, it's just the bands.
Yeah,
Brood, Visage.
I want to talk about them as well because XSS, he is a offlaner that really likes to stay in the lane for an extended amount of time. You see some other offlaners, maybe like FBZ or something, they will run and make plays and rotate, and XSS loves to stay in his lane. And heroes like Enigma, Brood, Visage, these are literally like the top 3 I would list in terms of like what he likes to play and what meets that play style. So I really love these focused bans, and I also really love the Lich pickup because Aster, I was going to say, is one of the few teams who I feel like really solved their response to Marcy with the Sven and the Lich heroes. And I do think they're really effective. This Frost Shield nullifies so much of Marcy's damage, both in lane and later when she has her ult. So it's one of my favorites, and I'm really happy to see Tundra take it.
Also very helpful versus heroes such as SF, if they ever come through again, right? Like you have that armor to mitigate his presence. But they go with the Mars and the Razor. Razor actually popped up just before Arlington Major as a Chinese pick. Like they were picking it quite a lot in the DPC seasons. First on the offlane, then rotated him all the way to the safe lane to play with that casual, what was it, BKB refresher. However, it did fall out of favor. It got nerfed a couple of times. First the refresher nerf so that you can't static link the same target.
and also the mana. But I think for Asta at least, they're looking at Tundra with the quirkiness of going back from Mirana, and they've just made sure that they have really strong lanes. Because Mirana's decent when you get to play for kills, where you get like a stun into another stun. But when they've already shown the Doom, it's like, okay, if we just pick strong lanes that have a lot of kill threat, if this Mirana wants to leave the Doom at any point, if it is, or I mean it is a position for Mirana to mid, now there's going to be like a CM plus Razor potential lane. Doom can't really play there. So the lanes from Asta are going to be really strong.
Do you not think it will be Marcy with Razor? These look like the two side lanes so far for me, and whilst CM will be the pos 5, we've seen so much in recent times of this patch, the supports will just swap lanes depending on what's needed. The Razor Marcy was one of the biggest combos back when Razor was being picked every game because, G were doing it and everyone else was doing it, because you get not only the move speed while stag linking, but you also get lifesteal from sidekicks.
Are you inviting a Morph link here maybe or not? They go with the CK.
It's the Skitter CK.
Okay.
We love comfort.
Good old comfort. Ever since he was, if I imagine Skitter and his heroes, it's CK and Slark, like from back in the day.
Just for someone new, how would you describe the difference between like a Skitter CK and maybe a Gork CK?
Actually, Skitter's not as good as dodging globals with the Aghanim's. Gorg, though, he is one of the world's best silent global dodgers with CK Ag.
100% hit rate.
Skitter's got a lot of room to improve on. But again, this is where this is where these players, they come to improve.
You can see some bleached up hair coming out of the helmet as well, right?
Well, we cut you off there, Lizard, though, before.
You're making a good point, yeah. What was the point?
I feel like you said something smart and we just started talking about Glork. Shout out to Glork, by the way.
No, nothing, just that he's a seasoned CK Slark player. That's pretty much it. Yeah, and it's also like on one side there's a Naga being banned out. Like there's a couple of other heroes that work well against the Razor. They go with the CK.
Okay. I mean, the thing for Tundra here is this draft coming up from Asta, some of the key heroes, it's very much like, it feels like European heroes at least, in regards to, say, like OG playing the Razor. Like, these aren't, like, these concepts being brought from Asta. It isn't going to be too shocking, at least for Tundra, in regards to, like, the region versus region battle. I think the main thing for them is they just need to be ready to play that laning phase and just lean on Lich CK, looking for the kills. Mirana not leaving the Doom securing that farm. Because if they do ever kind of get relaxed in their laning phase, that's what Asta's heroes will thrive on. The quick blink on the Mars, the pre-20-minute BKB on Razor, and then you just run down the CK, and you run down this engagement. Like, the control and the team fight from Tundra, you kind of don't have anyone to contain this doomed hero. You have a Sinister Gauge, you have a CK stun, you don't have the bigger spells to keep them in
At the same time, you can expect a lot from the Lich and the Sinister Gaze from Tundra. In the Chinese region, at least, it was one of the best counter-initiators, no matter how funny that sounds. If you have a hero such as Mars or Magnus that jumps in and needs like that second to actually turn and use all his spells, if you're around with Lich, you can actually break everything apart. They just ban out the Spirit Breaker.
They respect as well that potential mid-9 Spirit Breaker.
I'm thinking, it looks like both teams want their mid heroes, right?
5 seconds
so.
The Tiny and the Lash already banned out from Ori.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 9 could pick up something like Pango, because it's something that's naturally just good against the Mars, because you don't care about the arena. You're able to break that link and stay off these heroes. They don't really have any BKB piercing abilities right now. That could be something that's nice, because they just need a little bit more team fight control so you can get maximum damage from your Lich ult and let CK just go ahead and hit.
10 seconds remaining.
For Asta, I'm feeling like if Ember isn't banned, just double checking it. Ember Spirit, for example, like there's not a lot of clean lockdown. And if you have a hero on mid for Asta right now that can poke some of the big spells, if you bait the CK to use ultimate, if you're baiting out the Moonlight Shadow, the Doom, again, with his BKB, you quickly reset. It allows you to do that quick smoke and then re-engage. Like, Asta's mid hero needs to be able to kind of unlock that kind of secondary.
So basically a playmaker, right, for Ori.
Yes.
They go for Slark instead.
Oh, it's a mid Mars or Razor?
So I guess it would be, Razor.
You can still go Razor plus Marcy on the offlane.
Yeah.
Put the Mars mid.
Yep.
CM Slark safe lane. I think these lanes should be very solid for Aster, no matter what is picked next. Like, is there anything that you can pick at this point that completely dominates the Mars on the mid lane? Hardly so.
I mean, I just like the fact that Aster, they picked this Slark and we kind of stutter at it and go, okay, this is going to be, and Tundra is more in that same position. I'd argue if there was a
It's really good versus CK though. That's why they stuttered, right? Like, you can go for the Bloodseeker, but your whole lineup would be
actually no, you
extremely
can't try. I forgot you have CK carry. Ignore that. That was the worst thing I could have said.
Well,
Hey, I've seen Slog mint against Batriders. There's no reason why we can't throw some random shit into the mid lane. It's Tundra.
No, I don't.
9's down for it, man.
Yeah, what was the 9 hero pool thus far? Let's have a go.
Usually if you see a Slark, you want to go for some AoE, and they go for the Pango 9.
I'm happy for that.
Super in his comfort zone, another hero that deals pretty damn well with the Slark.
Yeah.
And it's a playmaker for them that they pretty much needed.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about countering Slog because you already do. When Doom gets his Aghanim Scepter especially, like the later this game goes, the more this Slog can just be dealt with and he can't just pounce around and do what he wants.
I'm a little worried for Tundra what their damage is going to be in the middle portion of the fights. When you have the Razor BKB, Slog with an Axe, Diffusal, the Mars buying whatever, like that style of play, Tundra's going to need some really clinical entry to fights to unlock their damage. If they don't, then maybe they could struggle a little bit, but we'll have to see.
I feel like Tundra is way more reactive than they usually are in a game such as this one. And Aster, they've kind of got them by the ropes with the Slark pick.
All right, well, Tundra definitely bringing something a little bit different here to the main stage. A lot of eclectic heroes that we haven't seen for a while. So we'll see how this goes. And both these teams obviously definitely wanting to start off strong and move forward. And there's also somebody else that was wanted to go well for them as well, because apparently there is only one person with a possibly correct bracket at TI predictions.
Only one?
There's only one. So whoever that is, I'm rooting for you as well, but I'm sure people are rooting for both teams. Aster versus Tundra Esports. Let's send it over to our commentators. It's OD Pixel, Fogged, and Kezu.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, very much looking forward to this here. Tundra versus Aster here in the upper bracket. I'm here with Kezu and Fogged. We've just seen the draft, boys. What's sort of standing out to you? What are you excited to see? Do you think someone's got a bit of an edge here with this one?
I would say that I really like the Tundra draft in this game. I feel like it's kind of what they stick to. They also have this last pick tempo with 9 on the Pango, so I feel like they're going to up the pace a lot in this game.
Yeah, I have to agree. I do really like the style that they've gone for. They have this Doom that can always address the Slark, but we'll see, because they do have ways of resetting fights as well on Aster, but see how it goes down.
Absolutely excited to see, because that Doom in particular, right, something that we haven't actually seen being played for a few days. It's sort of a hero that a lot of other teams are ignoring, but Tundra, as they always have been, they love to play the Doom, and they still very much feel that this patch, it's still absolutely a top-tier pick. Do you agree with that sort of approach to the game right now?
Not sure how much I agree with it, but it's definitely a 3-3 special. This guy loves this hero. Like, he's been playing it for as long as I know. Like, even back when I started, this guy was spamming this hero already. He plays it literally to perfection, and I feel like it suits them like very well. They're going to help him later. He's going to up the tempo. When they help him, he's going to get top net worth, as he usually does, and then they kind of just go from there.
Yeah, they tend to be they just put so much pressure with the hero. I feel like they're one of the few teams that actually makes the Scorched Earth always look super threatening, like in laning phase and stuff like that. Like 1, 2, 3.
Have a bit of a battle here as Skeeter, he stepped up to the high ground, but Boka's going to be the first to fall low as Tundra will find that first blood. I'll lose Skeeter in return. Fine not to come to an end yet. Tundra, they want to try and push on for more. Shield crash pretty much onto the entirety of Aster as 9 looks to continue the chase. Aster, they'll get their way back up to the high ground. So just a 1-for-1 there.
Cool, and you already see that Aster, off of this, they have preparation. They already know what they're doing versus the Doom. You see this ward that they place here, blocking out the camp, making sure that you can also watch when they're going to start creep cutting too, because that's what Tundra does, but more so blocking the camp so you can limit perhaps for what that Doom is going to be able to find at some point when it's Devour.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more normal plays that you want to do against the Doom. You don't want him to get this mana burn creep. And also already, 3-3 will be there later, but he's already there now, top of the net worth. He did get the first blood, so good start for him.
And we're seeing, sort of this start where they're all very much grouped up around the mid. Does this lead to the potential for anything a bit different in terms of lanes? Is anybody trying to dodge one another with the setup? Bit of a whiff spear there, but even if it did connect, Skeeter able to get up to the high ground in time.
I mean, it looks like they're going to put this Razor mid as Ori is playing it. He should be okay in this matchup. I would definitely say it's a slightly Razor favorite in here. But, 9 on his Pango, he's going to get what he will. He can always get away from the link. He's going to get his CS. But most importantly, I think, are later the runes and the rotations onto this Razor. He's very susceptible in this mid lane.
Yeah, and I do like, that's really good block there. 9 actually getting a bit of an advantage at the start here, so he will be able to couple it. We did see the mid ward get taken out from Siamese Cat. At least they did get that D ward.
And having a look at these side lanes, already up top. Trying to make a bit of a go for 33 there.
Okay, so
cool lane setups that they decided to do here. They put the CM bottom with the Mars to make sure that he's not, so that they can actually apply some pressure to the CK, because otherwise it would just be a CK free farming versus probably the 2 melee. So I do like this option.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of with a few different melee offlaners, right? Just having the CM down here, playing aggressive, and this just sort of allows you to use the full potential of this hero, the Crystal Maiden, very early on to sort of the enemy's annoyance.
I think it's very good for the bottom lane, first of all, but also, most importantly, I feel like Marcy can apply more pressure top against his Doom. It's usually the type of hero that he's very weak early on. Tundra are very good at using him aggressively with the Scorch Earth, as we have a nice little arrow without too much more connection. But to go back to the Doom, you want heroes that really pressure him in lane. You can jump him with the Marcy, pull him back, then the Slark comes in. So that is what Aster are looking for in this lane.
And in terms of the Slark, you know, being Aster's final pick, how good of a Slark game is this for Monet? I mean, what's sort of top of the list in terms of things that he's got to be concerned about? Are there going to be timings of this game that it won't be too easy for Monet to find space or to make aggressive moves?
I think it's a pretty good Slark game. Of course, the Pango towards the end is definitely good against you. He can always chain stun you. Maybe with the axe, there's a lot of damage. What he has to watch out for is kind of to not get doomed. It's going to be his biggest downfall in this game. As 3-3.
But Monet, he's low. He has to be careful.
Yeah, sort of throughout that entire move. Saxon, making hits with the tower, put the fairy fire. He will just make it away there. Some early aggression here from Tundra underneath that tower, and just the spam and the harass keeping Monet incredibly low here.
That chain lightning, almost getting him there. Having to use the half salve there. Barely gonna actually get much out of it there.
They have no tangos. Feels a little bad for them here in this top lane. There's definitely a lot of space here for Tundra in the next coming waves.
And look how many, I mean, they have Mangos, right? 33. We've seen this actually a lot from Tundra throughout this whole tournament. They are just Mango advocates. Even sometimes when you see heroes that probably don't use that many, like Doom, this is a game where he's getting it, and it works perfectly because he does have that chain lightning that's coming out on Monet.
Yeah, that's the AOI 2000 big brain, you know, coach input. He's definitely helping them with the Mangos. I know he's always been, you know, very high up on that. Even if you play weaker lanes, if you have more consumables in specific moments of the lane, it can really make like such a huge difference.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, only 4 CS right now for Monet. He's not having a fun time against this aggressive duo of Tundra that's been put against him top.
Yeah, and bottom snag. He does get the shield on bombing himself first.
He's able to turn, get a blast off onto XXS.
I think that shield actually saves him. I think he actually does go down otherwise from the rebuke and hit.
Seeing so far in the mid lane, pretty much dead even. 13 for 2 against the 13 for 1 between Ori and 9. No struggles to be had there. Bottom, XXS still very much prepared with plenty of regen. Pretty much a full one, very far in a salve, so he's fit to sort of take a bit of harassment from Snaking and Skeeter in this setup. But and so the CS is fantastic. You know, free farm for the Mars on this bottom lane.
But Skeeter should also, this is why they go for this CK pick. Every time I haven't seen this a lot from Tundra, when they see like oppressive offlaners, just these pressure heroes sometimes, that just have a lot of spam, CM, of course, with any type of spammer. They pick this type of CK because he's just a self-sustainer. He doesn't need to buy too much regen. He just sits in lane and attacks.
Yeah, he also works incredibly well with Lich. It's kind of what Lich wants to have in the lane, someone aggressive, but at the same time, he has all this inbuilt regen on A top lane.
I mean, poor old Monet's just not having an easy time at all here. Saxon
another one
through the chase down, and there's the chain lightning to finish him off. Monet taken down. At the same time, down bottom, they'll attempt to get aggressive onto Skeeter, but the shield's up from Snaking. Skeeter trying to step back. Mango's being popped here by Siamese Cat. He's got another frostbite and a blast. That last right click, though, not enough to take him down. Skeeter, he'll be able to walk away. But very much an incredibly different story here for the beginnings of both carries. You know, Monet is not having a fun time at all up top.
Honestly, Skeeter's going to start having a pretty rough time too. No regen bottom. If he steps up, he just gets nuked and dies.
See here, Monet and Baboka, they're going to try and trade back. Go towards 33, but Monet's getting right click down pretty low by Saxa. Same to be step for Baboka. They're both incredibly low. The arrow's going to come out. Monet, he's not going to be able to finish off Saxa. Saxa kites him out with the lead. At 33, getting another kill. Saxa will fall. But this top lane continues to be an absolute nightmare here for the Slark.
I mean, this chain lightning is just devastating. I mean, you can see there the scorched earth damage, as I was mentioning earlier. Somehow, it always ends up building up. They make this ability just look so damn powerful in the laning phase.
Tundra are just so good at these early itemizations. He starts with the Wraith Band in the lane to give himself all the armor against the physical lane, then the magic wand, then you have the Mangos. He gets probably the best creep he can ask for in this lane. Slark, low HP hero, he hates his chain lightning. Of course, he has Sax in his lane who's going to help him as well, and this lane is mid lane.
Bit of a setup there. They're able to get the connection with the arrow. Jump forward from 9, and that's going to be Ori taken down. So Saxa really feeling this early game pressure from the plays up top to now making these moves towards the mid lane. Keeping a good hold of these sort of early states of lanes for Tundra.
He has a lot of freedom now too, and when the respawn's going to come out, and it's going to be around this 6-minute power rune. So Saksa, he's going to stay around here. He's going to be able to play around that rune also to ensure that the Pango's able to get it.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge, especially in these lanes where like you do this lane swap where you're like, yeah, you know, Razor's going to do well mid, maybe slightly win, but now this kill can truly offset it. Luckily for Aster, you know, the rune does spawn bottom, but Razor's still is on cooldown now, so maybe someone can refill Nine's bottle or he gets some resources. He could make a move to top again to kind of put even more pressure on Monet in this top lane, and Razor will not be able to respond to this move.
33 just...
Arcane boots.
Yeah,
the spam's going to increase it. This man's not running out of mana anytime soon.
It is going to be really nice with the Mirana, because Saksa's having such a good game. He's level 5 already. So the Starstorm combo plus Arcane boost plus the nuke, they're going to push Monet out of lane again immediately.
See bottom. Definitely one of the better parts of the map for Aster so far. Yep. XXS top net worth. Trying to turn towards Skeeter, but again, Snaking able to provide enough protection to make sure that Skeeter can't quite get burst here by the combos between XXS and Siamese Cat. They'll try another attempt here with a Frostbite. A bit of a pull from Snaking. Make sure that XXS isn't able to close in and follow up with any further spells. So Skeeter's back under the safety of the tower. Snaking, actually gets the fairy fire off in time.
Yeah, so close.
That'll allow him to survive as well.
This top lane is definitely the biggest pressure point in this game for Tundra. They already got the tower fairly low. Monet not too happy in this lane, as we've mentioned multiple times. And I think if Tundra get to take this top tower before Aster get to pressure bottom much more, sure, they're doing well in the lane, but tower still full HP, and Razor not the best hero at rotating. So I feel like Tundra will soon look to maybe step up the tempo of the game, maybe 8-minute mark, help 9 in mid, and then look to rotate him into one of the side lanes.
That could definitely be a pretty difficult recovery outlet for Monet. He's actually putting 2 points in the Essence shift, if you see that as well, too. So not having the Dark Pack maxed probably pretty early on is going to really hurt him.
All right. I mean, that's my kind of slot, but it's going to be hard to play with a couple of early points in the passive.
This is devastating. Yeah, the lane is just so oppressive. It's so much mana that they have because those Arcane boots. They just keep spamming. Monet might just die again. They're going to chase him out.
See if they can find him in the trees after the pounce. Do catch a quick glimpse of him there. See if they can line up the arrow. They can. Monet will be going down again. And you can see there on the net worth, I mean...
And the Doom's up again.
It is up. It's ready to go. He hits the 633 and he's ready to drop that Doom down.
And he's got a Mango, so now he's got mana for Scorched Earth.
Ori with the TP.
And in fact, they'll respect the TPs. As Tundra, they'll bail out there completely. So they won't get a kill off the back of the Doom, but they do force that reaction from Ori, who heads towards top.
You can't blame 33 for that. You know, sometimes you're really feeling that kind of momentum that's coming from those kills. Does end up being a wasted Doom, but does end up forcing a rotation from Ori. Now Monet, as we said, you know, has to get out of that top.
He's got to recover somehow. I mean, you're seeing on the net worth pretty much the same amount on him as Sax has been able to pick up from these early game moves.
Yeah, I think putting the Sarky in the mid lane is usually a pretty nice rotation if you have a hard time as a carry and you can't really jungle yet. Going into mid is nice. It's easy for you to get XP and gold. Mid laners usually at this point just want to push out the wave and, you know, run away, maybe go gank another lane. But at the same time, Tundra really like their play. They pop the Doom, force TPs, and they get out.
So if they can find Baboka here in the trees, Nine. Not the Rolling Thunder, but actually, a nice bit of a spot that Baboka steps into. And Nine, he's not going to quite get the correct read on that. Very good little hiding spot for Baboka, and a spot that he's going to step out into now though, so he will die. Will still go down.
Give him a little respect, Tip, though. It's a good spot. Anybody who goes top, that's just a devastating lane, really. And yeah, like you mentioned, the mid lane, Monet's there, but 33 comes to him, keeps putting him down. Still not level 6 on Monet.
Let's see this top tier 1 tower. Unlikely to have anything done defensively by Aster for it.
And Saksa with his early rotations also. Now he's level 7.
Yeah.
3-10 minutes, and he's already got this like aggressive ward that he placed earlier, so he can make these rotations and look to pretty much kill most of the cores. That burst damage is nothing to laugh at.
See Aster try and make the aggressive move here towards Nine and Saxa.
He got a mid-shield crash.
See if that's going to be enough to take him down. I think it should be. Nine. He's caught on the high ground. Aster able to kill off the Pango.
Oh, the worst feeling for Pango when that happens.
Bottom lane Skeeter. Ready to go with the ult. Turns quickly. Destroys Siamese Cat.
Yeah, the Pango would have lived for sure. He would have lived until he had another Swashbuckle, got out, but Baboka with a perfectly timed dispose to cancel that. In the meantime, bottom lane, Mr. CM also. And right now, the state of the game is definitely not good for Aster. I mean, you can see it in the network already, but it's mainly about the state of the map right now. They did lose their top tower. Now the map is more open for Tundra. And Aster don't really have the lineup that is like gonna push back, smoke into you and kill you, or have an easy time opening up the spot tower. So I'm really kind of interested to see how they want to play these next 2 minutes. Is it just going to be keeping your cores, you know, as far spread as possible to get all the lanes pushed out, or are you going to smoke 3 people from mid, perhaps to the Mars bottom and open up there? Because I think Tundra, they will counterplay you for sure.
I think they want to try to at least try to get some attention off the top lane. So I think moving the Mars, moving XXS, he's the strongest one on the map, it feels like right now with Ori, so it does feel like it could be the good move. Yeah, they're trying for it. Does look like Tundra might have the read. Skeeter, very defensive.
See what they can set up here. Baboka also feeling rather strong, level 7. And get the setup. Quick rebound over towards Snaking.
Nice quick kill. Tries for the spear, won't quite connect. Should be able to go for the finish on the tower here. See if Tundra does look to respond. They do have, I think, most TPs at the ready. Never mind. Pangos isn't ready, so yeah, bots.
Yeah, they're gonna chill. They're gonna be happy to oblige. Smoke move from Aster. Skeeter, it's like, all right, see you later. He's gonna TP out, keep farming. They're gonna keep pushing in the whole top lane. Perhaps try to pressure Monet a little bit, which is not too easy. But at this point, if you can just make the Slark farm maybe 1 wave all the time in his tier 2 and steal half his jungle, that's already okay. Like, look at Slark's net worth. He is suffering and he's gonna need help.
I think they even like pulled. I think they side pulled a hard camp too.
It's very good. It's just a beautiful play. Like when sometimes it's hard to invade or really stop them from farming. So the best thing you can do, because carries are getting better and better, you stay in this lane. You wait for the wave to push in. Well, joke's on you. I'm pulling it.
Yeah.
Up on him. Quick setup with the Tumblers tie into the arena, but it's close to tier 2 tower, so TPs will be coming in. 2 to 3 of them can burst for a Skeeter, they can. The question is if they can get out without any sort of trade occurring, as Saxa and 9 thinking about chasing, but Aster, they're able to break far enough away, and they'll get away with that one without any sort of trade going back the way of Tundra.
Yeah, look at this. They pulled the top wave again. Poor Monet. He's trying to get these waves that come in, but 33, he just keeps pulling it in, denying a couple.
Yeah, I mean, teams are just getting a lot better at, you know, playing perhaps a little bit of a slower game, knowing that if you just take the tower and you just kind of leave the area, Slark would just free farm. But you can see in his network that's not really happening. Aster, though, in the meantime, very nice play on the bottom tier 2, punishing Skeeter a little bit for perhaps being slightly out of position. Dispose combo, they kill him and they force some TP, so this is definitely good for their game right now.
Getting pretty close to BKB on Ori, too.
That's going to be one of their first big timings for sure. Look for perhaps the BKB timing with Mars's Blink Dagger. He's about 1,000 gold away. So, you know, BKB might come out slightly before that. But when they have those 2 items, it's definitely goal time for Aster to up the tempo a little bit in this game.
Yeah, he can kind of just run through, not have to worry so much about that Pango and Lich, the burst damage that can come out. Not Tundra, though. Looks like they're the ones making the first move.
They're going to see if they can maybe catch them before that timing.
Oh, this would be a huge time for them to grab the Razor if they can, but Aster, defensively postured.
Good positioning here from Siamese Cat. Sort of give any information. Make sure the Tundra can't freely step up to the high ground, but Baboka also ready to back up Ori if any fight comes in his direction.
And by the way, even though that looks like a Sentry Ward, everybody, that is an Observer Ward. That blue one next to the, you know, the sneaky one that Tundra tends to do. That is an wait, no, it wasn't this time. Sorry about that. They got me shitting. There was a couple of times we've seen them doing that this tournament. I was actually checking. It's this one on the left side. Sorry, the one that's just right next to it. There we go.
I mean, if it debates us, it probably debates the players too.
It really does. Naming the Sentry Ward. Naming the Outdoor Sentry Ward.
Baboka. We'll see if the 2 of them got the damage with the ult for the CM and the controller to dispose. They certainly do. Good quick move there from Aster as 9 caught by surprise.
Baboka's definitely got the Nikes on. He's in the right places at the right time, doing some good jukes, getting the right kills on the map. He's stabilizing the map right now. Like, if Aster keep getting to do this until they get this BKB blink and, you know, let Monet kind of recover towards his, for now he's looking at a diffusal blade, that's definitely good for them.
I like how they were just like sticking around the Razor too. They're like, Ori's getting kind of close, like 700, 800 gold away from BKB, just sticking right next to him to ensure that he can try to finish it.
Very much closing that bit of a lead that Tundra did get towards the beginning. 8 to 7 here, 15 minutes in. That's the 1,000 gold difference between the teams. Still a long road to recovery for Monet. They're definitely slowing down the pace to allow him to have that chance. He's able to farm this bottom half of the map with the tower already gone. A pretty safe area it feels for the Slark to be in.
Yeah, and it's pretty nice because they did get those kills on Skeeter, right? They slowed him down, so Monet, he's actually able to now catch up because of that Dark Pact. So he's actually just pretty much tied his
they're
all things looking good.
Yeah, they're pretty much even net worths. Like, Aster made a very nice recovery in this game. Like, if you consider that this was somewhat of a slow game where the Doom lineup is kind of bleeding in net worth, you're doing a good job definitely moving around the map. And now they've played the heroes in the right areas. Now Ori, he's going to have this BKB up, so I'm really looking forward to Aster just kind of looking for the lanes in a good position and then smoke it up.
Yeah, he's the strongest hero on the map right now on that Razor.
Yeah.
When he runs into the fight. Only thing he has to have to watch out for is that Doom, of course, if it catches him pre-BKB. But it's not a Blink Dagger on the Doom, it is a BKB rush that's going to be coming out, so it shouldn't catch them off surprise. That Doom, I say.
33 himself very close to his own BKB. Defusal been picked up by 9. Saxa trying to get that Vlad's done.
Looks like both teams hitting a bit of a timing, but Aster, I would say, one that they probably want to play around a little bit harder. The Haste Rune, the BKB, the Blink Dagger. They're waiting for an opportunity, or he pushing out this mid lane.
The next 1-2 fights might be very scary for Tundra. Yeah, you do have the team fight with the Pango and 3-3's Doom. He's closing in on his BKB. He definitely wants that before this next fight breaks out. But if Aster hit their initiation, I'm not sure Tundra have a very good response unless, you know, Snake King gets off a very good shield into Chain Frost. So if XXX's jump is good as bottom.
Almost a bit of a leap over the spear, but Saxa, he'll still take the brunt of the attack here from Aster. They'll find him off the back of that movement. We'll see if they can sweep around for more. They do pop the ult here from Ori.
He still has the Ice Storm active.
Actually, already in the mid for Boca. He gets the straight up catch onto Snake King. So a quick connection from Aster towards the mid. This should allow them to have a good shot at taking this tier 1 tower, or at least forcing some sort of reaction from Aster.
I mean, but Boca's level 11, by the way. Just gonna be pointing that out as well. Level 10 on the Mars, but level 11 on the Marcy. So he's gonna be going for this transition.
Oh, and that's top lane. Quick jump, they found 33.
Big grab.
They're in with the setup, and Ori, he'll be able to follow up with the damage. BKB popped as he's able to continue to stay on top of 33, take him down. 9 with the Rolling Thunder. He's not going to be able to stick around to look to take anyone out in return. He's going to opt for the TP out. Ooh, good attempt to maybe find him at the end of the Rolling Thunder with the spear, but the Rolling Thunder lasts too long, and 9 will manage to escape. Well, we're definitely seeing Aster making some smart moves now, and Tundra very much getting caught off guard each time.
Space and space. Monet, he's loving life.
He's doing, like, he's just enjoying it. He has a Diffusal Blade now. His team is doing all the right things, all the right moves still. Tundra do have this 1k net worth lead slightly, but the game is, I would say, slipping a little bit out of their hands. They do have this BKB now on 3-3, so we can look, you know, for them to play a little bit more aggressive. I don't know if 9 is calling, yo guys, I want my blink. I'm close to it too, because initiating for them is still a little bit, you know, it's not the easiest. Yeah, you have Moonlight Shadow. Perhaps you want to look to abuse that, but an instant jump, you don't really have it yet.
And definitely a lot more awkward for them to approach inside of that fight. Skeeter also, now he does have Echo Saber. This could maybe also be that timing. It is going to be coinciding soon with that Blink Dagger of 9. So maybe that's when they look to make their first move too. Because Aster, it's been them for the last few moments.
Boca, he's going to have the ult back up, and as you said, with the very good levels that he's been getting, he's pretty much level 12.
That's a big timing also once you get that.
Super close.
Can still just get burst though. That's the one thing. He is playing versus a CK, so in some of these like carry versus Marcy matchups, the Marcy can actually do decent versus some of those. CK can actually just blow him up if he's not careful.
Trying over the aggressive jump hit for Boca. Immediate reaction from Tundra. They'll throw down the Chain Frost, but Boca will die for that one.
A little over aggressive.
Yeah, definitely nice PK by Tundra. They also must know they have a drums plus Wraith Pack completed. This team is definitely very good at, you know, combining your small little timings. They do get this pick off straight into row.
Do they get away with this though? I feel like Aster, they've got a decent chance of taking this fight. I don't know if Tundra can get away with this one.
They don't kill it too fast.
And there's the jump from... Ooh, a little off the mark with the spear.
The Doom?
The 9 still able to get the Rolling Thunder off, and he's going to head straight over towards the race. But the BKB was off in time from Mori.
It's about
so
to end
run past the Rolling Thunder. There's the Diffusal Blade slow indeed as the BKB comes.
9 is the robbing.
Continues to control him, but the Eye of the Storm hurts 9 badly. Now Monet's ready to turn up, jumps in with a pounce, takes down 9. XXX pushes Saxa off towards the side. Finally, Ori goes down, but Monet, he's still looking pretty strong. He's ready to chase over towards the Lich, take out another. Now turns towards Skeeter. Skeeter's surrounded here by Aster. It's going to be a triple kill for Monet.
Oh, he's back, baby.
I mean,
goes up, level 14 now, might even get another
they
grab.
might just indeed get another one here. 33. It's ending. The Moonlight Shadow buff. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've found him. They've found him. They're going to be able to take out another Aster. Monet, ultra kill. Well, this was the little old slut that was getting bullied in the laning stage, but look at him now.
I mean, beautiful fight, really, from Aster. It's really quite a lot that Ori gets the BKB up as the Doom hits him, because it kind of makes Tundra over-chase, over-commit into this fight where they want to really kill this Razor, but then they're like, oh god, wait, Slark is turned up, and we pushed so far into like a tier 2.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here because of it.
They get to drag so far into it. Like, when you have this Doom plus Pango lineup, you pretty much want to solidify and win the fight towards like the end of the roll, especially if you're dropping Doom and your BKB at the same time. They get dragged in very far. Nice job by 3-3 to kind of, you know, finish and back off. But now, Monet, he's like, whoa, free real estate for me. I come in here, I have my top net worth, I show up for the team, and he just cleans up. Ultra kill for him, and I mean, his game is more than fine.
I mean, yeah, it's looking terrifying now. You know, look at the distance between himself and Skeeter in terms of farm. You know, he's only behind the Doom. I mean, Doom's a Doom. He's always going to be at the top.
Yeah. I mean, he pretty much has the Aghanims finish now, so that's going to just allow him to really get into the backline a lot easier. This Lich, now his life is pretty much impossible when that does come in those team fights. This is a pretty ridiculous recovery, really, for Master. And once you start getting ahead also now, you have the Slark. So any vision that Tundra is now placed aggressively immediately gets taken away.
I mean, so if you're Tundra, how do you stop Monet from falling out of control in the next team fight? You know, whose job is it really to kind of prioritize this Slark, make sure that Monet doesn't get all this space to just go from target to target?
Gotta doom him. It really feels like.
Yeah, I think it's important for Tundra that this next fight, now that they do have 2 Blink Daggers, 3-3 picked up his, that you make sure you combine the roll with the Doom so that there's no like weird Slark ult coming out or BKB pop from the Razor, because when they initiate with their spells, the fight, it has to pop. That guy needs to die within like 2-3 seconds. Then you can keep the fight going with the roll. And right now, both teams, they need to be looking at Roshan. So the next fights right now, it's all about whoever will, you know, get to claim the Aegis.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, Tundra has like this lineup that really wants to explode in like those 10 to 20 seconds of those fights. But Aster, if the fight continues and it goes long, that's Slark. He's gonna just start taking advantage of that completely.
Yeah, Aster want to play prolonged fights, whereas Tundra, they need this really snappy and explosive, like you pop the Phantasm, roll Doom, you get 1-2 kills, and then you either disengage or you like go for Roche. Whereas Aster, they want to chill a bit, you know, pop your arena, kill 1 hero, Slark lingers around, and they keep going like that.
See Aster off the back of the smoke, maybe seeing if they can start things out, bait out the team fight, but already 90 with the Rolling Thunder. They jump with them, drop the Doom down onto Ori, but Ori's going to be able to keep his distance, but Boca left on the front lines will go down. 9 charging over with the Rolling Thunder to set up for a second kill. They'll take out both supports, Tundra.
This could get them that Roche now. They have the Alpha Wolf Aura, they have the Wraith Pack, the drums, they have the minus armor that comes up from the Pango, so this time...
I mean, the 3 cores are still strong from Aster, and there is no Doom in terms of the ultimate, and so there may be a temptation to do this.
I think they want to poke at least, like maybe run over, throw in a spear for some vision. Ori, I think he wants to
They're going to try and get the catch on the Monet. He's already able to put the Shadow Dance off. The arena's down. They will immediately lose XXS. We'll see if Monet can find any cleanup this time. He's going to bail out. Jumps out with a pounce. No longer a fight that Aster can choose to take, with XXS immediately dying at the start.
Immediately is the right word. Where the hell did he go? He just evaporated.
There's definitely a chance where Aster can take that fight, but I think it has to be off of the back of Ori coming closer, using his body with the BKB and allowing XXS to play a little more safe, because he doesn't have a BKB yet, so sending him in first, I think a little bit of a mistake, but Tundra, you know, they punish that, they get the Aegis, and now, once again, they're in a convincing lead in this game.
Aster, not to be deterred by the fact that the Aegis is in the hands of Skeeter. They'll look to hit up with a smoke.
They gotta
see if they can maybe catch Tundra whilst they're in this relaxed state of sort of spread out across the map. They'll look to Saxa.
They gotta take advantage of cooldown.
The leaps.
Leap on leap.
Outplay the pounces from Monet. He won't catch Saxa here today.
Instantly drops the Wraith Pack. Something to always watch out too. There is a Marcy on one side, so this Wraith Pack in most of these fights will be addressed from Baboka. And Monet, he is queuing up that shard, so of course wanting to be able to bail out the target that does get doomed. If it's not him, we'll be able to protect them a lot of times with that depth shroud.
He's going to pop the ult here to try and finish off the tab, but Tundra, they're going to have something to say about that. 9 jumping forward with the Rolling Thunder. Ori immediately popping the BKB in response. We'll see 9 continue to chase up the high ground. Skeeter's able to pull back Baboka back into his own clutches of the CK. As Baboka falls and the rest of Aster, got to be very cautious now. 4 versus 5. They don't want to mess around with Tundra, as Tundra just chasing them down back behind their tier 2s.
Aster tries to punish this, you know, the cooldown of the Doom, weren't able to, and now Doom's going to be back up, so Tundra probably looking to continue to look for something, even if they don't have Rolling Thunder.
might just get to poke his tier 2 a bit. Skeeter, he's feeling strong. He's got BKB, Aegis. On the flip side, Aster here, so they have the shard, as you mentioned, very good against Doom. So I think now if you're Tundra, you kind of need to Doom Monet or not use it unless the Rolling Thunder is really going to disrupt, even if the shard does get dropped. And Ori, he is close to this AC, and he currently has a DD bottled up. So right now, if you're Aster, very likely that they're currently communicating, yo, I have a DD still for a bit, help me get this AC, and then we can look to go together and take a fight.
Let's see top lane. Tundra.
Huh, he's done this a lot on 33. Octarine is finished up already. Same build he did, I think, or at least that we saw from Saksa do, at least on the Doom, I think it was the other day.
Yeah, so first of all, with the Arcane Boots in the lane, he gets to split it for the lens. It definitely makes it easier to drop your Dooms and stuff. And I think also with, you know, all the refresher nerves and BKB mana costs, I feel like the Octarine really comes in nicely with the higher cast range and, most importantly, the bonus armor.
And most importantly,
reduced cooldown on the
Midas.
Yep, more money.
More money here.
How can I forget that one?
Let's have a look. We want Shadow from Tundra. They really want to try and do something around the mid with this Aegis on Skeeter.
Look how they're backpacking even the Wraith Pack Saksa. When they're doing this play and walking through mid, backpacking so it doesn't reveal. Some quick little plays.
Very cute.
Now, if you're Aster, are you just trying to avoid fights for the remainder of this 2 minutes of Aegis time?
Unless you see an opportunity that allows you to kind of go around on the backline of Tundra, I think you're better off just saying, okay, we can chill. They did have the DD earlier, that's like a little opportunity, you know, that can make it easier for you. But now, if it feels hard, you just don't really need to go for it. Aegis is still there for a bit. But if you see an opportunity where you can go around because you feel like maybe Tundra won't be ready, then that's really your time to shine. And it looks like that's kind of what they had in mind here.
I think Hori might have actually gone unseen on the creep wave in mid. He walked in and nuked as the smoke was getting popped. Let's see if Tundra caught that.
See Aster. They are going to try and make a play whilst that Aegis still stands in the hands of Skeeter.
They want to abuse this Arc Vision.
Fresh BKB on XXS this fight.
So if they can catch 33 before he's able to drop the ultimate, but immediately 33 is able to do, but just as quickly Ori was able to get the BKB off in time. The BKB is up for him. He'll start to back away. Same to be said for Monet, but Boca does get caught by the catch of Skeeter, but Monet's going to jump in aggressively to try and help out and keep Boca safe. And now Boca jumps in himself with a 2-man rebound. XXS with a flop. Arena catches of them, 3 of them. But Boca will be the first to fall, but they found one in return. They'll turn towards Skeeter, take him down the one. Frostbite control onto 9. Will allow XSS to get the double, and Aster, they can look to try and set up a Skeeter a second time round. He'll put the BKB, look for TP up. He's got 5 heroes beating into him. There's no escape for the CK as Aster will take the team fight.
I mean, picture perfect the way they take this fight, right? They jump in, they show the Razor, they're like, doom me, please.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much every single time, right? These reactions from Ori, I think has he got BKB every single time off that he's been doing pretty much?
Pretty much. Seems like it.
Yeah, and then you can just see the Slark Shard, you know, these prolonged fights. If Aster get their BKBs off and they live through this roll and Doom, as we've touched on multiple times now, the fights will look like this if Aster continue to play them as beautiful as they really have.
Check it out here.
He runs in, Doom, yeah, he pops the BKB on it. Here comes Monet, roll kind of not doing much. Yeah, sure, you do get onto this backline, and Baboka does end up dropping, but he bites back. It's close to their tier 2.
Back in action, Monet. It can find more.
It's really good synergy the way they did the fight, too. They all ran the same direction. Yeah. Sometimes you do see when it's like, oh god, these type of panic plays going to happen. It's one person run one way, one person runs another. They all ran left together, which, I mean, was perfect really for them for that fight. And now another DD. Couple more items, I believe, also picked up. I think they did get a gem now on the Crystal Maiden as well, and I think Baboka's about to have BKB too after using his buyback. So more timings also for Aster. Even though it did feel like Tundra with that Aegis had a timing themselves, Aster has shown that they can clearly take any of these fights if they do approach it properly with that Razor walking.
I like that's a bit of a farming ult here from Baboka. Yeah, I just want to speed up the pickup on the BKB. They might.
They're punishing him.
Kill him though. They'll see him in the mid, get him with the jump. So, a short-lived ultimate, but
he's dead a while.
To clean up that wave at least before he got ganked, you know. Sure. So an efficient use there. I like it.
70 seconds though, he's gone.
Yeah, it's definitely
that's
gonna.
The thing, he doesn't need to have his ult available if he's dead. You know, I'm gonna die mid. Might as well use the ult to farm.
That's 100 gold.
Smart man.
These next fights for Tundra, it's very important for them. They are ahead in the game, but fights probably feel harder for them as they perhaps think they should. It's very important for them that they need to spot out this Monet Slark, which is not always the easiest task, right? Slippery hero, he knows if you do see him, because again, this roll plus Doom, their best target by far is this Slark, because he will be able to save his teammates, and that is not something you want to play into right now.
See Asta
walking in, even with the
want to try and catch Tundra by surprise. Now, this is a moment that Tundra probably won't expect Asta to be bringing the fight towards them. We'll jump over towards Saxon, leaping all over the place, but they will lock him down and take him out.
And now this is the sweep to clear the vision also inside their jungle. They're starting to feel that there was pretty much, what, 3 wards actually, or 2 or 3 wards placed down, so we'll be able to get at least 1 or 2 of those.
Yep, another one.
Respawning. So even though that gold advantage has been there for Tundra, it feels like Aster has been able to take every single one of the fights if they do just continue to do these approaches.
Yeah. It very much feels that the 4K gold is basically the Doom.
It's the Doomed.
Yeah. It is. Doom effect right
literally.
now. Yeah. So in terms of sort of the actual tangible value of sort of items that are available for both teams, very much feels that we're pretty much on an even playing level right now.
Second Roche is going to be very important for both these teams. Teams at this level, they will both know that the earliest respawn will start within, you know, your next 50 seconds. Both teams, they're going to definitely play around that because Aegis, Shard in this game, it is a very close game. Yeah, the network does say Tundra is ahead, but as we said, they need to hit their conditions a little more in the fights to actually beat Aster.
Yeah. Let's see if now with the 3rd Blink Dagger, they're able to get that initiation a little cleaner. Skitter also has one. They also have a Basher on 9, so an extra form of maybe stun and control to keep them in the Doom so they can't reset as we've seen multiple times from Aster.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm very careful around this bottom push here, Tundra. I'm just seeing if they were able to catch out anybody from Aster heading over to try and clear out the creep waves, but won't be the case. This tier 1 will be left alone defensively by Aster. Aster sticking together.
Aster will always know that Phantasm on cooldown is being used to farm constantly. He showed them in mid. Yeah. XXX actually cleaned them up, so that is a little bit of an element that they always will know that Tundra doesn't have.
Aster just don't really care about the spot tower. You don't want to get baited away. You just took back your jungle when the second Roach is about to respawn. Instead, good job by them. They invade the enemy triangle. One thing I want to say about the Skeeter Blink Dagger, I think another way that I haven't touched on yet is that if you jump multiple targets at the same time, obviously Sar can't really save all of them, right?
For sure.
So maybe you can jump the Razor with the roll, but you jump Mars or whatever with the CK, and you, even though he saves one, he cannot save the other. So that could be another condition that Tundra are currently playing for.
I almost want to see like one of the cores maybe carrying a dust then. Because if the fight's going to get so split up, you can't always depend on these supports to be able to cover versus the Glimmer Cape that's on the CM. So maybe one of them will have to sacrifice an item slot. I see that at 33. He's had the dust in his backpack, but he keeps swapping that between the Wraith Band. But always have to be careful if you do go for split up fights and don't have any detection.
Coming up to that potential time for Roshan, just about a minute until they'll be back in play.
Almost level 18, XXS, about to have level 3 ults.
Buybacks and this Dire Outpost are going to be crucial in this next Roshan fights. Both teams, you need to like trade your BKBs for the Doom spells. If you do end up dying to Doom, you can buy back and take the second Aegis, and then that will really help you, you know, play against each other. So both teams should be talking about this right now. Perhaps if Tundra want to take a fight, you need to smoke, take the Outpost first, and then fight so that Aster can just buy back and come back into it.
Aster knows how important this next few moments are, really just positioned on this area around the Roche, protecting that ward.
Radiant are scanning.
Also, SNY, another item finished up. Ori, so first is that Doom, that status resist. We'll have to watch out for that.
I think Mono was going for one as well.
Oh, did he actually queue it up? Okay.
Oh,
I think he's going to change it up.
He was thinking between the SNY and the Lincoln, so I guess, yeah.
We did see 33 did have the Ags queued up before. He has shifted. We don't know what he's going to go just yet, but it's probably going to end up being that at some point if we do see those Lincolns start getting queued up.
Yeah, especially if I think Monet starts showing like an ultimate orb of perseverance, you can bet that 33 is going to queue up that Axe. Aster, they are going to smoke, and it looks like they're going to make the first aggressive move.
What sort of a jump they're able to start the fight with?
They showed themselves mid. Did nuke out the wave while they were smoked.
This could be a good round.
There's a DD. Hello.
Skeeter is prepared. Two steps into this first. Smoke the spells. They know that they're up here. Drop down the ward. XXS is going to be looking for the jumping. Catch onto Saxa. Down with the spear, but he's still forced aside. Able to get the leak off. Saxa, he's away. He's out of the fight, and Baboka, he's having to deal with 33. 33 is going to look to bail out with the BKB TP out. Will actually kill Baboka on the way out there. Back in action, Monet finishes off the kill onto Snake, and he'll come back in with a buyback. They've locked down Ori, though. He's in so much trouble. There's Skeeter just doing incredible amounts of damage. The swashbuckle bash over towards Siamese Cat as well. Tundra, they'll take the team fight, and at a very important time as well. Roshan is up. They'll head straight into the pit.
They didn't even use Doom. They didn't even need it in the fight. They were able to just reset away. 33 actually jumps the backline, gets on Baboka, 9 as well. They cause so much havoc, split the fight up completely, which lets Skeeter just jump in afterwards and pick and choose his target.
Yeah, like Aster, they run into this high ground. They think it's like a good jump onto Smarana, but he's very tanky. He drops the Wraith Pack. They pop all their BKBs, but they don't end up killing anyone. And then it's kind of, you know, switcheroo where Tundra now, they just run you over. Your BKBs are done. As we can see here, they have a nice jump on the Mirana, but Saxa here, 4-step leap, Wraith Pack runs away. And now it starts getting like a little weird for them. And they're like, okay, we need to get the hell out of here, but you're not running away from a Pango and all these Blink Daggers. And now, you know, Tundra, they win this fight. They get the Aegis and 13,000 gold lead.
Just indeed, that was always going to be a tough fight for Aster to step into. Tundra having the favourable positioning, and indeed the way that they're able to sort of split it up. The supports of Tundra taking so much focus from Monet.
Look at Skeeter, he was feeling that moment. He was finally able to like jump into a fight as the CK and get
He could do something and slay them.
Huge injection of gold. Everybody kind of having a full item now finished up also.
So what the call is from Aster now. What to do with this 4 minutes? Well, Tundra will be very comfortable with taking a fight.
I mean, there's the Axe Doom, so they have to be so careful how they position themselves on Aster too.
Got to be very prepared for this move. Tundra are on the hunt for Aster once again.
Got everything ready. Phantasm in 15, but they don't need it.
Aster have good positioning. They're kind of waiting. Let's see how Tundra approach this.
Skeeter. Trying to go for the Crystal Maiden, but then Monet jumps in, but there's the Aghanim's Doom. At 33, all he's got to do is stay on top of Monet, and then Monet, he's going to have no response. Nothing to be done against that, as Monet's out for 80 seconds. And the rest of Aster, they've got to run. Tundra, they're going to try with the chase. Arrow, not going to quite reach towards Ori. He's out of there. There we have indeed the power of the Aghanim's Doom. Not much that a poor old Slark can do about that one once 33's on top of it.
And look at when the Slark respawns, and look at the Doom cooldown. It's actually back up before the Slark even respawns, so for Aster, this is starting to look really difficult. They have to try to find these angled approaches that were working earlier, but Tundra are seeming to cover their bases a lot better.
Yeah, you're not going to get to abuse this cooldown anymore, at least as long as one of your cores die, which I think is going to be the case in every fight coming up. So I think unless you know, look to get some 4 stabs, which Siamese Cat has queued up for now, these fights are not going to be that much easier for you. I believe that Aster might just wait out his Aegis, and then it's really crunch time to talk about how you want to approach these next fights.
Yeah, I was about to say, 4 stabs or even the shard on the Marcy. Looks like he has queued it up, so that could be another option to maybe just toss somebody out of that Doom area. Yeah, definitely not going to be an easy one though. Tundra now having everyone's so much tankier now too. 9 has a full Shiva's Timeless Relic too. It's hard for them to really find a target to focus fire on Aster.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
AC done on Skeeter, the big items. Starting to roll in for Tundra.
Starting to feel like maybe some damage issues also coming in for Aster. I mean, especially because, of course, one person's always going to get doomed every single time, but everyone on Tundra is starting to get pretty tanky. Halberd even on a Mirana.
Yeah, like we had this earlier where we were like, yeah, Aster prefer long fights, but I feel like at this point now with all these items coming out, AC, Aura, you have Shivas on 9, you have Halberds, Wraith Pack, 4 staves. I'm not even sure if Aster prefer these long fights anymore. I feel like it has shifted a bit where they now need to get a really solid initiation around a place where Tundra cannot buyback. And I'm pretty sure you need to kill these supports first because they're not going to burst through a CK even if they jump in first. So fights are not easy for Aster right now. Definitely need to look for them to clutch one of the next fights out of a smoke.
Yeah. So how do you focus firing a hero when they're going to be frost shielded, taking 60% reduction? 4-staffed, boots the bearing, removed out of the fights too. It's, yeah, like you said, have to try to find some of these supports and take them out, but yeah, they're not fragile either.
It's going to be very difficult for Aster to make any sort of move right now. They're just having to let Tundra get away with taking these towers. The waves pushed in.
And Baboka just continuing to use the ult to farm.
Maybe this Hex on XXS that he's working towards is something that they want to perhaps abuse on one of the side lanes, perhaps get a pick off, allow yourself to have more of the stun duration to perhaps burst through heroes. One of the other timings that perhaps that they have later. Ori has a blink now, so I think they want to have this quick initiation, have him follow up, and later in the game this refresher will come out. It's been a while since I've seen a refresher Razor. Of course, we all know that's very strong, and I just don't know if that's gonna be enough for them. It's all gonna be about this clutch jump from them.
They just keep getting bigger. I mean, 33 is nearing critical mass. He's got the bots too. He's nearly running out of slots.
I mean, this guy is nearly full slotted, that's for sure.
And he's always going to be able to be at every fight because of those boots of travel too, right? So they could even look for these fights. The Moonlight Shadow as well. They're going to be able to sweep the map a lot easier and kind of just keep Aster trapped inside of the base. Scary moments.
Yeah, I mean, what sort of is the next step for 33 of all this money? What is he going to upgrade the blink? Does he want to swallow the Aghanims, get something else in that slot?
Probably upgrade his dagger. They already have a Shiva, so you don't really need to go for that. Perhaps upgrade your blink, then you just sell your Midas, you get a refresher, or eat your Aghs, get a refresher. Depends on how greedy he wants to be. You know, he might just eat his Aghs and get the refresher, keep the Midas, knowing him.
Definitely possible. Keeps the bottom lane shoved, joins his team immediately, and they just continue to keep Aster trapped in the base. Gold lead is just continuing to grow and grow and grow.
There's the Hex. As you said, this has got to be something that Aster are able to make a big play with around sort of the reveal.
Head-on team fight just doesn't seem possible. I feel like now it's somehow you have to try to maybe look for pickoffs, but the way that Tundra's playing, they're only showing the Doom for a quick second on some lane, but everybody else is sticking together.
Let's see what they can do with this item reveal of the Hex from XXS. I mean, who's sort of the ideal target? Are you just looking to get in and Hex one of the supports, the easier kills, or do you just try for a core?
I think if they're at all together on Tundra, you need to go on a sub. If they're split, yeah, then you can try for one of the cores, but if this is a clash like this where you don't know what the enemies are, you're definitely eyeing this Lich and Mirana first.
Both teams smoked up on opposite sides of the map.
Dire's middle tower.
Mid's getting hit, so they know that something's up.
Yeah, look at all the lanes from Tundra.
Double siege wave bottom.
We'll have to come back to the base now. Aster, smoke comes to an end. Not able to catch Tundra off guard as they wish to.
Tundra might just look to go in with this bottom wave just a little bit. If somebody shows, they might just jump.
Or he's showing. There's the jump, and they're going to be able to get the pull back into the stun. Mone's going to get in, able to drop down the shard there to ensure that Ori can have the chance to break away from that jump. Got the BKB there as well, though. Monet to try and save his Razor.
Nice attempt there from Tundra. Just trying to take advantage of those double catapults being there. They did get 550 damage on the tower because of just that jump. Yeah, no, they don't get a kill.
It's very good by them. So first of all, they have the gem. They just want to keep the map narrow. They want to force Aster back to the bottom lane because they knew that Aster were previously smoked in their own jungle, right? Now that you force all of them here, again, you sweep across the map, you take your gem, take out their vision, take back the outpost, and now it's once again soon time to play around the third big boy of the game, which is Mr. Roche. So Tundra with some very quick and swift map movement in this game.
Chasing out. Do have a ward to play around. Only one that they do have right now. But the base continues to get sieged. They have to address those side lanes.
It's so hard for them to step out this stage of the game, Aster. Almost just have to wait until Tundra approaches them, maybe even until Tundra's at least on their half of the map. So.
Look how hard it is to kill these heroes now, too. An Aeon Disc on 9. They have a Linken's on the CK, too, so they're covering all their bases.
Just to make sure that much harder. They know that they don't need to really have any cares in the world when it comes to Aster approaching the Roshan pit. Ori, blink out. Rolling Thunder down. Tundra will reset a little bit with that in mind. They'll back off. Won't try and push the Roshan whilst they're lacking one of the ults.
Well, they did get the rollout, so not too bad for them. But I still think for Aster, as we said, of course, they're far behind, so it's not easy. But buybacks are going to be the name of the game, I think, for them if they want to win this next fight. Try to bait out some spells, come in with the buybacks, get a clutch steal on the Aegis, and then kind of try to, you know, come back into this game. Because they're by no means out of it, but they need to hit all these next plays and timings.
Yeah, that feels like it actually just has to be the solution. We've seen that a lot from teams in the past. Yeah, bait the Doom, like maybe just throw Ori's life away at some point, and then letting them buy back and jump into the fight afterwards and try to clean up. But have to be careful because soon, as you mentioned, 33, he did buy the overwhelming blink, but he's getting close to having that gold for that refresher as well. So could just have the 2 dooms anyway.
Get the 25 as well off this wave.
And now it's a break as well, so. Oh boy.
Yeah, this Doom is pretty strong, huh? And also, if he ever dies, if he does get, of course, right now, no, he has all the buyback money. So I think for them, for Tundra, it's important to not fight too close around this outpost because they should know that Aster's only win condition are buybacks with a TP back in. And 3-3, if he feels very strong, he can go in first. If he trades his life, he can buy back bots TP 2 on just one of his teammates and come back to the fight as well to try and nullify some of these plays from Aster.
They can easily do this Roche like this, full HP, Skeeter, and 9.
See if Aster want to take the risk.
They have to scout it.
It's just so dangerous, but at this stage, with the amount they are behind Aster, they've got to make a risky move. They want to have a chance of turning this game round.
Playing into an Aegis Cheese and Ags at this deficit feels pretty much impossible. Looks like they really want to try to take the fight.
I like what Tundra are doing. They just kind of stopped and wait.
The Doom!
33's in, the AoE Doom's there. He's going to look to chase down Baboka. Baboka was able to get the BKB off, and they do manage to ensure that Monet can break away from 33. Still, though, they've lost the 2 other cores, XXS and Ori, and now Siamese Cat as well, short to follow. So they were trying their best to approach Tundra from some sort of surprising angle, but the wards were down, vision was set up, and Tundra once again able to get that jump in. A little bit of a silver lining there that they could get Monet out to safety, but 3 heroes still go down. Roshan still goes the way of Tundra. Aster, they fall further behind.
They get the chain stun. The stun catches on the Razor. They get the arrow. I mean, even from then, anywhere before that, it looked like the fight was probably just going to be over. They spent their gold, too. He bought the full refresher before the fight on the Razor, so that was them going, all right, this is kind of our last chance of a fight. We can't actually win around these buybacks, and it doesn't actually work out at all.
And here's the push. DD Rune as well here for Skeeter. To speed up the siege. What can they do about this Aster? Doesn't look like they've got a hole.
They need to delay.
Options left here. They're down 35,000 gold. Tundra onto the barracks, forcing out the fortification. Look to play it calm as well. They won't immediately push for a second set of racks. They know that they're in a spot that's very, very comfortable right now. They can definitely look to take the safest route out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, half of Tundra's gold lead is currently in their bank with 3-3 holding 8,000, 9 holding 3, and the rest of them also holding like 3 each. So 20k is definitely in the inventory right now. They're gonna chill a moment, think about the next item, spend their gold if they want to. And then, yeah, I mean, Aster, they will look for one of their last fights, again, where they need to go around as they did before. It's hard, but this is the only way that they can win this game. If they just wait in their base, Tundra will bleed them out until the end of the game and just slowly finish.
I wonder if we can see the win probability, because I imagine it's getting probably down to one of those 1% ones at this stage.
Does feel like that.
98. Close.
Oh, that's
more than I thought.
It's a generous 4%, I would say.
Let's have a look, see if Aster can find that 4%.
33 pretty much has the gold for that refresher plus buyback in a second. And they're already starting the siege.
There's the jump, Skeeter.
They get the stun.
Straight away for Ori. Ori's going to get thrown out to the side by Baboka.
Baboka will take the arrow.
And for that, may lose his life. No. Okay, Monet. Would you save the Depth Shroud? Ensures that Baboka will also be saved. Aster, they keep one another alive.
So scary for Aster. It's like anybody who shows, and anybody could just die if they show their face that they get caught by those stuns. But Baboka sitting way far back to be able to make sure that he can try to rebound, disengage his teammates. But they just still have to continue watching.
Now, who do you jump? Who do you start the fight on if you're Aster? You really feel like you've run out of options at this stage.
And there's that refresher finished up for 33.
They're going to try.
Spear back.
With the jump, 33 will respond with the Axe AoE Doom in on top of XXS. That'll be the Mars going down. Has got buyback available. 33 moves over now towards Monet, but Monet was able to put the BKB in time. Keeps his distance. Chainfrost thrown out. Skeeter pops the Phantasm. Monet has to bounce back under the safety of his tier 4s as Ori will go down. No buyback available for him.
The Axe Phantasm.
Now just with the 4 members of Aster, is there anything they can do to slow this down? The tier 4's falling.
33 still has the refresher. Here it comes.
Oh my goodness, he is actually able to jump out in time, but 33 Doom's back up in on top of XX. GG is called as Tundra will take this game 1.
Seemed like there was a small window where Aster was starting to bring things back together, but Tundra, they just played really patient.
Yeah, I think like this mid-game timing really from them, Aster had to get kind of more done really in this timing with their BKBs, where they were winning like 1 or 2 fights here and there, but Tundra, they held it together, and then they just strike, like 1 fight 1, and the whole game crumbled from there.
Yeah, when they play with this Doom, I mean, they really just are so comfortable the way they play around it, get that advantage, and they keep pushing it and pushing it. Even though they lost those fights, they were still the aggressors in most of this game, and yeah, wow, that one fight really turns everything, right? Because it looked like Aster, they're kind of bringing things back. It's like a 4K lead, and then boom, Tundra just explodes, 14K gold lead. They control the entire map.
Yeah, and we very much saw sort of up until that fight that Aster did try and look a bit of a stalemate. I mean, was that very much a part of the game where Aster did indeed have to take those risks? Is there, would they be looking back at this now and saying, maybe we could have taken a more passive way out, tried to extend it, or were you always going to lose the long game anyway against sort of the farm that Tundra's building up?
I think they definitely had to try and like speed up the game with like this 15 to 20 minute mark with their BKBs and the team fight, but they didn't really get there. And I feel like at the end of the draft, perhaps they didn't address the Doom well enough with, the switch up with the Slark. Not my favorite, but, they tried it, didn't work out. Next game, I hope it's going to be something different.
Absolutely. We'll see what happens in game 2. But as for now, it'll be Tundra who take game 1 of this best of 3.
Welcome back to the panel. Tundra come out strong with the 1-0. And yeah, addressing the Doom. 33 on the Doom. Did you think they did enough, or was it just, Doom's getting bigger, and the AoE kind of mute? Is that when it all kind of went wrong?
It was an interesting answer with the Slark, getting that for the Doom, for the CK. Historically, it is good, but when you take the fact that now you can have the AoE Doom, it doesn't work as much. It isn't as strong, right?
Yeah, it was just very hard for them to play at that point. I think the Doom was honestly the funnest thing for me to watch throughout the game because of the way they played around it. Like originally, they were over chasing. They would Doom the Razor with his BKB and then just chase him way too far. This is the fight that happened, and overcommitted, died as a result. The next game, they Doom the Razor, but they let him run away and they focus on killing his teammates, like that adaptation. Then there's just more different ways. This fight, actually, I think they doomed the Razor, but then tried to chase him a little bit more instead of focusing on the heroes that weren't doomed. And the way they played around the Doom this game was very funny, but as soon as I got that Ags, it was smooth sailing.
Was this the ultra kill? Because the moment Slark got the ultra kill, I was like, okay, this is it. The game is over. Pack your bags. We're going to game 2.
But I think both teams just demonstrated how they were learning how they wanted to take the fights throughout this game. Because Aster early on, they were like, okay, guys, if we can survive that initial Doom, kite away, then reinitiate, we can crush these engagements. But that only worked out a couple of times. When Tundra, they hit their kind of critical item timing, then they were like, wait a second, it doesn't matter if we're not using our big Doom. As long as they're wasting their time trying to shut down this over-farmed 33 hero, then we're going to be able to just capitalize on our ability to take these fights.
What's a big Doom? Is that the AoE Doom?
Oh,
big Doom is AoE Doom.
Yeah.
Small Doom is target.
Small Doom is when
small
he
Doom
runs
and
away.
big Doom.
Yeah,
okay.
there's multiple Dooms.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think the way that Tundra played this game, the fact that Satsu as well, I did pronounce him correctly, I think. Level 7, so early on in the game, super disruptive. That they just had an incredible start to the game that it didn't really matter what Aster had because Tundra just had the confidence from laning phase.
Yeah, the laning phase, it was the Mirana and Doom, and that went really well for them. So they weren't too worried about the Mars being, I think it was XSS on the Mars being even higher net worth. They were like, no, it's okay.
It was a crazy laning stage because Doom and Mirana, they were completely dominating the lane, but they weren't really pulling ahead in net worth because he was investing everything he had. 33 was buying like 9 mangoes. He got the dark mango on the lane. Just so
when you buy 9, it becomes dark.
Exactly. Yeah. Just so he's able to...
wait until next patch. All right, I'm just saying.
It's going to happen, now. I'm sure.
Weird flex, but okay.
You can dig it.
Yeah.
With the shovel.
It would never happen. Okay, yeah, so Aster are going to have to go back. They're going to have a little moment to kind of recover. What would you like to see as a change? Because, you said that, the Slark at the end wasn't really what you were thinking as a final pick, but in terms of how they played, how were they performing in game 1?
Ooh, I know one of the biggest grievances I had was with their smoke into like the triangle of Tundra at one point. They just walked up onto that high ground where Tundra are holding their high ground and just feed like so many heroes. You can't make those sorts of plays. Felt like they were a little too brave in that regard or overestimated themselves. But, you know, on the flip side, I think Tundra did an amazing job of always playing in the right places on the map and holding the right areas.
And even the way they defended that high ground, that Aster was so brave to go in. It was the CK on the high ground using ulti, sending the illusions on the low ground to scout out for possible smoke because they knew what was coming their way. They prepared for it.
All right, well, we'll see if Aster come back out and do take us to another game, if they can push us all the way to game 3. But until then, let's check into Singapore with Slacks.
Hey, thank you so much there, James. Guys, pretty good game 1, huh? Not too shabby, anybody? There we go. All right, fantastic. Now, gentlemen, how are you enjoying the games? What'd you think? Exciting series?
Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I particularly enjoyed the late game, which is something I'll be enjoying after this series as well.
Oh, wow. What a natural sales pitch there. Fantastic. You having a good time?
Yeah.
Okay, great, fantastic. Wow, there's a very excited crowd here. 2 very nice gentlemen. You know what, though? We could get some more excitement in here. We can watch some short films, my friends. We have 2 here for you today. One which is a very exciting mix of a little practical effects, some SFM, and then a hilarious one with just some SFM. So let's go ahead and take a peek at what the community has created.
This way.
Hold still. Just what is this?
Let's go. Oh. Ah. How?
Dota Today is on air, and I'm its host, Lyra Lay Radiant. The main news by this hour. Due to the increase in cheese prices, the strike of Roshians continues for the 3rd day. As a result of severe forest fires, hundreds of Nature's prophets were left without work. Due to the abnormal heat, more than 1,000 residents became victims of sunstrike. Our experts believe that the cause of all the troubles are emissions of the Dyer's Ancient. Someone has to destroy it.
To the panel, yeah, amazing entries. And if you guys want to get involved and show some support, you can head over to Steam to cast your vote on the short film contest. But I think what we all agree we need here on this panel is just a little bit more purge.
That's right. I wanted to talk about what was so cool about what 3-3 did last game is the Doom. He started the lane, he found that heartbeat creep, and he's like, we can win this lane if I just buy a lot of mangoes. And that's because the Zap does 140 damage for 50 mana. That's 2.8 damage per mana. That's like 3 times more efficient than other spells that are normally cast at that point. So he uses the Zaps and all these mangoes, even though it lowers his net worth, to kill the Slark a bunch of times, to harass him, to get him low, to pressure the Marcy, the hero that's supposed to be the better laner. And then he turns that into a pretty rapid Arcane Boots. All weird items for Doom to have this early on in the game, but between him and Mirana, they just slam and slay this lane together, which they're not supposed to do. They picked those heroes first. Their opponents weren't able to react well against them, despite having the entire draft to do so. So they mega overperform, using their Arcane, getting lots of kills. Then he gets Midas, completely far ahead, much more than he's supposed to be in a normal game. So it's a really great pivot from 3-3.
Thank you very much, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Hvala.
Goodbye.
Thanks, Purge.
Arigato, Purge.
I've been on fire that entire
You okay?
It was very hot.
Yeah, well, Tundra are on fire. They picked up the Doom. They made it happen. And yeah, it was a fantastic lane for them to have. But I do believe that these guys will, that both the teams will be heading back onto the stage soon. What do you think Asta have said?
I mean, they've got to bounce back in the fact that they just lost a game, which was the 5th biggest stomp in TI main stage history. That was the biggest net worth lead, or like the 5th biggest net worth lead. So for Asta, it's like, that game didn't happen. Let's reset fully because, yeah, Tundra with an excellent performance.
Well, let's see if they've reset, because here come the teams, and it will be Asta coming back out onto stage. 1 game down, but certainly I don't feel that they were kind of outplayed in a huge way. I just felt it was a little bit with the Doom. I think they're going to address that. Obviously, Tundra Esports in the same position Team Secret were just a little bit moments ago in the other upper bracket finals. Win this 1 match, Lizard, and you're in the upper bracket finals.
Oh, it must feel amazing for these guys. Like, some of them have been close before, but it has to feel great. For Aster, I would just put Ori on something a little bit more flashy. Like, this guy has improved so much since the last couple of seasons. He's been a great player ever since he's been a competitive player, but give him something flashy, give him a spirit. Don't put him on a razor.
I thought you were about to say Spirit Breaker for a second. I was like, oh,
okay, sure.
Don't get carried away.
Even the Spirit Breaker.
That's only Nine's job.
Sheeps, what are you thinking here?
I just think if you're giving away a comfort hero like Doom, you just have to address it a bit more. There's no way he should have as much net worth as he did and have that much impact, and you're not kind of just running it over. Obviously, it's hard. Like, we talked about this in the first panel. They have so much comfort and cheese, and you can't ban it all, right? But I would like them to just have a better draft plan.
So just ban out 33, like all bans.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Teams have done that before. Like, it wouldn't even be
It's not the worst, actually.
that out of place to do.
So if 33 does get a little bit focused on the bans, as we get reintroduced to Tundra Esports here, who normally do they kind of fall back on or rely on, or who does it open up? Obviously it opens up the carry, but is it as big of an impact as 33 had here in game number 1?
Yeah, this is the thing. When you think about Tundra back in the EU competitions, as soon as they start banning out 33, it opens up 9's hero pool to get more creative, because it forces 33 to pick his hero earlier. So, for example, we got the Doom in the previous game. So if the bans start targeting him, they'll just pick his hero earlier. And now suddenly, Skeeter's getting a little bit more thought into his carry. Maybe Snaking's getting a better fight for the lane, or now, like I mentioned, 9. So I think, unfortunately, this thought process, teams have tried doing it before against Tundra. It has failed before. So I think for Aster, it's more just be more confident with the heroes that you're getting and make sure you actually win your lane. If you're playing against Tundra, you do not give 33 and Saxa a free lane. If you do, you normally lose to Tundra. So I'd just say bring more to your safe lane. That's the key thing.
What's the craziest is, like you're saying, it opens up 9. That guy, his hero pool never can get banned because he's not playing the meta heroes. That's the problem, right? Like, you waste all your bans on 33 and then 9 still picks some Kotl, not right now, not in this tournament, but before at least. Or even in this tournament, like the Spirit Breaker mid lane.
I'd like to see him be more creative. Like, he's, at least in the DPC, he's had some flair, and right now he's performing great, but imagine if he has that pocket hero still.
Well, here we go. We're ready for game number 2. Over to our commentators, Odie Pixel, Folt, and Kezu.
Team Aster's Team
Team Aster.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, we're ready to walk you through this draft of Game 2 between Aster and Tundra. Boys, we saw what happened in Game 1. There was a certain point of it where it very much felt it was all over for Aster. Coming into this Game 2, what are sort of going to be the main points you would imagine they're going to have on their minds in regards of what they maybe don't want to let Tundra get a hold of, or what was kind of missing from their draft, or didn't allow them to have a better shot whilst playing from behind in the late game?
I mean, I think we both are going to agree. Ban the Doom right away. And then at least for me, I want to piggyback a little of what the panel said. And I do like having Ori more on like these playmakers, stuff like that. I mean, the Razor didn't look bad. He did have like these excellent BKB usage and all that. But something about it when Ori's playing these like playmakers, they always have this like tempo that's being set. And Monet is able to get a bit more space. Even though he did somehow recover this game, I don't know. It's just something about when I see Ori playing like these pucks and all that, he just looks amazing on them.
Yeah, I agree. Like, just also with like Tundra in terms of the hero pool, I feel like 9, you can't really ban out. I feel like what they want from him right now is that he just plays a tempo mid, where he then helps 3-3's lane. So I think you want to kind of nullify / match this by having a tempo mid yourself, an okay / strong safe lane that does well against the 3-3 lane. And when Tundra go for this move on this lane, you want to be able to counterplay it. And I feel like last game, you have an off-lane Mars and a mid Razor who even, he's the one that gets ganked on, then suddenly your map falls flat at 8 minutes when, whoa, surprise, 3-3 and Saxa do well in their lane and they push you out.
Definitely. I feel, you know, T actually, I think T actually made that good point too in the panel there, was talking about how he does want the stronger safe lane, just so that we don't see that, you know, 33 and Saxa, what they're able to do. Because, you know, it was a lot, of course, like pressure was, well, we saw a lot of the pressure, of course, coming 33, but Saxo had this incredible game on the Mirana that, you know, was a little bit dwarfed because we kept seeing these Dooms, but this early Wraith Pact, it causes problems. All these early items, these early levels as well in these 4 positions.
Yeah, early levels, the early Wraith Pact, then it allows you to like make more moves, play faster, look into this Roshan.
Yep.
As to here, they open up with the, usually from their position that they're in, with the first 2 picks from second pick, they like to go Marcy, Shadow Fiend, or Leshrac +1. You don't really see that many first phase Leshrac bans, but Aster, they win a lot with this hero. They always pair their Leshrac with like physical mitigation from either Lich or Sven, so Tundra makes sure that they take this out, they take their first pick Tiny, can move around the map. So here, this is like the first important point for them, and they're gonna, this is their most important hero at this point. They're gonna go with a Brood Mother. It just makes SF's life really hard, whether he's safe lane or mid. I don't really want to be the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and this build that you go pretty much almost all the games now on the Brood versus the SF, you know, the Pipe Wraith Pact build, sure, they're going to have ways to kill the Wraith Pact because they have the Marcy and all that, blah, 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 but it actually limits, like, I think the Shadow Raise combo, if you have like all of it, does like 200 damage. If you're hit by 3 raises and you pop everything, it does literally nothing with that mitigation. So that's probably the build that they're going to look to go for, and it's going to be a very oppressive, and again, another lane where they're going to look to kind of surround, take that tower early, and bring that pressure to this Shadow Fiend. So maybe might not be a SF safe lane still. They could still flex things a little bit on Aster.
There is also a very high chance, because it doesn't feel that amazing to like suddenly start swapping up your carry pool when you see a Brood, is that you can put offlaners in this lane to like lane there and then hold the tower. That's why we already see the Mars ban. Maybe we're gonna see like some sort of Tidehunter, Kunkka, Pangolier, all these heroes, because you need to answer Brood in 2 different phases. You need to be okay in the lane against the hero, but then later you need to make sure that you can hold the lane / defend the spiders. So like, you know, all these legions, the other heroes I just mentioned, and then for Aster, they also want to make sure that they have team fight, because you want to fight back the Brood Mother. You can't just give this hero the whole map, especially when this hero is first phase, which it is here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I actually really like the approach that we saw from Beast Coast, right? When they saw that Brood Mother from EG, every single one of their heroes could kind of address this Brood at some point, either in lane or in game. They had CM, they had Mars, they had Snap, they had Tiny and Slark as these examples. So definitely could look to see something like that from Aster. And we're seeing these bans already coming out. You know, Mars, definitely one of the best ones versus the Brood, immediately taken out.
I think also, so for Tundra, again, what I'm going to look for them from the second phase is, once again, 9. He's going to play a tempo mid hero. All these heroes like Brood and a lot of these heroes that 3-3 does play, they love when you go to their lane. I mean, you always like when your mid lane ganks for you, but especially those heroes, they really take off with a +1. So 9, very likely that he's going to play again something, you know, like the Spur Breaker, like the Tusk. He could be the Tiny if they want to flex it around, for sure. And in terms of Aster, I think strong laning 5 coming out for you next to kind of help you, you know, lane properly against the Brood early on.
Whoa, quick pick.
Straight up snap for, yeah, sure. Just more team fight for you. I think this is one of the heroes that Beats Coast also had from the one game that you mentioned. Just overwhelming magic damage. Like when you play into Pipe, it might feel a bit weird that you have a lot of magic damage, but Pipe it's very good when there's like low to mid amount of magic damage. When it's actually overwhelming and you can still kill through the pipe, then it still feels kind of bad. So this Snapfire, I can definitely see it for them. Helps them a bit more later to also just make moves, maybe take back their jungle. And here for Tundra, likely...
Hoodwink is probably looking likely, actually, because I like poke and prod heroes and also these big burst heroes, and also the Zeus. We saw this actually was the other one that we've seen done a couple of times. Any way that you can, like we mentioned multiple times, it's always versus Shadow Fiend. He hates to be poked. And these heroes, they excel at that. They also have massive burst damage on everybody. I'm liking right now from what Tundra's having to deal with the Shadow Fiend, because that's kind of been his falter in this main stage, right? I think he has like a 10% or 12% win rate so far because people have really learned what to do versus this hero. The Shadow Fiend just really doesn't like playing versus all his burst.
Really not doing that well, at least for now. So Mirana, I guess, it could be 4, could be 5 once again. I assume it might just be their 5. Something cool as well here with the Tiny Zeus is that Tundra may think that they've kind of swapped the SF out of the safe lane. I think Zeus mid is something you don't really want to play against all that much as a SF, especially if Tiny can roam on you. Otherwise, you can still put the Tiny in that lane as well to kind of give you the tempo, which is just the formula that Tundra are looking for. So I think here for Aster, they probably want to hold their offlane pick until last to then counterpick the carry. But here, this is a very important pick for them because you don't want to end up picking a second carry when you already have the Shadow Fiend. You want to bank on his game and help him out.
I'd like something like the Kunkka. I mean, we saw Nisha do that. I think that is an excellent hero because you always have the catch versus the Zeus. You'll have addressed things versus the Broodmother. The Rum is going to be nice versus Tiny Burst. So if that's something they want to do, it can be. It's one of Ori's. It's one of his specialties. So I'd be surprised if they don't look for something along that route right now.
Kunkka for sure, definitely one of their better heroes. Pango is banned, Mars is banned too. Those two would also somewhat stand out in the spot here, but Kunkka lanes well, can gank, has a response also to the Broodmother here. They're gonna go for something a little different. So, you know, just solid lane as well. It's a bit of the same story as Kunkka, right? Can counter gank, has high amounts of reach, so they just want to play perhaps an easier setup with the Snapfire ult. So I'm not too opposed to the Storm pick here.
Interesting one for sure. I wasn't sure if they'd go for it because they have that Shadow Fiend, so it's like these two kind of carries working in a way together. I feel like maybe, their front line could be a little bit lackluster now, but yeah, we'll see. It is also a very comfortable Ori hero as well, of course, and it is that hero to get on that Zeus all throughout the game.
So if I'm Aster here, I mean, they do pick very last, but I think for Aster, they will definitely want to have a team fight type of offlane. Perhaps that also looks at some pipe building type of hero, perhaps, you know, something like the Tidehunter. So I think if you're Tundra here, yeah, you do pick first, but you need to also think about what does your enemy team need, and then ban for this carry that they have to pick out of phase. I would say that usually Tundra are a little bit more like the semi-carry style, not like, you know, some anti-mage, more so like the CK. You play on this high tempo with the rest, make use of the auras. So I think Tundra, yeah, CK is gone already. That would have been one of their better ones. Yeah, I'm currently looking for what else they would really want to go for. Because I think it's nice for their lineup if they have a hero that can like semi-jump as well. So because right now I guess it is a Zeus mid or Tiny. Either way, you only have one hero that really jumps. Brood wants heroes that goes in with you. So and also if you want the Mirana to be 5, you want like a somewhat of a strong laner. So all these heroes like CK, Wraith King is something they've played before. I'm not a huge fan of the hero personally.
What about the Skeeter Faceless Void?
Team Aster's turn to
I could see
work this game. Yeah, hero that gets on top of the SF, you'll be able to have that late game scaling always. Extra control for the Storm to let you set up for the Mirana. Could definitely see it. Seeing them banning out a lot of these heroes that Void hates playing versus too. Lycan and Beast, so I do think you might be onto something on.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see if maybe Aster sort of thinking along the same line with their final ban.
Tundra Esports turn to pick.
What am I missing? Faceless Void is at least striking me for now. Bloodseeker ban is okay, I think. Perhaps it's also here that would have been good against Aster's potential last pick.
Let's play some Slark too. I mean, 3 heroes that you can pounce that can be pretty annoying versus the Storm, the Snap, as well as that Marcy. Perhaps, maybe. Don't like it as much as the others, but
I feel like it's not Wraith King simply for the fact that it's not the best hero, and I feel like they would have then banned also Tidehunter as opposed to Lycan. The Beast ban does, you know, could tell a little bit towards this Faceless Void. Laning stage could be a little bit of a problem, unless he really thinks that his team will power him through that one.
It's the Slark.
It is the Slark.
Because it's something they've ran before.
Yeah.
It works really well. The Slark Zeus is probably the most annoying thing to play against. If you get behind in the game, you have no vision.
Yeah.
Absolutely no vision anywhere. So, and yeah, the Pounce, it is amazing versus, I mean, 3 heroes right now to be able to prevent them from mobility.
10 seconds remaining.
That been a comfort style so far from Tundra. Now for Aster.
Enigma is out. That would have been one of your more favorite heroes.
Oh, Dawn, a hero that hasn't been played in a couple days. I think it's only been mostly Thunder Awakens that have been playing it.
Okay. I mean, I like it in the sense, right, that, you know, as you said, one of the ways you want to fight against the SF, you want to have this huge amount of burst. Now you've got some sort of save that might just be able to buy enough time for Monet to survive any sort of jump that Tundra makes on it.
Yeah, now you have this follow-up also for the Storm jump every single time, right? He jumps to the back line. Maybe sometimes it can be a little scary for Storm. Dawn comes in. He's going to be able to protect that Storm versus a lot of situations.
I feel like this Dawnbreaker actually has a lot of purpose. He's good in the lane against Slark. He helps out your Storm a lot, both defensively and offensively. You definitely want to have the offensive capability in your draft. And also, eventually, if you really want to, you can also park the Dawnbreaker in like the lane where the Brood is playing. He can just solo defend like the tier 2 tower or tier 1 tower. Then you still have the Solar Guardian to join your team. So I really like how Aster did bring together their draft with their 4th and 5th pick in this, in this game to still have a very good game for all of their cores. So in this game, I feel like Aster have done a better job as opposed to in the first game.
For sure, and I guess the big question in terms of the lanes at the beginning, would you imagine, are we going to see Monet have a bit more fun from the start? Because last game, he was having a pretty sad time, right? Tundra, they really had it out for him in the lanes. He was not having fun as the Slark last game.
Should be able to have a better time. But that being said, also, Tundra is a team that we said that they're going to come with mangoes. We're going to click on their heroes. We're going to look how many mangoes are going to be set there to prep for that early aggression. So we shall see.
It's definitely the type of lane where SF should be able to hold its ground for quite a while. I would say the first time it really swings is when you're either scared of Tundra coming to your lane or they really do show up at your lane and then the SF kind of has to rotate around. So I think the segmented 5 to 8 minute mark is very important. If you want the SF to hold the bottom area, Ori in the mid lane, he needs to be ready. But in order for him to be ready and be topped up with resources, maybe a rune, they need to help him as well around this timing of the game to then make it easier for him to help in the play after that.
All right, well, let's find out how this one goes down. Game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, between Aster and Tundra after what was a very impressive-looking game 1 from Tundra in regards to the way they closed it up and just managed to get the game to a point where Aster seemed completely helpless, falling further and further behind in terms of gold and control. We'll get this game off quick to a very quick start already. Aster heading out with the smoke. Maybe seeing if they can set up for some early action as was found in the beginning of game 1.
All right, let's look at the mangoes. What do we got going on? Nothing too crazy. I mean, the craziest one is really Skeeter having the 3 mangoes, but this has been something they've done almost every single time on him. Yeah. Always starting with that. And yeah, this Dawn pick, we keep mentioning, I actually think this is really cool because, as we said so much, this SF, he can really struggle versus all this high burst. So yeah, really looking forward to see what XXS is going to be able to bring to the table on this.
I've also seen a few different item builds on this hero, like perhaps it was Saberlight in the group stage who went for like some Wraith Pack build, which is very nice. Like you see a lot of these range carries come back into the meta. Yeah, they're all very good, but they all abuse Wraith Pack to like oblivion. The minus damage coming out, the lifesteal, the bonus damage for yourself. So I could definitely see like a shift of item build here for XXS, for him to just play around his cores and kind of match this aura building from 3-3 in this game.
Yeah, we see Sacred was one of the ones that was also doing it a lot. Most of the games that he played it, Falcon Blade almost directly into that Wraith Pack so they can join in and kind of prevent all that damage. So yeah, could be a cool one. Could be a lot of lifesteal that's coming out for this Shadow Fiend, right? Between the Marcy and if he does go for that build. So.
Let's see if they want to try and take a risk around this bounty rune. Tommy's Cat and Ori, they were thinking about it, but 4 heroes around from Tundra. So I still won't try and force anything there. See with the lane set up, so bottom lane, I mean, as I said, this is a million times better for Monet in comparison to what he had to deal with in game 1's lane.
Yeah, and he's got Baboka, he's got Marcy with the SF, this kind of one of the strongest safe lanes that you can position yourself with. So let's see how 33 and Sox are going to be able to do it this one. Are they going to, is this a lane, I always wonder, is this a lane where Tundra's going to straight up fight in it, or are they going to just pull randomly? Because Tundra is so difficult to predict when they're just going to go for these pulls and when they're just going to go for the battle in the lane.
Yeah, so I think this is one of the harder lanes that they should be facing. You do have Sox currently taking tree grab. Perhaps he wants to get a couple of denies. But I think this is a lane that you want to split a little bit until Tiny perhaps gets like level 2, 3, and then you can look for like small engagements. But overall, Aster, they should look to dominate this lane very heavily in like the first 2 to 3 minutes. Raises, Marty jumping in. Maybe we even have to watch for the level 2 timing in this bottom lane.
Yeah. It is so crazy, really, that repositioning for a Shadow Fiend, just allowing you to get pretty much triple raises every single time when you get that level 2 on Marcy. Has to dispose level 1, so maybe can go for it here.
And they're going to start stacking them up onto Saxer. He's going to opt for the TP out. And indeed, that will keep him safe. Not quite able to get the distance there to set up another raise, and even if so, probably wouldn't have been enough with the third level 1-1.
You see how much that slow is immediately. When he gets hit by the second raise, you have to just go for the TP out. Smart play from Soxa. But anyone who gets grabbed from it is under pressure. It's almost level 2 already on Baboka. So, I mean, this is probably the lane that we want to be looking at mostly. It's the highest kill threats.
Yeah, this next tree bottom is the level 2.
Oh. Simone trying to get the distance so he can get another raise in, and indeed with the level 2 hit, Baboka able to jump across with the rebound and set up to take Saxa down. And of course that will be a Tiny out of the lane and without TP, so for a little bit of time, a couple of waves, 33 will be left on his own.
Are they bringing more mana regen down here though on the side of the Aster? That's the one thing I'm looking at. The Bassies are already coming from Monet, so he should be covered to be able to spam those raises over and over again. I mean, so they keep looking for it.
They definitely just want to keep on playing this way. This is perfect for them, especially now. Tiny, you know, Saxo is out of the lane for a bit. 3-3 is perhaps not too unhappy as the lane is in an okay position for him, but yeah, Aster, they really want to keep the ball going in this lane and just continue to go off of this. So the Bassi on Monet, great for him, great for his lane partner, and they'll just keep up the pressure.
And they actually get a full pull off, a stacked pull, so the whole wave is going to get denied. It's going to get pulled back closer to his tower. Monet is going to have an excellent time in this laning phase. Looking at mid, Storm versus that Zeus. Ori should be able to have very good time in this matchup. And top, Dawn as well. So all three lanes for Aster does look like they should have a very good start. To be able to even apply a decent amount of pressure to Skeeter has to be quite careful versus the burst of these two.
And I think especially with the lanes going this way, you know, if the trajectory stays the same, I really want Aster to look at this mid lane later around like the 5-minute mark, especially if your lanes do go this well. Your supports are a little more freed up mid lane.
Might be able to almost get 9 here.
I think he might just be able to. The Fairy Fire give 9 a bit of safety. Indeed, the portal charges as well. It's enough to keep him safe, but I think very close there in the mid.
He got grabbed actually with like 3 or 4 creeps on him. He almost got stuck between them. An excellent vortex by Ori. Might go for it again. Yeah, gonna try to go for more damage here. He's just putting a lot of pressure onto 9. Yeah, I'd like to see, like you're mentioning, I want to see Baboka go mid. This is an easy kill onto the Zeus for the Marcy.
He's making his way over.
Yeah. This is already like a very nice play. They're stealing the Bounty Rune. They're kind of playing around this HP and mana level of 9 right now because Ori had this great little play.
Oh, they're going to look to dive this for sure. Now with the rebound, Vortex pull back onto 9. A TP comes in for Saxer. It's a 2-man avalanche. Should be able to get some trade from this as Baboka will fall.
Oh, we might be able to actually go for pushing Ori away from the rune as well, too. Let's see if Saxer does do that.
He's debating it.
Let's actually step away. I thought he was going to go with the creep wave if he saw how little mana Ori was having, but he wasn't able to deny away that rune. Top water rune, though, should be able to get grabbed from Zeus. Excellent move, though. Baboka seeing the opportunity because he did, as we mentioned, you know, he got that pull down bottom, so it resets the lane positioning for Monet, which allows him to go for this type of move mid so freely.
Snake King's got to be a bit careful top. He's getting very low here. We'll see Scatterblast back online in a couple of seconds.
Ooh.
Siamese Cat, he's looking for a target here with a shotgun. On Skeeter.
Oh, the hammer, just too low range.
Not quite able to reach him there.
Falcon Blade already done up top, so gonna be able to continue that spam. Also, tons of mangoes both sides. This time we do see Aster also matching.
Yeah, all these lanes going Aster's way right now, which is gonna make it easier for them to continue the pressure. And as long as they, you know, hit their early game moves, especially with Baboka, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on him. They wanna like pressure around. Mid lane, some more pressure. I think once Ori does hit this level 6 mark and the 6-minute rune, that's gonna be the first like real objective of this game.
He's gonna hit the 6, it looks like, just before 9 is able to also. So might just be able to go for the straight dive.
Bottom lane.
Getting aggressive.
Not at a point where they can quite threaten Monet completely, though.
It's a strong timing for 33. As soon as you get level 4, this is one of those like peak laning timings for the Broodmother. You can constantly apply pressure. You're so fast. You have great regen.
Yeah, this is also where, you know, the item builds that they kind of, I would say, brought into the game, where you start with the magic wand early on. You now have 18 chargers. It's going to make it a lot easier to man fight and maybe turn it around, because you have 18 chargers right now against the Shadow Fiend. But here, both teams are going to put their eyes on mid. Both teams know this is crucial.
Zeus ult is available too, so I have to watch for those side lanes. The SF Monet does have to be careful how low he sits. What is it going to be? It's bottom. A great rune for Ori too. It would have been an excellent rune for Naim to perhaps be able to disengage from a Storm Spirit, but yeah.
See bottom. Asta very much trying to set up in case 33 steps up too much. Monet hitting the level 5.
I like this from XXS. He had the Falcon Blade done, and he's like, this is not enough mana. Buys the Soul Ring as well on the Dawnbreaker. Just continue to be able to slow down Skeeter's farm and just continue spamming out. I like it a lot.
Yeah, like right now, if you can keep this, what they're doing, it's very good. Like if your Silence can stay on high HP, keep pressuring, then Zeus doesn't really have a play to use his ult aggressively, which is definitely what he wants. Whereas Aster, if XXS gets to stay in this lane, punish and pressure Skeeter until he gets his ulti, he can pressure the lane, but then also join his team and also go back top after. So I really like the fact that he's double downing on his mana regen to keep the pressure up in his lane.
We'll see here, the haste rune Ori. Looks to try and set up for the play on the 33, but a quick avalanche will stop Monet from being able to be in position to line up any raises. 33 easily able to step back underneath the tower. Saxa, he'll go for a TP out. They've got nothing to stop it. Tundra able to make sure that that rotation from Ori amounts to nothing.
Ori wanted the bigger kill. He could have probably just gone and settled for the Tiny with the initial jump, but he wants to go for the Brood. Can't blame him.
Yeah, he has a haste rune, right? He feels strong. He feels like they're going to hit this out, but Tundra, 3-3 here with some nice jukes.
And I like this too. Ori, as soon as he makes the move, Siamese Cat comes mid, takes the XP because he's giving Dawn that solo XP top, so his level 6 for Dawn is about to come out. So if they do make an aggressive play, as you mentioned before, it's going to be brought in with the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, I would really like them to execute this play on the mid lane, like with the Zeus or maybe the rune. Like if Zeus comes to contest this, yeah, you go, you kill that guy. If not, you get a free rune for Storm, and then once again Ori can look for what he wants to do as they're fishing a bit for XXS top.
He's tanky.
And we get the toss back over towards Skeeter. So TP's coming in return from Asta. See if they can save XXS. And oh, nice setup there. Baboka provides the lifesteal, and XXS with the Starbreaker pretty much heals right back up. And now he's ready to turn. Takes out Saxa. He's going to get back to safety, and at the same time, the Vortex into the cookie. Asta will find 9 as well.
Oh, this early game is really perfect for them. The lane setups, the way that they're moving and distributing the wealth to and experience. Even now, after that kill, a regen rune spawns bottom. Everything is going Aster's way this early game.
Yeah, this is some very high-level Dota coming out from them. You know, just using the right amount of heroes in the perfect places. You only send your Marcy top, he sidekicks your Dawnbreaker, he turns it around, gets the Lysa in the meantime. Storm and Snapfire, they play together. That's all you need to kill the Zeus. And now they're waiting for 9 on this respawn right now. So I want to see how Tundra kind of help him get back around this area, because Aster, they have 3 heroes here with a Solar Guardian at the ready.
Full mana Storm too.
You can feel from Tundra as well, they're staying right away from this tier 1 tower, or at least being very careful in how they approach the defense.
Their 2 side laners aren't really heroes that want to be like, hey, they're diving mid, let's just rotate like a Slark or a Brood in. That's not what they want to do whatsoever. Yeah. Brood and Slark, very independent heroes that they want to stay in their side lanes as long as possible. So a great move from Master to really kind of punish that they know those 2 heroes are just not going to make the rotation mid. And if they do, it's extremely awkward for Tundra.
Yeah, I do like how Tundra are playing around this. It's currently like, this is something what I like to call a ticking time bomb. Yeah, you do have the Asta heroes in the mid lane, but as long as you do this kind of very calm, you don't lose heroes or your tower, this is allowing 3-3 to end up taking this bottom tower, because no one really wants to be here. I do think there's a world where you can put a hero here because you have the Dawn ult, but they're just deciding to, you know, more so play around the mid and top half, get the active runes and play around your Storm.
Let's see. Maybe if Tundra
they're looking
want to respond this time to this mid play, because again, Asta, they're looking to set up here. Already, Siamese Cat coming in from the side.
Oh, that's a good courier kill. Snaking a big one. That's the Fairy Trinket and the finished Kaya. So actually a big deal that he gets that snipe from Ori. Or not the finished Kaya, sorry, but the recipe at the least. But the Fairy Trinket he does take away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Okay,
attack.
so Monet, similar to the last game, right? He doesn't feel comfortable in the bottom lane. He's gonna go mid this time around, but this time it's not only to save XP, but rather to help with this tower. I don't see Tundra defending this tower. If you fight into this, there's a Dawn ult coming. They should just be happy with, you know, Slark and Brood kind of going back up in the network, but for Aster, completely different story. You want to keep pressuring up on the map and lower the map for Tundra here.
Yeah, and for Tundra, like their lineup overall, as for when it comes to straight up team fights, it's pretty non-existent. Like they're actually just very lane and then pick off oriented. Aster, they have overwhelming team fight. Like 4 of their heroes really bring it so much to the table. So these next few moments, it does feel like Tundra's gonna have to just chill out, not overcommit to anything, and be careful from all the moves from Aster.
And do you think, you know, considering Tundra's lineup, is that something they can afford to do? This is sort of a draft that, you know, is able to sort of recover from a sort of early game deficit if they do start to lose a bit of map control?
I would say it's definitely difficult because there's so much pickoff from Aster. The Storm can catch people on the side lanes with the Dawnbreaker ult. They can set up pretty easy for Aster to catch pretty much anything. So for Tundra, the next few minutes is really difficult. Just avoid fights, try to get your wealth back so you can try to find something, try to find somewhere to go.
Yeah, I would say if Tundra are only down like 4k gold at 15 minutes, then they're going to be playing the next 2 minutes very well, because as it currently stands, I think Aster, they have answers for everything. They do put the Dawnbreaker bottom now, which means one of the next plays for them is likely to pressure this top lane, kick the Slark out. You should not allow Skeeter to play in this area for all too long. XXS can always connect while he's free farming the bottom lane. And yeah, Aster shouldn't really be scared of much, because Tundra they can't really do all that much right now. Their damage is a little bit lacking. Their cores, they need to keep farming.
Yeah, the Brood and the Slark, these heroes just do not want to get involved until they feel like that big timing does come in. So have to try to rally around 9 somehow. Looks like snaking in Saksa, trying to make some type of play. Just feels so difficult. It just doesn't feel like they're gonna have the damage for anybody they go on, because it's just gonna get received by a Solar Guardian instantly.
So if you're Tundra, I believe that you want to kind of wait. Maybe you can't.
I see. Ori. Just going to try and start something over towards Saxa, but the Moonlight Shadow's out, and Tundra will manage to disengage.
Aster's just running as a unit. I think they really just know there's no way Tundra's ever gonna walk into this straight 5v5 or, you know, 4v5 and then a Solar Guardian coming in. It's smart choices, just taking out these towers. So Tundra, they're just farming, right? Just no way that you're gonna look for the fight. So everyone just farm a camp, arrow some camps, etc.
Like, I think for Tundra, what you want to wait for is at least the diffusal on Skeeter, your pipe on 3-3. You're getting somewhat close to them. So yeah, if Aster do overstep, you can perhaps somewhat look to take a fight as Ori, fishing for more.
Yeah, Ori's going to try and chase up towards the high ground. He's getting a little low on mana. Skeeter's able to put the Shadow Dance in time. Look to escape from Baboken with the pulse available. He'll get a little bit away. Not quite able to get down to the low ground, but he'll be fine nonetheless. They don't quite have the vision on him, so Skeeter will escape.
Okay, so now that Aster have taken over the top tier 1 and the top jungle, I would like to see them smoke with 3 of the heroes. Storm, Snap, Marcy, a kind of a killing duel, especially now that your map looks nice, your SF is kind of safe. I would like them to go away from here real quick, look for a smoke into the enemy triangle or to the Brood, get a quick kill with the Dawn ult, and then migrate back to top. Because I do think, yeah, Aster are playing very well, but Tundra are also getting away with, you know, quite a bit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Slark is not too far behind, of course. I mean, he's 5,800, sure, Shadow Fiend is 7,300, but that's expected from an SF safe lane, so. I do think Aster making the right move so far, but could still look to make a little bit more happen because of that advantage that they do have right now.
For sure, because right now it's not that easy to take the top tier 2. You probably don't want to force the Roshan just yet. You maybe want a little bit more network. So instead, if you can't force objectives straight up, you want to go look for a play, especially if you do feel strong. So here we do have the smoke out from them as 9. He's clearing, what is that, quad Ancients?
Nice, a big stack, at least a quad.
And they are making the move, but I like that they're not over-committing the move. I actually like that they're keeping the Marcy top because they always have that follow-up of the Solar Guardian that can come in. So making sure they do distribute as much to maximize.
See here, no look to go for 33. Look at the setup. He has got the pipe and a decent amount of point charges. He was able to get both of them off, but they have enough damage to fight through it. They take down 33. Tundra, they'll have the chance to get a trade here as the arrow connects in onto Siamese Cat. Tundra, they'll take down one in return, and Ori, that's the bull lining out of this one. As Tundra pretty much got the 3 of them chasing Aster down.
I think that's just perfect though for Aster. I think they're perfectly fine with losing the Snapfire. It's, you know, they make the 3 rotations happen bottom, they still get the kill.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe you can get out cleanly if you just snap ult from the get-go instead of cooking in. But either way, you know, the idea of the play, the execution is pretty good. You trade your support for a core and a lot of TP. So again, you force Tundra around the map. Aster definitely happy with that.
XXS almost, he pretty much has Wraith Pact done also, so already feeling like lack of being able to team fight for Tundra. When this comes in, no way they're going to be able to really team fight. They do also have at least a way to kind of kill it. The spiders, right, can come in and clear that Wraith Pact out, like Aster has the way to kill it later on with that Marcy.
Yeah, and I think now that, you know, the game has progressed a couple minutes, you can soon look to potentially then force the Roshan on Aster. It won't take as long. You have the Wraith Pact, you have higher levels, you have the passive on your Shadow Fiend, you have Psychic and Marcy ult, so soon that's going to be one of their next goals around the Roche area, then top tier 2. And in the meantime, your Storm and your Snap, they will always look to play aggressive with the ultimate of XXS to back them up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still just that 3k lead that they've had for a bit of time here, Aster.
Has 9 been able to get a single power rune? I don't think, all right.
No.
Skeeter.
And Tundra, they're heading over here. They're actually running Avalanche set up onto Ori. Oh, Lightning just in time to dodge that arrow, but that's pretty much as close as it gets. Back over to the bottom of the jungle. Siamese Cat gets found. Tundra.
Oh, TP's to top.
And getting aggressive here, and indeed Aster, they've got to be prepared for these very quick moves across the map from Tundra. Monet backing off. Skeeter, if he's able to close the gap, has got that diffusal blade. Also, they won't try and chase blindly into that area of the map here, Tundra. They'll be careful, and Aster will be allowed to back away. Yeah, very much seeing it, just sort of a quick move, quick play like that. Suddenly the 3k lead goes down to the 2k.
If they get that kill, it would have been completely shifted down too, because they would have had more space on the map too for like 40 seconds where the Storm's not alive.
I mean, it's definitely got to be a bit scary for Aster that this game has sort of fallen into this position, right? They're going to feel the pressure to get something done, and as you keep saying, you know, have that chance to make a move that allows you to really just take advantage of the strengths that the backup of a Dawnbreaker could provide on these sort of plays you're attempting.
So they are smoking up again. They're very likely looking for this one kill into Roche.
Ori, he's going to look to go in. They'll get the grab onto 33. Coming over with the Solar Guardian, and the Kiss is coming in as well. 33 falling low. They'll take him out of the Starbreaker. In fact, XXS able to get the 2-man stun off the back of that last swing of the hammer. Skeeter has to put the Shadow Knight to run, but Boka charges in and beats down Snaking. Aster, that's the sort of moves they're looking to make.
Yeah, they're just forcing the fights, forcing Tundra to react to them and be like, okay, good luck. Bring on the fight to us. We know you can't take it. And now into that Roche. They've got that sustain coming in from the sidekick too. Tundra not going to be able to contest this one.
No, there's just going to be 3 Aegis here for Monet. So again, you know, looking at the follow plays, you likely for them, they want to push out their lanes, but I don't want them to really slow down the game because you have this Aegis and run down the top lane as 5. I would like them, once they get close to their ults again, yeah, start pushing top with your Shadow Fiend, but once again, look for the smoke across the map and keep shutting down the map of Tundra. Don't, you know, split the map and go even when you're so much stronger than them. Shut down the map of Tundra.
Yeah, they should just dominate the map. The Storm has DD again. I mean, literally every single, right? Yeah. Every single power rune, I'm pretty sure, has gone to the side of either Aster or Ori, except for one that I think I get denied from like snaking. So playing excellent across the map, but just want to see them keep applying that pressure. Don't give the space. Don't let Tundra try to breathe back into this game. And I do see that, you know, Ori and Siamese Cat constantly paired together, looking for some type of aggression. The DD inside that bottle. Tundra, though, they do have the blink now. Saksa, he's finished it.
I'm going to try and see if they can take the Aegis out of the hands of Ori. Quick toss combo. That'll do it. As the Aegis gone, they have the tools to try and go for a second attempt at it. Lightning Bolt, but no further abilities available at that moment to lock him down. So Ori will manage to escape, but a very quick loss of the Aegis.
That could have actually been another death if the Pounce was saved, actually. Skeeter actually using it after he'd already died.
I mean, Tundra right now, they're making a lot of like very good small plays. Like we saw them earlier, get this 1-2 kills there. Skeeter instantly TP's top and then like cleans the jungle with his Shadow Dance. Even here now, like they're, even though they're behind and they know it's not so easy, they're always aware for like these little plays. And you know, they punish Ori here in the mid lane, quickly take out the Aegis. But now Aster, they're like, okay, you know, they showed all the heroes mid. Let's go top, take this tier 2 and try to keep the ball rolling.
Dire's top tower.
Look at XXS. I mean, he knows how careful he has to be really on the map. So important. They're going to be hunting for him constantly, so always kind of sitting back, looking to clear some spiders. And he'll get all of them.
Tundra making sure to not allow any of themselves to be caught within their own jungle. I mean, you see the Yeah, the amount of wall control that Aster looking to slam down around this area. Pretty much got 6 sentries up here.
Looks like they are pinging bottom. Saksa, as we mentioned, does have the blink. Usually the target that you want to go for is that Dawnbreaker, but there is a snap at the ready down there behind him.
Both teams are being very good at like not giving away too many freebies and like, you know, protecting themselves very nicely. And if you're Aster, yeah, this is a 5k gold lead, but Tundra always have the option of like really clutching you out, right? They have this tiny combo into a potential arrow.
It's mid. Quick setup, and that's the combo you're talking about. Anybody that steps out alone in the mid lane
bottom
very quickly dies. Skeeter will get another dart packed off. Pounce in a second. And it's going to be soon enough to break far enough away from the kisses, so he'll be fine.
Okay, Tundra is forcing some mistakes from Aster here so far.
I mean, Sax has the blink up. He's seeing if he can close in on this.
Toss back.
Close the gap onto XXS. Gets the toss back. Ori will jump over towards Saxa. And Saxa's got back up. 9 Skeeter and snaking move forward. Saxa does go down, but he may have just set up for Tundra to be able to get the kill return. Skeeter's trying to chase on. 30-50, wrap around for the sideline. Connect the arrow, but still hard for Tundra to move in. They still don't have Shadow Dance back up on Skeeter, so he cannot full commit for the fight. Has to respect still how strong the cores are of Aster. Monet, of course, very ready to fight with the BKB done. Tundra, they'll hold back. They tried to push on and catch something with Saxa. They couldn't quite find the opportunity. Aster this time prepared.
Nice attempt with the toss back, but XXS still far too tanky. I mean, 2,300 HP, Dragon Scale as well. And you have to be careful a lot of times versus Dawn. If you don't kill him right away, but Boca comes in, gets that side kill, he's gonna full heal off of 1 Starbreaker.
Yeah, like he already heals a lot on his own, right, with his passive. He has the Wraith Pact if Boca can come in. One thing for Aster, they need to be more careful around this middle lane. It's currently one of the more dangerous areas of the map, especially they're constantly pushing the silence on Tundra, so you force Aster to respond, and that's where Tundra really strike. 6k gold lead for Aster. Saxa a little bit away.
Got to get the close onto Siamese Cat.
Yeah, every time someone shows mid, just like you said. Yeah. And they're going to smoke right away off that kill.
They're good to go again. I mean, Skeeter's got the Aghanims done. Shadow Dance is back up. Tundra, they're ready to immediately look for more.
They've got excellent pick off and burst that we've seen multiple times now. It's going to be Boca.
Well, managed to rebound away, and now under the tier 2. It's a bit trickier of a situation for Tundra to commit for. Still might try and do it, though.
The Arcane Rune, he's thinking about it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tundra, even though they have that, that 6k deficit, still looking to be the aggressors.
9 currently working on this axe, so again, Skeeter, he got to finish his, so allows him to poke a bit more in the fight, be more free. The same with Skeeter here, with 9 getting his axe. Their burst is going to be even stronger than before, so Aster, they really need to be very careful. We already see Tundra, they're behind in the game, and they're still making a lot of very clutch moves here around the map.
I like the itemization from Siamese Cat. I really like what he's doing here on the Snapfire. He's got mech, queuing up the pipe afterwards, just going for any type of extra healing that they can do to sustain through this burst. They know that Monet, he has the BKB, so he is safe, but has to be able to get it off in most situations.
See if they can burst through 33.
Should be able to.
And they're coming in with the Solar Guardian backup as well. The 4 of them having no trouble taking out the Spider alone. And now, the creep wave moving in on the mid. Maybe able to try and look for some pressure onto the tier 2. They've got this 40-second window where they don't have to worry about 33 putting any pressure on himself elsewhere.
The Boca even pops the ult preemptively to be able to push this tower even faster. Drops in just a few seconds. Level 15 was hit on the Shadow Fiend right before this fight. 16, in fact. The tower's dropped in seconds.
I mean, once again, Boca having a pretty good game in the Smart Sea. It's going to have a BKB again in like, what, maybe 2 to 3 minutes time if he doesn't receive another death.
Yep.
This middle area for now. So.
And we definitely have seen these Marcies versus like the Zeus, right? If he gets on top of him, he's going to be able to solo kill him in a lot of situations. And definitely has a lot of different elements to be able to jump onto him because he's got that long range rebound. He has the Storm who's going to be jumping and finding him anyway.
Silver Edge on Monet as well. Shadow Fiend.
Massive.
Indeed, having rather a different game this time round. Game 2 here compared to game 1, Monet. Much more in his element, and he's been allowed to flourish as the SF this game.
He's just been able to sit back and farm because of all the space he's gotten from his team. Tundra. For a move.
Skeeter leading the way. Use the Thunder God's Wrath to scout things out, immediately trying to get as far away from this potential movement as possible, Aster.
There was a random static remnant from Ori that actually hit the Slark, so they know where they are.
Still get the jump in onto Siamese Cat. Ori zipping back over towards him. He's thinking about trying to take something in return. He's going to jump over towards Saxa. See if they can burst through this. Bavoka commits it as well with the ult, but Skeeter just turns with the pounce. Bavoka's going to get taken down. Aster They'll use the buyback on Siamese Cat. They want to try and take this fight, but it doesn't look easy to do. As Tundra still incredibly strong. Can Asta really try and turn a fight back into this? They're going to try. They go over the zip forward there. Combo down Skeeter. An immediate grab there from Ori as they take him pretty much down 100 to 0. He is out of Mariner though, and the arrow connects in return. He'll lose his life for that one, Ori.
Tundra, they're looking to go back in. The BKB's popped from XXS.
And Saxon's going to have another jump probably in a second. They get the Nimbus drop down onto XXS. Jump over to Saxon. Not quite able to find the toss back though. Still has Avalanche at the ready. It's now onto Siamese Cat. Tundra, they're still trying to push on and get some sort of connection onto the rest of Asta. They know that no Ori up and available for 30 seconds.
They do have a lot of ways to just disengage and reset, as we see there from Tundra. 4-step on the Tiny, leaps, of course, from the Mirana, the jumps from the Zeus, the Brood being able to just skitter through the tree line. So definitely a bit difficult for Aster. And we did see also the Wraith Pact was dropped and actually hidden kind of in the tree line there from 33. So a little bit of that damage that maybe Aster thought they had initially was not quite there.
Yeah, with this like pipe and Wraith Pact, right, we've talked about this all tournament with the damage mitigation. Tundra are definitely, they're playing in a way where they're forcing Aster to make some mistakes. This is not how Aster wants to take fights here. They clutch it out though with Skeeter, right? They do get to fully end up killing him, but for the coming fights, it's what Aster wants is to have this clear initiation with Storm and then drop all the spells like that. You don't want Tundra to run into you and it's like, oh, do I use my Dawn ult here? Do I need to BKB? You know, like this uncertainty. You want to make it very clear, and as for Tundra, they want to do this exact same thing again and make it uncertain for Aster of how to fight.
They were even perhaps looking for Monet there for a second. They saw him on the high ground with that ward sentry.
Just under a minute now until Roshan's back up, and both teams know it. They want to fight around this area. Jump off for Zaxter, he's able to get the toss back onto Siamese Cat. They burst through the snap fire. Ori jumps up to the high ground, but he's pretty low on the mana. Will opt to keep his distance for now, and XXS sort of left on the front. He's going to go for the TP out with the remainder of his BKB. The rest of Aster, though, they're getting chased out by 33. Skeeter closes the gap, pounces in onto Baboka. Tundra, they'll be able to take a second kill.
I mean, they're playing the fight so well. These tossbacks, these ways to reposition, and then, as you said, they all have a different way to disengage. And then the Wraith Pact gets put down. Aster tries to commit into it, and they're like, oh my god, wait a minute, we have no mana left on Storm. We have to full TP out and disengage. Tundra, somehow, even though they're at, what, a 6k deficit, have now brought it down to 2. They're making it happen.
They're using their heroes so well. It's really beautiful to watch. You have Slark in the front, giving all this night vision. You have Saxa, he goes in, gets the toss back, Avalanche, 4-stabs himself back out. And now, if you're Monet on this asset, you don't want to run into a fight for 5 seconds.
Grab onto Skeeter, but Skeeter was able to get the Dark Pact off in time. Into the Shadow Dance pounce as well. He breaks away from the combo. They try to catch him off guard with.
That's 2 massive ults on cooldown. I think that's maybe even the first Requiem that I saw of the game when he's level 18, and the Solar Guardian. So Tundra,
Skeeter's back up into this area. They're going to try and make a play here. They get the toss back on towards the Storm. He's locked down underneath the pounce. Ori's out.
I mean, Tundra just have completely claimed the lead of this game.
And second Roche is up. It's going to be the next objective in the game. They do have some stacks on Skeeter.
I mean, Monet stepping up there
for more.
It's actually Skeeter. They're already waiting. Monet has to put the BKB and run.
But now it's a BKB also to disengage. I mean, Tundra is just forcing so much out of Aster. Roche does respawn, and I think some fighters will probably go scout that out in a second there for Tundra.
I mean, this has got to be scary for Aster, right? They've got to be feeling right now how they're sort of losing control of the game. That the lead they had early on, it was definitely something they would have felt that was under their control. And now at this point, the last few moves, Tundra outplaying them. I mean, Aster, how do they sort of turn this one back around? They're losing control of the game. Tundra's going to be able to get this Roshan and Aegis, and Aster just not in any sort of position at all to contest this.
Yeah, they just cannot stop this Roche. They need, you have this top network for SF, you need to set them up for success. I feel like currently you are not doing that. Tundra, they're styling on you. They get a clutch kill, they disengage, and they keep following you. Like, look at all the spells, double pounce, double 4-step. Your first initiation needs to come out from your side on Aster.
It's Ori who has to do it almost every single time, though, right? So for Ori, it's complicated. I think Baboka might have to just start sacrificing himself a little bit more to allow the Shadow Fiend to get this window to walk in. So Ori can actually follow up, because Ori, no BKB.
Here comes Skeeter. Same area that he's ready to just charge straight into to start a fight against Aster. We'll see Ori zip over towards the Mirana, able to pull back Snaking, take him down. BKB pop from Baboka. He commits to bring down the Nimbus. Can they really keep this fight going, Aster? There's a pounce to the side, Skeeter. Keep his distance for now. Still, of course, has that Aegis, so even if they do catch him, they'll have to do it twice. Shadow Dance on cooldown, still have the Depth Shroud. Good pounce across the cliff. We're getting far enough away to TP out in the midst of the trees. They won't catch him.
But not getting anything big, Aster. And keep having to react to everything that Tundra's doing. They did buy a gem a few moments ago to at least try to see anything that's coming from Tundra, but as we mentioned earlier, once you start getting this lead on Tundra, it's small, less than 1K, but it feels like it's a lot more because now full ward coverage, it's gone. Aster, they don't see almost anything on the map.
I really like the itemization as well on Tundra, especially the one that's coming out next. So currently, I think Aster are, realizing that, okay, we need to set up our Shadow Fiend for success. They're building double Halberd.
Yep.
Because later on, I mean, who's going to deal damage on Aster out, through BKBs? Well, it's only SF. Ori.
Saxa, he's got the setup, the pounce there to follow it up. Ori picked off here by Skeeter and Saxa. He's got to be careful here. Any sort of setup from the Blink Tiny. All that Skeeter has to do is get that angle, and with the Aghanim's pounce, he'll always have that follow-up lockdown.
Honestly, Saxa, as soon as Saxa really got the Blink Dagger, it feels like the whole game has turned around. He's been able to make all these plays, catching every single time onto the Storm Spirit.
He's been playing phenomenal. And then next, right, he gets the Force F to always disengage. Yep. They have the map pressure with the Brood, Slark with the Vision, Zeus with the D-Ward, and then global bonus damage from Zeus. They're setting each other up so well for success in this game.
And he even now has a secondary force step. Of course, he got the Ogre Seal Totem, so another way to kind of disengage and continue these type of plays
same spot.
That they've been doing.
I feel that Tundra's been able to find successful pickoffs time after time. It's just out of range of the true side that they had down.
Whoops. Tried to go for the courier there.
Top lane same time. Pressure from the Spiders coming in. Tier 2 getting very low. Ori will be able to clean out the push in time.
Skeeter almost has his BKB done, which is going to make his life... I mean, he can just full commit onto the Shadow Fiend then pretty much every single one of these.
Yeah, I don't see how the Skeeter dies anymore once he has BKB. He would have to make a really big mistake, which, at this point he's not going to. Also, he has Pipe, Grave Pact, Halberds backing him up, so there is even room for, for him to be a little more greedy. But same story for Aster. Game definitely falling a little bit out of their hands, and they need to claim one of these next fights with a good start.
How is Monet going to be able to focus fire anything versus the Halberds? They're really just going to put so much attention onto him. And yeah, the second one is soon finished up. Aster have to start finding something going.
Success. He's going to be the one to start things off. Heads up into the high ground, but immediately gets burst down to less than half his HP. Gets the BKB off, will be able to retreat. Skeeter commits it with the Shadow Dance, turns over towards Baboka, who tries to chase down Saxa under his BKB with the ultimate, but Baboka just taking too much physical damage through it. He'll attempt to get away, but the pounce is back up and ready as the BKB comes to an end. And Aster not able to start off that fight in what already felt like a bit of an awkward position, but I think that's very much a telltale of sort of the state that Aster feel they're in. They're trying to make these risky moves, trying to head in these spots of the map that we've seen for a long time now. That area has just not been safe at all for them.
They need to, like Ori, you can see he's so hesitant to jump now. No BKB ready, soon gonna have it, but can't jump in. He knows he's just gonna get comboed and burst down, so Baboka jumps in. This is what we were saying that he kind of has to do. He has to be this sacrifice to maybe allow Ori to look for something to jump, but Ori, he didn't see an option to go for.
Yeah, I think at this point with you being so, you need to wait for it. I don't want the Aster to make any more aggressive moves until you have this BKB up on Ori, because it's just too hard. You can see it there. Sure, you're like, oh, I'll jump in for you, but even then, it's not nicely set up with a smoke, so it just fails instantly.
And look for the setup from the low ground. Saxa trying to get the opening on towards Monet. Skeeter, he's in and he's out. He's thinking about maybe going in again. I mean, still has that Aegis for 20 seconds. Not too long, mind you. Quick check there as well from Tundra, just to make sure that Aster weren't attempting to sneak out of the base, catch them from the side. We'll see if this maybe gives Aster a bit of an opportunity to make a move now. Aegis expired, BKB on Ori, they'll look to make the move.
Let's see if he can find anything. Let's see if they get those BKBs up pre-Halberds too, to make sure that they have that damage if they do grab a target.
Again, this area, it's been a bit of a death trap time and time again for Aster. Let's see if it's any different this time around. They get in with the opening over towards 33, but 33 pushed down to the side. The fear's there, though. Pushing back the Spider, they take him down. Now they'll turn over towards Skeeter. Skeeter, Shadow Dance to the ready, commits in over towards Siamese Cat. Siamese Cat falls. Still, though, Skeeter's going to be surrounded. The arrow's done indeed. Ori's in trouble. They'll attempt to force him out the side, but Skeeter's able to finish him off. Double kill for the Slug. As Tundra back off for now, but Skeeter's still very, very strong. Pounce over towards XXS. He needs help, and he needs it now. Monet trying to get involved in the fight, but he's already been disarmed. He's got a few raises to throw over towards Saxa. But Skeeter, he's just taking them down one by one. Triple kill for him. Aster, they may have got the spider, but they get nothing else, and they lose 4. Ultra kill for Skeeter.
Oh my, I mean, the way that they're just ping-ponging back and forth inside the fight. Also, I mean, this arrow, it goes in. I think it like weaves, you see all these like spiders coming in. I think he didn't even see the arrow because of all the spiders, and it just hits perfectly onto Ori.
I mean, Tundra, they're playing, it's just beautiful to watch. Like, when you see high-level Dota, which this is, you know, helping each other out with the 4 stats, you go in as much as you can, 3-3 with the buyback, clutch spell usage, ultra kill for Skeeter, 40 stacks on the Essence shift, backed up by all these auras now. It's just so hard for Aster. Like, if you're Monet, you kind of got to feel for him. This guy's top net worth 201, but he just can't do anything. Tundra just styling on him.
He can't hit anybody. He starts hitting one person gets forced out, someone else, like another guy, Olga Seal totems away from him, Zeus jumps away, can't stick on targets. And Ori, he keeps getting caught. Oh my, he doesn't even get the...
Tip 9 right now, someone.
Oh my god, what a lightning bolt.
What the hell? Well, that's one way to die.
I mean, he used the BKB right at the end too, so even when he respawns, 30 seconds, no BKB, another Rax potentially in jeopardy. Tundra playing out of their minds.
Is there anything Aster can do here with just the 4 of them to stop a second set of barracks falling?
I guess Monet can go up and hit this Lark a bit. Hope he doesn't get tossed back.
Oh, but Boca's going to jump in. He's in with the BKB. Pops the ult as well. Look at the wall Skeeter. But Skeeter's just having a turn and with the passions. He can just stand his ground against Boca. Jumps in over towards XXS. XXS will manage to get back towards the fountain. Aster, they won't lose anyone off the back of that Monet. Got to be careful. Nearly finds himself back underneath the Nimbus. Will manage to force back to safety with the Hurricane Pike. He'll live. But the barracks do go down. Tundra able to clean up a second set.
And the worst feeling ever. He gets poked and prodded enough for him to have to force that BKB again. And Tundra, they're just going to keep applying the pressure. Sure, they're a little limited on mana, but they can easily go for this tier 2. Yeah, the Avalanche toss combo hits 3. You can see like everybody's down to like sub 50% HP. Can't actually chase forward on Aster.
And now for Tundra, take 2 racks, take the top tier 2, keep the triangle occupied, and now if they have a freebie, you know, they'll take it. Otherwise, second Roche up within the next 2 minutes, so you can just play the map, play as you have. And overall, the way that Tundra play, I feel like their strength, team fighting, spell usage, their itemization, it's just incredible and beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been for what, 16 minutes now. Even when they were at a 6k gold deficit, they were still winning every single one of these engagements. Look at this. Unbelievable. Finding themselves some pretty amazing neutral items as well. We see the telescope picked up. So they're going to be able to keep that distance, of course, even more on that Zeus. And now he does hit level 20, so even more stuns going to be coming out from those lightning bolts, making it even harder for Ori. As if it hasn't already been hard enough.
Spell Prism as well, also a nice one for the squad.
They're getting blessed.
And Blink Dagger done on 9, so not always going to be a guaranteed opportunity for Ori to go straight for him. Quick on the Blink, he can make sure that that first attempt will end up missing.
And now look at the itemization also from 33, right? After he's got his halberd, all those other items, has an Aeon Disc now. He knows he's the attention that they're going for every single time. If they try to focus onto him this time, he'll just unlock it, kind of break all that initiation that'll come out from Aster. And Aster fully trapped in their base.
Aster have a 3% chance of winning, and I feel like these 3%, the only way they can make this happen, you have Ori Pharma buyback, you have XXS Pharma buyback, you smoke into the Roche, they both suicide base spells, and they come back.
Stepping outside of the base, this is...
DD Slark.
Tundra also have the luxury of considering Roshan. Will be up very, very shortly.
Yep, they've got the spiders scouting in there the whole time. And then just keeping Aster constricted in the base. An MKB, I mean, like we said, Monet, he still continues to be very farm. He just cannot stick on targets.
I don't think it's too hard for him. Like, if I had to give the specialty of Tundra, I feel like they're the best team at not hard committing into a fight. It's constant soft commit, helping each other out, baiting a BKB here, baiting an ult there, force step out, then go back in. They're so good at playing these long fights. And I think Aster, it might be hard to contest this Roche, but I don't see how you get back into this game if you don't.
Full Scotty now for the Slark.
Look at this lane ward.
I see everyone. Boca's just gone.
And maybe more Saxa. He's ever getting the connection onto towards Monet. Monet gets the BKB off. He's trying to run, but Skinner's chasing him down. Monet's out of the game. So is XXS. Neither with buyback. The 2 supports done as well. They've got buybacks themselves, but it's a dieback from the Boca. GG is call. Tundra will take game 2, and with that, the series, it's theirs 2-0. They'll be moving up to the upper bracket finals to face Team Secret.
I mean, what a masterclass, really. 6K deficit. They didn't seem to be phased by it whatsoever. Win every single engagement afterwards when they get the tiny blink dagger. Yeah, Tundra, they're really on another level of stuff, and they're really displaying the understanding of really how to, I mean, we've seen it now a couple times, of course, on main stage, but how to really brutalize Shadow Fiend. Monet almost had a free game for the whole time and wasn't able to do much of anything with it.
Yeah, I just, Tundra, they're showing me some of the most beautiful Dota I've seen in a long time. From the team fighting to everything. They're down 6K gold. They can still make plays, you know, they don't seem phased by the situation of the game. Their itemization, like understanding how to play long team fights, who to itemize for, who to itemize against, who to play around, and to not lose your cool. This team is quite something.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like we see other teams, when they sort of get the lead that we've seen Tundra have in both of these games in that second half, and then, there's sometimes a mistake here and there. In this series, once they're ahead, no mistakes were made. Tundra always knew what the next step was. They could see sort of the direct route towards victory, and they never faltered from it. And as I say, they will be moving on. Very excited to see what they're able to pull off at the next stage of the upper bracket. And of course, for Aster, they'll get another chance down in the lower. But today, this series, definitely one that Aster's going to have to pick themselves up from and consider how they want to change things going forward. Because this game 2, even more harsh of a match, really, in comparison to what happened in game 1. Tundra, they'll take down Aster 2-0 today.
Tundra locking in their upper bracket finals where they go against Secret. And we talked a little bit about Secret earlier and just how they looked great. But, from those matches, some of the best team fighting and support, in these skirmishes and the big fights was really, I think today, Tundra. They were amazing.
Yeah. It really was. The way they skirmish, and also the fact that they steal away that Slark, they take it towards themselves, and Skitter just shows full masterclass on the hero. One of those that he actually got into the scene with.
Yeah, I think if you look at Aster for real quickly, they started this game with beautiful aggression. They were being able to punish some of the earlier laning phase mistakes that Tundra made, but it's the fact that Tundra, they kind of identify how do we need to get back to this game. It's like through patience, you wait it out, you even had Tiny Mirana double farming up these stats together, and I realized that Tundra, they're playing this position 5 Mirana, but every time they draft it, they've got some Tiny, some Tusk, some simple way to set up an arrow that we're seeing the effectiveness of this Mirana throughout the entire game. It's not some Mirana that's falling off, just a Moonlight Shadow. We're always seeing these clutch arrows, and then Saxa on his Tiny. Even after the laning phase, he's coming in clutch late game, buying Blink, Force, Halberd, just making these unreal 2-3-man avalanches, as you see here, setting up the re-engagement for Tundra in the long drawn-out fights.
Yeah, and it was really problematic for Ori, right? Because, Lizard, you mentioned Ori, you wanted to see him on something more flashy. He gets
and I got it. Yeah, that was my next point. Sheepo, you can take it.
I just want to build off T's really quick. I think this Tiny was so cool because they recognized how hard it was for them to take fights. Like this Slark, you saw his one moment bot in that jungle where he just got blown up without using ult. That is such a possibility. They have so much magic nuke and burst on Aster that you can die so quick. So Tundra played such a really amazing poke game with the Tiny and trying to toss back. Like they knew if they could toss anyone back on Aster and start the fight that way, that was their win condition, and they did that amazingly.
Yeah, and Ori, as you see there, 2-5-8, and I got to give a lot of credit to 9 on his Zeus. Some of his timings, with the initial stun, just, very quick. And, Ori did get into that BKB a little bit later, but, with 9 just on point, he was just a little bit late on popping it, and, he must be, not kicking himself because he's got the lower bracket, but certainly, not the performance that they wanted here in the upper bracket semis.
I got what I wanted. I got the spirit on Ori. I got to see that playmaking capability that he is.
It started off looking good.
That he's known for, because it started off good because they switched up the whole lineup. It wasn't these razors, these slow heroes that kind of just snowball into the lane. No, it was Dawnbreaker on the offlane, Storm Spirit. I can't imagine a better duo versus a Broodmother. Zip in, use Dawnbreaker's ulti to get on top of her, right? Blow her up multiple times. Even the Zeus is very susceptible to falling to those two heroes. It didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, 9 struggled. He got caught, I think, once in his own triangle. 33 on the Brood got caught. But 33, his itemization was fantastic. And we talked a little bit about kind of the itemization on Doom last time. But this time it was really just, team fight, the Wraith Pact, and then just, on top of that as well.
If I had to give, one criticism to Aster, it was in Game 1 and also this Game 2. It felt like Tundra were just holding areas and they would just walk into them. They fed a lot into that bot jungle because Tundra held that for a very long time. And yeah, it just felt like Asta really weren't sure how to start their fights and initiations.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for Asta because their entire draft is built around multiple heroes doing single initiation jumps. And then you have Tundra having the leap of Mirana, Slarks, disengage, Zeus with the jump, Brood with the high ground, low ground jumps. Like, Tundra basically drafted a way in which, like, sure, pick your quick heroes that can get into us, but we're going to always find a way to just take 2-3 fights inside one bigger engagement.
Yeah, and as the commentators mentioned as well, Monet, you know, on the SF really didn't get to kind of shine just because of how good I think the team fights were from Tundra. And speaking of Tundra, as we have been, they're going to have a well-deserved winners interview with Casey.
Skeeter came right off the stage and he said, I was told to follow you, so thank you for coming and chatting with us. I asked you how long you've been waiting to get to TI, and you said how many years?
8 years. I started playing Dota in 2012 after TI2, so yeah, it's been 8 years.
And how does the experience live up to the dream?
I mean, it's pretty cool. I'm very calm. I don't know. I mean, I just realized I said 8 years. That's wrong. 2012. It's 2022, right?
Yes, it's been 10 years.
10 years,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
10 years, yeah.
You've aged. You're like an elderly man.
Yeah, it's true. I'm 24 now. Starting when I was 14.
Okay. So you stay in the upper bracket. You now have an entire week off before you have to face Secret. You have such great momentum going. How are you guys going to keep that going through a week of no matches?
I'm not entirely sure because this is the first time experiencing such a big break during the tournament, so I honestly don't know. We'll talk about it and we'll figure something out.
And what was your favorite part of the tournament so far in any game?
Just honestly just playing on the main stage because we haven't won a single on-stage game in DPC.
Yeah.
We burned out on Stockholm immediately when we got on the stage, and that was like our focus on improving coming here, and it seems to be working out. We improved a lot in that aspect, and I'm very happy for myself and for my teammates.
Congratulations. It's been so fun to watch. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey, and congratulations, Skitter. Very, very calm for a 24-year-old, or maybe, I don't know, in disbelief, because it took 10 years to get to this TI.
I mean, he's been just grinding the EU scene for so long. He's been playing in these like tier 2, tier 3 teams, and then like he slowly kind of built up that kind of pedigree, and now of course playing with the Tundra guys and the team before that. Like, yeah, it's been a long time coming, but well deserved for sure.
Well deserved because he's been grinding for 10 years without giving up. 8, 10, 20,
40 years, yeah.
These last couple of years have all blended into one anyway.
Yeah, and we can take a little recap of what happened in today's bracket. So in the lower bracket, we had OG beating out Game and Gladiators 2-1, moving forward, and they'll be playing tomorrow. Entity lost out to Team Liquid. Liquid move into the next round of the lower bracket, winning their match 2-1. And then in the upper bracket, it wasn't about the 2-1s, it was about the 2-0s. There was 2 teams that really wanted to move forward, and they did so in convincing fashion. It was Team Secret beating out Thunder Awaken, and now Tundra taking out Asta. So we are going to have, when we look into tomorrow's schedule, something a little bit interesting there. But I hopefully do believe that we might be checking back into Singapore. We always love to, so we'll have to see if they're ready. But I think we might have Casey and Slacks.
Yes, you do. Hello, hello, hello out there, world. It is the end of a very long day of Dota. Casey, what an exciting day that today was.
It was so exciting. I'm doing my full Muppet, which is the yay!
Yeah, she does that all the time.
Shut up. I
never stops.
Come on now.
But anyway, yeah, an incredible day. A lot of fun moments. In fact, we caught up with everyone left in the arena. Everyone's going home, but these guys, from beginning to end on these ones, favorite moment? What was the favorite moment here today?
With you, Sir Slacks. Over here.
Oh, come on.
Very uneventful day for you guys. Apologies about that one.
Did you plant them?
No, I wish I did. That would have been a lot less embarrassing.
Do you have a non-Slacks related favorite part of the tournament so far?
I enjoyed a lot, and then for everyone who's watching, be ready. Enjoy and have fun.
I love it. That's a very good attitude.
Aw, that was very cute. How about you? Favorite moment of the day?
OG! 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 OG!
Okay, wait. But what about OG?
I'm expecting that they will be. I'm expecting that they will win this TI. So.
Yeah, my sarcasm did not go over very well.
Okay, don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. Is there anybody else besides OG that we're Tundra?
Obviously Tundra.
Obviously.
What a game too, no? What a comeback.
Wait, I recognize you.
Yeah, from.
Were you wearing something different earlier?
Never.
I knew it! I knew it!
Always there.
Oh,
Always
wow!
There. Tundra gonna win the TI. Tundra's gonna win the TI, for sure.
For sure.
For safe. It's safe, guys.
Safe. All right. Yeah. Oh, see? You're going full Muppet. Can everybody else go full Muppet? Come on. Do one of these. Come on. There we go. Woo!
OG!
Take it back. Take it back, James.
And that's how we made Slacks look like the normal person in the group.
James, take it back. Thank you so much. Yes, Singapore's great. We're having a good time. Can't wait for tomorrow. Take it back.
Okay, so let's look at tomorrow's day 4 as we're closing out day 3 here at the International. We got 4 games coming up. So we're going to have Beast Coast versus LGD, and then we'll be moving on to OG versus Team Liquid. And then Asta versus the winner of, let me just check. No, I'm doing the thing. Beast Coast versus LGD will play Thunder Esports. OG versus Liquid, and they will play. The winner of that will play Thunder Awaken. Nailed it.
Good job, mate. Yeah,
thank you very much.
Mildly
It's been a long day, but I'm ready for day 4.
Yeah.
What was your favourite part of day 3?
I would go with probably Secret's dominance in against Thunder Awaken. I think it's upsetting to see Thunder Awaken get 2-0'd, but it's nice to see this Secret that didn't really do much at DBC, the last chance qualifier team, then getting this far. So it's very impressive stuff.
My favorite part was the time I spent with you guys, my dear panelists and good friends. Thank you so much for sharing this with me.
You didn't have a favorite part,
I did not.
This was my answer.
It was alright. The games were all pretty good.
The game sheet.
One of the first times that sarcasm was caught here at TI.
No,
yeah, but interesting. Yes, but make sure. Listen, we'll get to you in a moment. Make sure you do stay around though, because we do have a late game coming up with Pyrian Flax. I got to catch it yesterday and it was awesome. I do believe they're actually setting up. It's really, really nice. I'm very envious because in Pyrian's contract, no matter where he is and where he sits, he has to have alcohol in front of him. I don't know who his agent is, but I want it. I want it, Pyrian. And I think he actually might be able to hear us, but he is just getting set up. And then Lizard, what was your favorite moment of today?
It's coming up. It's the late night show, actually, with Pyrian.
I have a favorite, Dark Mango.
That
was my favorite part today.
That's perfect.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, but we're down to, I do believe, our final 8 teams now. In the lower bracket, we've got 2 teams from SEA, 2 teams from China, and 2 teams from Europe. So it still could be, you know, anyone's game when it comes to region, apart from, okay, obviously SEA. But, and yes, I've got this wrong, have I?
Very wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
SEA is the region that is not in the tournament.
SA,
yeah.
Who put an E in there? You've been messing with my notes.
Sorry. It was actually a test, and you did fail. That's fine. We apologise, SEA, for James slandering your region there. It's SA.
He gave them hope. He gave them hope.
Fake.
Actually.
That's the worst hope. False hope's the wrong hope.
It is the worst time to hope.
If you buy enough battle passes, SEA can get reintroduced into the tournament. That's an exclusive from James.
And we can teach James how to read.
That's too many battle passes.
This has been the International Day 3. Please join us tomorrow as we got more great matches, and it will be the final day of the main stage before we go into the championship weekend. Hopefully we'll see you then. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and enjoy the late game.